Chapter 1. Yet another boy who survived. In the heart of bustling London, nestled within a lively commercial street, lies an inconspicuous pub invisible to ordinary folk. This is a sanctuary for wizards, known as the Leaky Cauldron, where dim lighting and weathered walls are permeated by the scent of cheap butterbeer. Shawn Greer, an 11-year-old boy, carefully balanced 2 frothy mugs of butterbeer as he made his way to a table. Poor little Shawn, summoned once again by old Tom to fetch drinks, remarked a bald wizard, taking the mugs with a loud voice directed at the counter. "Damn it, Jamie, don't speak so harshly. Little Shawn lives with me and eats my food. What's the harm in having him lend a hand in his spare time?" Old Tom retorted. "Let Dumbledore know that you've got the boy who lives serving drinks for you. He'd be furious." Shawn grinned. "I'd much rather help down here than be stuck in the storage room upstairs." At Shawn's response, old Tom nodded with a satisfied smile. He held a fondness for the boy, not only for his maturity, but also because his notoriety brought considerable revenue to the pub. Shawn Greer, just as famous as Harry Potter, was one of the 2 surviving souls from the Avada Kedavra curse. Yet, it was not the Dark Lord Voldemort who cast the spell upon him, but rather his deranged follower, the madwoman Bellatrix Lestrange, who had tormented the Longbottoms and later killed her cousin, Sirius Black, during Harry's 5th year. The reason for her attempt on Shawn's life traces back to his small family. The Greer family was a modest, wizarding lineage, quite unlike the ancient, pure-blood families that had persisted for centuries. Shawn's grandfather was the first wizard of the Greer clan, and while Shawn's father was also a wizard, his uncle Hearns was a squib. During the dark decade of Voldemort's reign, fear gripped the wizarding world. Shawn's grandfather, originally an employee at the Ministry of Magic, turned traitor out of fear and allied himself with the Death Eaters. Ironically, Shawn's father was secretly a Death Eater but betrayed Voldemort in 1980, joining the Order of the Phoenix. Death Eaters were never merciful towards traitors. The madwoman Bellatrix murdered Shawn's parents and coldly unleashed the Avada Kedavra curse upon the young boy. Shawn fell lifeless, for his mother could not invoke the ancient protective magic. The Shawn of today is, in fact, the reincarnation of another soul who traversed from the 21st century after his death. In his previous life, Shawn was a high school graduate who tragically perished in a car accident while out enjoying a summer break. Upon awakening, he found himself in the body of a 2-year-old child. After his awakening, Shawn was rescued by an arriving Auror and brought to the Leaky Cauldron to his squib Uncle Hearns. Hearns was the pub's cook and now Shawn's legal guardian. Shawn was secretly sheltered within the Leaky Cauldron, unbeknownst to Bellatrix, who had no idea that the boy she cursed was still alive. A year later, when Voldemort attempted to kill Harry's family, the protective charm surrounding Harry rebounded the Avada Kedavra curse, severely injuring Voldemort and causing the Death Eater's power to crumble. It was then that the news of Shawn's survival began to spread, shocking Bellatrix, who yearned to kill Shawn once more, though she had already been imprisoned in Azkaban. At 5 years old, Shawn awakened his magical talent, much to the delight of his squib Uncle Hearns. "Shawn, you are the hope of the Greer family," Hearns exclaimed, showering the boy with affectionate kisses. A shiver ran down Shawn's spine. He cared little for the Greer legacy and was more concerned about his peculiar eyes. One day, Shawn discovered that when he gazed at others, they were enveloped in a faint white glow. "Is this a symptom of my magical awakening, or have I developed glaucoma?" he mused, though this notion was quickly dismissed. Having read the Harry Potter series in his previous life, Shawn's understanding of the magical world, while not exhaustive, was certainly more profound than that of most Hogwarts students. After a month of contemplation, he finally grasped the nature of his extraordinary eyes. They only revealed the white glow when he beheld wizards, magical creatures, or enchanted objects. Furthermore, when he observed other wizards casting spells, he could even see the magical framework upon their wands. As Shawn navigated life in this new world, he realized that the essence of magic was far from simplistic. It was not merely about reciting incantations and waving wands. In his understanding, magic comprised 3 fundamental elements: the magical framework, the incantation, and the willpower. The magical framework was that intricate, 3-dimensional model formed by lines that he observed on the wands of other wizards while they cast spells. Willpower encompassed emotions and intent. With a commendable magical talent and these eyes that could penetrate the veil of magic, Shawn recognized that he possessed an extraordinary advantage. "With these magical eyes, my future studies will yield results beyond my wildest dreams." The Leaky Cauldron was frequented by a diverse array of wizards, some of whom would occasionally perform minor spells for amusement. Shawn diligently noted the magical frameworks of their wands. He once witnessed the bald wizard Jamie perform a rudimentary levitation charm, a spell taught in the first year of Hogwarts. He meticulously recorded the framework and incantation of the levitation charm. Eager to acquire the first-year textbooks from Hogwarts, Shawn approached Hearns, despite being only 5.5 years old, with several years still ahead before his schooling began. To his delight, Hearns readily agreed to his request, believing that Shawn would inevitably attend Hogwarts and that familiarizing himself with the textbooks early would be beneficial. Situated just across from Diagon Alley, Hearns swiftly procured several battered first-year textbooks that had likely changed hands numerous times. "Look at the condition of these books. They must have been salvaged from a junk shop," Shawn remarked. He paid little mind, for he simply wished to validate his hypotheses through the textbook's magic. As he sifted through the tomes, he soon discovered the section on the levitation charm, spanning 4 pages. The first 2 pages detailed the charm's origins, which held little interest for him. He immediately turned to the page on casting the spell. The initial 2 paragraphs discussed the incantation and the accompanying wand movements, while the final section described the magical framework of the levitation charm, accompanied by a 3-dimensional illustration. Goodness, this is so complex. Unless one is a prodigy like Hermione, an average student would struggle to master it in a day or 2. Shawn silently rejoiced, for having a visual reference of the framework was far simpler than learning from a textbook. He had observed Jamie construct the levitation charm's magical framework twice and found it manageable. He understood that more advanced spells would likely involve the amalgamation of several, sometimes even dozens, of magical frameworks. Even though he could perceive the frameworks, committing them to memory would prove a formidable challenge. Chapter 2. The Son of Betrayal. When Harry received Snape's old textbook in his 6th year, it gave him a significant edge. "In potions, my eyes are far more extraordinary than Snape's textbook," Shawn mused, brimming with confidence in his newfound abilities. Now 11 years old, Shawn recently received his acceptance letter to Hogwarts, and the number of visitors to the Leaky Cauldron to see him continued to grow. "Is that Shawn Greer, the boy as famous as Harry Potter?" inquired a red-haired, middle-aged man. "Indeed, Arthur," Old Tom replied. Shawn recognized the red-haired man, along with his wife and 3 children, as members of the Weasley family, one of the 28 pure-blood families in the wizarding world. "What do you mean the boy who lived? The Greer family are all traitors. The only reason he survived Bellatrix's attack is that his father must have made some deal with the Death Eaters," a nearby wizard scoffed. Shawn's grandfather betrayed the Ministry of Magic, while his father betrayed the Death Eaters, causing both sides to harbor disdain for the Greer family. Some even refer to Shawn as the son of betrayal. This predicament left Shawn feeling alienated. Fortunately, he was not a child soul, or he might have succumbed to despair upon hearing such remarks over time. "Do not listen to them. Child, your parents were brave, and they fought for justice," Mrs. Weasley consoled, as she was acquainted with Shawn's parents. The Greer couple had betrayed the Death Eaters to join the Order of the Phoenix, and despite only having been with them for a brief time, they never revealed the location of the Order's headquarters to Bellatrix, even at the cost of their lives. "It's all right, Mrs. Weasley, I've grown accustomed to it," Shawn replied, having been subjected to praise and ridicule from the wizards at the Leaky Cauldron over the years. As a time traveler, he was indifferent to their comments. "You know me?" Molly asked in surprise. "With the Weasley family's distinctive red hair, I've heard many mention you in the pub," Shawn observed, glancing at their vibrant hair colors. "Look at this child, how clever he is," Molly praised. The twin boys, George and Fred, standing behind Molly, made faces at Shawn. Shawn had not long crossed into this world when he discovered that his body was 2 years older than Harry's, which meant that if he were to attend Hogwarts, he would be in the same year as the Weasley twins and Cedric. "It seems that my time at Hogwarts will be anything but dull," Shawn mused, well aware of the mischievous talents of those 2 troublemakers. During the oppressive period when Umbridge ruled Hogwarts, it was these 2 pranksters who brought joy to the students. And then there was Cedric, an exceptionally outstanding student in his year, who tragically perished before the Triwizard Tournament's trophy. If it were within his power, Shawn would wish to prevent the deaths of Fred and Cedric. He could only strive to avert such tragedies. Having commenced his magical studies at the tender age of 5.5, Shawn had since self-taught the curriculum of Hogwarts from the 1st to the 3rd year, relying on a collection of tattered, heirloom textbooks salvaged from a junk shop. The spells of the 1st year were not particularly difficult after all. Hermione had already mastered several simple enchantments before her enrollment. However, by the time he reached the spells of the 3rd year, some of the frameworks proved rather challenging for him to grasp. Thus, he often seized opportunities to assist Old Tom at the pub, engaging in conversation with the wizards there to glean insights. Over the years, the bald wizard Jamie had grown quite familiar with Shawn. They often exchanged pleasantries, and Shawn would cautiously inquire about spells he did not understand. Whenever Jamie demonstrated magic, Shawn would attentively note the structural components of spells. Unfortunately, The patrons of the pub were far less patient than the professors at the academy, and Jamie did not frequent the bar daily. Consequently, after 5.5 years of self-study and clandestine learning, Shawn had only managed to complete the 3-year curriculum for spells. Of course, this only pertained to the spells. The conditions in the bar were not conducive to self-studying potions. Shawn, you must have received your acceptance letter from Hogwarts by now. We need to head to Diagon Alley to purchase our first-year textbooks. Would you like to join us? Molly inquired. Sia nodded. He had no need to purchase new books, as he could make do with his worn-out ones. However, he had yet to acquire a wand. Despite Ollivander's wand shop being located just behind a leaky cauldron, Shawn was unable to purchase a wand before receiving his acceptance letter. At that moment, a dirty, middle-aged man with narrow eyes and golden hair approached, pulling 10 galleons from his grease-stained pocket and handing them to Shawn. Uncle Hearns. Shawn, go buy your wand. Hearns expressed hope in Shawn's future, as he himself was a squib and unable to perform magic. The Greaves family could only rely on Shawn to carry on their legacy. Little Shawn, old Tom called out, tossing a small gray bag from behind counter. Shawn caught it, feeling its weight at least 20 galleons. He smiled at old Tom. Thank you, kind old Tom. Little one, go purchase a new robe. After all, you're a notable figure, the boy who lived. Shawn thought to himself, this old Tom, who was typically so miserly and shamelessly exploited him as a child laborer, had proven to be quite generous. Unlike Harry, who inherited his parents' fortune, Shawn's parents had left him nothing, and Uncle Hearns was a miser as well. For him to part with 10 galleons was quite a sacrifice. Mom, I want a new robe too. The Weasley twins chimed in unison. Molly forced a smile. George, Fred, we must be off. Shawn understood that raising so many children in the Weasley household was financially burdensome, and the younger siblings often wore their older brothers' hand-me-downs. Following the Weasley family, Shawn passed through the magical wall behind the leaky cauldron and entered Diagon Alley, the bustling commercial hub of the magical world, which he had grown quite familiar with. The Weasley family headed straight for Flourish and Blots, while Shawn called out to Molly from behind. Mrs. Weasley, I think I shall forego visiting Flourish and Blots. I have already procured my textbooks, and only need a wand and a wizard's robe. Molly nodded. Very well, I shall see you at Ollivander's later. Shawn, well acquainted with the path, arrived at Ollivander's, the wand shop founded in 382 BC. Upon entering, he found the proprietor, Ollivander, perched upon a ladder, rummaging through wands. Ollivander, Shawn called softly. Ah, young Shawn, Ollivander replied without turning, recognizing Shawn's voice. All the shopkeepers in Diagon Alley knew him, as he had grown up in the leaky cauldron. I received my acceptance letter from Hogwarts, Shawn stated. Ollivander immediately grasped Shawn's intent and withdrew a box of wands from a cobble-bladen shelf. 14 inches, Hollywood, with a dragon heartstring core. Shawn took the wand during his 5.5 years of self-study. He had memorized the frameworks of spells, but had never had the opportunity to wield a wand. In that moment, as he grasped the wand, he felt his magical power seeking an outlet. Give it a wave, Ollivander instructed. Shawn nodded, not only waving it but also casting a basic spell, Wingardium Leviosa. His magic began to form the spell's framework through the medium of the wand, and the quill before him floated into the air under the influence of the levitation charm. Although the spell succeeded, Shawn sensed that the process felt rather awkward. Ollivander was not surprised that Shawn could perform magic. After all, he was a child born into a wizarding family and had grown up in the leaky cauldron, where old Tom would occasionally provide him with lessons. Chapter 3. The Wand Arrives. Shawn shook his head, and Ollivander, understanding, immediately fetched a second wand for him. 10 inches, redwood, with a phoenix feather. Shawn again attempted the levitation charm, but this time it felt even more strenuous than with the previous wand, prompting him to shake his head once more. That is quite normal. My boy, it is not so simple to find a wand that suits you, Ollivander patiently explained. Try this one, 14.5 inches, chestnut, with a unicorn hair. Shawn accepted it, only to shake his head again. How about this one? Shawn shook his head. Let's try this one. Shawn still shook his head. After trying 20 wands, Ollivander's face bore a hint of embarrassment as he remarked, You truly are a discerning wand owner. Shawn felt equally frustrated. How long would he have to continue this trial? Suddenly, he recalled something and turned to Ollivander to ask, Ollivander, you previously mentioned that it is the wand that chooses the wizard, not the wizard who chooses the wand, correct? Ollivander was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he had uttered those words, and he nodded in affirmation. It was true. Wands select their rightful owners. Let me give it a try. If you don't mind, Shawn proposed. Ollivander was unsure of Shawn's intentions, but he watched as Shawn extended his small, delicate hand, palm facing upward, and muttered, Wand. Come to me. This was not an incantation but merely a phrase Shawn had casually spoken. Nonetheless, his palm emanated a complete magical framework, that of the levitation charm. Over the span of 5.5 years, deprived of a wand, Shawn had immersed himself in the study of theories and magical constructs, mastering a wandless and incantation-less spell, the levitation charm. In the magical realm, individuals capable of wandless casting were not exceedingly rare, while those who could perform without incantations were even more numerous. The wand serves as a conduit, harmonizing the wizard's innate magic. Without it, constructing a magical framework becomes exponentially more challenging, with incantations serving to coordinate such frameworks. Ollivander was astounded by Shawn's remarkable talent. To achieve wandless magic at such a tender age was indeed exceptional. At that moment, amidst the myriad of wands, one particular wand sensed Shawn's magical essence. It stirred within its box, then gracefully soared from the bottom of the 12th row. Upon its emergence, the remaining wand boxes lost their balance and collapsed in disarray. Ollivander was unfazed by the toppled boxes. Such occurrences were commonplace, contributing to the perpetual chaos within his shop. What captured his attention now was the wand that had flown forth. The wand box hovered in Shawn's palm, and he opened it with his left hand, retrieving the wand. The instant Ollivander beheld it, he discerned its composition. 15 inches. Crafted from black walnut and featuring a tail feather from a nocturnal steed, this wand was formidable. Black walnut was not as commonly encountered as ordinary walnut wood. It sought a master endowed with keen intuition and profound insight. It bore a renowned eccentricity. It was exceptionally sensitive to internal conflicts. Should its wielder engage in any form of self-deception, it would instantly lose its magical potency. Conversely, when paired with a sincere and self-aware owner, it would become the most loyal and impressive of all wands, exhibiting a distinctive flair when casting various spells. Shawn listened intently, possessing a keen self-awareness. Does this not imply an understanding of one's own worth? Indeed, he possessed that. However, the tail feather of the thestral, he recalled that Dumbledore's elder wand was also crafted from the tail feather of a thestral. Thestral? Is that the creature visible only to those who have encountered death? Shawn inquired. You are aware? Yes, the thestral was once deemed a harbinger of misfortune, said to bring forth various dreadful calamities upon those who beheld them. Yet, this is mere superstition and does not diminish the formidable power of this wand. Shawn mused to himself that he should have encountered death at some point. He was quite curious to witness such a wondrous magical being with his own eyes. Try this wand, Ollivander said with a hint of anticipation. Shawn transferred the wand from his left hand to his right, and once more cast the spell he had practiced countless times. At the tip of the wand, an invisible magical framework, akin to that crafted by Ollivander, was rapidly constructed. The quill on the table soared into the air once again, and this time Shawn felt an unparalleled fluidity. It required half the effort compared to spellcasting without a wand. Clearly, this was the wand destined for Shawn. Shawn nodded and said to Ollivander, I believe this is the one. 10 galleons, Ollivander replied succinctly. Shawn had paid his dues and was about to exit when the Weasley twins breezed in. Hello, clever one, greeted either George or Fred. Moments ago, in the leaky cauldron, Molly had praised Shawn's intellect, and it was amusing how swiftly the twins had bestowed upon him a nickname. Shawn, however, took it in stride. It was quintessentially in character for these two rascals. I've already procured my wand, so good luck to you, Mischief Maker number 1 and Mischief Maker number 2. He chuckled as he stepped out of Ollivander's. Hey, George, I believe we won't be bored at Hogwarts, Fred remarked. George, watching Shawn depart, concurred, indeed, Fred. He is quite an intriguing fellow. Shawn did not anticipate that the nickname he casually bestowed upon the Uchiha twins would endear him to the two mischievous boys. Upon Shawn's arrival at Madame Moak's robe boutique, she greeted him warmly, despite the presence of other customers in the shop. The boy, Shawn Greer, who had miraculously survived adversity, had finally reached the age of attending school. Madame Moak's enthusiastic call drew the attention of the other patrons, who turned to regard Shawn with curious glances, whispering amongst themselves about his lineage, speculating on the fact that his parents were Death Eaters and that his entire family were traitors. Madame Moak. Since we are so well acquainted, might I inquire about a discount? Shawn asked. Without hesitation, Madame Moak replied, 10 galleons. Shawn inwardly cursed, realizing that this was simply the original price, and he was astonished by the enthusiasm displayed. At that moment, a young girl with chestnut hair approached him. Her fair complexion and delicate features were striking, particularly her large blue eyes, which sparkled like the stars in a long night. Her graceful demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Having spent considerable time in this world, it was the first time Shawn encountered such exquisite beauty, leading him to suspect that she might possess some Vila lineage. Hello. Shawn Greer, she introduced herself. I am Clarice Crouch, a first-year student at Hogwarts this year. Hello, Clarice. Shawn found the girl's surname somewhat familiar. Crouch? Wasn't that the surname of a Ministry of Magic official, specifically Bartemius Crouch, the current head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation? It seemed that Chris was also a member of the illustrious pureblood family, the Crouches, the boy who lived. After a brief pause, Chris continued, one of them. I didn't realize we were in the same year. Then, I shall see you at Hogwarts. Chapter 4. The train to Hogwarts. Shawn felt somewhat perplexed. Was this girl truly drawn to him because of his reputation? He must remain cautious of the Crouch family, for young Barty Crouch, a loyal Death Eater, had wreaked havoc upon this esteemed pure-blood lineage. It was entirely possible that there were other Death Eaters within the family besides young Barty. After exiting Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, Shawn ventured to his most familiar establishment in Diagon Alley. The junk shop, the source of all his textbooks, was owned by a disheveled, brown-haired man with a hawk-like nose, whose attire appeared as though it had been scavenged from a refuse heap. Peter Norville acknowledged Shawn's entrance with a lackluster greeting. Well, lad, I presume you are not here to purchase fourth-year textbooks. Old Peter, I require a standard-sized 2 cauldron, a set of glass or crystal potion vials, a telescope, a brass balance scale, a pair of dragon-hide gloves, and a black top hat. Shawn meticulously listed the required items stipulated in his acceptance letter. It was evident that his funds were insufficient for purchasing new supplies, compelling him to seek out second-hand goods instead. As for an owl or a cat, the neighboring shop, the Magical Menagerie, offered such creatures for sale. However, the letter did not explicitly mandate that first-year students must possess a pet. Thus, Shawn resolved against acquiring a companion for his journey to Hogwarts. Young Shawn, I happen to have all these items here. I wonder if you have enough money? Old Peter inquired. What is the total cost? Shawn asked, recognizing that the valuation of items in a junk shop could be quite subjective and necessitated some haggling with Old Peter. Old Peter did not immediately respond. Instead, he turned and rummaged through the shelves behind him. After a brief flurry of activity, he emerged, cradling a heap of assorted goods. 14 galleons, Old Peter announced. With merely 10 galloons remaining, Shawn surveyed the heap of junk before him, contemplating the avarice of Old Peter. The greedy old man, in Shawn's estimation, had inflated the worth of the items to no more than 7 galloons. Adhering to his principle of bargaining down to half, Shawn proposed his price. Young Shawn, in terms of frugality, you certainly embody the essence of a true grills. Old Peter, mocking the grills for their miserly nature, elicited a smile from Shawn. Old Peter, my Uncle Hearn has no money. Please be generous with your pricing. Very well, 8 galloons, but not a penny less. Kind-hearted Old Peter, I am grateful. Could you kindly assist me in bagging it? Shawn felt a surge of delight, having ultimately retained 2 galloons. Shawn emerged from the thrift store, clutching a tattered burlap bag, having gathered all the necessary items for his school enrollment. With July 31st marking a month until the commencement of classes, he realized he could take this time to become well acquainted with his wand. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It was none other than Harry Potter's 9th birthday. Thus, he whispered a heartfelt birthday wish for Harry. Shawn returned to the Broken Kettle Tavern and ascended to the 2nd floor, entering the storeroom that old Tom had cleared out for him. In truth, this room was considerably more spacious than Harry's staircase nook. Shawn felt fortunate to have reincarnated as a pureblood wizard, residing in the enchanting realm of magic. The Ministry of Magic imposes regulations prohibiting underage wizards from wielding magic in the Muggle world. The Leaky Cauldron and Diagon Alley are both part of this mystical universe. Had Shawn dwelled in a mundane neighborhood like Harry, his daily practice of the levitation charm would have surely attracted the attention of the Ministry's trace long ago. Shawn concealed himself within the confines of his chamber, eagerly practicing the intricate magical framework swirling in his mind. Before him lay a wooden spoon, severed into 2 pieces, upon which he attempted the spell of reparo. This elementary enchantment, akin to the levitation charm, required but a singular magical framework, rendering it a fundamental incantation. Yet, the spoon remained unmoved, indicating a failure in his spellcasting. He had faltered, having neglected to construct a crucial line of the framework. Despite his familiarity with these basic spells, the initial attempt to wield his wand often resulted in discrepancies. With renewed focus, Shawn invoked reparo once more. The tip of his walnut-wood wand began to trace a magical framework with remarkable speed and precision. The 2 fractured edges of the spoon shimmered momentarily before seamlessly rejoining, restoring the utensil to its original form. Practice indeed makes perfect, Shawn mused, acknowledging that mere memorization of the magical frameworks was insufficient. Before long, a month had elapsed. Hearns grasped the handle of Shawn's substantial suitcase while Shawn managed a smaller one. These two somewhat tarnished trunks were genuine heirlooms. They had once belonged to Shawn's grandfather during his school days, later passed down to Shawn's father, and now it was Shawn's turn to transport them to Hogwarts. The pair initially boarded a Muggle bus, making their way to King's Cross Station. Shawn's gaze settled upon the ticket, which bore the inscription Platform 9. He then turned his attention to the platforms ahead, counting them one by one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There it was. As Shawn was about to proceed with his suitcase in tow, someone called out to him from behind. Clever boy. Shawn did not need to look back to know who it was. Oh, but he was uncertain of their identity, struggling to distinguish between George and Fred. Mrs. Weasley. Shawn turned to greet Molly. Behind her stood 5 children. The infamous Weasley twins were unmistakable. The slightly taller child with short red curls was Percy Weasley, whom Shawn had met once at the Leaky Cauldron. Percy was 2 years his senior and was now in his 3rd year. The other boy, standing around 5 feet 8 inches tall, was likely the second Weasley child, Charlie, who would later travel to Romania to study dragons. Today, he should be in 6th grade. As for the shorter boy beside Molly, there was no doubt he was Ron, the affable member of their trio. Mrs. Weasley, with 4 children at Hogwarts. They must be quite familiar with the school. If possible, I hope the Weasley children can look after little Shawn and befriend him, Hearns said, squinting his slender eyes to force a rather unpleasant smile. Of course, Shawn is a clever child, and I would be delighted for George and Fred to befriend him. Molly replied with a warm smile. Shawn was taken aback by the words of his uncle. Perhaps he had been too oblivious to notice that Hearns' concern for him often manifested quite evidently. The group traversed from Platform 9 3/4 to the Hogwarts train station. And with his uncle's assistance, Shawn managed to stow his suitcase into the compartment. As the whistle sounded, Shawn officially embarked on his journey to Hogwarts, or rather, to the enchanting realm of magic. Shawn strolled along the aisle of the train, seeking an unoccupied seat. He traversed 2 compartments, each filled to capacity. The whereabouts of the Way family's twins eluded him. Just as he pondered their location, he spotted them in the first compartment of the 3rd car, laughing heartily as they shared jokes with 2 young ladies. Shawn shook his head. In the adjacent compartment, he discovered 2 vacant seats. Each compartment had 4 spots, but currently, 2 individuals occupied it, a man and a woman. To his surprise, the beautiful girl was none other than Clarice Crouch. He felt a reluctance to sit beside her, sensing an inexplicable oddity about her, yet he had little choice but to make do. Shawn knocked on the door and inquired, "May I take a seat here? All other compartments are full." "Of course, fortunate boy," Clarice replied with a sweet smile. Chapter 5. The ambivalent Sorting Hat. Clarice's words caught the attention of the boy beside her, who glanced over at Shawn. Although she was a rather lovely girl, Shawn couldn't shake off a feeling of dissonance. "Hello, I am Shawn Greer," he introduced himself to the handsome boy next to him. "Cedric Diggory," the boy nodded in acknowledgement, offering his own introduction. "Wow, it's Cedric, the most outstanding student of this year, aside from myself," Shawn marveled, momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, Clarice introduced herself to Cedric. "Clarice Crouch. My grandfather is Bartemius Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation." Shawn mused inwardly. "No doubt, your uncle is a Death Eater. I wonder how that affects you." At that moment, a girl with a black ponytail approached the compartment door, looking at the 3 of them. "Is there any available seating here?" "Yes, over there." Shawn indicated the empty seat beside Clarice. "Thank you. I am Angelina Johnson," she replied. "Shawn Greer. Clarice Crouch. Cedric Diggory." The 3 introduced themselves in turn. "Wait. Are you the Shawn Greer?" Angelina gazed at Shawn in astonishment. Shawn nodded helplessly. He had witnessed such scenes countless times. "Wait, her name is Angelina Johnson. Isn't she Fred's girlfriend?" In this compartment, Cedric belongs to Hufflepuff, while Angelina is from Gryffindor. Chris was uncertain, but considering his pure-blood lineage, he would most likely be sorted into Slytherin. Shawn, however, could not fathom which house he would be assigned to. The train traversed the vast expanse of mountains and meadows for over 6 hours, finally coming to a halt at the Hogsmeade station by evening. The 5th-year prefects disembarked first, standing at the train door to maintain order. A resounding voice captured the attention of the new students. It belonged to a giant nearly 3 meters tall. Of course, Shawn knew Hagrid was merely a half-giant. True giants were even more colossal. "Goodness, he is enormous," Angelina exclaimed in awe. Shawn glanced at her, perpetually sensing her presence as she drove. Hagrid, carrying a lantern, illuminated the first-year students with its glow. "Where is Shawn Greer?" Hagrid inquired. "I'm right here," Shawn replied, straining his neck to respond to Hagrid. You are indeed much taller than Harry, Hagrid remarked quietly. Shawn stood at an above-average height among his peers, his tousled brown curls lending him an air of height. First-year students followed him as Hagrid led the newcomers along a quaint path beside the lake. The Hogsmeade station was situated on the outskirts of Hogsmeade Village, with this path leading to Hogwarts, while the opposite direction led into the village. This journey to Hogwarts was to be made by boat, and Shawn pondered whether they might be traveling by a night bus carriage. For first-year students shared a single enchanted boat, which glided effortlessly toward Hogwarts. Most of the newcomers were awestruck along the way, while those hailing from pure-blood wizarding families remained notably composed, as Shawn beheld the magnificent castle, despite having seen it in films before. He was still taken aback by its grandeur upon witnessing it in person. Once the first years disembarked, they ascended the steps, where Professor McGonagall had some words to share with them before entering the Great Hall. "Shawn, which house do you think you will be sorted into?" Chris suddenly inquired. "Surely the clever ones will be sorted into Ravenclaw," chimed in the Weasley twins as they approached from behind. With their striking red hair, Chris immediately recognized the Weasley twins' lineage. "Hey, Cedric, it would be splendid if you were sorted into Gryffindor," the twins remarked. It seemed that the Weasley twins were acquainted with Cedric, and Shawn recalled that their families resided in close proximity, one to the east and the other to the west of the mountain. "That is not a decision I can make," Cedric replied. By this time, Professor McGonagall had already taken her place at the top of the stairs, and as the first years gathered, she clapped her hands to gain their attention. Shawn closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, a soft, ethereal white glow enveloped the newly arrived students. Among them, Professor McGonagall shone the brightest of all the wizards he had ever seen. "Welcome to Hogwarts. Soon, you will pass through these doors and join your fellow classmates. However, before you take your seats, we must sort you into your houses. Hogwarts comprises 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. At the end of the year, the house with the highest points will be awarded the House Cup. Now, are you all prepared? Follow me." Professor McGonagall turned and made her way toward the Great Hall. The grand golden doors of the hall opened automatically for the newcomers, and the bright candlelight welcomed the fresh faces of Hogwarts as they entered. For long tables were neatly arranged within the hall, each filled with students from the respective houses. Shawn estimated there were approximately 400 students, and their cohort of 60 new pupils was considered a good intake compared to previous years. Shawn stood in the front row, gazing at the sorting hat on stage with a sense of trepidation, to the extent that he failed to absorb Dumbledore's speech. Meanwhile, a long-haired man with a somewhat gloomy expression from the professor's table was observing Shawn intently. Shawn sensed the gaze of another and looked up to find Severus Snape seated to the left of the professor's table. How could Shawn not recognize Snape at a glance? In all of Hogwarts, who else possessed such a uniquely chilling aura? Though Shawn was aware of his true nature, a double agent among the Death Eaters, he couldn't help but wonder why Snape was looking at him. What does he want? "I'm not Harry, and I certainly don't resemble Lily," Shawn thought to himself. "Now, those whose names I call, please come forward. I shall place the sorting hat upon your head, and it will determine which house you belong to." Shawn Greaves. "Wait, am I the first?" he thought incredulously. How utterly ruthless. Despite his internal grumbling, he approached the front with a smile. Was the order supposed to be by surname? How perplexing that he was the first called. He took a seat on the low stool, and Professor McGonagall placed the sorting hat upon his head. In that instant, the hat began to stir. "Ah, quite the conundrum. You are brave, intelligent, diligent, clever, and ambitious. Each house seems fitting for you. Where shall I place you?" "Anywhere is fine. As long as it's not Azkaban," Shawn murmured softly. With the aid of his magical eye, he was confident he could excel in any house. Azkaban? Such thoughts are perilous indeed. "All right, just not Slytherin then," Shawn remarked, glancing at Snape seated at the professor's table. "Very well, it is decided. You shall go to Slytherin." The sorting hat appeared to make its decision in direct opposition to Shawn's wishes. Shawn was momentarily taken aback, and by the time he regained his senses, a few upperclassmen from Slytherin were already regarding him with the familiar gaze reserved for their own. Although some of their looks seemed rather unfriendly, Shawn felt utterly helpless. "I suspect you are targeting me," he muttered as he removed the sorting hat and shot at a fierce glare. Chapter 6. Division of Dormitories. Shawn awkwardly took his seat amidst the applause of the Slytherin upperclassmen. Marcus Flint, a robust and somewhat overbite black-haired senior, greeted Shawn. This brawny figure, whom Shawn regarded as a simple-minded brute, was nonetheless a commendable Quidditch player, later becoming the captain of the Slytherin team, albeit with a penchant for underhanded tactics. Cedric Diggory. Professor McGonagall announced the second name. Cedric, under the gaze of the assembled crowd, took his place on the low stool. At that moment, An idea sparked in Shawn's mind, and he sought to tease the Weasley twins. "Hey, Fred," Shawn called out to one of the Weasley twins standing nearby. Unable to identify who was who and merely guessing a name. "Are you calling me?" One of the twins replied. "Yes." "Then you are mistaken. I am George." "No. You are Fred," Shawn asserted confidently. Fred, taken aback, had not anticipated that Shawn could distinguish between the two brothers. "Well, you guessed correctly. I am Fred." "How did you figure it out?" Shawn said with a serious demeanor. "It appears that the third strand of hair in your left fringe is split." Fred, believing him completely, turned to George to confirm whether his hair was indeed split. In truth, Shawn vaguely remembered that the personalities of the Weasley twins exhibited some differences. Generally speaking, when they were together, it was Fred who spoke first. He was more vivacious, while George tended to be comparatively reserved. "Fred, how about a wager? I bet Cedric will be sorted into Hufflepuff. What do you think about that?" Shawn remarked confidently. "George, what's your opinion?" Fred inquired. "Gryffindor. Cedric is definitely going to Gryffindor," George replied. At that moment, the Sorting Hat was assessing Cedric. Honest, loyal, sincere, unafraid of hardship. "Oh, I am not merely articulating the spirit of Hufflepuff. Rather, I am delineating the qualities that Cedric embodies. Without a doubt, he belongs to Hufflepuff." The handsome young lad took a seat amidst the enthusiastic applause of the Hufflepuff upperclassmen. "All right, you win this time, you clever rascal," Fred conceded, albeit reluctantly. It seemed that the mischievous number one was not quite satisfied, prompting Shawn to suggest another wager. "Angelina Johnson," Professor McGonagall announced. "Gryffindor," Shawn declared. The Weasley twins conferred briefly. "Hufflepuff. This time we guess Hufflepuff." However, the Sorting Hat revealed the verdict. Gryffindor. Shawn had guessed correctly once more, leading the Weasley twins to bicker, blaming each other for not choosing Gryffindor. "Another bet?" Shawn asked with a grin. Perhaps it was Shawn's extraordinary luck, for the next two newcomers happened to be individuals he had heard of, resulting in yet another flawless prediction. Having defeated the Weasley twins 4 times in a row, the two troublemakers began to develop a newfound respect for Shawn. "Clara Crouch," Professor McGonagall called. Clara stepped forward, and before the sorting had even touched her hair, it declared her house. "Slytherin." "Shawn, it seems we are classmates now," Clara smiled. Indeed, Shawn responded casually. After a few more minutes, all the new students had been sorted, and the feast commenced joyfully at Dumbledore's command. Shawn bit into an apple, his gaze surveying the assembly at the professor's table. When he closed his eyes and then opened them once more, the magical vision was unleashed. Goodness, it nearly blinded me. The apple slipped from Shawn's mouth, rolling onto the table and coming to rest beside Clarice's plate. "Don't you like apples?" Clarice inquired. "They're a bit tart." Shawn casually fabricated a reason. Dumbledore's magical aura was overwhelming, enveloping him in a radiant glow. To Shawn's eyes, he resembled a colossal light bulb. Shawn rubbed his eyes, diverting his gaze from Dumbledore. He scrutinized the professors, noting that indeed, the luminescence of McGonagall and Snape was markedly more pronounced, while the others appeared comparatively dim. After the banquet, the heads of houses guided the first-year students to their respective dormitories. Notably, Slytherin's newcomers were fewer in number than those from other houses, comprising 5 boys and 5 girls. It seemed that dormitory arrangements had also undergone some alterations. Boys shared rooms 2 to a chamber, with an additional individual allocated a private room, and the girls experienced a similar setup. The question of who would inhabit the solitary room thus arose. Shawn devised a plan and addressed the other 4 boys, stating, "I believe you are all aware that I survived under that unforgivable curse." The 4 nodded in unison. Although he had endured, he bore significant after-effects. "What kind of after-effects?" inquired a boy named Cassius Worthington. "I tend to talk in my sleep, and I might even lash out physically, striking with considerable force," Shawn replied, clenching his fist to emphasize his strength. The 4 11-year-old boys, innocent and naive, did not consider the veracity of his claims. They simply regarded Shawn as both pitiful and fearsome. "Class leader, I think we should allow Shawn to live alone," Cassius suggested to Theobald. Theo nodded in agreement, stating, "Then let Shawn have his own quarters. Claire, you 2 shall reside alone, while the rest may choose their own roommates." Claire, born into a prestigious family, was given special consideration by Theo, which was not surprising to Shawn. A personal space was of utmost importance to Shawn. Possessing the magical eye, his capabilities surpassed those of these new students by a considerable margin. If required to advance directly to the 3rd grade, he would navigate the curriculum with ease. He needed solitude to independently explore advanced magic and knowledge that were essential for his growth. Shawn retreated to his room, where the spaciousness of the double occupancy felt even more pronounced in solitude. He reclined on his bed and perused the first-year curriculum that Theo had just sent them. The first year comprises 8 mandatory subjects: astronomy, herbology, history of magic, charms, transfiguration, defense against the dark arts, potions, and flying. With the exception of potions and flying, which he had yet to encounter, he would need to devise a strategy to secure time for self-study in the remaining subjects. The professors at Hogwarts tend to bestow certain privileges upon exceptionally diligent students. For instance, Professor McGonagall later procured a time-turner from the Ministry of Magic for Hermione, specifically to grant her additional time to pursue multiple elective courses. Shawn did not yearn for a time-turner. Rather, he aspired to excel in all his subjects and subsequently petitioned the professors for additional study periods, thereby granting him ample time to delve into advanced magic. He was particularly intrigued by the unique aspects of the Half-Blood Prince's potions textbook. Resolute in his decision, Shawn intended to investigate whether Snape's potions book still resided in that upperclassman classroom. During the day, entry was not guaranteed, as that classroom was reserved for students enrolled in the N.E.W.T. level Advanced Potions class, compelling Shawn to sneak in under the cover of night when it was deserted. Chapter 7. Capturing the professor's attention at 9 o'clock the following morning. The freshmen embarked on their inaugural class since enrollment, attending a charms lesson alongside Slytherin and Ravenclaw. The charms professor was Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House, a diminutive man with a white beard, rumored to be of part goblin descent. Despite his small stature, he had been a formidable champion in the Hogwarts dueling club during his youth. Students, it is a pleasure to conduct your first lesson. I am Professor Filius Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. He addressed the Slytherin students. In this class, we shall learn a highly practical introductory spell, the levitation charm. Please open your textbooks to page 3. Shawn cautiously flipped through the tattered pages of the nearly disintegrating textbook on levitation. Did he still need to learn the levitation charm? He was already capable of performing wandless magic. Nevertheless, he felt it prudent to make a good impression on the professor during the first lesson. Class, please begin by reading about the origins of the levitation charm and its magical framework. Shortly, I shall demonstrate it for you, Professor Flitwick announced. The levitation charm is quite simple. My mother often employs it at home, Cassius remarked to Graham, who sat nearby. With a surge of confidence, he recited the incantation while deftly waving his wand, directing it towards the feather on the table. Wingardium Leviosa. Shawn sat nearby, watching with great interest as he performed. The feather, under the influence of magic, truly began to move. Yet, in the next moment, it shot forth like a swift arrow, embedding itself deeply into Flitwick's lectern. Flitwick was taken aback, and Cassius, I believe it would be prudent for you to set aside your wand for the time being. Cassius, feeling embarrassed amidst the laughter of his classmates, lowered his head and stowed away his wand. Shawn, astonished, exclaimed, Is it possible to use the levitation charm in such a manner? He eagerly patted Cassius on the shoulder and quietly inquired, Cassius, how did you manage that just now? Cassius, already feeling humiliated in front of his peers, assumed Shawn was mocking him and replied somewhat displeased, Do you wish to ridicule me as well? Shawn realized he had misunderstood and hurriedly explained, No, I meant that you were truly impressive just now, and I would like to learn from you. How did you achieve that? I have no idea, Cassius replied, scratching his head. Shawn felt a pang of regret. He had neglected to activate his magical eye earlier, as he deemed it unnecessary to expend his energy and magic on such a rudimentary lesson. However, he had not anticipated that Cassius would encounter an unforeseen mishap. It was likely that a mistake occurred while constructing the magical framework, which caused the levitation spell to adopt such an aggressive nature. Had he activated his magical eye earlier, he would have discerned the flaws in Cassius's magical framework. After 10 minutes, Professor Flitwick gestured for the students to quiet down, preparing to demonstrate the levitation spell. At this moment, Shawn activated his magical eye. Wingardium Leviosa. Flitwick gently flicked his wrist, enunciating the incantation with clarity. It was a textbook-perfect demonstration of the levitation spell. The speed at which he constructed the magical framework was indicative of his experience as an old professor, Shawn noted. Yet, in terms of the levitation spell, Shawn felt he was nearly on par with Flitwick. Is there a student willing to give it a try? Flitwick inquired, scanning the 30-odd students before him, hopeful that someone would volunteer to demonstrate. However, following Cassius's earlier blunder, the other students were hesitant to attempt any spell casting, fearful of embarrassing themselves in front of their peers. Professor, I will give it a try. Shawn raised his hand to signal. Shawn Greer, please come forward and demonstrate for your classmates. Shawn sat in his seat, the gaze of everyone present converging upon him, while Claire in the front row also turned to look at Shawn. Shawn, composed and unruffled, extracted his wand from the folds of his robe and, directing it towards the feather upon the table, uttered the incantation, Wingardium Leviosa. The feather began to ascend gracefully under the wand's guidance, tilting left as the wand moved left, rising as the wand ascended. Splendid. This is a quintessential levitation charm. For this first achievement of the new term, I believe 5 points should be awarded to Slytherin. The Slytherin students erupted in applause for Shawn. While Professor Flitwick was taken aback by Shawn's swift mastery of the levitation spell, typically, it took students 3 lessons to grasp it. Truly, he is the boy who lived, remarked Chris. With Shawn among us, the House Cup is surely destined for Slytherin, added a Slytherin girl. Following the charms lesson, the next class was History of Magic, taught by Professor Binns, the only ghostly professor at Hogwarts. Professor Binns was already quite elderly when Hogwarts was established. However, his vast knowledge, quick wit, and clear reasoning earned him the position of History of Magic instructor. That was until one fateful day when he forgot to bring his body to class and subsequently passed away, yet he did not cease his academic endeavors. History of Magic is notoriously tedious, and Professor Binns is an exceedingly dull and monotonous lecturer, often droning on in a flat, tedious voice as he read from the textbook. This combination was nothing short of a lullaby. Students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff alike found themselves drowsy beneath their desks. Those who remained awake were not truly engaged, but rather passed notes surreptitiously. Suddenly, Professor Binns glided through the lectern and approached the students' desks. Who can tell me what significant event transpired in 1612? He inquired abruptly, although Shawn had been inattentive during the lecture, engrossed instead in a discussion with Cassius regarding the recent mishap with the levitation charm. He hoped to comprehend the alterations Cassius had made to the magical frameworks that caused the charm to mutate into an offensive spell. The prospect of evolving a spell that could unleash a barrage of arrows intrigued him. He mused silently, concerning Professor Binns' question. Shawn surmised that no one in the classroom could possibly answer, since Professor Binns had not addressed this topic. It would only be covered in Unit 17 of their course on the history of magic. Professor Binns likely intended to chastise the students for their lack of discipline. You answer the question, Professor Binns directed, pointing at Shawn in the second row, evidently having noticed the whispered exchange between him and Cassius. The significant event of 1612, I believe, refers to the First Goblin Rebellion. To Professor Binns' surprise, he had assumed none of the students were familiar with this incident. He pressed on with further inquiries. What was the location of the rebellion's inception? The Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade. And who was the leader of the insurgents? Professor Binns persisted, intent on challenging Shawn, lest he lose face. Note, the characterization of Professor Binns may not be fully developed. Readers who are concerned may skip chapters 7 and 8. As this professor only appears briefly in 2 chapters, and I am reluctant to revise further. Professor Binns. I believe it would be prudent to discuss this when we reach Unit 17, Shawn replied, not wishing to showcase his aptitude in such a manner before Professor Binns. Unlike the previous lesson with Professor Flitwick, where Shawn had adeptly demonstrated his skills, this situation felt different. Professor Binns seemed determined to establish authority over the class. With Shawn answering questions that were meant to challenge him, the professor's embarrassment was palpable. Cedric, observing from the side, sensed that Shawn would be a formidable rival, especially after hearing that Shawn had been the first to successfully cast a spell during the charms class with Ravenclaw. Shawn Greaves, you have impressed me. It appears you are well versed in the history of magic, Professor Binns remarked coldly. Indeed, Professor Binns, Shawn responded, fully aware of the professor's veiled sarcasm but refusing to concede. Very well, you seem to have mastered it. You need not attend my classes henceforth, Professor Binns declared, his voice laced with unmistakable ire. The other students were taken aback. Anxiety for Shawn mounting. Having offended a professor so early in the term could spell trouble for him in the days to come. At that moment, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Professor Binns assigned homework, instructing every student to transcribe the day's lessons, with the exception of Shawn. You won't really prevent Shawn from attending History of Magic, will you? Cassius whispered in concern. Shawn, you must inform Professor Snape about this, Clarice advised. Given that Snape was the head of Slytherin House and notoriously protective of his students, any conflict between Shawn and Professor Binns could likely be resolved with Snape's intervention. Meanwhile, outside the classroom, as if summoned by the mention of his name, Snape stood at the door, coldly calling out, Shawn. Shawn stepped out of the classroom under the watchful gaze of his classmates. Professor Snape, is there something you need from me? Shawn inquired. Headmaster Dumbledore wishes to see you. Follow me, Snape replied, turning and heading towards the direction of the headmaster's office. Is old Dumbledore calling for me? Surely I haven't attracted the headmaster's attention so soon. Shawn mused internally. The two made their way past the statue in front of the headmaster's office and ascended the automatic stone staircase into the office. The walls were adorned with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all peacefully snoring in their respective frames. In the room, a massive table with clawed legs dominated the space. And perched on a shelf behind the door was his pet phoenix, Fox. On the fourth shelf of one of the bookcases sat the sorting hat that had once been intended for Shawn. "Ah, we meet again, Shawn Greer. I must admit, I did not anticipate this encounter," the hat said with a glance. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, smiling at Shawn. "Tom and Hearns have cultivated your talents exceptionally well." Shawn pondered for a moment. It seemed that Dumbledore had long been aware of his self-study of Hogwarts courses at the Broken Cauldron over the past few years. This revelation was hardly surprising, given Dumbledore's extensive network of informants and his keen awareness of happenings. "Professor, do you know old Tom and my uncle?" Shawn feigned confusion as he inquired. Dumbledore chose not to address this question directly, instead remarking, "Your performance in class today was exceptional. Professor Flitwick has sung your praises, while Professor Binns was nearly driven to exasperation by your brilliance." "Isn't Professor Binns a ghost? How can he die?" Shawn muttered quietly. "If it were not for the fact that you are 2 years older than Harry, I might even believe you were the boy of prophecy," Dumbledore continued. "What prophecy?" Shawn queried. "A prophecy concerning a savior." At this, Snape abruptly interjected, "Professor, it is unnecessary to share such matters with a child." "He is a child, yes, but an exceptionally gifted one. Shawn's talents rank among the finest of those taught at Hogwarts in the past 50 years, Dumbledore responded, bestowing high praise upon Shawn. "Even with my advantages, I am merely among the top. I am not the most formidable. What remarkable individuals has Hogwarts produced in the last 50 years? Ah, Voldemort." Shawn mused, feeling a sense of acquiescence. Dumbledore and Snape were engaged in a cryptic exchange, discussing veiled secrets. Shawn grasped that Dumbledore sought to nurture him, recognizing his potential. The aim was to cultivate an outstanding student into a pivotal force against the Death Eaters, one who would remain loyal to him. "Professor, is there anything you require of me?" Shawn feigned innocence as he asked. "Nothing for now. You may take your lunch break," Dumbledore replied. "Very well, Professor." Shawn turned to leave. "I shall speak with Professor Binns on your behalf. There's no need for concern," Dumbledore assured him. Shawn turned around, his expression earnest as he inquired, "Really? Will I no longer have to attend History of Magic?" "No," came the reply. "Professor Binns merely spoke in haste out of frustration." Shawn let out a slight sigh of disappointment, thinking he might truly be exempt from attending. Dumbledore, noticing Shawn's reaction, was momentarily taken aback. In his habitual line of reasoning, he assumed Shawn was anxious about missing History of Magic, only to realize that, quite the opposite, Shawn felt disheartened by the necessity of attending. "Do you not wish to attend History of Magic?" Dumbledore inquired. "You should be aware that I have already self-studied the curriculum," Shawn replied after a brief pause, "including the third-year material." Dumbledore was indeed aware that Shawn had procured some Hogwarts textbooks from a junk shop in Diagon Alley for self-study, but he was yet uncertain of Shawn's progress. He intended to observe him a while longer before granting him any academic privileges. This warrants further consideration, after all. "You have only attended 2 classes. What sort of consideration is needed? A test?" Shawn pondered, recognizing that History of Magic was a humanities subject, which would necessitate a written examination for assessment. "In 1 week, I shall have Professor Binns prepare a final exam-level paper for you, focusing solely on History of Magic. Should you achieve an outstanding score, I will grant you exemption from attending the class. Hogwarts' grading system comprises categories of outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, and troll, typically requiring students to attain at least an outstanding to qualify for any certification. However, this posed little challenge for Shawn. He was not merely an 11-year-old soul. Underestimating him as an ordinary boy would be a significant oversight. "Is it only History of Magic?" Shawn inquired. "Do you wish to be tested in other subjects?" Snape regarded Shawn with mild impatience, viewing the question as trivial since the History of Magic textbook alone was sufficient for examination. "Since we are already testing, why not include other subjects as well, such as charms, astronomy, herbology, transfiguration, and defense against the dark arts?" Shawn suggested with a smile. "Given your confidence, I shall arrange for the professors of those subjects to prepare separate final exam papers for you. However, with the term just commencing, the professors currently lack the time. We shall schedule your assessments for the Monday 1 month hence," Dumbledore announced. "Very well, Professor. I shall take my leave," Shawn said as he exited the headmaster's office. Once Shawn had departed, Snape turned to Dumbledore and remarked, "This assembly may prove detrimental to him. despite his extraordinary talent. Snape's concerns were not unfounded. The annals of Hogwarts history are replete with gifted students who became lost due to their hubris. However, his anxiety regarding Shawn was unwarranted. Shawn was a person of prudence and situational awareness, bearing a resemblance to the Slytherin ethos in this regard. Chapter 9. The Art of Mental Closure. As the head of your house, you must remain vigilant regarding him. He differs from Harry. I sense no traces of dark magic within him. How he survived the unforgivable curse is equally worthy of our inquiry. Dumbledore never engages in frivolous endeavors. He is a man of foresight. In Shawn, there exists more than just his remarkable aptitude. There lies a power capable of resisting the unforgivable curses. Harry, on the other hand, carries the aura of dark magic due to the mark left by Voldemort upon his forehead, imbued with remnants of the Dark Lord's power. Shawn bore no such scars, not even a blemish, his skin smooth and fair. Conversely, Harry's survival from the Avada Kedavra curse, leaving behind but a solitary scar, was attributed to the protection of his mother, Lily. Shawn surmised that Lily had invoked an ancient blood protection magic upon Harry, wherein the caster and the recipient must be blood relatives, and the recipient must be a minor, as this enchantment loses its efficacy upon reaching adulthood. These stipulations have led some scholars to posit that this formidable magic serves as a form of protection for minors. Furthermore, concerning the three essential components of magic, framework, incantation, and mental strength, the framework of this ancient spell must consist of a complex amalgamation of numerous frameworks, rendering such advanced magic beyond the reach of an ordinary wizard. Shawn recalled that Dumbledore had often stated that Lily's protection of Harry stemmed from love, undoubtedly. A spellcaster must possess genuine and selfless love for the one upon whom the spell is cast. The stipulations surrounding this ancient magic are exceedingly stringent, rendering it inaccessible to many potential wielders. Dumbledore, with his formidable magical prowess, could effortlessly construct dozens of magical frameworks. Yet he did not meet the other requisite conditions for this particular enchantment. Conversely, Lily possessed exceptional magical talent and an abundance of maternal love for young Harry, enabling her to invoke that ancient protective charm and ensure its efficacy. The rigorous conditions for casting this spell are precisely why it has not been widely disseminated. Shawn even speculated that it might contain elements of life magic. The difficulty in replicating this magic led Dumbledore to seek alternative methods to counter the unforgivable curses, drawing his attention to Shawn. Fortunately, Dumbledore, being a man of integrity, refrained from employing the soul-reading curse to probe into Shawn's memories. For such an invasion of one's mind could inflict harm on the subject, and naturally, Dumbledore would not wish to cause any injury to a child. At this moment, Shawn was dining in the auditorium, completely oblivious to the fact that he had been designated as a subject of special observation by Dumbledore. Cedric approached from the Hufflepuff long table and inquired, "Are you all right? Professor Ben seems rather upset." Shawn munched on crispy French fries, displaying no signs of sorrow. "It's nothing. I'm just delighted. No need to transcribe the textbooks," he replied cheerfully. "What did Professor Snape say to you?" Chris inquired, leaning in with curiosity. "Professor Snape didn't say much. It was actually Professor Dumbledore who acknowledged my excellent performance in class and offered me some words of praise," Shawn responded with a smile. "As expected of you, Shawn. You are truly remarkable, even earning the admiration of Professor Dumbledore," Cassius exaggeratedly chimed in. Shawn smiled silently. Despite his current ease as he indulged in fries and juice, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic within. "How careless I have been," he thought, filled with regret. Upon exiting the headmaster's office, Shawn let out a sigh of relief. Beside the bookshelf in the office, he noticed a magical artifact, Dumbledore's pensieve. This remarkable device allows one to extract and immerse their memories, enabling others to witness those recollections as well. However, one can only extract their own memories. Others cannot be accessed. As a time traveler burdened with numerous secrets, Shawn realized that although Dumbledore could not extract his memories, he contemplated another spell with a similar function, the soul reading spell. This forbidden art allows the caster to invade the mind of another without their consent. Within the academy, there exists a professor adept in this dark magic, Severus Snape. It was evident that being summoned to the headmaster's office on the very first day of school could not bode well. Shawn resolved to find a way to sneak into the restricted section and master the brain-blocking spell. Contrary to the soul-reading spell, the brain-blocking technique aids the caster in purging their emotions and thoughts, even suppressing specific memories or feelings, rendering them undetectable to those who seek them. The caster can fabricate lies, creating false memories to deceive the inquisitor. In simpler terms, this advanced brain-blocking spell ensures that what I do not wish for you to see remains hidden, while all you perceive is what I permit you to see. Interestingly, A professor at Hogwarts, who is also an expert in this technique, happens to be Snape. He has survived as an undercover agent beneath Voldemort's gaze. Were it not for his proficiency in the brain-blocking spell, he would have perished long ago. How I wish I possessed an invisibility cloak, Shawn lamented. The afternoon herbology class was attended alongside Gryffindor, and the Weasley twins greeted Shawn with playful gestures. Clever one. I heard you nearly drove Professor Binns to his wits' end during this morning's history of magic class, Fred remarked. Nearly? Professor Binns is already long dead. George interjected with a correction. What are you two up to? Planning another wager? First, settle your debts from yesterday, Shawn reminded them of their embarrassing moment. During the sorting ceremony, the twins owed him 4 sickles, which they had yet to repay. Clever one. Why not join us? We could form a Hogwarts mischief trio. Fred suggested, disregarding Shawn's comment altogether. Shawn removed the brother's hands from his shoulders, asserting that he possessed no talent for mischief. No, you do, George replied with utmost seriousness. Just look at how you've riled up Professor Binns. You are responsible for the mischief, while we shall take care of the antics. Shawn cast a helpless glance at him. Pondering the absurdity of his thoughts, he returned to the Slytherin ranks, where Cassius, noticing his arrival, whispered, Do avoid getting too close to the Weasley family. They are an anomaly among purebloods, impoverished, and excessively fond of associating with muggles. Cassius's assertion was indeed accurate, as agreed by Clarice. Shawn shook his head. These pureblood Slytherins were still far too extreme. The professor of herbology was Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, a somewhat stout lady with flowing gray hair. Shawn is extremely diligent in this class on herbalism. In addition to studying the properties of herbs, one must also learn how to cultivate magical plants, as some special potions require herbs that are not easily obtainable. Therefore, it is essential for the herbalist to grow them independently. Professor Sprout has several dedicated herb gardens at Hogwarts, where many of the plants are cultivated specifically for Professor Snape's potions class. Shawn has already memorized the book on 1,000 enchanting herbs and fungi. What remains is to personally encounter these extraordinary plants. Chapter 10. Red Bracken. After class, Shawn did not return to the Slytherin common room but remained in the classroom. Professor Sprout was tidying up the teaching materials when she noticed that Shawn had not left. Shawn, do you have something on your mind? She inquired. Professor, I believe Professor Dumbledore has mentioned my situation to you, Shawn replied. Indeed, from your performance in class. You were certainly a commendable student. However, facing a final examination of such difficulty so early in your studies may prove challenging, Professor Sprout expressed her thoughts. She felt that Shawn was rather eager to showcase his talents, which could potentially lead to adverse outcomes. Yes, Professor. That is why I wish to seek your guidance on a few questions that are not clearly explained in the book, Shawn stated. Observing that Shawn was a diligent and inquisitive student, Professor Sprout's impression of him improved further. What questions do you have? I am perplexed by the 7 medicinal properties of the red fern. The root, stem, and leaves all possess different effects, and I am not entirely clear on their distinctions. Shawn earnestly articulated his confusion. After hearing Shawn's inquiry, Professor Sprout complimented him. I must say, Shawn, you truly are an exceptional student. The section on the red fern is rather succinct. It is indeed a rare plant, and the potions derived from it are few, hence the book's brief overview. Could you elaborate on its characteristics for me, Professor? Although it may not be the focal point of the textbook, it is still included. And who is to say that Dumbledore and you would not construct a question to challenge my understanding? Shawn queried. Shawn, you certainly do not come across as an 11-year-old boy, Professor Sprout remarked, a hint of admiration in her voice. Dumbledore had indeed spoken to her about increasing the difficulty of the herbology exam to give Shawn a bit of a challenge, yet Shawn's considerations were quite thorough. Very well. Follow me to Greenhouse 3, where I have cultivated some red ferns, Professor Sprout said as she gathered her books and led Shawn to the greenhouse. The first-year herbology class was held in Greenhouse 1, but in the second and third years, the classes would transition to Greenhouse 3, which offered more space, a greater variety of plants, and increased dangers. In certain cultivation areas, protective gear was required to prevent injuries. Professor, is that a mandrake? Shawn pointed to a nearby pot. Yes, but do not disturb them. The cries of the mandrake can induce dizziness, and in severe cases, even death, Professor Sprout cautioned. Shawn nodded. Observing that the rhizomes of this peculiar grass resembled an unattractive doll, its screeches piercing the air. However, the mature mandrake was remarkably effective in treating petrification. These are the red ferns, which thrive in dark, damp environments, necessitating special conditions in this cultivation chamber, Professor Sprout indicated, gesturing towards a row of plants resembling red celery. She then elaborated on the 7 medicinal properties of the red fern, and when she mentioned the root, Shawn's expression became markedly more intrigued. Professor, are you implying that the dried and powdered root of the red fern is one of the ingredients for a potion of magical restoration? Shawn inquired. Indeed. It is a sophisticated potion, intricate to concoct, and the required materials are quite challenging to procure. I believe Professor Snape might have some stock available, she replied. Very well. That concludes the discussion on the 7 medicinal properties of the red fern. Do you have any further questions? Professor Sprout asked. Not at the moment. Should any arise, I shall return to consult you, Shawn responded. Shawn returned to the Slytherin common room, where Cassius and Graham were seated on the sofa, indulging in delectable desserts. Upon noticing Shawn's arrival, they eagerly beckoned him over. Shawn, you must try this. It's flavored with Earl Grey. Is that so? Allow me a taste, Shawn replied. He took a small cake and took a bite, discovering indeed that it was infused with the essence of Earl Grey. The British tea culture is truly remarkable. I plan to head to the library shortly. Would you care to join me? Shawn inquired. Cassius and Graham promptly shook their heads, for they had only just emerged from a taxing day of lessons, and the prospect of further study was far from appealing. After a brief respite, Shawn made his way to the library, for he had just heard Professor Sprout speak of a highly coveted potion for the restoration of advanced magical energy, which he found to be utterly essential. As Shawn practiced the levitation charm in the Broken Cauldron Tavern, he found that a mere few attempts each day would leave him with a sense of exhaustion, which he referred to as magical fatigue. This sensation was akin to the muscle fatigue one experiences after an intense workout at the gym. While muscle fatigue can be alleviated through massage or rest, magical energy also necessitates recuperation. Shawn, having mastered a plethora of magical frameworks and theoretical knowledge, eagerly awaited the opportunity to translate these theories into practice. However, his energy and magical capacity were finite. Although he might successfully practice 2 spells in a day, his magical reserves would be depleted, leaving numerous frameworks waiting for his practical application. He wondered if the library management might possess information on potions for magical recovery. Yet, Shawn held little hope, as the section accessible to ordinary students primarily contained conventional texts, while the truly challenging materials were relegated to the restricted section. After entering the library, Shawn spent an hour searching in the area dedicated to potions, but to his dismay, he found no books on the elixir of magical restoration. Thus, he stealthily began to inch his way towards the restricted section. At that moment, Filch and his cat, Mrs. Norris, were absent from the library. As long as Shawn could evade the attention of the other students, he believed he could slip into the forbidden area, though this was his notion before he encountered unforeseen challenges. Shawn bent his body slightly, taking cautious steps toward the restricted section. Just as he was about to cross the threshold, an invisible force halted his advance. Fortunately, he had approached slowly. Had he rushed, he might have collided with an unseen barrier and tumbled to the ground. It was evident that the restricted section was not so easily accessible. He rubbed his forehead in contemplation. Shawn suddenly recalled that Harry's invisibility cloak is one of the Deathly Hallows, said to be crafted from a fragment of Death's own cloak, capable of evading even the Grim Reaper himself. The invisibility cloak is indeed capable of concealing magical essence. How could I have overlooked this? Shawn speculated that the protective enchantment surrounding the restricted section must obstruct the entry of all entities imbued with magic. Filch, being a squib, lacked any shimmering aura when Shawn had scanned him with his magical eye during the opening feast, indicating he possessed no magical power. Consequently, Filch could freely enter the restricted section to clean and organize the shelves. It appears that I require a spell or potion that can mask magical presence, Shawn contemplated. He had encountered such a spell in a book, albeit briefly, and believed that Hogwarts must also possess similar magic or potions, especially since the Weasley twins had concocted even the remarkable aging potion during the Triwizard Tournament. However, he would need to consult a senior student, and the only upperclassman he was acquainted with was the brash third year, Marcus Flint, along with the prefect, Theo Walden. Yet, Shawn was quite certain that Marcus had far less knowledge than he did, leaving him no choice but to approach Theo instead. Chapter 11. The Marauder's Map. What are you doing? At that moment, the stealthy Shawn was discovered. Shawn turned around to find it was the charming Cedric. He adjusted his hair and calmly remarked, I am merely navigating the vast ocean of knowledge. What else could I be doing? Cedric regarded him with skepticism, retorting, Nonsense. I distinctly saw you attempting to sneak into the restricted section. My goodness, Cedric. How could you use the word sneak? I was simply so engrossed in my exploration of the ocean of knowledge that I inadvertently drifted to the edge of the restricted area. Cedric approached Shawn, lowering his voice. Tell me what you're searching for. or I shall inform Professor Filch." Cedric was quite intrigued by Shawn. He was one of the boys who had miraculously survived adversity. His academic prowess was exceptional, setting him apart, or perhaps rendering him somewhat out of place among the newcomers. "I told you, you must keep this a secret," Shawn said, feigning mystery, lowering his voice further. Cedric nodded earnestly. "I heard Professor Sprout mention a certain advanced potion that can rapidly restore magical energy, which is why I was hoping to find some relevant information in the restricted section," Shawn explained. "Why not simply ask Professor Sprout?" Cedric inquired. "That potion is exceedingly complex. I am merely a first-year student. Why would Professor Sprout divulge such information to me?" Shawn sighed. "I overheard Professor Sprout say that if you excel in the test for 6 subjects in a month, you won't have to attend those classes anymore?" Cedric asked. "Indeed. How did you manage that?" "You mean the exams?" "I simply studied the textbooks a few years ahead of you all," Shawn replied nonchalantly. Cedric embodied the spirit of Hufflepuff. Diligence was one of its tenets. Unlike Hermione, he hailed from a wizarding family and had self-studied the first-year Hogwarts curriculum prior to enrollment. Yet he had not achieved the same academic success as Shawn. "Remember, this is our secret," Shawn said, patting Cedric on the shoulder before turning to leave the library. In truth, it was hardly a secret. Shawn's pretense of mystery was merely to amuse this earnest boy. On his way back to the Slytherin common room, Shawn encountered the Weasley twins. If they were a few years older, they could be of assistance. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Perhaps they could offer help even now. He called out to the twins, "Fred, George, where are you off to?" "Where else?" "Professor McGonagall has assigned us to copy the textbook," Fred replied. "It's a dreadful detention," George added. This was the typical routine of the Weasley twins, detention and copying. Likely a consequence of their mischievous antics during class that had caught the professor's attention. Shawn gazed at the two with an enticing smile and remarked, "What is the point of a detention with monotonous punishment? Allow me to lead you to a far more exhilarating pursuit." Intrigued, the Weasley twins inquired, "What sort of adventure?" "How about we dare to explore Mr. Filch's office?" "Thrilling, isn't it?" Shawn lured them. Observing the excitement etched on their faces, he sensed their agreement was secured. Filch's office, located at the corner of the first floor, was currently devoid of its owner, and Shawn was hesitant to venture in alone. Being caught would spell trouble. Hence he required 2 accomplices. "Fred, George, be sure not to let Filch catch us," Shawn instructed. Rest assured, the twins replied with unwavering confidence. The trio approached Filch's office, only to find the door locked. Shawn performed a simple spell on the lock. "Alohomora," he whispered. "Let us proceed." With that, he led the way into the office. Inside, an oil lamp dangled from the ceiling, filling the small room with the pungent aroma of grilled fish. The walls were adorned with meticulously polished chains and handcuffs. Instruments Filch cherished for punishing rule-breaking students once granted the opportunity. A filing cabinet was present for documenting student infractions. And Fred and George would soon have a dedicated drawer of their own. There was also a cabinet labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous, which contained precisely what Shawn sought. "Filch is truly twisted," George remarked, eyeing the gleaming handcuffs. "We absolutely must not be caught," Fred added. Shawn was rummaging through the various drawers of the cabinet when his hand suddenly came to a halt. He had found it, the live point map. Just then, the wooden door of the office swung open, startling the 3 of them, and a Maine Coon cat stealthily entered. "It's Mrs. Loris," George exclaimed in a state of mild panic. Mrs. Loris was almost inseparable from Filch. If she was here, then Filch would soon return. "We must leave. Filch will be back any moment." Shawn tucked the live point map into his robe. At that moment, Mrs. Loris dashed towards Shawn, gripping his robe with her teeth. "Is this a dog?" Shawn muttered. "You all go ahead. I need to shake off Mrs. Loris." The Uchiha twins nodded and promptly exited the office, while Shawn found himself ensnared by Mrs. Loris, unable to harm a cat. "Damn it, don't bite my robe. Go catch some mice." Shawn waved his wand at a wooden teacup resting on the table, uttering the incantation, Boilevidu, transform into a mouse. In an instant, the cup morphed into a gray mouse, scurrying to life as it leapt from the table and dashed towards the door. "Foolish cat, what is that?" Shawn tugged at his robe, directing Madame Loris's attention to the doorway. Upon spotting the mouse, Madame Loris promptly released her grip on Shawn's robe and pursued the creature. Seizing the opportunity, Shawn slipped out of the office. In the corridor, the Weasley twins engaged in idle chatter with Filch, devising a plan to distract him for Shawn's sake. The 2 awaited Shawn's appearance with bated breath, and upon seeing him emerge, they let out a sigh of relief. "And Madame Loris?" Fred inquired. "She's gone after the mouse." Shawn acquired the live point map, which greatly facilitates his tasks during the night. The map reveals the movements of everyone at Hogwarts, thus possessing it is akin to having a guiding device. Shawn returned to the Slytherin dormitory, seated upon his bed while waving his wand at the Marauder's map. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," he declared, uttering the incantation that unlocked the map's secrets. It is worth noting that the 4 individuals who conceived the Marauder's map, Lupin, Pettigrew, Black, and Potter, were notorious for their mischief during their school days, rivaling the Weasley twins in their escapades. Gradually, the once blank parchment revealed a series of dark lines, coalescing into a detailed map of Hogwarts, which included hidden passages and indicated the whereabouts of every person within the castle, as well as the means to access these secret routes. "Tonight, I shall rely on you," Shawn resolved, intending to navigate to the upper year potions classroom using the map. Chapter 12. Snape's Textbook. At Hogwarts, nocturnal wanderings were strictly prohibited, and typically, Shawn would encounter no other students when sneaking out from the common room, aside from Filch and the other professors. However, with the Marauder's map in hand, even if Filch were to emerge for his rounds, Shawn could deftly evade him by tracing the movements of individuals displayed upon the map. Shawn stealthily slipped out of the Slytherin common room. At this moment, the map revealed that the corridor was devoid of any presence. The professors remained ensconced in their chambers, while Filch patrolled the first floor. Shawn swiftly made his way to the advanced potions classroom on the 8th floor. With a flick of his wand, he cast the unlocking charm at the keyhole. Alohomora. The wooden door creaked open in response, and Shawn cautiously stepped inside, subsequently closing the door behind him. The classroom contained a limited number of workstations, only a handful, as attendance for this advanced potions course was notably sparse. Professor Snape had decreed that only those who achieved outstanding results in the 5th-year potions O.W.L. examinations would be permitted to pursue higher-level potion studies. Shawn cast a flickering luminescence towards the 3 cabinets at the back of the classroom. He began his search with the leftmost cabinet, which appeared to contain a rather tattered potions textbook. After rummaging for a while, he found nothing. He then proceeded to the 2nd cabinet, starting with the upper drawers. And upon opening the penultimate drawer, he sensed he had discovered what he was seeking: advanced potion making. Shawn read aloud from one of the worn tomes, while another, slightly newer volume of advanced potion making lay adjacent. He extracted the aged book and opened the first page, illuminated by the shimmering glow, and indeed, he beheld a signature. "Half-Blood Prince, it is you." Shawn successfully obtained the potions textbook once used by Snape, which dispelled his earlier assumption that Harry had acquired it through some deliberate means. It now appeared that Harry's possession of the textbook was purely coincidental. During Snape's tenure, he stipulated that only those who achieved outstanding marks in the 5th-year potions O.W.L.S. could pursue the N.E.W.T. level potions course. No one could predict what results Harry would achieve, and ultimately, he received a commendable grade, which, under normal circumstances, rendered him ineligible for advanced potion making in his 6th year. Consequently, Harry did not prepare for the advanced potions textbook over the summer. Had he excelled in the exam, he would undoubtedly have procured the necessary materials himself. Moreover, Professor McGonagall had informed Harry at the last moment that, due to a change in professors, Horace Slughorn did not impose such stringent requirements. A satisfactory grade would suffice for his class. Thus, Harry and Ron found themselves abruptly enrolled in advanced potions without any preparatory materials. Professor Slughorn instructed them to search the cupboard for spare copies. By chance, they discovered 2 textbooks, one tattered and the other relatively new. Neither wished to claim the worn copy, leading to a brief tussle between them. Ultimately, Harry could not outmaneuver Ron and was left with the dilapidated textbook for class. Snape truly was a genius in the field of potion making. Shawn mused as he perused the book filled with notes and annotations. Upon reaching the latter pages, he marveled at Snape's original spell, the Sectum Sempra. No, he is equally brilliant in spellcraft. To have modified the textbook, refined potion recipes and processes, and even created spells by a 6th-year marked Snape as an extraordinary individual. This textbook was a treasure for the students of Hogwarts, yet it was merely one among many from Snape's academic journey. Perhaps he himself did not regard it as particularly precious, which might explain why he carelessly left it in the potions classroom, Shawn pondered. If it were indeed something of great value, how could someone as meticulous as Snape have discarded it so thoughtlessly? Shawn took the textbook back with the intention of copying it by hand, planning to return it afterward, as Harry would need it in the future. At that moment, Shawn glanced at the Marauder's map and was astonished to see 4 footprints approaching the classroom, even though the corridor had been devoid of anyone just a minute prior. Shawn glanced at one of the names and found it oddly familiar, Nymphadora Tonks. She seemed to be someone associated with the Order of the Phoenix. Shawn extinguished the flickering light. hiding in the corner of the bookshelf, illuminated by the dim moonlight. Only after observing the two figures on the map moving further away did he rise to prepare for his departure. By chance, Shawn glanced out at the moonlight, and an epiphany struck him. Nymphadora, it was she, the wife of the werewolf Remus Lupin. Shawn held a deep sympathy for this couple. They had surmounted numerous obstacles to be together, yet tragically perished in the Battle of Hogwarts. He had assumed that she would be older, given her union with Lupin, only to discover that she was still a student at Hogwarts. Shawn's thoughts were somewhat disoriented. Lupin belonged to the same year as Harry's father, while Nymphadora Tonks should currently be a 6th or 7th year student, representing a significant age difference between the couple. As Shawn exited the potions classroom and prepared to return to the Slytherin common room, he sensed something amiss about Tonks's sudden appearance. The Marauder's map had clearly shown no one present moments ago. How could she have materialized? Shawn found himself puzzled. Could she possess the ability to conceal her magical presence? No, that couldn't be the case. Even Filch, devoid of magic, would still appear on the map. Shawn stood in the corridor, gazing at the live map, lost in contemplation. He turned his head to observe the tapestry hanging on the wall, depicting a colossal creature wielding a spiked club against a man. The Room of Requirement, how could I forget it? Shawn's eyes shifted to the opposite wall, which was bare and unadorned, though it currently bore no entrance. When a user focused intently on their desired location and traversed that wall 3 times, a smooth door would manifest, leading to the Room of Requirement. A wondrous space undetectable even by the live map. Splendid. I can practice magic there in the future. This enchanting room could transform its environment according to the user's needs. For instance, should one require a restroom, it would conjure a toilet. Noticing on the live map that Filch was approaching, Shawn reflected on the fact that he had already acquired Snape's textbook for the evening, allowing him to return to the Room of Requirement later. Upon arriving back at the Slytherin common room, Shawn encountered an upperclassman clad in pajamas seated on the couch. As Shawn approached, the senior rose and inquired, "Where have you been?" "I couldn't sleep, so I went for a walk," Shawn replied. "The school prohibits students from leaving the common room at night." "Do you wish to jeopardize Slytherin's points?" the senior questioned. "I'll make up for any points lost," Shawn replied with calm assurance. The senior glared at Shawn, saying, "Shawn Greer, do not presume that a modicum of cleverness grants you the right to be arrogant. Slytherin does not welcome traitors like you." Shawn had come to understand that he was once again confronted by a pure-blood wizard discontented with his family background. He was certain that this individual hailed from a lineage of either Ministry of Magic officials or Death Eaters. Chapter 13. Defense against the dark arts. Within the confines of the school, certain students, influenced by their parents, regarded Shawn through a tinted lens. Though none were as forthright in expressing their disdain as the elder student, Keith Brent, who stood before him. "Are you planning to report me to Filch?" "That would incur point deductions," Shawn remarked. Naturally, Keith had no intention of allowing Slytherin to lose points. He issued a stern warning. "Do not let me catch you a second time." "What are you doing?" Chris suddenly appeared in the common room. Keith cast her a glance before exiting the room, and Shawn intended to return to his rest when Chris called out to him. "Shawn, some individuals at Hogwarts are not particularly friendly towards you." That was Keith Brent. One such person. His father and grandfather both work at the Ministry, which has fostered a certain bias against you, Chris explained. "Indeed, working at the Ministry. I understand. I am indifferent to their remarks, so there is no need to worry about my mental well-being," Shawn replied. "I heard you applied to Professor Dumbledore for the final assessments in 6 subjects. If you pass, you will be exempt from attending those classes?" Chris inquired curiously. "Yes. Then, I wish you success." "Thank you. I shall return to my rest now." Upon returning to his dormitory, Shawn retrieved a new notebook and placed Snape's textbook before him. With a flourish of his wand, he waved the quill, swiftly recording information. This enchantment, which Shawn had learned from a tome at the junk shop, allowed the quill to meticulously transcribe the contents of Snape's textbook into his blank notebook. This magic differed somewhat from a shorthand pen. The quill could only replicate, whereas the shorthand pen could autonomously inscribe words based on the user's thoughts. Shawn merely needed to flip the pages of the book as he neared the completion of his notes, allowing the quill to continue transcribing the next page. After approximately half an hour, the quill finally finished copying the textbook. Shawn neatly put away his notebook and the textbook, freshened up, and then reclined upon his soft and comfortable bed. Before long, he fell into a deep slumber, having not rested a moment throughout the day, leaving him somewhat mentally fatigued. The following day, the first class of the morning was Defense Against the Dark Arts, a subject cursed by Voldemort, which necessitated a change of professor each year. After graduating from Hogwarts, Voldemort had approached Dumbledore with the desire to teach Defense Against the Dark Arts, but Dumbledore declined his request, resulting in Voldemort cursing the position so that no one could hold it for more than a year. The current professor of defense against the dark arts, Shawn, is a disheveled middle-aged man named Borisav Jovik, who is rumored to have been a former Death Eater. Following the downfall of Voldemort, he defected to the Ministry of Magic and revealed the identities of numerous Death Eaters. Can a former Death Eater truly be allowed to teach at Hogwarts? How could Dumbledore permit such a thing? A young black boy, Lee Jordan, questioned. My father mentioned that he was sent by the Ministry of Magic, replied Frel. Shawn pondered to himself, what is this? There is another former Death Eater named Karkaroff, who, like this individual, betrayed his comrades in exchange for freedom from the Ministry of Magic. Not only did Karkaroff secure his liberty, but he also ascended to the position of headmaster at Durmstrang Institute. However, upon Voldemort's resurgence, he met his demise at the hands of other Death Eaters. I am your defense against the dark arts professor, Borisav Jovik. Jovich's teeth were somewhat discolored, and his smile was rather unappealing, resembling the sight of someone being lashed. The significance of defense against the dark arts, I trust, is well understood by the students. To combat dark magic and malevolent creatures, mastery of this subject is indispensable. Professor Jovik descended from the podium and approached Shawn's seat in the third row, leaning down to address him. Not everyone possesses the fortitude of the boy who lived, surviving the unforgivable curse. There are two such boys, one being Harry, who escaped Voldemort's wand, and the other being Shawn, while Harry is undoubtedly more renowned. Professor Jovik was referring to Shawn at this moment. In this lesson, we shall learn a simple spell, Petrificus Totalis, a charm that can immobilize an adversary, restricting their ability to move. However, the effect of this paralysis varies among individuals. The greater the caster's magical prowess, the more stable the magical framework constructed, resulting in a longer duration of immobilization. Now, allow me to demonstrate. Would anyone care to volunteer? Professor Jovik inquired. The Weasley twins whispered among themselves, joking about cooperating with a Death Eater. What folly! Even the bravest Gryffindor students remained silent, while the Slytherin students feigned deep interest in their textbooks. Noticing the lack of response, Jovik turned his gaze to Shawn and said, Well then, Shawn, why don't you come up to assist me? Damn it, I knew it would be me, Shawn cursed inwardly, feeling that Professor Jovik had a peculiar focus on him since the very first class. Indeed, his instincts were accurate. Reluctantly, Shawn ascended the podium, met by the solemn expressions of his classmates below, who appeared to wish him a safe journey. The Uchiha twins wore particularly grave faces, while George scribbled on a piece of paper, If you return alive, we shall repay you. Professor Jovik and Shawn stood at opposite ends of the podium, approximately 3 meters apart, as Shawn withdrew his wand from the folds of his robe and locked eyes with Professor Jovik. In a moment, I shall employ a petrification spell to strike at you. Do not be alarmed. This enchantment bears no harm, but merely restrains your bodily movements, Professor Jovik stated. Shawn nodded. Professor, I shall endeavor to relax. Let us begin. All petrified. All petrified. To everyone's astonishment, Shawn also invoked the spell, seemingly executing it with even greater swiftness. As Shawn ascended the podium, he activated the Eye of Magic. At that moment, Professor Jovik was casting a spell, albeit at a leisurely pace, for he was relaxed and unsuspecting of Shawn's capabilities. It was merely a modest demonstration for the students. Thus, Professor Jovik deliberately slowed his incantations. However, he was taken aback when Shawn, a novice attending his first class on dark arts defense, managed to successfully cast the full petrification spell. This particular enchantment was documented in the first-year dark arts defense textbook, and Shawn had memorized its magical framework, which comprised 3 components, rendering it somewhat more complex than the levitation charm. After purchasing his wand from Ollivanders, Shawn dedicated a month to practicing first-year spells. While the levitation charm remained his forte, he had now achieved a commendable proficiency in the other first-year spells as well. Professor Jovik, visibly astonished, stood frozen in place, his eyes wide as saucers, having fallen victim to Shawn's full petrification. Students, this is the full petrification spell. Do you all see it clearly? Shawn addressed the class with the poise of a seasoned professor. The students were momentarily speechless, until suddenly, the Uchiha twins sprang to their feet, exuberantly chanting, Shawn, Shawn, Shawn. Shawn petrified the professor of the defense against the dark arts class, rendering the lesson unnecessary, which plunged the students into chaos below. Chapter 14, Transfiguration Class. Shawn observed Professor Jovik, who was frozen in place, and he estimated that the petrification effect would soon wear off. As Professor Jovik had mentioned, the duration of the petrification varied from person to person. The stronger the caster's magical power, the more stable the magical framework constructed. resulting in a longer duration of the petrification. Shawn's magical prowess is merely at the level of an adolescent. Conversely, the greater the strength of the spellcaster's magic, the weaker the effects of rigidity become. Shawn employed this spell on the twins from the Wave family, which would likely endure for about an hour. However, for Jovik, it would be effective for merely a few minutes. The petrification was entirely undone. Shawn was not inclined to face the wrath of a former Death Eater. He directed his magic towards Jovik, lifting the petrification. The students below fell into a sudden silence, as if the jubilant revelry that had just transpired was not theirs. Shawn Jurlis, how dare you cast a spell on a professor? Jovik seethed, roaring his outrage at Shawn. Shawn's eardrums were somewhat discomforted by Professor Jovik's thunderous voice. He innocently dug at his ears and gazed up at Jovik, saying, "Professor, you were the one who asked me to come up and demonstrate the transmutation of stone. I meant for you to cooperate with me, you fool." Professor Jovik bellowed even louder in response to Shawn's words. "I am cooperating with you." Shawn feigned a sense of grievance. For a moment, Professor Jovik found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed called Shawn up to assist him in demonstrating the transmutation of stone, yet he had not anticipated that this freshman would possess such a spell. Logically speaking, was it not customary for the professor to summon a student, perform the spell, and have the student assist? This thought left Jovik with a sensation of having been outmaneuvered by Shawn. "Shawn Greer, after class this afternoon, come to the classroom and copy the content of today's lesson 100 times, Professor Jovik declared. Other students wished to speak on Shawn's behalf, yet none dared to stand up. It was evident that Professor Jovik was abusing his authority. "Professor, you have no right to do this." "I have not violated any classroom rules," Shawn retorted. "Arrogant and self-righteous, casting spells on a professor without permission, is that not sufficient?" Jovik shouted. Without granting Shawn the opportunity to defend himself, Jovik pointed his wand at him, prompting Shawn to instinctively raise his wand in response. "Shawn Greer, you will step outside. The rest of you may continue with the lesson." Rather than casting any spell, Jovik simply punished Shawn by making him stand outside the classroom. Shawn was also willing. Sitting in the classroom, tormented by Jovik's boisterous voice, he found it preferable to study Snape's textbook alone outside the classroom. Shawn stood outside the classroom, his mind wandering back to the spell of the disarming charm he had studied from Snape's textbook the previous night. This enchantment was composed of 12 magical frameworks, and Shawn had attempted to construct it according to those frameworks yesterday. As expected, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Shawn was immersed in his own world, oblivious to Professor McGonagall and Snape standing at the end of the corridor, observing him. "Do you not think that Shawn bears a resemblance to James in his youth?" Professor McGonagall remarked. "Both are students that the professors find rather insufferable," Snape replied coldly. He had been contemporaries with James Potter, who, while exceptionally talented, was also quite unruly, frequently causing disturbances and serving as a de facto leader among the students, much like Shawn today. Within merely 2 days of the term's commencement, Shawn's name had already spread among the first-year students, and even those in the second and third years had begun to take notice of him. Were it not for Shawn's commendable academic performance, he would have undoubtedly become the troublesome child of Hogwarts. Currently, the professor's assessments of him largely indicated that this child is exceptionally gifted but somewhat arrogant and overly ambitious, requiring proper guidance. As the class neared its conclusion, Keith Brent passed by the doorway of Shawn's classroom. Noticing Shawn being expelled by the professor, he disdainfully remarked, "A disgrace to Slytherin. Off you go. Don't disturb me while I'm in detention." Shawn felt neither shame nor anger at Keith's disparagement. With a disdainful huff, Keith turned and walked away. Shawn, undeterred, continued to refine the magical framework of the disillusionment charm, though not with great success. He mused that it would be splendid if he could witness Snape perform it in person. After the defense against the dark arts class concluded, the next lesson was Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class. From the previous day's experience of transforming a teacup into a mouse, Shawn had already grasped the fundamentals of the Transfiguration spell. As Professor McGonagall lectured at the podium, Shawn busied himself below, using a quill to document his attempts to decode the disillusionment charm, pondering where he might be going awry. "Should I first construct this triangular framework?" he murmured to himself. "The art of transfiguration is an extraordinarily profound and enchanting discipline. I trust that all students will pay close attention during my lessons," Professor McGonagall stated, clearly addressing Shawn. Shawn Cassius nudged his elbow, reminding him that Professor McGonagall's gaze was fixed upon him. "Students, observe closely. I shall demonstrate the transfiguration spell first." McGonagall approached the podium and gently waved her wand at a crystal goblet resting on the stand. "Transfigure." Shawn gazed at Professor McGonagall's wand through the magical eye. As a framework of enchantment swiftly took shape, its construction remarkably faster than Shawn himself could manage. He mused to himself that indeed, age brings wisdom. Under the influence of magic, a crystal goblet transformed visibly into a bird. The students below watched in awe as the winged creature flapped its wings and alighted upon Professor McGonagall's shoulder. While casting the spell, enunciation was paramount, accompanied by a resolute intent focused on the creature one wished to conjure. Professor McGonagall instructed them to attempt transforming the goblets on their desks into animals. Her words resonated with the principles Shawn had deduced regarding magic: clear articulation of the incantation, steadfast willpower, and the magical framework. Boil and bubble. Meanwhile, in the Hufflepuff section, eager students began to experiment. Before long, a crystal cup morphed into a vibrant green frog, which leapt from Cedric's desk across the aisle and landed onto Cassius's tabletop. "Well done, Cedric," Professor McGonagall commended. Hufflepuff students joyously applauded Cedric, seemingly relieved to finally eclipse Shawn's long-standing reputation, as they had not shown particularly bright in recent lessons. This class, Cedric was the first to successfully perform the spell, filling Hufflepuff students with pride. Cedric himself felt quite pleased, casting a smile towards Shawn, who remained indifferent, engrossed in his notes. "Shawn, can you bear to see the Hufflepuff students so proud?" Cassius quipped. "You should give it a try. I am certain you can do it." Graham chimed in from the back row. "Since you're eligible for the final exam, this should pose no challenge for you," Chris added, turning from the front row. Shawn pondered to himself how these children were so fond of comparison. Professor McGonagall had never stated that the first to succeed would be rewarded with house points. Well then, Shawn drew his wand and, facing the crystal goblet, uttered, "Boil, boil, bubble and toil." Before the eyes of the onlookers, the crystal goblet contorted, ultimately transforming into a small, dark green serpent. Chapter 15. The attacker. Cassius was taken aback, and Graham hastily withdrew his head. Shawn calmly watched as the little serpent slithered from one side of the table to Cassius's. The serpent opened its mouth and swallowed a green frog. Professor McGonagall strode forward from the back row and, with a nonverbal spell, reverted the serpent back into a crystal goblet, alongside which the frog transformed back to join Shawn's goblet. "Shawn, next time you might consider transforming something a bit more adorable," Professor McGonagall remarked. Professor McGonagall. "It's merely a transfiguration spell. You know it poses no danger," Shawn shrugged. Professor McGonagall's expression suddenly darkened as she glanced at Shawn and addressed the students in the classroom sternly. "Transfiguration is the most intricate and perilous of all spells in your Hogwarts curriculum. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class shall be expelled and forever barred from returning. I have warned you all." Clearly, she was displeased with Shawn's demeanor. While Shawn was undoubtedly gifted and adept at magic, the other students required a more gradual approach to their studies. Shawn's casual attitude could potentially influence them adversely. Recognizing Professor McGonagall's irritation, Shawn became aware of his own error. He had been rather too flippant. If other students were to follow his lead and view transfiguration as devoid of risk, any mishap during their practice would implicate him as well. "I apologize, Professor McGonagall, for my unreasonable attitude," Shawn said sincerely. Seeing that Shawn had acknowledged his mistake, Professor McGonagall's tone softened. She looked at him and said, "Shawn, this is merely a basic transfiguration spell. While you may find it simple, approaching such a profound subject with a cavalier attitude could lead to injury. The advanced Animagus transformation is exceedingly complex and dangerous." "Understood, Professor McGonagall," Shawn nodded in agreement. "An Animagus can transform into a specific animal, a process fraught with pain and peril, and only a handful of witches and wizards have mastered this skill." After transfiguration class, Cedric called out to Shawn. "This afternoon, Professor Sprout's greenhouse is cultivating a new herb. Would you care to join?" "I would love to, but alas, I've been detained by Professor Jowich," Shawn replied with resignation. "I heard Professor Sprout mention that it is an herb for crafting a magical restoration potion," Cedric noted. Yesterday, Shawn had half-jokingly mentioned the magical restoration potion to Cedric. Never anticipating any follow-up, he had intended to procure some from Snape himself. It seemed evident now that Professor Sprout possessed the recipe for the magical restoration potion. And perhaps in the future, he could obtain the ingredients from her to concoct it himself, Shawn mused. The afternoon held astronomy class, taught by Professor Sinistra, an African-American woman. The lesson took place in the highest building of Hogwarts, the astronomy tower. Shawn attended this class with utmost seriousness, silently studying the textbook. Noticing Shawn's diligence, Cassius leaned over to see what he was doing, only to realize the focus Shawn had applied. Shawn's quill was automatically transcribing the textbook for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense. "What spell is this?" Cassius inquired with curiosity. It's called Rapid Scribe, a particularly useful enchantment for students who frequently find themselves in detention, Shawn replied. Such a convenient spell. It's far more economical than a shorthand pen, Cassius exclaimed, as if he had stumbled upon a new world. Would you like to learn it? I can teach you next time, Shawn offered. After class, the students returned to the common room. Following his meal, Shawn made his way to the third floor, where Professor Jovik, the instructor for defense against the dark arts, was seated at the lectern awaiting him. Shawn Greer. Do not presume that a modicum of fame grants you the liberty to act recklessly at Hogwarts. As long as I remain a professor here, I shall not allow you to behave arrogantly, Professor Jovik admonished, still brooding over the events of the morning. Rest assured, your tenure here is not long. Shawn muttered under his breath. What did you say? Oh, nothing. I merely meant to say that I will endeavor to learn diligently from you, Shawn replied. Shawn sat in the front row, taking out his notebook to begin transcribing. He had already recorded the material 70 times with remarkable speed, leaving only 30 more to be handwritten. Initially, Jovik observed Shawn's diligent note-taking, but as time passed, he succumbed to boredom and dozed off beside the podium. An hour later, Jovik was roused from his slumber by the sound of his own snoring. Squinting, he noticed Shawn was still engaged in his writing, prompting him to inquire. How many are left? Just 3 more, Shawn replied. So soon? Jovik expressed his surprise. Seizing the opportunity while Jovik slumbered, Shawn swiftly enchanted the quill to record his thoughts. Noticing Jovik stirring from his slumber, he promptly dispelled the magic and pretended to copy the text himself. Once he had completed the transcription, he sent it to my office. Jovik then rose from his seat, having slept well but feeling somewhat peckish, and decided to seek out some sustenance. Shawn replied, All right, Professor. Once Jovik departed, Shawn swiftly began transcribing the textbook, completing the task in a mere moment, having copied it 100 times. As he glanced at the clock, he realized it was nearly 9 o'clock. He had arrived after dinner at 7 and had been here for almost 2 hours. In another hour, the curfew would be in effect. Shawn held 2 thick notebooks. Completing 100 copies by hand would be utterly impossible. It seemed that Jovik was deliberately putting Shawn in a difficult position, yet Shawn had a trick up his sleeve. He approached the door of Jovik's office and knocked gently. Receiving no response from within, noticing the door was ajar, he pushed it open. Professor, are you not here? Jovik was absent from the office, and Shawn placed the completed notebooks on the desk before departing. What a waste of time. Shawn stretched lazily, for in the enchanting realm of Hogwarts, countless fascinating adventures awaited him, yet time was squandered transcribing textbooks. As Shawn rounded the corner on the second floor, preparing to return to the Slytherin common room in the dungeons, a shadow elongated from the corridor's bend, revealing a sharp silhouette. Shawn instinctively knew it was certainly not a sword. In Hogwarts, wielding a wand proved far more potent than any blade. He fell into a state of daze, petrified. Without hesitation, Shawn cast a spell. The 2 adversaries simultaneously invoked their magic, and their spells collided, producing a brilliant flash of white light. Realizing the attack had failed, the figure swiftly turned and fled. Had Shawn been a mere half-second earlier, his adversary would have been petrified. However, the figure had escaped, leaving Shawn uncertain of who harbored intentions to harm him. The incident involving an attack on students at Hogwarts could not be taken lightly. Thus, Shawn resolved to report the matter to Professor Snape, the head of his house. Shawn rapped gently on Snape's door. A small panel slid open, revealing a pair of deep, brooding eyes. Snape regarded him with inquiry. Grills, what is it? Professor. I was accosted by a shadow while returning to the common room from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, Shawn replied. Accosted by a shadow? Did you manage to discern what it looked like? Snape inquired as he opened the door. Shawn shook his head, his face obscured by the hood of his hat. Such a vague description left much to be desired. Snape instructed Shawn to enter the room and recount the events in detail. Chapter 16. The Serpent's Tail Wizarding Society. After listening to Shawn's account, Snape fell into a contemplative silence. While many were aware of Shawn's detention, only Professor Jovik knew precisely when he had departed from the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. During his narration, Shawn mentioned that he utilized speedy notes to transcribe the textbook, thus the time he completed his copying would be a mystery to his fellow students. Snape, having encountered numerous students employing such petty tricks and cunning shortcuts, chose to turn a blind eye to his laziness, deeming it an inappropriate moment for such concerns. Did Professor Jovik not mention where he was headed? Snape inquired. Shawn shook his head. He merely instructed me to finish copying and deliver it to his office. Snape stood up and, with an expressionless demeanor, said, Follow me. Shawn followed Snape outside, pondering whether Snape could possibly suspect Jovik. Just that morning, Shawn had a conflict with Jovik, and now an attack occurred in the evening. Such a connection seemed too overt. Surely, only a fool would act so recklessly. As they ascended to the third floor, approaching Jovik's office, they found the door unlocked. Jovik, however, was still absent. Just as Snape prepared to search for him in the lounge, Jovik appeared at the office entrance, holding 4 or 5 honey butter cakes, his mouth full. Upon noticing Snape and Shawn, he hastily swallowed his bite. "Professor Snape, is there something you need at this late hour?" Jovik asked, a hint of nervousness in his tone. "Professor Jovik, I am curious to know where you have been," Snape replied, his gaze piercing. Jovik approached the desk and set down the cakes, awkwardly managing a strained smile. "I was a bit hungry, so I went to the kitchen for some cakes. Did you encounter any suspicious individuals on your way back?" "Suspicious individuals?" Jovik seemed perplexed by Snape's inquiry. "After leaving your office, Shawn was attacked by a shadow," Snape stated, looking at Shawn. Jovik's face registered disbelief. "How could this be? We are at Hogwarts. Such an incident is unimaginable." Shawn listened quietly, pondering to himself about what had transpired at Hogwarts. A place where lives had been lost in the past. This matter should remain confidential to prevent inciting panic among the students. "Should we inform Dumbledore?" Jovik inquired of Snape. His tone laced with curiosity. Shawn found it rather peculiar that both individuals were professors, yet Jovik seemed to display a certain deference towards Snape. Upon reflection, it dawned on him that Jovik might harbor some fear of Snape, considering both had once been Death Eaters, with Snape holding a significantly elevated position among them, typically commanding those like Jovik. "For the moment, there is no need," Snape analyzed. "The assailant employed the stunning spell, and it has been completely countered by my Petrificus Totalis. The caster is likely a student. I shall handle this matter." In truth, Snape's reasoning aligned with Shawn's thoughts. The fact that he could intercept the opposing spell indicated that the adversary's magical prowess was not particularly formidable. Had Jovik been the one casting? Even if Shawn had joined him in the incantation, he would have been unable to negate the stunning spell. Much like how Dumbledore could fell a giant with a single stunning spell, a student might require 7 or 8 attempts to achieve the same effect. As magic varies from one individual to another, Shawn and Snape exited the office of Jovik, and as Shawn returned to the Slytherin common room, he found Cassius, Clarice, and Graham engaged in light conversation upon the sofa. "At last, you have returned, Shawn," Cassius remarked. "Why are you still awake at this late hour?" Shawn glanced at the wall clock, noting that it was nearly 10 o'clock. "We saved some food from the Great Hall for you to enjoy upon your return," Cassius added, gesturing towards the cake and fruit on the table. Shawn felt a twinge of emotion. He had not anticipated that these children could be so considerate. Slytherin was indeed quite amiable towards its own, though its temperament towards other houses left much to be desired. "Shawn, I suggest you refrain from provoking Professor Jovik in defense against the dark arts in the future. Remember, he is a former Death Eater and possesses a rather irascible disposition," advised Clarice. "Rest assured, I have no intention of courting trouble myself. By the way, you tend to keep to yourself. And there are some small factions within the school you may not be aware of. Today, a senior from the Serpent's Tail Wizarding Society extended an invitation for you to join. In your absence, I accepted on your behalf. They will return in 3 days for your response," Clarice continued. The name Serpent's Tail Wizarding Society did not ring a bell for Shawn. This was hardly surprising, as he had only glimpsed a fraction of Hogwarts within the confines of the film. Now, immersed in this magical world, he anticipated that unfamiliar phenomena would continue to unveil themselves. Shawn settled down and inquired of Chris, "What is this organization?" "The Serpent's Tail Society," Chris elucidated, "is a small group within Slytherin, purportedly in existence for 50 years, exclusively inviting pureblood wizards of exceptional talent. The society only extends invitations to 1 or 2 new members each year. Pureblood and exceptionally talented, surely that describes me," Shawn mused inwardly. Given that this organization has been around for half a century, it seems that Snape was likely not invited to join, despite his remarkable abilities. For he is a half-blood wizard. Slytherin venerates the ideology of pureblood lineage, yet it does not imply that there are no half-blood wizards within Slytherin. The fearsome Dark Lord Voldemort himself was a half-blood, with a Muggle father, just as Snape's father was also a Muggle. Each cohort of Slytherin welcomes half-blood wizards. Consequently, the pureblood wizards established the Serpent's Tail organization, which solely admits pureblood members, believing that only they can truly embody the greatness of Salazar Slytherin. Although Shawn does not hail from a prestigious pureblood family like Clarice, both of his parents are wizards, thus he is indeed a genuine pureblood wizard. "Am I the only one among the new Slytherins to have received an invitation?" Shawn glanced at Clarice. "I received one as well," Clarice replied. "Is it because your surname is Crouch?" Shawn inquired. The Crouch family has been a lineage of pureblood wizards for several centuries. And with Clarice's grandfather holding a prominent position in the Ministry of Magic, her background is undeniably formidable among the students at Hogwarts. You cannot disregard others simply because of your own excellence, Clarice remarked, somewhat displeased. Shawn's statement clearly implies that her invitation is attributed to her family background. However, it is worth noting that Chris's magical aptitude is also among the finest among the newcomers. Yet, Shawn is so exceptional that he fails to recognize those behind him, as he has transcended to a different echelon. Chapter 17, Flying Class. Shawn ultimately decided to accept the invitation from the Serpent's Tail Wizarding Society. Given that it comprised the most exceptional pureblood wizards from various grades, he believed that he could glean insights into some advanced magic from the upperclassmen. On the third day after the commencement of term, he finally attended Professor Snape's potions class, which was shared with Gryffindor. The classroom was adorned with over 20 cauldrons, and Shawn's cauldron was as dilapidated as those belonging to the Weasley brothers. With a resounding bang, Snape entered the room, striding purposefully toward the podium while speaking. This class does not require you to foolishly wave your wands, nor does it necessitate the mindless recitation of incantations. Therefore, I presume that few among you will appreciate the profound nature of potion making and its intricate craftsmanship. As he gazed at Shawn, Snape continued, however, for the select few who are genuinely interested, I can teach you how to manipulate minds, how to beguile the senses. I will instruct you on how to attain renown and concoct brilliance. In this classroom, some students already possessed remarkable skills and illustrious titles. Shawn Greer. I wonder how intrigued you are by potions class? Professor Snape, I am deeply fascinated by the art of potion making, Shawn replied. Very well, then. Tell me, what occurs when one adds powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? Snape inquired. Shawn felt somewhat bewildered. Could this also pertain to him? He recalled that Snape had posed these questions to Harry because Harry had been inattentive in class, engrossed in taking notes, which had irked Snape. However, Shawn sat upright, attentively gazing at Snape, and was taken aback that he too would be questioned, though fortunately, he knew the answers. It can be brewed into a living death potion. If I were to seek a piece of dungstone, where would I find it? Snape inquired further. In the stomach of a goat, for it possesses remarkable detoxifying properties. Shawn responded. Snape paused momentarily before continuing. What distinguishes aconite from wolfsbane? There is no distinction. They are the same plant, collectively referred to as aconite, Shawn replied. Snape nodded and turned to the podium, addressing the students with his back to them. If you all could learn from Shawn, you wouldn't be foolish enough to neglect your notes. The students promptly opened their notebooks, diligently jotting down the 3 questions and their corresponding answers that Snape had just posed. In truth, even if Shawn had forgotten the answers from the film, he would still have been able to respond. These were not difficult queries. The first-year textbook, Magical Drafts and Potions, authored by Arsene Jigger, contained such information. After all, these were questions even Hermione could answer. The reason Shawn did not add potions class to his schedule for the 6 assessments a month later is not due to his inability. He has memorized all the content from the textbooks. However, theoretical knowledge alone is insufficient, as the craft of potion making requires practical experience. Today, I shall instruct you on the preparation of a remedy for scabies. Please turn to the 3rd page of your textbook. Shawn opened the textbook. Yet his gaze did not linger upon its contents. He still recalled the formula for the potion. He would combine dried nettles and crushed snake fangs in the cauldron, simmering them together. After extinguishing the flame, he would add quills from a porcupine and the steamed and tinnied slugs. It is imperative to note that if the quills are introduced while the cauldron is still alight, the potion will corrode the vessel, releasing a noxious green smoke accompanied by a sharp hissing sound. The splattered potion possesses corrosive properties, which, upon contact with skin, will result in a profusion of red, swollen sores. I certainly do not wish to escort any of you to the school nurse, Snape remarked. Shawn stood cautiously before the cauldron, keen to avoid spending 2 days in the infirmary due to an unfortunate mishap. To his own surprise, he discovered a remarkable aptitude for potion making, meticulously following each step of the process without a single error. Excellent, Slytherin gains 5 points. Snape was thoroughly impressed with Shawn's performance. Meanwhile, the Weasley twins whispered to one another, lamenting the cleverness of Slytherin, deeming it utterly unfair. It seemed the House Cup was destined for Slytherin this year. Upon hearing this, Shawn thought to himself that in a couple of years, their academy would surely have a clever genius as well. Thus far, he had attended 7 out of the 8 courses in his first year, aside from dutifully transcribing Dark Magic, a guide to self-defense and astronomy class. His performance in the other 6 subjects had either drawn the professor's admiration or ire. Only the flying class, scheduled for tomorrow afternoon at 3:30, remained. Completing this class would mark the culmination of his initial experience in the first-year curriculum. Should he receive the professor's commendation in flying as well, Shawn might contemplate joining the Slytherin Quidditch team. After enduring Thursday morning's potions, charms, and afternoon herbology classes, students from Slytherin and Hufflepuff eagerly made their way to the outdoor flying field. "Good afternoon, classmates," Madam Hooch greeted them. "Good afternoon," they chorused in response. "Let us commence our first flying lesson of the semester. What are you all waiting for? Stand to the left of your brooms." Madam Hooch had prepared 29 brooms in advance. With 19 students from Hufflepuff and 10 from Slytherin, she continued, "Place your right hand upon the broom. And on my count of 3, say up with feeling and fuse it with emotion." This process did not require the construction of a magical framework. The essence of magic lay primarily in the mental fortitude of the caster, for the broom needed to sense the user's call. Opposite Shawn stood Cedric, who offered a friendly smile. He then focused intently, palm directed at the broom, eyes fixed upon it as he intoned, "Up," to Shawn's delight. The broom obediently soared into the palm of his hand. Satisfied, he thought to himself that he was not too shabby in the realm of Quidditch. Cedric followed closely behind, being the second to grasp the broom, soon joined by Clarice, Cassius, and Graham. Shawn recalled that Cedric was quite adept at Quidditch and later became the captain of Hufflepuff. Cassius and Graham also succeeded in passing the Slytherin Quidditch trials, becoming seekers. After a while, Madam Hooch observed that all the students had secured their brooms and continued. "Now that you have grasped your brooms, mount them and hold on tightly. Do not let go. When I blow my whistle, each of you will push off hard from the ground and ascend. Once airborne, steady your brooms and hover for a moment before leaning slightly forward to return to the ground. All right, listen for my whistle. Hufflepuff students shall go first." Madam Hooch counted to 3 and then blew her whistle. The Hufflepuff students uniformly lifted their right legs to mount their brooms, their feet still touching the ground. Cedric forcefully pushed off, and the broom lifted him approximately 1.5 meters into the air, followed by his classmates who ascended one by one. Madam Hooch nodded. "All right, you may descend now. Remember to lean slightly forward." The Hufflepuff students safely returned to the ground, and it was now the turn of the Slytherin students. Most of the Hufflepuffs turned their gazes towards Shawn, as he had become quite renowned during his first year. 1, 2, 3, up. Madam Hooch blew her whistle once more. Shawn confidently mounted his broom, propelled by a vigorous kick. Uncertain if he had exerted too much force, he found himself ascending approximately 3 meters into the air. Chapter 18. The Room of Requirement. What on earth? Shawn nervously clutched the broom, swaying precariously in midair. "Grills, fly a little lower," Mrs. Hawk called out. "Understood, Professor," Shawn replied from his lofty perch. Shawn leaned forward slightly, attempting to propel the broom downward. However, whether it was due to his legs failing to grip the broom tightly or his palms slipping, Shawn suddenly lost his balance and tumbled off the broom. Shawn's cry of alarm echoed through the air. Mrs. Hawk was poised to draw her wand in an effort to rescue Shawn. Shawn clutched the broom with one hand, suspended in midair, approximately 1.5 meters above the ground. Were he to inhabit an adult's body, he would have simply leaped down, however. He remained merely an 11-year-old child. Shawn withdrew his wand from beneath his robe and cast a spell upon the verdant grass, causing it to flourish abundantly. Shawn released his right hand, landing upon the grass, which had been enchanted to become as soft as a haystack. He quickly rose to his feet, brushing off his robe. This lesson had left him quite embarrassed. The illustrious Shawn Greer, the boy who had evaded death, had indeed fallen from his broomstick. Shawn thought to himself. In his past life, he had passed his driving test on the first attempt. How could it be that he struggled with the flying course? It was utterly unreasonable that he was the only one among 2 academies who had not succeeded. It was simply too humiliating. Shawn may have forgotten that he traversed dimensions due to a car accident. Perhaps, in order to prevent him from encountering further misfortunes in this lifetime, fate has deemed it unwise for him to pilot a flying broomstick. The incident of Shawn falling from the broom quickly circulated among the first graders. As Professor McGonagall remarked to Snape, in Quidditch, he bore no resemblance to James whatsoever. "That is indeed preferable," Snape replied coolly, seemingly harboring a dislike for Harry's father. Later that evening in the Great Hall during dinner, the Weasley twins purposefully approached Shawn and patted him on the shoulder. "Does your backside hurt?" Fred inquired. "It must be quite painful. You should try falling from a broom," George laughed in agreement. Shawn paid them no mind, instead indulging in his pudding. While Chris explained on his behalf from across the table, Shawn had employed a spell to soften the grass, thus avoiding any injury. "Impressive, you clever fellow," Fred remarked in admiration. "Do you dare me to make your behind sore for the entire evening?" Shawn brandished his wand, feigning an intention to cast a spell on the two. The Weasley twins, upon witnessing this, chuckled and returned to their seats in Gryffindor. Shawn felt a twinge of competitiveness, as he was the only freshman from all 4 houses to have made such a blunder, prompting him to resolve to visit the room of requirement that night to attempt flying on a broomstick. After dinner, Shawn first returned to the Slytherin common room with his fellow students. When the clock struck 10, he stealthily emerged with the Marauder's map. Making his way to the 8th floor corridor, he paced back and forth along the corridor 3 times, silently wishing for a hiding place. In the next moment, intricate patterns gradually emerged upon the bare wall. The designs became clearer, ultimately forming the shape of a door. Shawn pushed it open to find the room of requirement cluttered with various items, currently resembling a storage closet. The room of requirement adapts to the user's thoughts. As Dumbledore once recounted, he had inadvertently stumbled into it while seeking a restroom and discovered it filled with a variety of exquisitely luxurious chamber pots. Later, when members of D.A. sought a venue for practicing magic, Neville fortuitously discovered this room, which at the time was remarkably spacious, ideal for group magical practice. Shawn originally intended to seek a secluded spot to contact the flying broomstick. However, having arrived at his destination, he decided to prioritize more pressing matters. Thus, he stood in the corridor, quietly contemplating the need for a hiding place. One of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the diadem of Ravenclaw. Should I feign being influenced by the Horcrux to draw Dumbledore's attention to this crown? As Shawn pondered, he searched the cluttered heap above, yet instead of the crown, he stumbled upon an awkward scene. A couple was engaged in an intimate and passionate kiss beneath the pile of debris. Upon noticing Shawn, they reacted as if they had seen a ghost. The girl with purple hair anxiously inquired, "How did you get in here?" Shawn instinctively glanced at the Marauder's map, which revealed no names. Those inside the room of requirement could not be tracked. Yet, he immediately recognized the identity of the violet-haired upperclassman. That night, when he ventured into the advanced potions classroom in search of Snape's textbook, the corridor had been deserted. But suddenly 2 names appeared on the map, Nymphadora Tonks and Joseph O'Mara. This couple before him must be them, and Shawn awkwardly offered a smile. "I apologize. I seem to have lost my way and inadvertently wandered in here." To be honest, this excuse held considerable weight at Hogwarts, as most students who stumbled into the room of requirement did so by accident. Nymphadora hesitated momentarily before suddenly piercing through his deception, fixing her gaze on Shawn. "You are lying. It is curfew. How could you have accidentally come in here? You should be in your dormitory at this hour." Joseph, sensing Nymphadora's agitation, softly called her name and then stepped closer to Shawn. "What year are you in?" "I'm a first year, Shawn Greer," he replied, feigning modesty. Joseph turned to Nymphadora, saying, "Tonks, he claims to be Shawn Greer, the infamous boy who survived." "And what of it?" "He has seen us," Nymphadora retorted, her tone unfriendly. Shawn felt an unsettling sense of impending doom upon hearing her words, as if she were contemplating silencing him forever. Surely, it could not be so, after all. The school did not prohibit romantic relationships, and it was hardly unusual for upperclassmen to have partners. In a confrontation, he knew he would stand no chance. Nymphadora had subsequently become a key figure within the Order of the Phoenix, her magical prowess undeniably formidable. "Senior, you may carry on. I shall retire for the night," Shawn declared, turning to leave. Suddenly, Nymphadora recited incantations from behind him. Leglock or curse. Shawn's feet felt as though they were encased in lead, firmly rooted in place, rendering him unable to move even an inch. This was akin to a petrifying curse, not particularly difficult to withstand, yet its suddenness caught Shawn completely off guard. Shawn's legs could not move. He could only twist his body and grimace at Nymphadora, saying, "Senior, I assure you that I will not divulge your matters." "Why should I trust you?" Nymphadora questioned as she stepped forward. "I, Shawn Greer, swear by my name, a man who has narrowly escaped death, that if I speak of it, let that mysterious figure come after me." Shawn mentioned the enigmatic figure, and the expressions of Nymphadora and Joseph shifted dramatically. They exchanged a glance, after which Nymphadora spoke. "Very well, I trust you." Nymphadora then cast a spell to free Shawn's legs and waved her hand, saying, "You may leave now." Shawn let out a sigh, contemplating how truly formidable this woman was. He could hardly fathom how her boyfriend managed to endure her. As Shawn had barely taken 2 steps, Joseph suddenly called out to him. "Shawn, Senior, is there anything else?" Shawn responded with a standard faint smile. Chapter 19. The saliva of the night steed. Joseph whispered something into Nymphadora's ear before approaching Shawn. "Newcomer Shawn, regardless of your reasons for being out during curfew, your entrance into this room of wishes is also a matter of fate. Just now, Tonks cast a spell on you, and I offer my apologies on her behalf. Shawn glanced at the golden-haired, sun-kissed, and robust senior before him, pondering how agreeable this individual seemed, far more reasonable than Tonks. We are sixth-year Hufflepuffs. I am Joseph O'Mara. And she is Nymphadora Tonks. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek our assistance, Joseph said with a warm smile. Shawn was aware that Nymphadora belonged to Hufflepuff. Yet he was surprised to learn that she had dated a rather handsome boyfriend during her school years, the details of their eventual separation remaining a mystery. Moreover, as sixth-year students, they must have excelled in their studies within Hufflepuff, perhaps possessing knowledge of potions that conceal magical abilities. Shawn inquired, Joseph, are you aware of any spells or potions that can conceal magical energy? Joseph pondered for a moment, but before he could respond, Nymphadora interjected sharply, Shawn Greer. You seek to enter the restricted section, do you not? At this moment, Shawn's mood was akin to having been struck by 100 petrification curses. His intentions were effortlessly discerned by Nymphadora. One must wonder, is she exceptionally astute or merely cunning? I am merely curious as to why Felch is permitted entry into the restricted section while we are barred from it, Shawn awkwardly remarked. You need not elucidate. At your age, I too was filled with curiosity regarding the restricted section. The recipe for the Muggle Experience potion resides in the public library. A book I fortuitously stumbled upon during my time there, Nymphadora responded. The Muggle Experience potion? Shawn inquired, perplexed, as he had not encountered this potion before. It is a sophisticated concoction that temporarily renders a wizard powerless, allowing them to perceive the world as a Muggle does. However, it is rather lackluster. As no wizard is inclined to experience what it means to be a Muggle, Tonks elaborated. What is its duration? Shawn asked, intrigued. It lasts approximately 2 hours. It is a rather tedious potion. If you wish to attempt its creation, I advise you to reconsider. Despite its mundanity, its complexity is of N.E.W.T. level. And only sixth-year students are permitted to attempt its crafting. If you wish to access the restricted section, there are alternatives. One can apply for a permit from the head of each respective house, Tonks continued. Indeed, the school grants privileges to exceptional students, allowing one opportunity per month. Though eligibility to apply does not come until the third year. Tonks chuckled, seemingly teasing Shawn, who was still only a first-year student. Shawn maintained a smile on his face. Yet inwardly, he had already berated Dunks for his audacity. Who does he think he is, to toy with me in such a manner? Isn't this akin to speaking in vain? Snape, for his part, perceived Shawn as somewhat overconfident, despite acknowledging his considerable talent. However, he deemed Shawn's arrogance excessive. Thus he would certainly not grant him permission to access the restricted section in his first year. The only option left was to experiment with a Muggle Experience potion. Shawn quickened his pace as he departed from the all-obliging house. Although he had not secured the Ravenclaw crown that evening, he had gleaned information about the Muggle Experience potion, which could be considered a worthwhile gain. He gazed at the Marauder's map, cautiously making his way towards the Slytherin common room. Before reaching the common room, he noticed the names of Nymphadora and Joseph appearing on the map, indicating that their date had concluded and they were returning to the Hufflepuff common room. Shawn inquired with Nymphadora about the location of the book on Muggle Experience potions. After class tomorrow, he intends to locate the formula and then proceed to the second-floor lavatory to concoct the potion. For the time being, Shawn has decided against visiting the room of requirement. Nymphadora has access, and perhaps other students do as well. If Shawn harbors any secrets, they would hardly remain concealed in the room of requirement, as even Voldemort's Horcruxes, hidden so meticulously, were ultimately discovered by Harry. The following day is Friday, the last day of the week, and once the weekend arrives, Shawn will have ample time to engage in other pursuits. According to Slytherin's schedule, Friday morning consists of 2 consecutive potions classes, with no lessons in the afternoon, marking the end of the week and the arrival of the first weekend for the students. Shawn declined to accompany Cassius to the Quidditch tryouts, leading Cassius to believe that Shawn was still concerned about appearances, thus he proceeded to the tryout venue with Graham. As Chris passed by Shawn, she turned and remarked, Shawn, do not forget, this evening at 7 o'clock, in the 6th-floor prefect's bathroom, the Basilisk Wizarding Society awaits your response. I shall attend, Shawn replied. In the library's potion section, Shawn meticulously searched through the countless volumes, seeking the Muggle Experience potion. At last, he found it. Licorice root, lizard tail, oak shavings. He examined the required ingredients, totaling approximately 12. The initial items were commonplace, readily found in Professor Sprout's greenhouse or in Snape's storeroom. However, the final ingredient, the saliva of a thestral, posed a challenge. While thestrals did reside within the grounds of Hogwarts, their care was entrusted to Hagrid, and Shawn was uncertain of their exact location. Exhaustion washed over him at the thought of extracting information from Hagrid. He let out a weary sigh. Yet, the prospect of gaining access to the restricted section to uncover the secret of the brain-locking spell rekindled his determination. Glancing at the clock, he noted that it was already 4 o'clock. He resolved to visit Hagrid first, hoping to glean some information before returning at 7 for a meeting with the Serpent's Tail Wizarding Society. Shawn exited the castle gates and sprinted towards Hagrid's hut near the Forbidden Forest. He knocked on the door, but there was no response from within the hut. Shawn thought to himself, I hope he is here. I would hate to have come all this way for nothing. Suddenly, a gruff voice echoed from the direction of the castle. Shawn turned to see a towering figure. Who else could it be but Hagrid? Hanging from Hagrid's frame were several pieces of raw meat, seemingly intended for some creature's feeding. As Hagrid approached, Shawn suddenly felt as though the sun had set prematurely. What brings you here, Shawn? Hagrid inquired. I have a few questions about magical creatures that I'd like to discuss with you, Shawn replied. But isn't that a third-year course? Hagrid remarked. Indeed, it is. But didn't Professor Dumbledore mention it to you? I have already self-studied the third-year curriculum, Shawn explained. Hagrid lowered his head and entered his small hut, with Shawn following closely behind. It seemed quite a challenge for someone of Hagrid's stature to reside in such a tiny abode. Hagrid poured a cup of red tea for Shawn, then sat down. Professor Kettleburn teaches the magical creatures class. Why not consult him? Shawn had anticipated Hagrid's question, so he replied, I believe you, Hagrid possess a greater understanding of magical creatures than I do, especially when compared to your role as the caretaker of the Forbidden Forest. Shawn's flattery was exquisite, leaving Hagrid feeling quite pleased. Hagrid was deeply passionate about the study and care of magical creatures, which led to Dumbledore appointing him as the Professor of Care of Magical Creatures after Professor Kettleburn's retirement. Is there anything you wish to know? Hagrid asked, taking a sip of his red tea in a jovial mood. I am curious. Can only those who have witnessed death see a thestral? Chapter 20. The Death Eater Training Class. Hagrid's hand, which held the teacup, suddenly froze. He had not anticipated such a young child would inquire about thestrals and death. However, upon looking at Shawn, Hagrid realized he was seated across from the boy who lived, the child who had survived the Avada Kedavra curse. In truth, Shawn was uncertain whether he could see a thestral. He had not yet traversed to this world when the Grangers were killed, and he had never witnessed death, although he had experienced it himself. I must go feed the hippogriff now. Come by in the morning, and I shall introduce you to a thestral, Hagrid said slowly as he rose. Very well, Hagrid. Shawn nodded and departed from the small cabin. Shawn returned to the castle, encountering Cedric in the corridor leading to the hall. He greeted Cedric and prepared to head to dinner, but Cedric called out to him. Looking around to ensure no one was watching, Cedric approached Shawn. I was just about to go to the hall for a meal. Have you eaten yet? Shawn inquired. Come here. I have something for you, Cedric whispered. Shawn followed him to the side, curious about what he would produce. He observed Cedric retrieving a piece of paper that had been folded 4 times from his robe, which he then handed to Shawn. Shawn opened the paper with a perplexed expression. Inscribed upon it were handwritten words, presumably penned by Cedric. As he earnestly perused the first paragraph, Shawn paused in astonishment. The Mana Restoration Potion, he exclaimed, lifting his gaze to Cedric. Where did you acquire this? He inquired in a hushed tone. Professor Sprout asked me to assist her in organizing materials in her office this afternoon. While rummaging through her bookshelf, I stumbled upon a tome that contained the recipe for the Mana Restoration Potion. I thought you might find it useful, so I copied it down, Cedric replied. Shawn was filled with joy. Cedric was indeed a reliable young man. Not only did he keep secrets well, but he also rendered him significant assistance. Reflecting on Cedric's performance with Harry in the Triwizard Tournament, it was evident that he was a remarkably loyal and diligent young man. Well done, Cedric. Henceforth, I shall look after you and ensure your safety. Shawn patted Cedric's shoulder firmly, a promise made to Cedric and to himself. He understood that he must strive harder, working towards gaining the capability to avert tragedies. No, I merely wish to assist you. There's no need for your protection, Cedric replied, still unaware of Shawn's sentiments. Indeed. You are the top student of Hufflepuff, so it seems you require no aid from me. I wish you every success in maintaining your position as the best each year and graduating smoothly, Shawn said with a sincere smile, genuinely conveying his well wishes. I will. Cedric responded. Yes, you certainly will. After dinner, Shawn returned to the common room and meticulously reviewed the recipe for the restorative potion. This potion required half the ingredients of the Muggle Experience potion, necessitating only 6 components, yet each one was exceedingly rare. Shawn lingered in the dormitory until 6:50 before preparing to venture out. Meanwhile, in the communal lounge, Clarice was already awaiting his arrival. "You will be joining us, won't you?" Clarice inquired. Shawn replied without a moment's hesitation, "Of course." The two of them proceeded to the 6th floor's prefect's washroom, a facility reserved exclusively for prefects, boasting amenities far more luxurious than those found in the ordinary students' washrooms. Shawn and Chris stepped inside, where the dim lighting illuminated 6 figures of varying heights, among whom Shawn surprisingly recognized two. Keith, who harbored a bias against him, and Theo, the 5th-grade monitor, were unexpectedly members of this enigmatic group known as the Ouroboros. A member with a golden pompadour stepped forward and, in a gentlemanly manner, introduced himself to Shawn. "Welcome, newcomers. I am Kurt Malfoy, a 6th grader." Upon hearing that familiar surname, Shawn instantly recognized him as a relative of the Malfoy family. Kurt extended his hand towards Shawn, who reciprocated the gesture. "Shawn Greer, the renowned figure of Hogwarts, it is a pleasure to welcome you to Slytherin. You will bring honor to Slytherin, and Slytherin shall likewise bestow honor upon you." Kurt articulated with elegance. "Kurt, are you truly inviting him to join the Serpent's Tail? He is the son of a traitor. This would tarnish the reputation of the Serpent." Keith interjected, visibly agitated. "Silence, Keith. Shawn's talent will endow the Serpent with unprecedented strength and glory," Kurt retorted, casting a fierce glare at Keith. "Kurt, may I inquire about what is required of us upon joining the Serpent?" Shawn asked. The organization founded by Harry, known as D.A., aims to support Dumbledore, protect Hogwarts, and combat the Death Eaters. What, then, is the purpose of the Serpent's Tail? There is no immediate need to engage in battle against the Death Eaters. The return of the Dark Lord is still years away, Shawn mused. There is no demand for you to do anything for the Serpent. Rather, the Serpent will provide you with what you desire, Kurt replied, his voice laced with a hint of temptation. "What I desire?" Shawn pondered, somewhat bewildered by how the Serpent could ascertain his wants, for his desires were manifold. Kurt's gaze bore into Shawn as he drew forth his wand, proclaiming, "Power. The Serpent will grant you power." Shawn suddenly realized, so this is what they were referring to. It was the age-old tactic of the malevolent organization in the television series, enticing newcomers with power. Wait a moment, an evil organization? Could it be the Death Eaters training camp? Shawn thought abruptly. Shawn feigned a look of keen interest and inquired, "What kind of power?" "Dark magic, the kind that Hogwarts will not teach." As he uttered these words, Kurt cast a glance around at the others. Shawn turned his head slightly and whispered to Clarice, "You never mentioned that the Ouroboros is used to train Death Eaters." Clarice leaned in closer, striving to lower her voice as she explained, "The Ouroboros is not exclusively for training Death Eaters. Well, perhaps it has indeed produced a few. But does mastery of dark magic necessarily equate to being a Death Eater? That depends on the choices of the practitioner. The Ouroboros merely imparts knowledge of dark magic. Whether you choose to join the Death Eaters or embark on a journey as a traveler is entirely up to you." Shawn was momentarily speechless, feeling as though he had squandered 2 lifetimes, especially since such a simple truth had eluded even a young girl. He felt a profound sense of shame. Most Aurors in the Ministry of Magic are well versed in dark magic, even the unforgivable curses. However, the Ministry strictly forbids their use against wizards, reserving them for dire situations, even when apprehending Death Eaters. "All right, Chris, you are right," Shawn conceded. Yet, there was one aspect Chris might not yet grasp, the insidious allure and influence of dark magic upon the human psyche. Perhaps those who later delve into the study of dark magic unknowingly become ensnared, inevitably drawn to Voldemort's side in their quest for power. Chapter 21. But Kurt introduced Shawn and Chris to the other 5 members, one from each year, with Kurt himself serving as the president. Shawn had initially assumed the role would belong to a 7th-year student. Chris explained that in the Serpent's Tail, year was of no consequence. The most talented individual assumes the presidency, which evidently was Kurt, hailing from an ancient lineage, who had a greater affinity for dark magic than Malfoy. "You two are newcomers. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to approach them or me," Kurt gestured towards the others. "Every Saturday evening at 7. We will convene here to exchange knowledge on dark magic." On his way back, Shawn appeared to be lost in thought, barely absorbing the conversation that Chris was attempting to engage him in. He couldn't shake the impression that Kurt would inevitably become a Death Eater, despite his current gentlemanly demeanor. Shawn had just learned from Chris that Kurt's uncle was Lucius Malfoy, further solidifying his belief that this Slytherin would serve as a breeding ground for young Death Eaters. Although Kurt did not explicitly invite them to join the ranks of the Death Eaters, he spoke of teaching them dark magic and bestowing upon them power. Yet, how many could truly resist the allure of dark magic and avoid succumbing to its temptation? "Shawn, are you coming to the Slytherin freshman gathering tomorrow afternoon?" Chris inquired. Ah, tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to, and I fear I won't be able to make it, Shawn replied, snapping back to reality and declining Chris's invitation. Chris's expression dimmed slightly. Very well then. The two returned to their respective dormitories, where Shawn retrieved his wand and resumed his daily practice of magic. He had already returned Snape's textbook to the potions classroom bookshelf during his visit to the room of requirement yesterday. Now, he was diligently practicing the disarming charm, though he found it quite challenging. After 2 or 3 days of effort, he had only managed to construct the preliminary frameworks for the first 2 spells. There were even Death Eater recruits at Hogwarts, and the assailant from that day was likely affiliated with the Serpent's Tail. Shawn mused. However, he could not afford to withdraw from the Serpent's Tail. Kurt had spoken a truth. The Serpent's Tail would grant power. The magic he was currently learning was confined to the textbooks. Despite having mastered spells from the first 3 years, Hogwarts' educational philosophy did not endorse violence, resulting in most textbook spells lacking offensive capabilities. The sole offensive spell he had managed to grasp was Snape's unique disarming charm. In truth, Snape's disarming charm also fell under the category of dark magic, as it possessed irreversible effects. Only the counter-charm could alleviate its damage. Even if Shawn learned it, he would not dare to employ it within the confines of the school. He yearned for new magic. Not solely the dark arts of the Serpent's Tail, but also the advanced spells of the upper years, which he wished to explore ahead of time. Shawn diligently reinforced several third-year spells until he felt a tinge of fatigue in his magical energy around 11 o'clock. He then set aside his wand, indulged in a warm bath, and retired to bed. The following morning, at 9 o'clock, Shawn donned his yellow-brown hoodie and ventured through the castle gates towards Hagrid's hut. The temperate maritime climate of England rendered the weather particularly delightful on the first weekend of September, prompting many students to gather outdoors for a picnic, including the first-year Slytherin social gathering. "Hello, Hagrid," Shawn called out as he spotted Hagrid from a distance, feeding some creature in front of his hut. Hagrid glanced back at him, a broad smile illuminating his face as he waved enthusiastically. Shawn walked over briskly and then realized what creature Hagrid was feeding. "Is this a hippogriff?" Hagrid, in high spirits, cast a surprised glance at Shawn. "You actually know. ISNT Buckbeak Splendid? Is Buckbeak its name?" Shawn inquired. Shawn was aware that Hagrid possessed a creature known as the hippogriff, although he had forgotten its name. Observing it from a close distance was indeed quite intimidating. Rather, it exuded a formidable presence and an undeniable aura of authority. Standing over 2 meters tall, coupled with a head resembling that of an eagle, it commanded a strikingly majestic appearance that deterred any inclination to approach. Shawn stood to the side and bowed deeply to Buckbeak, who shook his head in response and lowered it in return. "Shawn, you know this much. It seems you have a fondness for magical creatures," Hagrid remarked with a smile. "To approach a hippogriff, the initial step is to bow while maintaining eye contact. If it bows back to you, you may then stroke it and even ride upon its back." Shawn had received a response from Buckbeak, yet he hesitated to approach and caress him. At that moment, Hagrid grasped Shawn's arm and led him towards Buckbeak. "Go on, give him a touch," Hagrid encouraged, reminiscent of a naive giant introducing a friend to something new. "All right," Shawn replied with a look of resignation. He slowly extended his hand towards Buckbeak's fierce, eagle-like head. The texture was akin to that of avian feathers, albeit somewhat firmer. Buckbeak nudged his head against Shawn's palm a couple of times, prompting Hagrid to exclaim joyfully, "I believe he likes you, Shawn. Why not give it a try and ride him?" Suddenly, Hagrid enveloped Shawn, lifting him onto Buckbeak's back. Shawn felt a twinge of panic as he reminded Hagrid, "Hagrid, I have come to see the Thestrals." Naturally, Buckbeak knew the way. He would guide us to the Thestrals. As he spoke, Hagrid climbed aboard, and the once spacious back of Buckbeak suddenly felt cramped. "The Thestrals are on the other side of the Black Lake. It will take us some time to get there, but a ride on Buckbeak will have us there in no time." Hagrid pointed towards the woods across the lake. Shawn glanced into the distance, noting the considerable expanse before him. He could only sit alongside Hagrid as they traversed the Black Lake on Buckbeak, skimming the surface until they reached the opposite shore. "Buckbeak, wait here. We shall return shortly," Hagrid instructed, producing a piece of raw beef from a gray pouch at his waist and offering it to Buckbeak. "Hagrid, is the Thestral within those woods?" Shawn inquired, gesturing towards the trees ahead. Hagrid, leading the way, replied, "Indeed, the Thestrals have wandered here in recent days, and I intended to come and observe them today." Shawn followed closely behind Hagrid, and after taking only a few steps into the woods, the two came to a halt. Before Shawn stood several extraordinary creatures, devoid of any flesh, their black pelts tightly adhering to their skeletal frames, each bone distinctly visible. Their heads resembled that of dragons, with eyes devoid of pupils, glaring intently. Wings sprouted from the pronounced area between their shoulder blades, large and resilient, akin to those of a colossal bat. Hagrid tossed several pieces of raw meat, and two of the night steeds approached slowly, bowing their heads to pick up the meat from the ground. At that moment, Shawn felt a twinge of anxiety. They appeared rather menacing. How would he manage to collect saliva? "Shawn, can you see?" Hagrid inquired. Shawn hesitated for a moment before comprehending that Hagrid was referring to the thestral. Indeed, he could see it. "Hagrid, could you spare me some meat?" Shawn suddenly inquired. Hagrid handed over a cloth bag from which Shawn retrieved 3 pieces of raw beef. With determination, he approached the thestral before him. It's all right. It's all right. I've pet Buckbeak. What is there to fear from a thestral?" Shawn reassured himself. He cautiously extended a piece of meat towards the creature's mouth. The thestral, with its wide eyes, glanced at the offering before lowering its head to grasp the meat, swallowing it whole. "Have some more," Shawn offered the second piece. The thestral bent down once more, and a strand of white saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth. Shawn glanced back at Hagrid, who was feeding another thestral. Shawn hurriedly retrieved the prepared ampoule from his pocket and carefully collected a drop of saliva into the small vial. Chapter 22. The Ghoul's Kiss. The vital ingredient of nightshade saliva was now secured from the 12 components of the Muggle Experience Potion. The remaining items could be acquired by stealthily infiltrating Snape's storeroom. These were merely commonplace materials, and Snape would likely not take notice. Even if he did, with so many students around, he could hardly discern the culprit. Students frequently traversed the corridors during the weekend, and fortunately, Snape's storeroom, much like his office, was located in the basement. Shawn returned to his dormitory to fetch the Marauder's map, eager to gather the ingredients without delay. With Snape's name absent from the vicinity of the storeroom, Shawn slipped inside with ease. After successfully assembling 11 of the ingredients, he returned to his dormitory. He initially contemplated concocting the potion in the girls' washroom on the 2nd floor. But upon checking the time, he realized that in just 2 hours, the Serpent's Tail meeting would commence. Shawn required ample time to prepare the potion, and 2 hours would undoubtedly be too rushed. He resolved to wait until the following evening. After dinner, Shawn met with Clarice in the common room of Slytherin, and together they made their way to the prefect's washroom on the 6th floor. The other 6 members had already arrived, and upon seeing Shawn and Clarice enter, Kurt waved his wand, sealing the washroom door behind them. When Shawn entered, the Eye of Magic had already been activated. He beheld a simple magical framework upon Kurt's wand. As Kurt's display of spellcasting without incantation seemed to showcase his remarkable abilities to both Shawn and Chris. "Blanco, I entrust Shawn and Chris to you. You are responsible for teaching them the Kiss of the Ghoul. The others will pair up to review last year's spells." Kurt assigned the tasks. "Come on, Shawn, Chris," called the senior student with a buzz cut from the 7th grade, beckoning Shawn. "Blanco, what manner of dark magic is the Kiss of the Ghoul?" Shawn inquired. Following closely behind. "It inflicts a burning effect, leaving the victim with wounds that are difficult to heal," Blanco elucidated. Shawn then inquired, "I am curious. Where does the dark magic of the Ouroboros originate? Is there a tome of dark magic?" Blanco chuckled. "If such a thing were to be inscribed in a book, it would indeed be perilous. It all resides right here," he remarked, gesturing toward his head. Shawn nodded, reflecting on the perilous nature of teaching dark magic at Hogwarts. Should another tome chronicling dark sorcery come to light, the serpent would have long been vanquished. This implied that for 5 decades, the knowledge had been preserved solely through generations of transmission, passed down from the president to others. Kurt, currently in his 6th year, would still have the opportunity to teach for another year, Shawn mused. Dark magic is exceedingly dangerous, its effects irreversible once inflicted. Thus, one must exercise extreme caution during practice. Should one sustain injuries while dabbling in dark arts, Kurt would not permit them to seek assistance from Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse. "Has anyone ever been injured?" Chris inquired. "Indeed," Blanco affirmed with certainty. "But if they cannot visit the nurse, how are they treated?" Shawn asked, his curiosity piqued. Having guided several cohorts of newcomers, Blanco was well acquainted with their inquiries. He chuckled softly and replied, "They employ counter spells to negate the harm inflicted by dark magic. We certainly do not teach the 3 unforgivable curses. Every dark spell has a corresponding counter curse, allowing for remediation in the event of an accident. Especially since we are still students." Shawn suddenly realized that there existed a corresponding counter curse, alleviating his fears of accidental injury. He recalled that Snape's killing curse also had an antidote, one that facilitated rapid healing. Harry, having just learned this magic, had employed the killing curse during a confrontation with Draco, resulting in a grievous wound to Draco's abdomen, causing blood to flow profusely. Had Snape not arrived in time to cast the counter curse, Draco would likely have succumbed to excessive blood loss. Meanwhile, Snape's inadvertent injury to George's ear, leaving it severed, rendered Mrs. Weasley powerless to heal it. Had Snape been present, George's ear might have been saved. Snape's textbook contained only the killing curse, omitting the counter curse, which suggested that future practice would necessitate heightened caution. Shawn admonished himself. You both witnessed the allure of dark magic, Blanco declared, raising his wand and vigorously gesturing towards a wooden dummy. The kiss of the Dementor. Shawn's magical eye observed with utmost concentration as the intricate lines of magic emanating from Blanco's wand intricately intertwined, gradually forming 4 distinct magical frameworks. Subsequently, a dark crimson beam shot forth towards the puppet, revealing a charred small hole on its torso, from which wisps of black smoke continued to emanate. Now, do you perceive the formidable power of dark magic? Blanco inquired. Shawn nodded, acknowledging the impressive power. Indeed, it was more aggressive than all the spells he currently mastered. However, he had not clearly observed the previous demonstration, and the subsequent 2 magical frameworks appeared too similar, leaving him momentarily uncertain about which magical line to construct first. Blanco, could you please demonstrate once more? Shawn inquired. Blanco, assuming that Shawn was captivated by his earlier display, nonchalantly shrugged and replied, Do not rush, Shawn. Today marks merely your first attendance at the Ouroboros Exchange. There is ample time ahead. Remember, mastering a dark spell requires 5 to 6 times more effort than the magic learned in your classroom. Shawn speculated that they were likely exercising utmost caution to avoid errors while constructing the magical framework, which accounted for the prolonged duration of their studies. Blanco, do you know how many dark spells Kurt has mastered? Shawn suddenly inquired about Kurt. Blanco glanced over at Kurt, then lowered his voice to say, It is said that the Malfoy family is a supporter of the Dark Lord, and Kurt is quite passionate about dark magic. By the 5th year, he had already surpassed the previous head. However, I am unaware of the exact number of dark spells he has mastered. Typically, from initiation to graduation in the Serpent Society, one can only learn around 10 dark spells. I am nearing graduation and have only mastered 9. The Society's rule dictates that a member must fully master 1 dark spell before progressing to the next. Blanco continued. 7 years for around 10 spells means merely 1.5 spells per year. I wonder if the founder of the Serpent Society acted with such caution due to the need for secrecy, Shawn mused. At that moment, Keith and Theo were practicing 2 other dark spells, and Shawn became so engrossed in watching them that he forgot Blanco was still speaking to him. Shawn, Chris, come down. I will explain the theoretical aspects of the Ghoul's Kiss spell to you. Shawn was intently recording the magical frameworks of 2 dark spells, completely oblivious to Blanco calling out to him. Noticing Shawn's distraction, Chris had no choice but to nudge him with her elbow. Brandon produced 2 sheets of paper and 2 quill pens, handing them to Shawn and Chris, explaining that once they were finished, the papers were to be incinerated. Shawn pondered that the Ouroboros operated with impeccable precision, which explained its enduring presence at Hogwarts for half a century without dissolution. Chapter 23. A Midnight Invitation. The Kiss of the Ghoul consisted of 4 magical frameworks, the computational formulas of which I shall transcribe for you shortly. For now, let us first focus on the construction of the magical lines. Blanco meticulously divided the first magical framework into 8 segments, elucidating each one individually. Akin to assembling a model with an accompanying manual detailing the first step, the second step, and so forth, until a complete component was formed. Naturally, creating magical frameworks is far more complex than mere model assembly. The model's parts are pre-manufactured, requiring only assembly, while the magical lines are composed of magical energy, necessitating an understanding of the precise amount of magical power required for each framework. According to Shawn's understanding since his enrollment, he possesses the greatest magical power among the freshmen. However, even with his daily practice of approximately 3 hours, he finds himself fatigued by the exertion of magic. Meanwhile, Chris is diligently transcribing each step of the magical framework's calculation formulas. Once she comprehends and masters the theoretical aspects of the magical framework, she will be able to commence her practice. Shawn did not require such elaborate measures. His magical eye enabled him to perceive the intricate process of constructing magical frameworks with remarkable clarity. In terms of comprehension, he was already far ahead of his peers, not needing to expend time calculating formulas or memorizing steps. During the practice phase, Shawn distanced himself significantly from everyone else. Assuming that Chris had already grasped the theoretical aspects of the magical framework and was ready to commence her practice, she would undoubtedly struggle initially, as she lacked knowledge of the requisite magical energy needed to successfully create this framework. She would have to undertake numerous attempts. Perhaps her first endeavor would yield only 3 frameworks before halting, while her second might show slight improvement. Thus, the practice of spells during the lesson was essentially an exercise in constructing magical frameworks. However, Shawn was spared from such repeated trials. For his magical eye could roughly ascertain the amount of magical energy Blanco had infused into his wand. He merely needed to practice according to that magical energy, making 1 or 2 minor adjustments to achieve results equivalent to what others would accomplish in a week. The Ouroboros exchange continued until 9 o'clock, during which Shawn and Chris listened to Blanco expound on theory for 2 hours. While Shawn feigned attentiveness with nods, he covertly cast glances towards Keith and Theo, who were engaged in practicing dark magic. Keith in the first-year witch group were working with 6 magical frameworks, while Theo in the 4th-year group were practicing with 8 jagged frameworks. The 2 groups did not cast spells frequently. Rather, they focused on discussing insights, such as encountering resistance in the construction of a particular step within the magical framework. Shawn felt a sense of urgency within himself. Please don't just discuss. Continue practicing. I haven't grasped it yet. Unfortunately, until the very end, Shawn was unable to witness them casting spells again. Blanco collected the papers from Shawn and Chris. Shawn only managed to note half of it, while Chris had filled both sides completely. Blanco then performed a spell, using a flame to incinerate their notes. Do not lament, he cautioned, for if the professors were to discover these, it would lead to considerable trouble. Shawn estimated that with 2 nights of practice, he would be able to master the dark magic known as the Kiss of the Ghoul. However, he was concerned that his rapid learning might raise suspicions in Kurt. 8 Slytherins returned to the common room in small groups. Chris bid Shawn good night before heading to her dormitory, and Shawn prepared to return to his own room to begin his magical practice. At that moment, the ever-persistent Keith called out to him, "Shawn, at 10:30 tonight. In the 3rd-floor storage room, Kurt wishes to speak with you." 10:30? That's past curfew. If Filch catches me, I'll lose points, Shawn replied. The 3rd-floor storage room is rarely visited by Filch, Keith reassured him. Why didn't Kurt mention it himself? Shawn inquired. For reasons of discretion. He seldom interacts with others in public, Keith explained. All right, understood, Shawn responded. Shawn returned to his dormitory, seated himself upon a chair, and pondered the words uttered by Keith moments ago. Who was he trying to deceive? Furthermore, why did Kurt not mention his desire to meet me in the senior washroom? A place devoid of outsiders? I am indeed curious to uncover the ruse that Keith is concocting. Shawn rested in bed for over an hour, and just before 10:30, he donned his shoes and stealthily slipped out of the common room with the enchanted map in hand. The storage room on the 3rd floor was indeed a mere storage area at present, but once Harry arrived, it would transform into the entrance to the first challenge guarding the Philosopher's Stone, Shawn mused. As Shawn ascended to the 3rd floor, he gazed down the corridor, where at the end, around the corner, lay the storeroom. The active map illuminated a name in that very spot, Keith Brent. Let me see what you wish to discuss with me. Shawn activated his magical eye and proceeded towards the storeroom. Shawn approached the door, opting not to knock but rather to call out softly, Kurt? No response came from within. He reached out to push the door, discovering it ajar. Cautiously, he opened it wider, revealing a figure enveloped in a radiant white glow standing in the storage room, their one constructing a magical framework. Disarm. Shawn did not grant Keith the opportunity to complete the magical framework. He was well prepared before entering, casting a disarming spell that sent Keith's wand flying. Although Keith was shrouded in a hood, Shawn was certain that his expression was quite remarkable at that moment. You, how? Keith stammered in a flustered manner. You're wondering why you weren't affected, aren't you? Keith, your acting skills are woefully inadequate, Shawn remarked, exposing his identity. How did you know it was me? Keith inquired. I contemplated it with my toes and my backside, and it was unmistakably you, Shawn replied. How can you cast a disarming spell? That's a 2nd-year incantation. I possess quite a few tricks, Shawn replied with unabashed confidence. This disarming charm was a signature spell of Harry's, simple yet limited in its effectiveness. For weaker wizards, it often proved futile against those with formidable magical prowess, failing to disarm them. Each time Harry clashed with Voldemort, he employed this spell, yet the outcome invariably devolved into a pure contest of magical forces, each struggling against the other in midair, a feat unattainable by the average wizard. Harry was exceptional. His power was immense, compounded by the fact that he and Voldemort wielded a pair of brother wands. As for Draco disarming Dumbledore, that was a prearranged maneuver orchestrated by Dumbledore and Snape. It was likely that old Dumbledore intended for Draco to emerge victorious. In the days preceding the commencement of the school year, Shawn had mastered this spell, While it was ineffective against sorcerers of superior magical prowess, Keith evidently did not belong to that category, as the ethereal light surrounding him was comparable to Shawn's own. "Pray tell, why did you attack me twice?" Shawn inquired, his wand pointed at Keith. A wizard who had lost his wand was akin to a swordsman stripped of his blade, thus, Keith refrained from making any reckless movements. He lowered his hat, revealing a visage etched with resentment directed towards Shawn. "How is it that a traitor such as you could gain admission to Slytherin? Why would Kurt invite you into the ranks of the Serpent?" "Everything you have done is abhorrent to me," Keith hissed, his voice strained as he unleashed his emotions. "Is that all, Keith? I believe you ought to pay a visit to Madame Pomfrey. It seems you might be grappling with some psychological issues that require addressing," Shawn exclaimed. "You are insulting me, you wretched traitor." Suddenly, Keith reached out his hand towards Shawn, leaving everyone utterly petrified. Shawn cast a petrification spell upon Keith, who stood motionless like a statue. "I pondered that it was time to summon Professor Snape to deal with you." Shawn turned and closed the door to the storage room. Chapter 24. The Pompous Keith. Shawn departed from the storage room, leaving behind Keith, who was paralyzed by terror. Uncertainty loomed over him regarding the punishment that awaited. The mere thought of Snape's icy visage filled Keith with despair. His thoughts were somewhat radical, yet extremism was not confined to him alone within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts, or even across the entirety of the British wizarding world. Some were fanatically obsessed with power, while others held fervently to the preservation of pure bloodlines. Shawn knocked on the door of Snape's chamber, fully prepared to confront the icy glare that would undoubtedly greet him. As the small peephole slid open, Snape's fierce eyes fixed upon Shawn. "Greer, I trust you are aware of the hour. How dare you venture out at night?" Snape exclaimed, his voice laced with ire. "Professor, you must accompany me to the 3rd floor. In comparison to my nocturnal escapades, the antics of Keith Brent will surely incite your wrath even further," Shawn replied. "Brent?" Snape hesitated, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. "It was he who attacked me that night. He intends to strike again tonight, but I have subdued him," Shawn stated calmly, as if he were discussing an event that had not directly involved him. The door swung open, revealing Snape clad in his daytime robes, suggesting he had yet to retire for the evening. "Who else is aware of tonight's events?" Snape inquired. Shawn contemplated the situation. Realizing that Keith's impending ambush was likely a secret kept from all but 3 individuals. "With no one else aware, I hastened to inform the professor," Shawn stated. Snape and Shawn arrived at the 3rd floor storage room, where Shawn gestured towards the ajar door, declaring, "He is right in there. I used the Petri Ficus Totalis on him." Snape strode forward decisively and pushed the door open, only to find the room utterly vacant. Keith was nowhere to be seen. "Greer, you had better provide an explanation." Snape's gaze was laden with skepticism. At this moment, Shawn was somewhat taken aback. "Professor, please believe me, he has clearly been struck by the petrification curse. It is impossible for him to recover so swiftly." Snape regarded him and inquired, "What are you doing in this storage room during curfew?" Shawn surmised that Snape was undoubtedly aware of the existence of the Serpent Society, yet he could not expose this group, and must even safeguard it from detection. This organization was likely supported by the Death Eaters, and as a double agent, Snape was tasked with ensuring the continuation of the Serpent Society within Hogwarts by the Death Eaters. Shawn boldly spoke of the existence of the Ouroboros. "Keith informed me that Kurt wishes to meet with me. Kurt is the president of the Ouroboros." After Shawn spoke, he fixated on Snape's face, eager to discern his reaction. Snape, maintaining his characteristic impassivity, replied, "I knew you would join." The two lingered in the storage room for a while before emerging, at which point Snape admonished Shawn to return to the dormitory and rest. The following day, Snape deducted 5 points from Slytherin due to Shawn's nocturnal escapade during curfew, a blatant disregard for school regulations. Consequently, Shawn was assigned the punishment of transcribing the school rules 10 times. During lunch in the Great Hall, the Weasley twins approached, as was their custom, engaging in a banter reminiscent of a comedic routine behind Shawn. "George, I wager that Clever Clogs must have been sleepwalking," Fred jested. "No, Fred. Shawn is our dear friend. How could you say such a thing? He must have felt that Slytherin's points had been accumulating excessively, and thus, in a bid to afford other houses a fighting chance, intentionally deducted points," George retorted with a grin. Suddenly, the two exchanged a high five and proclaimed in unison, "No wonder he is the son of a traitor." Their laughter echoed as they scampered away from the hall, while the other Slytherin students cast uneasy glances at Shawn, influenced by the twins' words. If Shawn had indeed deducted points intentionally, he would be perceived as a betrayer of Slytherin, despite the fact that he had previously contributed to their score. Yet, people tend to remember negative actions more vividly. Clarice and Cassius exchanged glances, uncertain of how to voice their thoughts. Just then, Keith sauntered over from the entrance of the hall, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. He took the vacant seat beside Shawn and whispered, "Professor Snape sought me out this morning, but I wanted to see your outcome first. You must place more faith in me now, ha ha ha." Keith reveled in his perceived superiority, relishing the sight of Shawn's punishment and the gossip swirling around him, which filled him with immense satisfaction. Shawn lowered his voice, infused with anger, and addressed Keith, "Listen, do not presume that your petty tricks will intimidate me. At 10:30 tonight, in the girls' restroom on the second floor, those with courage may come to duel." Observing Shawn's flustered demeanor, Keith felt an even greater sense of delight. Relishing the prospect, "I shall play with you until you are expelled from school." With that, Keith rose, swishing his robe, and confidently departed the hall. Shawn watched his retreating figure, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. "Shawn, what did you say to Keith?" someone inquired. "Oh, nothing much. Just mentioned that I would host him well tonight," Shawn replied with a smile. Cassius leaned in and asked, "Shawn, do you have any delectable treats?" Shawn smiled silently. After lunch, he found the Weasley twins lounging on a bench in the courtyard, basking in the sun. His arrival cast a shadow over them. Fred, with his eyes closed, remarked, "The performance earlier was rather commendable, wasn't it? Everyone around was looking at you with curious eyes." "The effect was quite impressive," Shawn replied. "Why would you want to broadcast your punishment? It will only lead to your ostracization by the Slytherin students," George inquired. Shawn did not respond to George's inquiry. Instead, he expressed his gratitude, stating that the 4 Seeks could be considered as performance fees. He had initially intended to concoct a Muggle experience potion that evening, but first, he needed to address the troublesome matter concerning Keith. Otherwise, he would be plagued by his incessant disturbances in the future, which would become quite bothersome. On his way back to the dormitory, Shawn encountered Joseph from Hufflepuff. Similar to Slytherin, Hufflepuff's common room was located in the basement. The two exchanged greetings, and suddenly, a question arose in Shawn's mind, prompting him to call out to Joseph. "Joseph, there is something I wish to inquire about." "What is it?" Joseph replied. "Why is Tonks so fearful of me revealing the nature of your relationship?" "Surely, the school does not prohibit romantic involvement," Shawn questioned. Joseph hesitated momentarily before divulging the reason behind the concern. "Tonks hails from a pure-blood family, while I am of mixed blood. Her family forbids any romantic ties between a pureblood and a half-blood." "Ah, I see," Shawn responded, realization dawning upon him. Understanding this context, he could comprehend the family's stance on preserving pure bloodlines and their prohibition against relationships with half-blood wizards. Upon returning to the dormitory, Shawn contemplated that since Joseph would be in the Hufflepuff common room, Tonks would likely not be in the room of requirement either. It seemed more prudent to practice magic in the room of requirement. The dormitory was indeed not an ideal place for such endeavors. The spacious and deserted room of requirement would allow Shawn to practice with greater freedom. Shawn arrived at the corridor on the 8th floor. After a brief moment, he entered the room of requirement. He surveyed the space, ensuring that no one else was present before raising his wand, ready to practice the Kiss of the Ghoul. Chapter 25, The Crown of Ravenclaw, The Kiss of the Ghoul. Shawn recited the incantation as the magical framework on his wand took shape seamlessly, reminiscent of Blanco's spellcasting. A beam of dark crimson light shot forth, striking the practice dummy and searing a charred mark the size of a coin upon its surface. After 2 hours of diligent practice, he finally achieved his first success. Sighing with relief, Shawn took a moment to rest beside his work. At this pace, he estimated that he could master all the dark magic of the Ouroboros within a year. However, in terms of the speed and stability of his magical framework compared to Blanco's, there remained a noticeable gap, considering Blanco had trained for several years. If the two were to engage in a duel using the Kiss of the Ghoul, Shawn's magical framework would likely be swiftly overwhelmed by Blanco's prowess. Shawn rubbed his belly, feeling a twinge of hunger after such prolonged practice. Although the establishment was aptly named the House of Fulfillment, it was, according to the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration, incapable of conjuring food. Fortunately, Shawn had managed to procure an apple from the auditorium at noon, which he had tucked away in the pocket of his robe. Shawn polished the apple and took a hearty bite. After just a few chews, he heard a noise from within the house, reminiscent of a vessel clattering to the ground. Shawn pondered whether, just after casting the spell, he had inadvertently struck anything else. Had the elevation of the clutter caused items to tumble down? Shawn, filled with curiosity, followed the sound and discovered, beneath a heap of clutter, several silver plates and forks, along with a magnificent crown adorned with sapphires. Shawn instinctively bent down to retrieve the crown, suddenly struck by the notion that it suited him perfectly. envisioning that donning it would bestow upon him the ultimate glory and power, akin to that of an emperor. Shawn's hand gradually approached the crown. And just as his fingertips were about to make contact with it, the eye of magic instinctively activated. The visions that materialized within the eye jolted Shawn into a state of alertness, prompting him to retreat 5 steps, his back now drenched in cold sweat. Under the gaze of the magical eye, the crown revealed a swirling mass of dark mist, within which lurked the grotesque visage of a noseless face. Voldemort. He nearly fell into your trap, how terrifying. The Horcrux possessed the power to seduce the heart and amplify one's inner darkness. It remains uncertain whether Shawn's practice of dark magic triggered the artifact or if he himself had drawn the attention of the Horcrux, which perhaps had deliberately tumbled from the heap of discarded items to capture Shawn's focus. Shawn's inner world is intricate. His contemplations far exceed those of his peers. His desires are numerous, and this is precisely what the soul weapon craves. The greater the human longing, the easier it becomes to dominate. Shawn was convinced that he could not come into contact with the crown, for he might very well lose himself in the process. Previously, he had entertained the notion of using the crown to attract Dumbledore's attention. Now, however, that idea seemed exceedingly naive. In the absence of any means to approach the Horcruxes, to venture into the headmaster's office claiming that he had accidentally stumbled into the room of requirement, subsequently discovering the crown, and inadvertently realizing it was one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, would surely prompt Dumbledore to perform a soul extraction on him right then and there. Shawn shook his head. What was he thinking? Even Dumbledore, with all his formidable power, required Harry's assistance to destroy the Horcruxes. Why should he seek to involve himself in such matters? He slapped his face gently to rouse himself. Voldemort was best left to Dumbledore and Harry. His sole responsibility was to master his magic and protect himself from Bellatrix's vengeance. Shawn cast a levitation spell upon the heap of clutter, and the items began to descend gently onto the crown, gradually burying it beneath their weight. Have my desires truly become insatiable? The soul artifact shows no inclination to seduce Nymphadora and Joseph. Shawn departed from the House of Infinite Wishes, resolving not to return until he had successfully removed the crown. Shawn felt an overwhelming fatigue, even more so than after his earlier practice of the ghoul's kiss. Now, even casting a levitation charm seemed a daunting task. Upon returning to his dormitory, he reclined on his bed and succumbed to slumber from 3:30 in the afternoon until 9 in the evening, when he drowsily opened his eyes. Glancing at the wall clock, he realized how late it had become. With a rumbling stomach, Shawn knocked on the door of Cassius's dormitory. Cassius opened the door and, upon recognizing Shawn, inquired, "Where have you been all afternoon? We couldn't find you." "I was asleep in my dormitory the entire time, only just waking up now. By the way, do you have any food?" "I haven't had dinner yet," Shawn replied. Shawn recalled that Cassius had a penchant for bringing food into their dormitory, where Graham, another resident, was equally fond of indulging in culinary delights. "Just wait a moment," said Cassius as he retrieved 2 butter honey cakes, 2 apples, and a cherry pudding from his nightstand, in addition to snatching 2 chocolate bars from Graham. "Is this sufficient?" Cassius inquired, offering the assortment to Shawn. "That will do, thank you," Shawn replied. Shawn needed to consume something to regain his energy, as he had to suitably entertain Keith at 10:30. What was going on today? He felt utterly exhausted after merely 2 hours of practice. It shouldn't have been this taxing. Shawn splashed cold water on his face, striving to restore himself to optimal condition. Fortunately, after such a prolonged respite, his magical prowess had somewhat revived, which should suffice to handle Keith. After the curfew, Hogwarts lay enveloped in tranquility, and Shawn arrived punctually at the second-floor girls' restroom, equipped with the Marauder's map. This restroom was usually abandoned, as it had been the site of a tragic incident 50 years prior, where a girl named Myrtle had lost her life. Aside from Myrtle's spirit that occasionally wandered, it was generally devoid of any visitors. Before entering, Shawn noticed 2 names displayed on the Marauder's map within the restroom. One was Keith Brent, and the other, surprisingly, was Borisav Jovik. Initially, he had assumed that Keith's accomplice was merely a student, but it turned out to be Professor Jovik. Just yesterday, Keith had managed to escape from the storage room in a matter of minutes. Shawn's petrification spell should not have been so ineffective as to last only a few moments. This led Shawn to conclude that someone must have intervened to lift the spell placed on Keith. Shawn gathered the map of activity points and glanced toward the end of the corridor, whispering, "Here it comes." A shadowy figure strode confidently towards Shawn, the curtain-like black hair swaying with each step. Snape cast a fleeting glance at Shawn. Shawn spoke with unwavering confidence, "Professor, I assure you this time I shall prove my innocence." Snape advanced and pushed open the lavatory door. Inside, Keith had yet to discern the identity of the intruder when he cast a stunning spell. Without uttering a single incantation, Snape waved his wand, summoning a shield charm that instantaneously rebounded Keith's spell. Consequently, Keith fell victim to his own stunning spell and lost consciousness. The shield charm, a practical defensive incantation, was duly noted by Shawn, who had fortuitously activated his magical eye in advance, allowing him to perceive the intricate framework of the shield charm. Joseph, taken aback, stammered, "Professor Snape, what brings you here?" "That question ought to be directed at you, Professor Joseph," Snape retorted coldly. "What are you doing here with Brent?" Jovik interjected. "Brent informed me that Shawn had provoked him, challenging him to a duel here. I came to prevent their confrontation." Snape's serpentine gaze fixed icily upon Jovik as he scoffed. "You have done a commendable job of preventing anything." The moment someone entered, Brent initiated his spell. "Borisov, cast aside your foolish notions. I warn you. Do not allow Brent to trouble Greer any further. And you," he added, directing his attention to Jovik, "best behave yourself. I shall be watching you closely." As he spoke, Snape advanced step by step towards Jovik. Chapter 26. Entering the restricted section, Shawn stood by, observing Jovik being cornered by Snape in the restroom stall. Finding amusement in the situation, it seemed Keith's choice of allies was rather unreliable. Following that evening, Keith indeed ceased to appear before him, even deliberately avoiding Shawn during meals in the Great Hall. After enduring a full day of classes, Shawn finally found the opportunity to concoct a Muggle experience potion. After curfew, he stealthily entered the girls' lavatory on the second floor, equipped with the Marauder's map. Moaning Myrtle was perched on the sink, observing Shawn as he busied himself with the cauldron, her expression one of amusement. "Myrtle, you won't tell anyone, will you?" Shawn asked awkwardly, casting a glance at her. "Humph, just another dull affair," Myrtle replied, disinterested, before plunging into the toilet and leaving the restroom. Having lingered as a ghost for over 50 years, she had lost all interest in the secrets students shared in this place. During the day, Shawn had meticulously rehearsed the potion-making process in class, and now every step was etched in his mind. Shawn meticulously placed the materials into the crucible, simmering and stirring. By the time he had utilized all 11 ingredients, an hour had already elapsed. Shawn held an ampoule containing the saliva of the night steed, which had been collected 2 days prior. According to the prescribed method, it was necessary to introduce the contents in 2 portions after allowing the crucible to boil for 3 minutes. Alas, he nearly ruined the entire process. Shawn rolled up his sleeves and wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. As Shawn joined the nightmare saliva, he felt a surge of anxiety that nearly caused him to pour the entire contents into the mixture. After completing the N.E.W.T. level Muggle experience potion, he gazed at the dark crimson, viscous liquid in the cauldron, instinctively swallowing hard. He decided to take the plunge. Shawn held his breath and lifted the crucible, consuming the crimson liquid in one swift motion. In the next moment, an excruciating pain surged from his mouth to his throat and then to his abdomen, as if engulfed in flames. The crucible slipped from his grasp with a resounding thud. Shawn rushed to the toilet, retching violently, cold sweat cascading from his forehead to envelop his entire body. He knelt on the floor, clutching his abdomen, the veins in his neck bulging, his face flushed with a deep crimson hue. He yearned to cry out, yet found himself unable to do so. After an agonizing 5 minutes, the searing sensation finally subsided. Shawn gasped for air, steadied himself on his legs, and made his way to the sink to splash water on his face. At that moment, he noticed a serpent design etched onto the faucet and instinctively recoiled a couple of steps. "I am pure blood. Why am I frightening myself?" Shawn pondered. This restroom served as the entrance to the Slytherin chamber, where the basilisk slithered through the myriad of pipes within Hogwarts. Thankfully, no one had yet opened the chamber's door, and the creature remained dormant, undisturbed. Shawn drew his wand, attempting to construct a magical framework for a levitation spell. However, he found himself utterly incapable of channeling any magical energy. This clearly indicated the success of the Muggle experience potion. Shawn hurried towards the library, leaving the cauldron untidy. The library was open and did not lock its doors at night. Otherwise, without his magic, Shawn would be unable to cast even the unlocking spell, and he would likely find himself stranded outside. Shawn traversed the public reading area and made his way directly to the restricted section. He took a deep breath and slowly advanced, his right toe crossing the red line that demarcated the boundary between the restricted section and the public library, followed by his right calf. Shawn realized he had succeeded as he swiftly crossed the red line into the forbidden section. The demon of the 15th century, the infamous Fire Eater. Shawn gazed at the titles on the shelves and murmured, "Where's the mind-sealing technique?" Shawn scanned the bookshelves in quick succession, his eyes darting over the titles until one particularly familiar name caught his attention. The Dark Arts, A Guide to the Arcane? Was this not the very tome that Tom Riddle had perused in his youth? With a sense of intrigue, Shawn retrieved the volume from the shelf. Back in his third year, Voldemort had, with the permission of Professor Horace Slughorn, ventured into the restricted section to delve into forbidden knowledge. It was from this very book that he had gleaned the secrets of Horcrux creation. It appears that several pages had been torn out long ago by Voldemort himself. As Shawn leafed through the pages, he distinctly noted the absence of 5 sheets, unmistakably ripped from the binding. Shawn placed the book back and continued his search for literature on cerebral closure techniques. After half an hour, he finally spotted a volume on cerebral closure on the second shelf of the 6th bookcase. With another hour and a half remaining, he hurriedly set about transcribing it. Shawn extracted a notebook and quill from his robe, uncertain whether the tomes in the restricted section were enchanted in any way. Thus, he hesitated to attempt to remove them, opting instead to transcribe the contents within the confines of the restricted area. Devoid of magical assistance for swift notation, Shawn found himself, for the first time since entering this realm, fervently inscribing nearly 15 pages on the intricacies of the memory concealment spell. He exited the restricted section just before the effects of the Muggle experience potion dissipated. In the subsequent days, Shawn dedicated himself to the study of the memory concealment spell during and after classes. This enchantment proved to be exceedingly intricate, aside from the magical framework. The emotional applications presented a level of complexity he had never encountered before. Was this spell designed to construct a false memory space within the mind? Should genuine emotions be employed to enhance its realism? While I might devise a method to navigate the magical framework, how does one manipulate the embellishment of emotions? Shawn, with his head bowed in contemplation, was called upon by Professor Flitwick during the charms class. Shawn, would you kindly demonstrate for the class? Shawn raised his head in confusion, while Cassius reminded him that the lesson was about the flickering of fluorescence. Shawn nodded and addressed Professor Fluellen, saying, "Very well, Professor." Shawn executed a dazzling flicker of luminescence with remarkable skill, prompting Professor Flivy to smile approvingly at him. After the conclusion of the charms class, Cassius approached him, inquiring, "Shawn, are you prepared for this afternoon's flying lesson?" Flying lesson? Wait, is today already Thursday? Shawn responded with astonishment. Since receiving the cerebral closure spell on Monday evening, time had flown by for him as he immersed himself in his own world, oblivious to the classes he attended that week. The professors, too, paid him little heed, for he was an exceptionally outstanding student. Following the herbology class in the afternoon, the flying lesson loomed ahead, a source of trepidation for Shawn. He had intended to find an opportunity to practice on the broomstick last week, yet it seemed his week had been busier than most, akin to a month for others. "Well, I'm ready to fail the flying lesson," Shawn said with resignation. Out of the 8 subjects in his first year, he could achieve excellence in 7. But the flying class was poised to become the most glaring mark on his report card. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shawn sat alone on the grass, observing his classmates soaring through the sky on their broomsticks. Tilting his gaze at a 45-degree angle towards the heavens, an inexplicable sadness washed over him. Am I truly this inept? Everyone else has taken flight while I remain here seated. Shawn had once again attempted to fly, only to tumble from his broom, eliciting laughter from his classmates. I must invent a flying spell. I shall ascend without the aid of a broom, he resolved, determined to create his own magic to redeem himself. Chapter 27. A further conversation with Dumbledore 2 weeks later, Shawn faced the culmination of his agreement with Dumbledore, the final examinations. According to their pact, excelling in these 6 subjects would exempt him from attending their classes for the remainder of the term. On the first Monday of October, Shawn sat alone in the classroom, under the watchful eye of Professor McGonagall. He was to undertake 3 examinations that day, with 3 more scheduled for the following day. Jovik clearly does not wish for me to pass this smoothly, Shawn mused as he gazed at the dark arts exam paper. Having been absent from class for 2 consecutive days, his first-year classmates speculated in hushed tones about his chances of success in the assessments. On Wednesday morning, during the second lesson, Professor Snape summoned Shawn from the classroom. "Professor, have my results been released?" Shawn inquired. "Greer, you would do well to refrain from squandering Dumbledore's leniency," Snape replied, his expression as impassive as ever. "So, does this mean I have passed the tests?" Shawn pressed. Snape appeared reluctant to disclose Shawn's results. Aware of Shawn's considerable talent, he feared the boy might lose himself in his burgeoning abilities, and thus, he maintained an unusually stern demeanor. "Yes, Greer. For the remainder of this semester, you shall be exempt from those 6 classes," Snape stated flatly. Shawn was aware that the time following the day would become exceedingly ample, granting him sufficient opportunity to practice dark magic and the art of mental occlusion. apart from attending potions and flying classes, which he intended to observe. He had not set foot in the flying class since that fateful day, despite Madame Hooch's encouragement for him not to relinquish his aspirations. It appeared that he was destined to remain estranged from the world of broomsticks. Shawn's reputation swiftly spread throughout the school. Initially, the upperclassmen had merely heard whispers of Shawn Grellis, the boy who had miraculously survived adversity. However, they were now wholly convinced of his remarkable talents. In the current student body, no one could match Shawn's extraordinary achievements, having completed final assessments for 6 subjects within his first month of enrollment. Even the infamous Voldemort had not garnered such attention despite his formidable abilities. Shawn endeavored to apply for an audit of the upper-year courses with Dumbledore. Yet he faced staunch opposition from Snape. Consequently, he was compelled to spend his spare time in the library and his dormitory. After enduring a month of this, he finally found himself able to arrange his time freely. Shawn walked alone down the desolate corridor as the students were occupied in their classes. He calculated Professor Snape's schedule and deduced that at this hour, Snape should be instructing the second-year students in potions. "Professor, may I borrow some materials?" Shawn inquired as he made his way to the storeroom in the dungeons. Ever since Cedric had procured the formula for the restorative potion for him, Shawn had found himself devoid of both time and opportunity to commence its preparation. But now, plentiful time had presented itself, and it was indeed the moment to begin. Within Snape's storeroom, there were 4 essential ingredients for the restorative potion, while the remaining 2 could be found in Professor Sprout's greenhouse. After successfully locating the 4 ingredients, Shawn was poised to sneak into the greenhouse for the red fern when he was unexpectedly halted by the appearance of none other than Dumbledore. Dumbledore strolled leisurely from the opposite end of the corridor, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Upon witnessing this scene, a wave of unease washed over Shawn. An ominous premonition loomed within him, foretelling that trouble was surely afoot. Shawn, with a respectful smile, inquired, "Professor, is there something you need from me?" Dumbledore chuckled. "There's no need to be anxious. You have no classes at the moment, do you? Come, let us take a stroll." The 2 walked side by side across the grassy courtyard, Dumbledore engaging in casual conversation about Shawn's studies, while Shawn responded with a smile and nod. "How is your progress in the dark arts?" Suddenly, Dumbledore turned sharply, and Shawn, caught off guard, continued to smile and nod in agreement. "Yes, Professor. It has been going quite well, hasn't it?" Shawn gazed up at Dumbledore in astonishment, pondering how the venerable wizard could possibly be aware of this matter. It dawned on him that Snape and Dumbledore were in cahoots. "Professor, are you familiar with the Serpent's Tail?" Shawn feigned surprise as he inquired. "Indeed. I have been aware of it since its inception," Dumbledore replied, leaving Shawn quite taken aback. "Then why do you permit its existence? Knowing it teaches dark magic, why not disband it?" Shawn pressed on. Dumbledore did not respond directly to Shawn's query. Instead, he waved his wand over the grass and cast a spell. Shawn recognized it as the Kiss of the Ghoul. "Are you surprised? I possess some knowledge of dark magic myself. It is undeniably a potent form of sorcery," Dumbledore remarked. "Dark magic is created for destruction and slaughter, thus its power far exceeds that of ordinary magic, a truth Shawn had personally experienced. I maintain a neutral stance regarding the Serpent's Tail teaching you dark magic. Magic itself is devoid of morality. Even the unforgivable curses can sometimes be wielded to save lives," Dumbledore asserted. "Professor, you must be aware that some among them, having learned dark magic from the Serpent's Tail, have allied themselves with the Death Eaters," Shawn stated. "Shawn, that is their choice. I too practice dark magic, yet I am not a Death Eater. Hogwarts will instruct you, but ultimately, your life post-graduation remains in your own hands. The power of dark magic is formidable. You must learn to master it, rather than allowing it to master you," Dumbledore imparted gravely. "Professor, I will," Shawn replied earnestly. Nodding in affirmation, Dumbledore extended his left hand, and with a flick of his wand, a silver necklace materialized in his palm, adorned with a vibrant red gem. Dumbledore presented the necklace to Shawn, urging, "Utilize your talents wisely and lead Slytherin to reclaim its rightful glory." Not long prior, Kurt had uttered similar sentiments to Shawn, attempting to entice him towards darkness, while Dumbledore now sought to guide him towards the light. Shawn held the necklace beneath the gaze of the Eye of Magic, a luminous orb of white light emanating from it. He cast a puzzled glance towards Dumbledore. "Professor, what is the purpose of this?" "Guard the light within your heart," Dumbledore replied before turning and departing from the courtyard. Truly, the old professor spoke with such profound depth, Shawn mused as he observed Dumbledore's receding figure. "Wait a moment. Is Dumbledore attempting to recruit me, asking me to serve as a pawn among the students of Slytherin? I certainly do not wish to endure that for 3 long years." Dumbledore harbored hopes for Shawn. He recognized him as a gifted child, one who did not adhere to convention. It was evident from their conversation that Dumbledore was determined to prevent Shawn from descending into darkness in the future. Hogwarts stands as the finest school of magic in Britain, with Dumbledore being its most illustrious headmaster throughout history. Yet, despite this, Dumbledore was not omniscient. Over the decades of his tenure, graduates of Hogwarts had still succumbed to the allure of the Death Eaters. He was resolute in his desire to ensure that Shawn would not become the next Tom Riddle. Chapter 28. The disturbance of the Eye of Magic. Shawn toyed with the ruby necklace, and as he pinched the gem between his fingers, the sunlight filtered through the vibrant red stone, casting a crimson beam into his eyes. At that moment, his magical eye remained open, and he appeared to glimpse a minuscule phantom within the ruby, resembling a bird. Suddenly, an excruciating pain surged through his magical eye, prompting Shawn to instinctively drop the ruby necklace, shielding his eyes with his hands, feeling as if his eyeballs were about to burst. Meanwhile, the fallen ruby necklace, now barely perceptible, developed a minute fissure from within, and tiny red specks of light began to drift from the gem towards Shawn's eyes. The red mote slipped through the gaps between his fingers and entered his eyes, bringing him a sense of relief. He rubbed his eyes gently and lowered his hands. As he blinked, a bird-like apparition flitted across his vision. When he bent down to retrieve the necklace, he discovered the ruby had cracked and seemed to have lost its earlier vivid luster. What could be the cause of this? It was in his possession for such a short time before it broke. Could old Dang have sold him a counterfeit? Was it from that discount site? Shawn scrutinized the gem closely, confirming that it had indeed cracked and that it was not merely a trick of his eyesight. If he were to confront old Dang now, he wondered if he would be able to exchange it for a new one. Shawn shook his head, dispelling the thought. This must be a magical artifact. The aura of white light that had enveloped it moments ago was evidence enough. However, the radiant glow had now vanished, leaving the necklace a mere trinket of ordinary beauty. Shawn suddenly felt a wave of discomfort, his vision becoming somewhat blurred. He had experienced this sensation once before, at the tender age of 5.5 when he awakened his magical eye. Was this a second awakening of the magical eye? He attempted to activate it once more, gazing towards the direction of the Whomping Willow, which radiated a dazzling light. Apart from this, Shawn noticed nothing amiss. Just then, a bird song rang out, prompting Shawn to look up. Oddly enough, there were no birds in sight. The autumn sky was clear and bright, unmarred by clouds. The melodic chirp echoed again, and Shawn executed a full 360-degree turn, surveying his surroundings. Not a soul was present. It was still class time, and no students were wandering about. Has my mind played tricks on me? How am I to remedy this? Surely, Snape has a potion for auditory hallucinations, Shawn mused. Fawkes, what are you doing here? I see. Dumbledore must have taken you out for a stroll. You should head back. The outside world is quite perilous. Shawn addressed the Phoenix, Fawkes, who was traditionally confined to the headmaster's office. This was the first time he had encountered it roaming freely. Wait a moment. Something about Fawkes seems off. Shawn became acutely aware of the peculiar presence of Fawkes before him, no matter where he turned his gaze. Fawkes remained steadfastly within his line of sight, as though tethered to his eyes. He stepped forward cautiously, intending to reach out and touch Fawkes. But his hand met only emptiness. Could it be? Good grief. Not only was there auditory hallucination, but now visual as well. In his vision, Fawkes occasionally flapped its wings. Suddenly, Shawn's attention shifted to the ruby in his hand, and he boldly speculated that moments ago it had contained an ethereal image of a bird. Now that the ruby was shattered, that apparition had vanished. Yet, in its place, an image of Fawkes materialized within his eyes. Connecting these dots, it dawned upon him that the vision within the ruby must have been Fawkes. Fawkes resides within my gaze? Have I nurtured a phoenix within my eyes? If so, I wonder if I can summon him forth, Shawn pondered. When the magical eye first awakened, Shawn felt as if he had developed glaucoma, hesitant to consult old Tom and Uncle Hearns. However, through his own explorations, he ultimately mastered the use of the magical eye. This would be yet another journey of discovery, unveiling new abilities of the magical eye. Arise, it is you I choose, Fawkes. Shawn made a sweeping gesture, though regrettably lacking a hat. The gentle breeze brushed through the grass. The day was fair and sunny, yet Shawn's foolish gesture somewhat marred the scene. Is this not the way? Then let us try another approach. Unfazed, Shawn raised his hand once more and called out, Come forth, guardian spirit, Phoenix Fawkes. Another whisper of wind carried an air of awkwardness. Very well, let us attempt it this way. Shawn calmed his mind, concentrating intently as he summoned Fawkes, envisioning its form. The magical eye, under Shawn's mental prowess, erupted with a brilliant light, and soon, an object materialized before him. Shawn stared in disbelief at the Fawkes he had summoned. which bore no resemblance to the majestic creature he had envisioned. Instead, at his feet lay a mere chick. Shawn crouched down, cradling the chick in his hands with utmost care, meticulously examining it from every angle. "So this is a featherless chick," he remarked with a hint of resignation. Summoning this hairless creature had drained nearly a third of his magical energy. He pondered whether the insufficiency of his magic was the reason he could only conjure a juvenile fox, or if it required time for fox to mature. Further experimentation would be needed to ascertain the truth. As the bell signaling the end of classes at Hogwarts rang out, students joyfully poured out of the classrooms. The Weasley twins spotted Shawn standing alone on the grassy courtyard from a distance. They sprinted towards him, books in hand, and upon noticing the chick cradled in his palms, they curiously inquired, "Clever one, where did you get this little chick?" "Of course, it hatched from an egg," Shawn replied. The twins exchanged a glance, and then Fred suggested, "How about we have chicken soup for dinner tonight?" Shawn cast a glance at the two individuals before departing. "Are we skipping the next class?" George lamented, his face a picture of despair. "Oh dear, the next lesson is yet another session of Professor Bent's History of Magic. It is utterly torturous. I envy you for not having to attend. Talent, a gift beyond your reach," Shawn remarked with a tone of regret. The Weasley twins regarded him with disdain. As Shawn placed the chick into his robe, he made his way back to the Slytherin common room. Little Fox ambled unsteadily across Shawn's desk, swaying as if fearful of a plummet from a great height. Before long, Little Fox transformed into a wisp of smoke and vanished before Shawn's eyes, from summoning to disappearance. The entire process lasted roughly 10 minutes. Was this an instance of necromancy or manifestation? Shawn pondered the appearance of Fox. He intended to summon him once more that evening, after his magical energy had replenished, to validate his hypothesis. Shawn sat before the table, gazing into the reflection of his own eyes in the mirror, sensing there were many secrets yet to be unveiled. That day in the room of requirement, he had nearly succumbed to the allure of the crown, and the eye of magic had instinctively opened, startling him. Perhaps this very gaze possessed the innate ability to repel darkness? In that case, it should not matter that I have damaged the magical artifact gifted to me by Dumbledore. Shawn glanced at the cracked ruby upon the table. This ruby presumably contained the blood of Fox, enhanced by Dumbledore's enchantments to safeguard the soul. However, it seemed that Shawn's magical eye also bore a similar function, though he was uncertain, and it would not be prudent to experiment. Chapter 29. The Power of the Stink Bomb. According to Shawn's conjecture, the Eye of Magic likely possessed the ability to absorb the blood or magical essence of magical creatures, subsequently manifesting them in a form of magic. Once the magic was depleted, the creature would vanish. During dinner, Shawn glanced towards the Gryffindor table. Noticing the Weasley twins were about to finish their meal and leave the hall, he quickly set down his fork and approached them with urgency, calling out to the pair. "Hey, you two troublemakers, do you have a moment?" Shawn inquired. Fred replied cryptically, "Yesterday, we pilfered a few items from Professor Snape's storeroom, and soon George and I will concoct a burp spray. You wouldn't tell on us, would you?" George stared intently at Shawn as he spoke. Shawn shrugged. He had long mastered the art of pilfering from Snape and had no interest in it now. "What brings you here?" George inquired. "I intend to sneak into Professor Kettleburn's office to acquire a few items," Shawn whispered, leaning towards the Weasley twins. The twins exchanged mischievous grins, their expressions suggesting a shared understanding of his intentions. "Professor Kettleburn teaches care of magical creatures. We won't have his class until third year," Fred remarked. "Indeed. But I require something that should be in his office," Shawn replied. "Do you need us to distract him?" George asked. "Well, Professor Kettleburn's office doubles as his bedroom. He spends all his time in there, making it impossible for me to slip in unnoticed," Shawn explained. He had peeked outside Professor Kettleburn's office that afternoon and was astonished to find the old man residing there. How absurd. When did Hogwarts become so miserly? Surely faculty members ought to have separate bedrooms in addition to their offices. Yet, Professor Kettleburn preferred to sleep in his office, surrounded by his delightful little creatures, which brought him immense joy. "Fear not. We have recently concocted a foul-smelling stink bomb that, when unleashed, will drive him away with its unbearable stench," the Weasley twins declared, their faces alight with pride. Shawn had never previously interacted with Professor Kettleburn, and even if they happened to cross paths in the corridor, he would not extend a greeting. However, as the esteemed professor of magical creatures, it was known that his office housed an assortment of peculiar magical beings. Shawn had heard this from others. Unlike Hagrid, who favored larger companions, Professor Kettleburn distinctly preferred to care for smaller creatures, most of which were kept in cages within his office. Shawn sought to test his hypothesis regarding the Eye of Magic, and for that, he required the blood of magical creatures. His sights were set on Professor Ketterburn's office. Although the Forbidden Forest teemed with numerous magical beings, Shawn preferred to extend his life a few more years. He firmly refused to venture into the forest alone. Professor Ketterburn's office was located at the corner of the second-floor corridor. Shawn and his companions meandered near the office, just as mealtime concluded. And the corridor was still bustling with students. Initially, Shawn intended to follow his usual plan, sneaking out alone after curfew and using the Marauder's map to evade Filch while infiltrating the professor's office. However, upon seeing the elderly gentleman residing within, he promptly abandoned that notion. The risk of inadvertently awakening the professor and exposing his intentions was too great. Consequently, Shawn opted to act before curfew, during a time when students were still free to roam. This way, even if the Weasley twins caused a commotion, it would merely be perceived as a jest for onlookers. "George, are you ready?" "Everything is set," George confidently replied. Shawn nodded at the two individuals, then softly uttered a phrase directed at the office door lock, "Alohomora." As Shawn pushed the door open, the Way family twins raised their pitch-black stink bombs and shouted towards the office, "Stink bomb launch." Shawn gazed in bemusement at the fleeing Way brothers, pondering the lack of necessity for such a vocal outburst. Shawn followed the two individuals to the corner, concealing himself as he observed the situation at the office entrance. Before long, a thick plume of gray smoke emerged from within, and even from his hiding place. Shawn could detect the unmistakable odor reminiscent of socks that had been neglected for years. "You two truly are something else," Shawn remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the Weijia twins. That has nothing. We are currently designing a solar staff," Fred declared with an air of pride. "A solar staff? What is that?" Shawn inquired, unable to comprehend its function due to the vague name. "It's a staff that can store sunlight and glow at night." "Impressive. Isn't it?" George elucidated. Upon hearing this, Shawn realized it was indeed a solar-powered flashlight. Nevertheless, he expressed his profound admiration for the Way family's ingenious twins, exclaiming their remarkable talent as inventors, certain that they would create a sensation within the magical realm. As the trio conversed, Professor Ketterburn burst forth from his office, pinching his nose in exasperation. "Who did this? Who is responsible?" he demanded, surveying his surroundings with a furious glare, stamping his foot in frustration. Students passing through the corridor hurriedly distanced themselves, eager to evade the noxious odor. In a hasty departure from his office, Professor Ketterburn left Shawn standing at the doorway, frowning in contemplation. "How careless of me. I, too, intended to enter the office." Shawn pinched his nose and held his breath as he entered the office, where the magical creatures of Professor Ketterburn were overwhelmed by the foul stench of the smelly socks. Each creature shook their cages desperately, yearning to escape this hellish odorous realm. The Dorset Flower Fairy, the Devonshire Pixie, and the Serbian Thumb Lizard all were rather ordinary magical beings, as Shawn observed from their cages. Shawn retrieved a syringe, preparing to extract several samples of blood. He cast a spell of stillness upon the mischievous Devonshire Pixie, then opened the cage. With his left hand grasping the pixie, he deftly pierced its rear with the syringe in his right hand. "Clever little one, hurry up. Professor Ketterburn is returning," Fred shouted towards the office. Moments later, Shawn dashed out of the office, tears glistening in his eyes, as if he had just wept. The Weasley twins recoiled a few steps, pinching their noses in distaste. After spending nearly 5 minutes in the office, Shawn emerged enveloped in a pungent aroma. Even his hair seemed to carry the rich scent of foot odor. A thorough cleansing was in order. Shawn cast a cleansing spell on his robe, yet it appeared to bear little effect. George, filled with pride, remarked, "We have added Link's feces to the stinky potion. A mere cleansing charm is unlikely to suffice." At this moment, Shawn resembled a human refuse heap, exuding an aura that repelled even the most familiar acquaintances. "How does it look?" the Weijia twins inquired. "Quite impressive, indeed. I extend my gratitude to you both." Shawn strode back to the Slytherin common room with purposeful strides. In the communal dining area, Chris spotted Shawn and intended to engage him in conversation, but as she approached, she was halted in her tracks by his overwhelming masculine presence. "Shawn, where have you been? What on earth is that foul smell?" Chris asked, pinching her nose. "I fell into a cesspit," Shawn replied with an awkward smile before retreating to his room. Chapter 30, Takeoff. Shawn possessed but a single robe, yet fortunately, he need not attend classes thereafter, allowing him the liberty to don his own attire. After lingering in the bathroom for half an hour, Shawn inhaled his scent and concluded that it had notably diminished. He seated himself at the table, meticulously arranging 3 vials containing the blood of extraordinary creatures side by side. The first vial held the essence of the Dorset Flower Fairy. The second contained that of the Devonshire Pixie, and the third embraced the sanguine of the Serbian Thumb Lizard. Shawn held the first vial, activating the Eye of Magic. At that moment, the blood within the vial emitted a faint white glow, perhaps due to the scarcity of the liquid. Or perhaps the inherent magical essence of the Fairy of Mosaic was simply not very potent. Shawn stared at the syringe for nearly a minute, not even blinking. Yet the magical eye remained unresponsive. He shook his head and proceeded to pick up the second syringe. The Devonshire pixies were notoriously mischievous, akin to their cousins from Cornwall. Fortunately, Shawn had read about them in a book, and he cast a spell of complete stillness before opening the cage. However, the magical eye showed no reaction to the blood of the Devonshire pixie either. Next, he took hold of the final vial containing the blood of a Serbian thumb lizard. To be honest, he held little hope for this specimen as well. Sure enough, Shawn observed only a faint glimmer of white light, with no other changes. It seemed that the magical eye was unimpressed by these samples. I surmise only creatures imbued with potent magical energy could provoke its absorption, much like Fox. Lying on his bed, Shawn pondered this. There was no creature of Fox caliber in Professor Kettleburn's office. Within the entire Hogwarts, the only magical beings of considerable potency were Fox. The basilisk from the Chamber of Secrets, the acromantula from the Forbidden Forest, unicorns, trolls, the hippogriff cared for by Hagrid, and the thestrals. He wondered if centaurs counted. Shawn meticulously enumerated the wondrous creatures endowed with formidable magical prowess, yet he found himself utterly incapable of contending with any of them. Among the extraordinary beings he contemplated, not only were there those with fierce aggression, but also the gentle unicorns and the sphinx, creatures that would not provoke unless provoked themselves, both of which possessed remarkably high resistance to magic. Shawn was uncertain whether his current magical prowess was sufficient to breach their skin. Undoubtedly, dark magic could accomplish this, yet Shawn would never resort to such measures. Should he seek a drop of Buckbeak's blood from Hagrid? Surely, he wouldn't harm me. The thought of Hagrid's fondness for Buckbeak made Shawn shake his head at the notion. After an afternoon of rest, Shawn's magical energy had returned to its optimal state. He sat cross-legged on the edge of his bed, his magical eye activated. Concentrating intently on summoning Fox, determined to expend all of his magical power this time. A hazy silhouette began to materialize on the carpet, gradually becoming clearer from the bottom up. Upon glimpsing Fox's talons, Shawn felt a surge of hope. 3 seconds later, a phoenix roughly half the size of Fox manifested in Shawn's dormitory. Its diminutive stature resembled that of a domesticated rooster. Though smaller, Shawn wondered whether it possessed Fox's extraordinary abilities. He leapt from his bed and crouched before the young Fox, scrutinizing it closely. The formidable Fox, known for its healing tears, capacity to carry several individuals while flying, and enchanting song believed to instill courage in the pure of heart while instilling fear in the impure, was a creature of great renown. Little Fox shed a tear. Just one, Shawn mused with a hint of mischief. The young Fox turned its head away, exuding an air of aloofness, despite being conjured from Shawn's magic. It appeared to possess a degree of sentience. Shawn lifted the little Fox, cradling it as a simpleton returning to his village for the new year might embrace a vibrant rooster. He gently stroked the fox's back, savoring the softness of its feathers, while the little Fox appeared to revel in the affection. Little Fox, could you take me flying? Shawn pondered, recalling how Dumbledore's creature could effortlessly carry 3 individuals. Though this one was smaller, it surely could manage just him, he thought. The little Fox flapped its wings, seemingly understanding Shawn's wish, and soared into the air. Shawn grasped its 2 claws, and with another flap of its wings, his feet lifted off the ground. The little Fox flew him around the not-so-high confines of the dormitory. And Shawn was convinced that, had there been no ceiling, they would have ascended to the outside world. Suddenly, Shawn found himself grasping at nothing. The claws had vanished, and he tumbled onto the carpeted floor. Rising, he rubbed his rear and glanced at the wall clock. The entire enchanting experience, from summoning the little Fox to its abrupt disappearance, had lasted a mere 4 minutes. The magic had fully dissipated, conjuring only a diminutive version of the Fox for a brief moment. Evidently, the primary issue lay in the insufficiency of his magical energy. Shawn contemplated this realization. Shawn assessed his magical prowess, determining that his innate magical level was above average. However, perhaps due to the influence of his magical eye, it appeared that his magical capacity had been significantly enhanced. Had he lived like the other first-year students, he would still have been the most magically inclined among them. Yet he would not have reached his current level. Presently, Shawn's magical power ranked among the elite in the 3rd year. This remarkable ability was a result of his daily practice since the age of 5.5, tirelessly training until his magical energy was exhausted, only to recover and continue. Over time, his magical threshold increased accordingly. This method, albeit conventional and fundamental, is the standard path to augmenting one's magical capabilities. Every wizard follows this regimen, and as they age and practice more frequently, their magical prowess grows year by year. If one were to equate Shawn's magical power to 10, a first-year student's might only approximate 3. Yet, when Shawn attempted to summon a fox with his formidable 10, he could only conjure a diminutive version, and afterward, he found himself devoid of the energy necessary to cast additional spells. It seemed imperative that he enhance his magical capacity by at least double to summon a complete fox while retaining sufficient energy for further spells. Shawn meticulously planned his allocation of magical energy. Shawn is merely a step away from gathering all the ingredients necessary for the magical energy restoration potion, lacking only the roots of the red fern and hop. While this potion would indeed accelerate his magical energy recovery throughout the day, it does not enhance his maximum magical capacity. It remains uncertain whether there exists a potion capable of augmenting one's magical power. Shawn held a skeptical attitude towards this notion. If such a potion truly existed, it would undoubtedly be renowned within the wizarding community. However, during his years at the Leaky Cauldron, he had never heard anyone mention it. Nor was it available in the apothecary shops of Diagon Alley. Subsequently, Shawn borrowed several specimens of red fern and hellebore from Professor Sprout's greenhouse, daring not to take more, as these were precious plants. He feared provoking the usually mild-tempered Professor Sprout. Meanwhile, Snape seemed to have noticed a depletion of valuable materials in his storeroom. He questioned the older students in class, suspecting them of pilfering his supplies, but, of course, no one confessed. Frustrated, Snape assigned them extra homework to transcribe the textbook. Chapter 31. Merlin's cards. As time passed, Halloween arrived. Last month, Shawn had finally completed the preparation of the magical restoration potion in the second-floor restroom. Yet he had so little material that he could only produce 8 vials. After practicing the witch's kiss, he tested 1 vial. Originally, after experiencing magical fatigue, it took at least 6 hours for recovery. However, after consuming the magical restoration potion, his magic returned to optimal condition in merely 5 minutes. This year's Halloween festivities were devoid of trolls and serpents, as students gathered in the Great Hall, merrily enjoying a sumptuous feast. Shawn was in good spirits. Last month, he mastered 2 additional dark arts, the Witch's Kiss and the Sinister Dragon's Tooth. He had also constructed the 8th framework for the Phantom Blade spell, drawing closer to the 12th framework. However, his progress with the mind-cloaking technique remained sluggish. Cassius, brimming with excitement, engaged Graham in conversation about Quidditch when he suddenly turned to Shawn and exclaimed, "Shawn, did you know the Hogwarts Quidditch match is scheduled for next Wednesday?" "If we don't discuss Quidditch, we can still be friends," Shawn replied earnestly. Sitting diagonally across from them, Chris, overhearing their conversation about Quidditch, looked at Shawn with a tone of reassurance and said, "It's all right, Shawn. Your performance in your other subjects is exemplary. Even if you don't excel in Quidditch, it won't affect your overall grades. Besides, flying isn't included in the O.W.L. exams." Shawn did not mind others commenting on the nature of his flying lessons. After all, one need not solely rely on a broom for flight, as there exist myriad ways to soar through the skies. He was not inclined to engage in a dispute over the merits of a broomstick. "Chris, you seem to be excelling in your flying class," Shawn remarked. Just moments earlier, he had overheard Marcus Flint in the common room proclaiming that this year they intended to defeat Gryffindor with a score of 200-0. As a future seeker for Slytherin, Cassius displayed a marked enthusiasm for Quidditch that surpassed his interest in potions class. Whether Gryffindor would be reduced to a score of 0 remained uncertain to Shawn. However, he recalled that it was not until Harry's arrival that Gryffindor's decades-long streak of losses came to an end. This year, the championship would either be claimed by Slytherin or Hufflepuff. Although Shawn did not possess extensive knowledge of Quidditch, historical performance suggested that Slytherin had the upper hand. At that moment, a flock of owls swooped into the Great Hall, each carrying or grasping an item. As they glided over the dining tables, they released their burdens. It was a Halloween gift. Chris gazed eagerly at her parcel as it descended. True to her lineage, a succession of 4 owls delivered gifts to her, each package larger than the last, as Chris unwrapped her presents amid the envious glances of her female classmates. Shawn exhibited a lack of interest in the live unboxing. At that moment, a rather dim-witted owl dropped a small gift box, about the size of a fist, onto Shawn's head. "Did you purchase your flying license?" Shawn murmured, rubbing his head and gazing up at the owl. Shawn noticed the sender's name on the box, Hearn. Not again, he thought, without even opening it. Shawn could surmise the contents merely from the sender's name and the size of the gift. "Shawn, what is your present?" Cassius inquired. "Look at mine. My mother knitted me a pumpkin eye mask. Isn't it cool?" Cassius comically placed the eye mask over his eyes. Shawn reluctantly unwrapped his gift, revealing a box of chocolate frogs. Since he was 5, regardless of the occasion, Uncle Hearns had consistently gifted him chocolate frogs, solely due to their affordability. "It's a chocolate frog. Let me see what card is inside," Cassius said with curiosity as he extracted the card from the box. "Another Merlin." "I already have 8 of these," Cassius remarked, somewhat disappointed, as he returned the card to Shawn. Many young wizards had a penchant for collecting chocolate frog cards. Yet Shawn had grown weary of such games in his past life and never kept the cards from the chocolate frogs. The Halloween feast lingered a bit longer than usual, and Shawn decided to take a break from practicing magic and studying the mind-cloaking spell. He languidly reclined on the sofa in the Slytherin common room, enjoying some fruit while engaging in casual conversation with Cassius and Clarice. "Shawn, I heard you live at the Leaky Cauldron?" Cassius inquired. "Indeed. It's a storage room above the pub," Shawn replied nonchalantly. "I envy you. You must have the freedom to visit Diagon Alley anytime," Cassius remarked. "Your perspective is rather unique." "Shouldn't you sympathize with my situation of living in a storage room?" Shawn questioned. Cassius scratched his head, offering an embarrassed smile. "I have 7 siblings at home. Our rooms are quite similar to storage rooms, chaotic and untidy, with no one willing to tidy up." He then turned to Clarice. "Your home must be quite grand." "My family resides in a manor," Clarice responded coolly. At that moment, Shawn and Cassius found themselves at a loss for words. Their eyes met, seemingly communicating the sentiment that it was indeed the privilege of the affluent. Before they knew it, the clock struck 9:30, and one by one, the occupants of the common lounge retreated to their respective dormitories. Shawn too stood up, ready to ascend and take a shower. "Shawn, you've dropped something," Cassius remarked, gesturing towards the sofa cushion. "What have I dropped?" Shawn turned around to glance at the Merlin card, feeling a tinge of confusion. He was certain he had placed the card on the dining table in the hall just moments ago. How could it have ended up in his possession? Shawn picked up the card and examined it before asking Cassius, "Would you like it?" "I do not collect these." Cassius, disinterested, shook his head. He already possessed 8 cards of Merlin. "Very well," Shawn said, casually discarding the card into the trash bin in the lounge. Shawn returned to his dormitory, and just as he was about to get into bed after taking a shower, an astonishing scene unfolded before him once more. How could this be here? Shawn gazed at the Merlin card resting on the table. It was possible that he had misremembered the events in the hall, having placed the card in his pocket only for it to fall onto the sofa. That explanation was somewhat plausible. However, he had just moments ago, in the presence of Cassius, discarded the card into the waste bin of the lounge, and his dormitory door was securely locked. No one should have been able to enter. A Hogwarts mystery, perhaps? Shawn mused, holding the card. Since his enrollment, he had been the one to instigate trouble, and now trouble seemed to be seeking him out. "Old man, who put you here?" Shawn whispered to the Merlin depicted on the card. He examined the card with his magical eye, being an alchemical item. It emanated a faint white glow, and aside from that, Shawn discerned nothing unusual. Was it a prank by Cassius? He pondered. However, upon reflection, it seemed that Cassius had not even mastered the unlocking charm and could not have accessed his dormitory. With a shake of his head, Shawn dismissed the thought and tossed the card back into the waste bin beside his desk. The following morning, a delightful and fragrant sound filled Shawn's dormitory. Shit. The Merlin card he had discarded reappeared on his table. Chapter 32. Secrets of Hogwarts. Shawn firmly believed that someone was indeed playing a prank. Yet he could not fathom who it might be. The Weasley twins? They were undoubtedly masters of mischief, but this was the Slytherin common room, inaccessible to Gryffindors. Among his acquaintances in Slytherin, there were few he could suspect. Cassius lacked the ingenuity for such antics, and Clarice, being a lady of high standing, would never stoop to such trivialities. As for Keith, he had been warned by Snape, and now dared not venture too close to Shawn. Shawn walked out of the Slytherin common room in a state of frustration, nearly colliding with Bloodman Barrow along the way. "My apologies, Barrow," Shawn remarked. "Watch where you're going, Greer," Bloodman Barrow coldly admonished. Shawn smiled awkwardly yet politely, a card adorned with a chocolate frog stirring a sense of unease within him. Suddenly, a particular individual came to his mind. Nico LeMay. Was this not reminiscent of the tale of Harry and Ron, embarking on a quest to locate a figure from a card in order to delve into forbidden tomes? The wheel of fate turns, and who can escape its grasp? Shawn was reluctant to experience that unforgettable muggle potion once more, yet he found himself unable to access the restricted section for research. He was certain that information about Merlin could not be found in the public library, as he was a figure from an era long past, even more ancient than Nicodemus LeMay. Speaking of antiquity, the specter that had just drifted by was also quite ancient. Shawn turned and quickened his pace towards it. Excuse me. Barrow, may I pose a question? The Bloody Baron was the most fearsome ghost at Hogwarts, with hollow eyes and a gaunt face. His robe stained with silver droplets of blood. He seldom spoke, preferring to hum to himself atop the astronomy tower. Speak, Barrow replied tersely. Are you familiar with Merlin? I've heard he was once a student of Slytherin. What kind of person was he? Shawn's knowledge of Merlin was indeed limited. I know, Barrow replied succinctly. Upon hearing this, Shawn inquired further, could you share more with me? No, Barrow remained unyielding, his demeanor as cold as ever. Despite the impasse, Shawn was determined not to relent. Perhaps the ghosts from other houses possessed knowledge as well. However, given that Merlin hailed from Slytherin, Barrow, as the ghost of Slytherin, should be more informed. Ahem, in truth, I am quite familiar with the Grey Lady, also known as Helena Ravenclaw. Perhaps I could inquire with her later. Shawn intended to bait Barrow, knowing full well that the mention of Helena would likely pique his interest. It was rumored that Barrow once pursued Helena Ravenclaw but was spurned, leading him to commit the tragic act of taking her life in a fit of rage, only to succumb to sorrow and end his own existence thereafter. Indeed. Upon Shawn's mention of the Grey Lady, Barrow's expression darkened, and he coldly responded, do not disturb her. Follow me. Barrow led Shawn to the astronomy tower, a place he preferred to retreat to in solitude, gazing into the distance. You are only partially correct. Merlin is indeed a student of Slytherin, and also an assistant. Barrow clarified. What do you mean? Shawn was bewildered, as he had never heard of professors at Hogwarts having assistants. Was it possible that the professors of a millennium ago enjoyed better privileges? He is unique. It is said he is the offspring of a human and an elf. When Salazar Slytherin brought him to Hogwarts, he was already 17 and possessed a measure of magical knowledge. Thus, Salazar did not merely treat him as a student, but also appointed him as an aide. Isn't Salazar an advocate for pure blood? How could he have brought Merlin into Slytherin? Shawn questioned. Barrow shot him a disdainful glance, as if regarding him with incredulity. He simply harbored disdain for wizards of Muggle origin. Otherwise, do you think Slytherin would admit half-bloods each year? Moreover, Merlin was exceptional by that time. Salazar was advanced in age and required an heir. Merlin's talents were reputed to surpass those of the 4 founders of Hogwarts, which is why Salazar chose him. And what became of him? Surely he did not inherit from Salazar. Otherwise, his portrait would adorn the walls of Slytherin, Shawn remarked. It is rumored that Merlin betrayed Salazar over a certain artifact, leaving Hogwarts before Salazar's departure, Barrow replied. Such a tale? It truly is a Hogwarts secret. No wonder his portrait is absent from Slytherin, Shawn pondered. What artifact was it? A wand? A sacred sword? Shawn inquired. I do not know, Barrow responded impatiently. Is there any record of this in the restricted section? Shawn sought to learn more. Barrow retorted arrogantly, do you think the restricted section holds more knowledge than I do? Then what else do you know? I'm quite intrigued to hear tales of such prominent figures, Shawn pressed. Nothing more, Barrow curtly extinguished Shawn's flickering curiosity. Have you ever seen him? Shawn asked. No, by the time I enrolled, he had already departed, Barrow replied. Shawn expressed his gratitude before turning away from the astronomical tower. Through Barrow's words, he had gleaned some secrets of Hogwarts, yet he could not fathom their connection to the card prank. It was rumored that when Merlin departed from Hogwarts, he left behind a hidden treasure. Barrow mentioned this atop the tower, though it was unclear whether he spoke for Shawn's benefit or merely to himself. A treasure? Shawn echoed in perplexity. Barrow paid him no mind, standing aloof in the tower, leaving Shawn with a sense of solitude. Shawn pondered whether Dumbledore was aware of such matters. However, the enigma of Hogwarts was profound, and even the esteemed headmaster could not claim to know all its secrets. There were chambers and hidden rooms that even he had never explored, or perhaps remained entirely unaware of. Shawn wished to seek out Dumbledore for an inquiry. Yet he was unaware of the password to enter the headmaster's office and thus resolved to find Snape first. On his way to Snape's office, Shawn encountered Kurt and several others who were en route to the Quidditch pitch for practice. Among this year's Slytherin Quidditch team, 5 out of the 7 members were affiliated with the Serpent Society. At that moment, these 5 elite Slytherins were being tormented by a massive water balloon that floated mischievously around them, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in diameter. Should it burst above them, they would be thoroughly drenched. Kurt brandished his wand and cast a spell of absolute prohibition upon the water balloon, which seemed to come to a standstill, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the others. However, to their astonishment, the very next moment, the water balloon split apart. Suddenly, 7 smaller water balloons hurtled towards the Slytherin group, catching them completely off guard due to their previous moment of relaxation, and they were all struck. Peeves. Do not make me summon the Bloody Baron, Kurt exclaimed, fuming as he ran his fingers through his wet hair. Shawn, initially intent on merely observing the commotion, felt as though he had stumbled upon a revelation when he heard Kurt call out PP Ghost. Activating his magical eye, he discovered that the invisible entity, previously imperceptible to the naked eye, was now revealed as a white figure playfully rolling about on the ground, seemingly filled with delight. Chapter 33. The PP Ghost. Shawn disregarded Peeves and proceeded to seek out Snape. Upon learning that Shawn wished to meet with Dumbledore, Snape cast a cold glance in his direction. Dumbledore, being the headmaster, had numerous matters to attend to and should not be disturbed without significant cause. However, Professor, I believe only Headmaster Dumbledore possesses the answer to my inquiry, Shawn asserted. What do you wish to inquire about? Merlin, Professor, are you familiar with the legendary Great Wizard Merlin? It is said that he left behind a hidden treasure at Hogwarts. Shawn was uncertain whether Snape had ever heard of this rumor. Snape waved his robes dismissively and took a seat. It is merely a rumor. No one knows what it truly is. Perhaps it is merely a fabrication by former students. Shawn pondered. The rumors surrounding Hogwarts were never unfounded. The Chamber of Slytherin, the room of requirement that responds to one's thoughts, all indeed existed. Professor, how long has Peeves been at Hogwarts? Shawn suddenly inquired about the mischievous poltergeist. After a moment of contemplation, Snape replied, it is said that Peeves has been here since the very founding of the school, existing since its inception for over a millennium. He must have encountered Merlin. Shawn finally connected the dots. Just moments ago, while witnessing Kurt and his companions being tormented, he recalled the unique presence of Peeves at Hogwarts. Like a ghost, yet unrecognized by other spirits, he could materialize to interact with physical objects and also become invisible. Consequently, should he wish to enter Shawn's room without the activation of the magical eye, he would remain entirely undetected. Thank you, Professor. It seems I need not seek out Headmaster Dumbledore, Shawn mused, as clues began to form in his mind. First, he must capture Peeves and inquire why he had kept Merlin Escard consistently by his side. Perhaps there existed a connection between them. However, capturing Peeves was no simple task. Within the confines of Hogwarts, only Dumbledore and the bloodstained Baron could manage him. Legend has it that in 1876, the then-warden, Lankoros Carpe, devised an intricate trap to ensnare Peeves. He laid an assortment of weapons as bait within the trap, believing that it would be irresistible to the poltergeist. Surrounding the bait was a colossal bell jar, enchanted with various restraining spells. Once Peeves positioned himself correctly, the jar would descend and capture the troublesome spirit. Lankoros had anticipated success, yet Peeves effortlessly shattered the jar, scattering glass across the corridor, and proceeded to wield the assorted weapons, causing a chaotic evacuation of the castle's staff and students. Subsequently, the then headmistress, Euphrasia Moore, forged a pact with Peeves, permitting him to swim weekly in the first-floor boys' restroom, favoring the stale bread from the kitchen for his mischief, and receiving a custom-made hat from Madame Pomfrey, which led to Peeves finally laying down his weapons. Following this incident, the warden Lankoros Carpe chose to retire early, citing health issues. The current warden, Filch, harbored a deep disdain for Peeves, yet he was but a squib. Lankoros had at least been a wizard, and if he could not tame Peeves, Filch stood no chance. Fortunately, Shawn did not intend to confront Peeves directly. He understood that the Baron and Dumbledore could keep Peeves in line. While Dumbledore was beyond his reach, he believed the Baron might still provide assistance. Shawn made his way to the observatory tower, where Barrow indeed remained, but not as a man. Rather, he appeared as a specter. The sound of Shawn's footsteps caught Barrow's attention, who merely glanced at Shawn before turning his gaze back to the horizon. Barrow, what do you see over there? You seem to watch it every day, Shawn inquired, attempting to strike up a conversation. Barrow was not Sir Nicholas of Gryffindor. He was not inclined to engage in idle chatter. Had it not been for Shawn's earlier ploy involving Helena, he would not have uttered so much to Shawn. Shawn, undeterred by Barrow's indifference, understood that Barrow's nature was inherently proud and aloof. It was best not to attempt to ingratiate oneself with such a person. Instead, he would pose his inquiry directly. After a moment's contemplation, Shawn ventured, Barrow, could you assist me with a task? Might you help me capture the poltergeist? Absolutely not. Perhaps. No. I must mention, Shawn continued earnestly, that I recently witnessed the poltergeist frightening the Grey Lady in the corridor of Ravenclaw's common room. Upon hearing this, Barrow's demeanor shifted dramatically, ignited by agitation. That wretched poltergeist should not be allowed to linger at Hogwarts. Where is it? It may be near the stone bridge. Though I cannot be certain. You know how unpredictable the poltergeist can be, Shawn replied, acknowledging the mischievous nature of the entity. Without waiting for Shawn, Barrow descended the steps of the astronomy tower with purpose, prompting Shawn to quicken his pace to keep up. Barrow scanned the surroundings for any sign of the poltergeist and ultimately located it in the bell tower. Upon sighting Barrow, the poltergeist displayed a panicked expression, attempting to make its escape. "Poltergeist, stand still," Barrow commanded, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. Remarkably, the poltergeist complied, remaining rooted beneath the bell tower, fidgeting with its little hat in a bid to ease the palpable tension of the moment. Shawn gazed at the mischievous spirit, a mere 40 centimeters in height and resembling a jester, utterly perplexed by any conceivable connection between it and Merlin. In a fit of anger, Barrow reprimanded the sprite, allowing Shawn the opportunity to approach and inquire, "Is this the card you placed on my desk?" The sprite comically stuck out its tongue at Shawn and replied. The sprite did not cause any mischief. Barrow, still fuming, left Shawn with no choice but to concoct another fib in order to engage the sprite privately. "I believe the sprite should apologize to Lady Grey. Allow me to escort it. I shall keep a watchful eye." Barrow, burdened with profound guilt towards Helena, had no intention of meeting her. However, upon Shawn's suggestion, he reluctantly nodded in agreement. Shawn tugged at Peeves' collar as he made his way toward Ravenclaw Tower. Once he was out of Barrow's line of sight, his steps came to a halt. He looked down at Peeves and asked, "Now you can tell me why this card was placed on my desk, right? Was someone ordered me to do so?" Peeves, abandoning his usual mischievous demeanor, stood there obediently, answering Shawn's query. "Who?" Shawn inquired, perplexed. "Merlin." Although Shawn was aware that Merlin had passed away centuries ago, he refrained from immediately dismissing Peeves' claim. After all, this was Hogwarts. In the realm of magic, where anything was possible. Why would he give me this? Shawn pointed at the card. "You've been chosen, you fool," Peeves replied. "Chosen for what? Is he still alive? Is it the legendary treasure?" Shawn was overwhelmed with questions. "Of course he's dead. It's his thoughts that have chosen you. Honestly, how foolish can one be? How could that fellow Merlin possibly select you? It's truly incomprehensible." Shawn, upon hearing Peeves' words, suddenly thought of the Sorting Hat, a magical artifact that embodies the philosophies of the four great founders. Chapter 34, Merlin's Secret Chamber. "What magical artifact has chosen me?" Shawn inquired. "It's me," Peeves chuckled, his already comical face becoming even more amusing. "Did you not say it was Merlin's thoughts that selected me?" "Foolish one, Merlin's thoughts reside within me." Shawn suddenly realized the existence of such an operation. Gryffindor had transformed his wizarding head into a magical artifact, allowing the thoughts of the other three founders to be woven into it. To his astonishment, Merlin had directly imprinted his thoughts onto nearly headless Nick, leading Shawn to conclude that Merlin's prowess surpassed all others. But where, then, lay Merlin's treasure, if he had indeed left behind his thoughts? The rumors surrounding the treasure must hold a grain of truth. In the Slytherin common room, nearly headless Nick's response caught Shawn off guard. He had anticipated a more concealed location, akin to the Chamber of Secrets. As they journeyed to the Slytherin common room, Shawn's curiosity piqued. Had no one discovered the treasure in a millennium? The chamber constructed by Slytherin had also existed for 1,000 years and had been opened by Voldemort 50 years prior. Could it be that Merlin's chamber was even more elusive than Salazar's? Nearly headless Nick, has no one ever found Merlin's chamber before? Shawn inquired. "Indeed, someone did," replied nearly headless Nick. "Before you, Merlin chose a Slytherin student, but he failed to pass Merlin's trials. Do you know who that student was?" "Tom Riddle." Shawn was rendered speechless, harboring a sense of admiration. Voldemort truly lived up to his infamous reputation. Not only was he the heir of Salazar Slytherin, but he had also been chosen by Merlin. Setting aside his character, his talent was indeed a rare phenomenon, occurring once in a millennium. However, what exactly were Merlin's trials? Shawn inquired of Peeves, yet received no reply. At this moment, Shawn noticed an increase in the number of students in the corridor, which reminded him that the morning classes had concluded, and the Slytherin common room was likely bustling with students. "Peeves, shall we venture to the Chamber of Secrets now? It might be rather inconvenient with other students around," Shawn remarked. Peeves glanced up at Shawn and then leaped onto his shoulder. Peeves possessed the ability to become invisible. "But I do not," Shawn replied with a hint of resignation. Grasping Shawn's hair with both hands, Peeves rendered them both invisible, allowing Shawn to make his way into the Slytherin common room. Cassius and Graham were indulging in snacks, while Clarice sat on the sofa engrossed in studying magical history. Shawn carefully navigated around the other students as he approached the fireplace. Shawn gazed at the roaring flames of the fireplace, swallowing hard as he inquired of the poltergeist at his neck, "Is the entrance to the secret chamber here?" "Indeed. Are you afraid?" The poltergeist chuckled mischievously. At that moment, Cassius approached, picking up 2 logs from the nearby woodpile and tossing them into the fireplace, which soon blazed even more fiercely. "How wonderfully warm," Cassius remarked with a look of pure contentment. Shawn couldn't help but cast a glare at Cassius, remarking that he was truly adding fuel to the fire. "Coward." "Tom Riddle is nothing like you," Peeves interjected. "Don't compare me to him." "Wait, how many trials are there in Merlin's challenge?" Shawn muttered. 5 trials. This is the second one." Shawn felt a twinge of confusion as he found himself thrust into the second challenge. When had he ever navigated through the first? What did the initial trial entail? Why had he not experienced it? "You fool, the first challenge was to capture the Pippi ghost," came the retort, accompanied by the ghost rolling its eyes in exasperation. Is this truly considered the first challenge? It's far too simplistic, Shawn mused quietly to himself. Unbeknownst to Shawn, however, capturing the Pippi ghost was, in fact, quite a formidable task. One only needed to recall the incident with the irate administrator, Lankoros, to grasp the difficulty. The Pippi ghost possessed a remarkably high magical resistance, rendering most confinement spells ineffective against it. What Merlin had not anticipated was the emergence of a character like Barrow, who could compel the Pippi ghost to comply. In the past, Tom Riddle had spent 3 arduous days attempting to capture the elusive spirit after being taunted by it, only to ultimately seek Barrow's assistance to subdue the ghost. Shawn, on the other hand, had the good fortune of directly seeking out Barrow, sparing himself an indeterminate amount of time that would have been required had he relied solely on his own efforts to capture the Pippi ghost. Shawn gazed into the flickering flames of the fireplace, which were no mere illusion but a very real fire. Wouldn't stepping into it lead to instant demise? "Peeves, you will accompany me, won't you?" Shawn inquired, his voice slightly hoarse. "No, you shall enter alone. I have no desire to be incinerated," Peeves candidly replied, seemingly indifferent to Shawn's mounting anxiety. "How did Tom Riddle manage to enter?" Shawn asked, seeking the experiences of others when faced with a daunting challenge. "He simply walked in," Peeves responded. "To what level did he ascend?" "Regrettably, he only reached the 3rd level." Peeves paused before continuing. "Are you frightened? Is it not real fire?" "How could I not be afraid?" Shawn admitted, his trepidation evident. After a moment's reflection, he reasoned that if Peeves spoke the truth, and Tom Riddle had ventured inside and reached the 3rd level, then the flames should pose no threat to him. Fortune favors the brave, at worst. He might endure severe burns and recuperate in the infirmary for a few months. Resolutely, Shawn summoned his courage and slowly approached the fireplace. As he lifted his foot to step inside, the waves of heat from the flames assaulted his face, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes. In an instant, the hem of his trousers caught fire, and at that moment, Peeves leaped from Shawn's neck, causing Shawn's invisibility to dissipate. In a reckless bid, he plunged fully into the fireplace, the flames enveloping him like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. Graham, chewing on a toffee, seemed to glimpse something in the fireplace. But the next moment, it appeared unchanged. He rubbed his eyes and nudged Cassius, saying, "Cassius, did you just see someone in the fireplace?" Cassius glanced back at the hearth, where only the roaring firewood remained, and casually remarked, "There is no one there. You must have imagined it." Chloe set aside her history of magic book and also turned to look at the fireplace. Meanwhile, Shawn had been transported to a hidden chamber that was not marked on the Marauder's map. It was the legendary Merlin's secret chamber. The room was dimly lit, and Shawn raised his wand to cast a Lumos charm, simultaneously activating his magical eye. A mannequin? In the spacious chamber, there was solely a mannequin, akin to those used in Hogwarts practical lessons, yet there was a distinct difference. Under the scrutiny of the magical eye, this mannequin emanated a brilliant white light. The ordinary classroom mannequins were not so sophisticated. It was clear that this one served as the guardian of this level. Chapter 35. The magical mannequin. Behind the magical mannequin stood a pitch-black wooden door, which could only be accessed by overcoming the obstacle posed by the mannequin. Harry teams up for a raid, while I tackle it solo. Shawn stood approximately 20 meters away from the puppet, cautiously advancing towards it while brandishing his wand. As he approached within 5 meters of the puppet, the towering figure emitted a series of clicking sounds, mechanically raising the wand it held before its chest. Assuming a combat stance, Shawn was acutely aware that he had activated the puppet's defensive mechanism, leaving him with no choice but to act decisively. Without hesitation, he cast a disarmament spell towards the puppet. However, the puppet merely waved its wand, effortlessly nullifying Shawn's magic. Though the puppet did not utter an incantation, Shawn, with the aid of his magical eye, discerned the type of magic employed by it. Was it mere coincidence, or had it learned from him? A sense of uncertainty enveloped Shawn. The puppet had countered his disarmament spell with its own, prompting him to conjure another spell. Total petrification. The puppet's wand similarly constructed a framework for the petrification spell, its speed of construction nearly matching Shawn's. The spells from both sides erupted simultaneously, creating a brilliant flash of white light in the air before they ultimately negated each other. Total petrification. A silver gleam flickered. Alohomora. Shawn cast 3 spells in succession, the last 2 of which were merely household enchantments devoid of any offensive capability. Yet, the puppet effortlessly replicated them. This implies a duel against a reflection of oneself. Whatever I can perform, it can too. No, it should be said that it can instantaneously duplicate whatever I conjure, or perhaps it can read my thoughts. Shawn speculated that this magical puppet was likely under the influence of a sophisticated duplication spell or a mind-reading enchantment cast by Merlin, enabling it to either instantaneously replicate Shawn's spells or foresee his intentions, thus knowing his magic even before he executed it. Shawn set down his wand, ceasing his offensive maneuvers. Recognizing that to continue would merely squander his magical energy, he quieted his mind and focused intently, beginning to construct a framework of magic within his thoughts. This was the brain-closing technique he had transcribed from the restricted section last month. Over the course of the past month, he had only managed to grasp the rudimentary aspects, which fell far short of Severus Snape's level of mastery. Snape could even conjure genuine lies to deceive Voldemort. In contrast, Shawn could only awkwardly erect a magical barrier in his mind to shield against external mental probing. While this may seem impressive, for those truly striving to learn the art of brain closure, this initial step is rather futile. Individuals like Snape, and later Draco, aim to mislead others rather than reveal themselves. Shawn's clumsy mental barrier might indeed thwart some rudimentary mental intrusions, yet it also unmistakably signaled to others that he harbored unspeakable secrets within his mind, secrets he could not afford to share. If Shawn were to employ his rudimentary mind-blocking technique as an undercover agent, he might have been exposed on the very first day. Yet, within the confines of this chamber, his half-baked skills seemed to possess some utility. Mind reading is not akin to soul extraction. At Shawn's current level, he should be able to withstand it. As he erected his mental barrier and raised his wand once more, casting a disarming spell at the puppet, he found that the puppet remained unaffected, simultaneously casting a disarmament charm against him. Clearly, it was not a matter of mind reading, which posed a significant dilemma. Pondering this, Shawn suddenly tapped his head. If the magic he cast could not be replicated, perhaps it could indeed prevail against the puppet. Since entering this chamber, Shawn's magical eye had been in an active state, placing a considerable strain on his magical energies. Shawn extracted an ampoule from his robe, uncorked it, and consumed the pale blue liquid within. It was a magical restoration potion he had concocted the previous month, crafting 8 bottles in total. One had been utilized for experimentation, while he kept another on hand for emergencies. In hindsight, he wished he had prepared a few more. Alas, such foresight eluded him. After approximately 5 minutes, Shawn's magical energy was restored to its prime state. He activated his magical eye once more, raising his wand to cast the disarmament spell against the magical puppet. Disarm your weapon. In an instant, a fleeting shadow surged forth, lunging towards the enchanted marionette. It was the small fox, a creature adorned with fur. The puppet's magic clashed with Shawn's, and the little fox ascended, striking the puppet's wand with its paw, sending it tumbling down. Success. A surge of joy coursed through Shawn. A wizard deprived of their wand was undoubtedly a vanquished foe. The wheels beneath the puppet began to roll, gradually retreating from the threshold. Previously, Shawn had expended 1/3 of his magical energy, resulting in the summoning of a hairless miniature fox. This time, utilizing half of his magical power, he conjured a furry, flying mini-fox. The fox fluttered from the puppet's hand to perch upon Shawn's shoulder, whereupon he gently stroked its diminutive head, guiding it toward the wooden door that led to the next challenge. Although Shawn succeeded with the magical puppet, had he known how Tom Riddle achieved it, he would have been utterly infuriated. Tom Riddle began, much like Shawn, to engage in a magical duel with the puppet, yet he swiftly uncovered the secret behind it, demonstrating an insight that surpassed Shawn's conjectures. The puppet had been enchanted by Merlin with an exceptionally advanced replication spell, but intriguingly, the spell was not cast upon the puppet itself, but rather upon the wand. Tom relinquished his wand and, performing magic wandlessly, cast a simple transfiguration charm upon the puppet. The puppet's wand failed to detect any magical framework emanating from Tom's wand, thus it did not replicate his transfiguration spell, resulting in the puppet being transformed into a stool. In truth, Shawn merely needed to expend a modicum of magical energy and employ a levitation charm, a spell he was particularly adept at, to defeat the puppet. However, in the end, he remained oblivious to the fact that the replication spell was indeed situated on the puppet's wand. Shawn took a deep breath, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he recalled that Peeves had mentioned Tom Riddle's failure in the third task, which had caused even Voldemort to falter. Fawkes, if danger arises. You should leave first, Shawn advised. Fawkes let out a call, seemingly in response to Shawn. I almost forgot. You are a creature of my conjuration. You cannot perish. Shawn gazed at the keyhole in the wooden door, a perfectly standard round opening, almost devoid of the characteristics of a typical keyhole. The door stood ajar. Yet it yielded no response. Contemplating before the entrance, Shawn recalled how Harry had procured the Philosopher's Stone, employing the enchanted key from the previous challenge to unlock the subsequent wooden door. Though there was no enchanted key here, there was something else. Shawn approached the puppet and retrieved the wand that had been kicked away by Fawkes. He then inserted the wand into the circular keyhole of the wooden door. With a satisfying click, the lock was released. The door is open, Shawn exclaimed joyfully. However, at that moment, Fawkes, having exhausted his magical energy, faded away. Well then, it seems I must enter alone, Shawn murmured to himself, reminiscent of a student alleviating stress before an examination, as he gently pushed open the heavy wooden door. Chapter 36. The Choice. This room was considerably brighter than the previous one. Shawn entered slowly, his footsteps measured, and found only a single table within, upon which lay a book. Through Shawn's magical vision, the book emanated a soft white glow, revealing it to be an enchanted tome of sorcery. Shawn approached the table and cautiously extended his hand to turn the pages. He gazed at the blank sheets and murmured, it appears to be a notebook. And what's this? A feather quill. Shawn picked up the quill resting upon the table, which emitted a radiant white glow under the scrutiny of the magical eye. The blank notebook? Could it be that Voldemort learned from this? Shawn contemplated one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Tom Riddle's diary, within which lingered the remnants of Voldemort's memories. Shawn picked up his quill and inscribed a sentence on the first page. How can I surpass this challenge? As soon as Shawn completed this line, the quill in his hand soared into the air, gracefully landing upon the notebook, where it began to write of its own accord. Sacrifice. The quill responded to Shawn's inquiry. What kind of sacrifice? Shawn then took the quill and continued to write on the next line. A living sacrifice. Shawn picked up the quill once more. Yet he hesitated to inscribe the third inquiry. He gazed at the response from the feathered instrument, which undoubtedly outlined the Dark Wizard's modus operandi, an imperative for him to commit murder. How had Tom Riddle approached this? Did he offer up a sacrifice? Shawn pinned down his thoughts. The quill responded, unable to divulge the information. Shawn fell into a deep contemplation. The imp remarked that Tom Riddle had failed the trial of the third challenge, yet Tom Riddle's disposition suggested that, in pursuit of power, he would undoubtedly resort to harming the students within the school. However, his failure, did it imply he had been thwarted? At that moment, the notebook stirred, and the quill inscribed upon the second page, sign your name, offer a sacrifice within 3 days, and the gateway to the next challenge shall unveil itself before your eyes. Shawn scrutinized the information within the sentence, and, drawing upon his own knowledge, he harbored deep suspicions regarding the peculiarities of this trial. He picked up a pen and began to inscribe words in his notebook, not to write his name, but to pose yet another question. In which grade did Tom Riddle arrive? The quill glided swiftly across the paper. 3rd grade. The quill did not cease its motion but instead turned to the blank third page, continuing to inscribe the same ominous message as on the second page. Sign your name. Present a sacrifice within 3 days, and the gateway to the next challenge shall manifest before your eyes. Shawn did not reach for the quill but pondered whether the third-year Tom Riddle possessed the capability to take the life of a student. The answer was undoubtedly affirmative. Tom Riddle, even at the tender age of 3 years in school, was already comparable to a 7th-year graduate, yet he was not as ostentatious as Shawn. Instead, he deftly absorbed knowledge from various professors, skillfully concealing the darkness that lurked within him. It must be acknowledged that Riddle's acting prowess in his youth was exceptional. So much so that even Dumbledore failed to perceive any strangeness in him. In a span of 3 days, it seemed implausible that Tom Riddle could not accomplish the task of killing someone. Thus, Shawn found himself perplexed. He was indeed capable, yet he did not pass the test. Was this not a measure of one's ability to succeed but rather a trial of choice? If this were Salazar Slytherin's test, Shawn might not have considered it in this light. However, the legendary wizard Merlin bore no whispers of being bloodthirsty or malevolent, making this blood sacrifice appear uncharacteristic of a wizard such as he. The second trial should pertain to courage, the third to talent, and this trial, I suspect, must be an examination of character. Shawn picked up the pen and, without hesitation, inscribed a line on the third page. I give up. Tom Riddle may harm his classmates for the sake of power, but Shawn would not. He believed that Merlin would not bestow the treasures upon someone who would resort to any means for strength. As Shawn completed those 3 words, the notebook suddenly levitated from the table, its pages flipping rapidly, before it fell to the ground and transformed into a door at a visible pace. The quill then morphed into a key, resting quietly on the table. Alas, these trials and temptations are trivial. Dealing with Voldemort is one thing. But I am a traveler of 2 lives. Shawn chose the opposite answer of Tom Riddle, and he was indeed correct. After inscribing his name in the notebook, Tom Riddle was immediately transported from the chamber back to the Slytherin common room. However, when he attempted to re-enter through the fireplace, he could not locate the entrance and was even scorched by the flames. Now, the final challenge remains: what, in truth, is the legendary wizard's treasure? Shawn grasped the keys resting upon the table and unlocked the incongruous wooden door. In the next moment, the sight that unfolded before him filled him with astonishment. Beneath his feet lay a lush, verdant forest, tranquil and enigmatic, and further ahead stood none other than the magnificent Hogwarts castle. At this moment, Shawn stood atop the crown of a colossal redwood, whose diameter measured an impressive 10 meters, likely older than Hogwarts itself. This magnificent tree thrived in the heart of the forbidden forest, untouched by human hands for centuries. To his astonishment, he discovered a hidden passage leading into the depths of the forbidden forest. Shawn was somewhat taken aback. He was aware of several secret pathways within Hogwarts, yet all of them led to Hogsmeade, none venturing into the perilous forbidden forest. Where was the treasure? Surely Merlin would not jest with him, suggesting that the scenery before him was the treasure he sought. Shawn stood at the base of the tree, lifting his gaze to survey the canopy, and was astounded by what he beheld. How could this be? This was not the Triwizard Tournament. Hanging from the trunks on either side of the canopy were 2 individuals, Cassius and Chris, both seemingly in a state of unconsciousness, their hands bound by ropes. Shawn gazed upwards along the rope, discovering that both individuals were bound to the same cord. Untying one would inevitably cause the other to plummet from the treetop, a height from which survival was impossible. This predicament bore a striking resemblance to the choice faced by Harry in the Triwizard Tournament. However, unlike Harry, who managed to save both, Shawn found himself in a dire situation. Accio, he thought, invoking a spell that held the promise of salvation. Shawn cast a levitation spell towards Chris, but upon striking near her, the incantation was dispersed by a magical barrier. This indicated that Merlin's final trial could not be overcome with magic. Shawn gazed at the 2 rope ladders above him. One led to Cassius, while the other ascended towards Claris. He could only ascend one ladder to rescue a single individual, leaving the other to plummet before his very eyes. Shawn found himself in a perplexing predicament for the first time, torn between saving one and losing another. He could not bear to witness the demise of either. Merlin, you toy with me, Shawn bellowed in a fit of rage. Chapter 37, The Legendary Sorcerer. Wait. Has it truly been more than 20 minutes since I entered the chamber? By my calculations, it should still be the midday respite. Cassius and Chris would typically be in the communal lounge. How could I have ended up in this wretched place so suddenly? Shawn glanced down at his feet and was suddenly overcome by a wave of dizziness. The height was at least 70 or 80 meters. Falling from such a precipice was no trifling matter. Surely, Merlin would not jeopardize a student's life for amusement. If Shawn were to save only one, would the other truly be condemned to perish? Shawn firmly believed that Merlin was not so twisted. Shawn once again activated the Eye of Magic, meticulously observing Cassius and Chris. The ethereal white light emanating from the 2 of them under the gaze of the eye was subtly distinct. Chris's glow was somewhat more radiant, while Cassius's was comparatively dimmer, indicating that Chris possessed a greater reservoir of magical power than Cassius. Could Cassius truly possess such an abundance of magical energy? Shawn reflected on the last occasion he had used the eye to assess Cassius. It was not that he held Cassius in contempt, rather, the fellow had exhibited a certain laziness, neglecting to practice magic after classes, with his growth in magical prowess merely attributed to the passage of time. Yet, the Cassius suspended among the treetops seemed to radiate a greater magical intensity than the one Shawn had previously observed. Had this fellow secretly begun to practice magic? It is widely acknowledged that diligent practice accelerates the growth of magical power. Shawn's own magical strength, threefold that of a freshman, was due not only to the Eye of Magic, but also significantly to his dedication. I suspect this is an illusion. I shall not rescue either of you. Should I be mistaken, I will leap from this place, Shawn proclaimed into the air. His voice echoed across the vast expanse of the forbidden forest, met by the roars of the beasts within, as if they were responding to his audacious challenge. Young wizard, do not be so impulsive. You have passed the trial and are on the verge of obtaining a treasured secret. Should you not feel a touch of joy? Suddenly, a distant voice resonated. Shawn gazed around but discerned no one in sight. Young sorcerer, I am above you, the voice echoed once more. Shawn looked up and beheld a crystal orb suspended above his crown, radiating a brilliance akin to the rising sun. The dazzling light compelled Shawn to close his magical eye immediately. Since the entrance banquet, when he witnessed Dumbledore's magical prowess, he had considered him the pinnacle of the magical realm. However, the power emanating from this orb far surpassed anything he had previously encountered, rendering him unable to gaze directly at it. What are you? Shawn inquired, his voice steady despite the overwhelming presence. I am the legendary wizard you seek, Merlin. The crystal orb replied. To declare oneself a legendary wizard is reminiscent of a scam, Shawn retorted sharply. The orb descended from above his head, hovering before him as a humanoid apparition materialized. It depicted a strikingly handsome young man, tall and slender, exuding an air of fragile delicacy. Shawn recalled Barrow's words that Merlin had departed from Hogwarts earlier than Salazar, which implied he must have been quite young at the time of his departure. Thus, Shawn inquired, Are you truly Merlin? Indeed, I am, Merlin replied. And what of your treasures? They lie right before your eyes. Shawn pointed at the crystal ball suspended in midair, puzzled. Is this it? What purpose does it serve? Indeed, this is the heart of the wizard, Merlin proclaimed, for it harbors unparalleled magical power. Shawn was utterly convinced that the heart of the wizard possessed immense magical power, nearly blinding his magical eye moments ago. But how is one to wield such an object? Wait, I heard that you parted ways with Salazar Slytherin over a certain treasure. Could it be this heart of the wizard? Shawn suddenly inquired. You know of this matter? Indeed, a millennium has elapsed. Neither Salazar nor I remain. Merlin sighed reflectively. Did you truly betray him by taking the heart of the wizard? Shawn asked with curiosity. For this was a secret lost to even Dumbledore throughout the ages. Yes, I did steal the heart of the wizard from Salazar, Merlin confessed. Shawn was somewhat taken aback. The story had no twist. It seemed Merlin also perceived Shawn's thoughts, and he continued, Do you know the origins of the wizard's heart? Shawn shook his head, pondering that these were relics from over 1,000 years ago, something he could hardly fathom. Yet, Shawn was mistaken. These were not mere antiquities from such a distant past. In ancient Greece, around 700 BC, there existed a dark sorcerer named Halebo, renowned as the most formidable black wizard of his time. It is said he murdered 13 powerful sorcerers to seize their magical essence, which he then harnessed through dark sorcery to forge the sorcerer's heart. 700 BC, this was nearly 2,700 years ago. Shawn calculated the passage of time. The sorcerer's heart contained the magical power of 13 wizards. Yet one must reckon that such a cruel method of creation would render the magical artifact far from easily wielded. Merlin remarked, When Salazar and I discovered it in Greece, he was instantly captivated, never parting from it. Upon our return to Hogwarts, Salazar grew increasingly irritable, his emotions often spiraling out of control, leaving students wary of approaching him. I knew it was the sorcerer's heart that was influencing his mind. Merlin appeared to be lost in recollection. Shawn unconsciously cast a glance at the heart of the wizard. Even such a formidable sorcerer as Salazar was susceptible to its influence. Just how powerful could it be? Reflecting on his near temptation by Voldemort's Horcrux, Shawn deliberately stepped back 2 paces. So, did you ultimately steal it? I attempted to take it, but Salazar had placed a spell upon it, rendering it incapable of leaving Hogwarts. Thus, I secretly constructed a hidden chamber to conceal it. Shawn nodded, realizing the situation. What does it mean that Peeves said I was chosen by you? Given the perilous nature of this object, shouldn't you keep it forever hidden in the chamber instead of allowing it to be found? As I mentioned, the heart of a wizard possesses unparalleled magic. To confine it eternally would indeed be a squandering of its potential. Thus, before I departed from Hogwarts, I imbued Peeves with my thoughts, enabling him to wander the halls and seek a worthy successor. Are you not concerned that the heir might also fall under the sway of the heart of a wizard? Shawn inquired. That is precisely why I established trials to ascertain the heir's worthiness. Prior to you, there was a Slytherin student, Tom Riddle, who was exceptionally gifted. I instructed Peeves to approach him, yet during the 4th trial, I glimpsed the darkness within his soul. Indeed, it is a test of the human heart, Shawn mused inwardly. Since you are so well versed in the intricacies of the heart of a wizard, why have you not utilized it yourself? Shawn asked. Merlin chuckled softly and retorted. Do you suppose my legendary title as a great wizard was bestowed upon me without reason? Chapter 38. The trust of the sage. Shawn was momentarily taken aback by Merlin's retort, uncertainly inquiring, Did you truly utilize it? Is it not the creation of a dark sorcerer? I have drawn upon merely 1/10 of the wizard's heart's power, Merlin replied. Yet, even with just a fraction, Merlin had etched his name into the annals of history as a legendary sorcerer. However, Shawn pondered that Merlin's modesty was evident. Barrow had once remarked that Merlin's innate gifts surpassed those of the four founders, even without harnessing the power of the wizard's heart. Merlin would undoubtedly still rise as a formidable sorcerer. The wizard's heart was merely an embellishment to his already remarkable abilities. You have already acquired it. Why not draw upon more? Shawn queried. With a casual wave of his hand, Merlin summoned the wizard's heart to float before Shawn's chest, urging him to place his hand upon it. Shawn hesitated, for passing the test did not necessarily signify that he possessed a kind and resolute heart. Rather, he had merely circumvented the challenge through cunning means. The very essence of Voldemort's Horcrux had nearly tainted his psyche, rendering the heart of this more formidable wizard even more perilous. Are you all right? Shawn inquired hesitantly, casting a glance at Merlin. Merlin nodded, gesturing for him to place his hand upon it. With legendary wizards standing by, what was there to fear? Shawn extended his right hand and grasped the heart of the wizard. Initially, he felt nothing. Then, he was struck by a chilling wail that sent shivers down his spine, accompanied by a sharp pain in his palm, akin to the jolt of static electricity when removing a sweater. Instinctively, he withdrew his right hand. Did you feel that? Merlin asked. Feel what? Shawn retorted. The fury of the wizard's heart. It encapsulates the magical essence of 13 great wizards, all of whom fell victim to Hellbow's wrath. Their resentments were absorbed along with their powers to forge the heart of the wizard. You must have sensed the heart's anguish cries just now. Shawn nodded, and Merlin continued. After Salazar absorbed the power of the wizard's heart, his magic indeed grew more formidable, yet he was also swayed by this newfound strength, gradually succumbing to darkness. Why were you not affected? Shawn inquired. I only absorbed 1/10 of the wizard's heart's power. It is not that I desired to take in more, rather, I can only manage so much. Beyond this threshold, I too would succumb to the influence of the wizard's heart, Merlin replied. And what of Salazar? How much did he absorb? Shawn asked with curiosity. I believe he absorbed slightly less than I did, yet he too fell under its sway. Subsequently, I speculated that this might be linked to one's innate talent and disposition. While it may sound like self-praise, my aptitude surpasses that of Salazar, and my desire for power is not as fervent as his, thus rendering him more susceptible to its effects. Shawn contemplated Merlin's words, realizing that to harness the tempestuous power of the wizard's heart, one must possess extraordinary talent. Thus, throughout the centuries, Merlin had chosen only Tom Riddle and Shawn, employing a test of character to eliminate those like Salazar and Tom who would resort to any means to attain power. The more one craves power, the more susceptible they become to the influence of the wizard's heart, ultimately descending into darkness. What should I do? Shawn pondered, gazing at the wizard's heart. Its magic was far too volatile. Direct absorption could lead to catastrophic consequences. Merlin's ethereal visage drew closer to Shawn. He extended his right hand and gently touched Shawn's forehead with his fingertip, causing a surge of memories to flood Shawn's mind, a complex framework of magic. This was a purifying spell, capable of eliminating the violent elements within the wizard's heart, thereby allowing for the absorption of its magic. However, this only pertained to the magical essence. The malevolent sentiments embedded within the power could not be dispelled by the purifying spell. Thus, if one senses a shift in their emotions or thoughts, they must cease the absorption of the wizard's heart's magic, return it to the chamber, and await the next chosen one, Merlin advised. Truly, this was a treasured legacy passed down through generations, Shawn mused. There is one task I require your assistance with, Merlin suddenly remarked. Shawn pondered. Indeed, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. What is destined to arrive will inevitably come. The time had finally come to unveil the task. Alongside the heart of the wizard that Salazar and I had retrieved from Greece, we also brought back 2 scrolls inscribed with formidable and malevolent dark sorcery. One of these pertained to the immortality of the soul, detailing a spell known as a Horcrux. Theoretically, it allows one to fragment the soul, anchoring it to other objects for the sake of eternal existence, albeit at the cost of taking another's life. Upon hearing this, a subtle twitch crossed Shawn's lips. The name Hellbow, which had been mentioned earlier, now seemed eerily familiar, yet he could not quite recall who it was. Now, with Merlin's mention of Horcruxes, everything fell into place. Hellbow, the dark sorcerer of ancient Greece, was indeed the creator of the Horcrux. Merlin and Salazar had returned with Hellbow's relics from Greece, and it remained a mystery who had later transcribed the dark sorcery from the scroll onto parchment and placed it within the restricted section. Subsequently, it was discovered by Tom Riddle, the book chronicling the Horcrux, a testament to the astonishing intricacies of fate over the millennia. And what of the other scroll? Merlin's words ignited Shawn's curiosity. The second scroll contained a dark and insidious sorcery even more malevolent than the Horcrux. It desecrated the spirits of the deceased, summoning the departed back to the mortal realm and compelling them to obey the will of the caster. A flicker of revulsion crossed Merlin's countenance. Shawn appeared somewhat lost in thought. This dark sorcery resembled the techniques of Edo Tensei or the necromantic summoning employed by death mages. Halberd truly deserved the title of the most formidable dark sorcerer of ancient Greece, despite being malevolent and perilous. The sophistication of his dark magic illustrates the extent of his extraordinary talent. "What is it that you require of me?" Shawn inquired. "These 2 scrolls of parchment were taken by Salazar. Should you uncover their whereabouts, I implore you to destroy them," Merlin replied. Shawn hesitated as he spoke. What if someone has mastered the dark sorcery mentioned above? He certainly did not wish to inform Merlin that a Dark Lord had already acquired one of those sinister spells. If he were to find out, it might very well cause the last vestiges of this fleeting memory to dissipate in fury. "Defeat him," Merlin said, gazing intently into Shawn's eyes. Shawn gazed into Merlin's resolute eyes, feeling a flicker of uncertainty within. Was this a serious endeavor? It seemed as though his very life was at stake. The mere presence of a Voldemort who had mastered Horcruxes struck terror into the hearts of the entire British magical community. If a dark wizard were to acquire the sinister spells inscribed on another ancient parchment, chaos would undoubtedly ensue. "I will do my utmost," Shawn replied, his voice tinged with self-doubt. Merlin shook his head, speaking in a tone that carried encouragement. "You can prove your extraordinary talent by passing my trial and obtaining the heart of the wizard. Do not fear the darkness, believe in yourself." As Merlin's ethereal form began to fade, the memories tethered to the heart of the wizard dissipated into the air above the forbidden forest. Shawn clasped the descending heart, feeling that electrifying sensation surge through his palm once more. "With it, my magical capacity will finally expand. Before long, the summoned fox will resemble Dumbledore's magnificent creature." Chapter 39. The Quidditch match. Shawn retraced his steps along the passageway from the treetops, his heart heavy with apprehension as he approached the secret chamber of the enchanted puppet. He pondered the possibility of inadvertently emerging from the fireplace, which would undoubtedly raise eyebrows among the Slytherin students. How could he possibly explain such a peculiar circumstance? He mused that after waiting for half an hour, the common room would likely be sparsely populated as class time approached. However, given that different year groups had varied schedules, there was no assurance that some students without classes would not linger in the common room. At this moment, the wizard's heart remained tempestuous in Shawn's grasp. Until he mastered the purification spell, he could not harness its formidable power. Salazar had absorbed a portion, while Merlin had claimed the remaining 10th. The residual magic was still staggering. What kind of beings were those ancient sorcerers to possess such immense power? Shawn reflected on the wizard's heart in his hands, awestruck. Before long, half an hour slipped by, and Shawn composed himself, striving to appear as natural as possible. He pushed open the wooden door with a smile, only to be greeted not by the warm embrace of the fireplace's flames, but by a collective gaze of curiosity from a group of girls. "Good afternoon," Shawn said, managing a polite smile despite his embarrassment. "Ah," several of the girls exclaimed in unison. Shawn was taken aback. Having just stepped outside, he failed to notice his surroundings. Now, as the reality dawned upon him, he inwardly cursed Merlin. "Shit, you've really done me in." This door no longer led to the Slytherin common room, but rather to a girl's restroom. Upon glancing back, he realized he had emerged from a stall. A foolish smile plastered across his face. "That old man, not a word before leaving. My illustrious reputation is ruined in an instant." With his face buried in his hands, Shawn dashed out amidst the furious glares of several girls. Upon exiting, he recognized the corridor outside. He had unwittingly found himself in the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. The entrance and exit were situated at opposite ends, one designated for entry, the other for exit. Merlin had indeed chosen a discreet location. But how could he possibly continue to navigate Hogwarts under such circumstances? Just then, a familiar voice echoed behind him. "Shawn, what are you doing at the girls' restroom?" Shawn feigned calmness as he turned around, maintaining his composure while saying, "Would you believe me if I claimed I was lost?" Chris looked at him with a disdainful expression, retorting, "Lost in the girls' restroom? You certainly have a peculiar sense of direction." Acknowledging the absurdity of his situation, Shawn replied with a look of desolation, "Well, I know no one would believe me. I've accepted it." The following day, the rumor spread throughout the school that Shawn, the little pervert, had secretly entered the girls' restroom, resulting in Slytherin losing 15 points. The boys regarded him with mocking smiles, while the girls deliberately steered clear of him. Shawn's heroic deeds continued to be celebrated in Hogwarts 2 years later, to the extent that Harry could not help but give him a thumbs up upon seeing him. The Weasley twins held Shawn in high esteem and sincerely invited him once again to form a mischief-making trio, but Shawn resolutely declined. Enough, or I shall strike you both. Shawn threatened. Smarty Pants, do tell us, what did you see in the girls' lavatory? Fred winked at Shawn. George quickly chimed in. Do you know what nickname you have among the girls? I don't know, nor do I wish to find out. Be quiet, do not speak, Shawn feigned anger. You were called the betrayer of the boys' lavatory, ah ha ha. The Weasley brothers laughed as they shared this amusing tidbit. This moniker was indeed a clever play on words. Before entering school, Shawn had been dubbed the son of betrayal, and the girls' nickname for him clearly indicated that, rather than using the boys' lavatory, he had ventured into the girls', thus betraying his own gender's sanctum. Smarty Pants, the Hogwarts Quidditch Cup will be held the day after tomorrow. Which team do you believe will emerge victorious? Fred inquired. Ever since the opening feast, where Shawn had won 4 consecutive bets against them, the twins regarded his words as prophetic. Slytherin, Shawn replied, resting his chin on his hand, his mind elsewhere as he leaned back on the bench. The twins assumed that Shawn was merely supporting his own house and responded with indignation, that's not certain. My brother Charlie is the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He would never lose to Slytherin. Very well, let us wager 10 sickles, Shawn said. George leaned in with a grin. We won T-bid against you, but if you are confident Slytherin will win, we can introduce you to a place. Wait a moment. What do you two mean? You didn't bring me here to help you gamble, did you? Shawn looked at the pair, intrigued. Shawn's flight class had been a dismal failure, which in turn diminished his interest in Quidditch. Consequently, he paid no attention to the upcoming Quidditch match in 2 days. While the students at school were abuzz with excitement, discussing the event with fervor, Shawn remained remarkably unaffected. Had it not been for the Weasley twins bringing it up, he might have completely forgotten that match day was imminent. Sure, keep your voice down. Do you want Professor McGonagall to catch us and make us copy from the textbooks? George said anxiously. Fred glanced around to ensure no one was paying them any mind before leaning closer to Shawn and whispering, Professor Jovik has set up a betting pool, and quite a few upperclassmen are participating. If you're confident that Slytherin will triumph, we're placing our bets on Slytherin as well. Shawn glanced at the 2 individuals with a teasing tone and remarked, You 2 are Gryffindors. How can your conscience allow you to side with Slytherin? Fred replied, I swear. My heart belongs to Gryffindor, yet I am in dire need of funds for my recent inventions. I've exhausted my last canute, and with so many children at home, neither George nor I receive much pocket money. Shawn inquired about the odds from Professor Jovik. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, clearly pleased that Shawn was also interested in joining. They eagerly took their seats beside him. Slytherin is at 1. 2. Gryffindor at 1. 5. Hufflepuff at 2, and Ravenclaw at 3. The odds indicated that Slytherin held the greatest chance of victory. They had won the championship in the previous 2 tournaments, and Professor Jovik had set the odds remarkably low. Betting 10 nuts on Slytherin would return 12, netting only 2 nuts in profit, especially since the Weasley twins currently possessed not even a single canute. I advise you to abandon this notion. Slytherin has maintained its best roster for the past 2 years, demonstrating consistent strength. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Slytherin is likely to clinch the championship again this year. Given these odds, even if you bet 10 nuts, you would only earn 2 in return. Do you even have 10 nuts to wager? Shawn cautioned. The Weasley twins scratched their heads. We do not, but we could borrow. From whom? Your brother Percy or Charlie? If they discovered you were involved in such questionable dealings, they would have your heads, Shawn replied nonchalantly. Certainly not Charlie. He is the captain of Gryffindor. If he learns that his brothers bet on Slytherin winning, he would surely be furious, George said, his expression shifting as if recalling something dreadful. We could ask Professor Jovik. He lends silver nuts and even gold galleons to students, Fred whispered. Upon hearing this, Shawn's expression changed dramatically. Is this truly the act of a human being? To orchestrate such a scheme and even lend money to students through dubious means? This Jovik, a perennial offender, seems incapable of reform. Like a dog that cannot resist its base instincts, he dares to endanger the students. A plan must be devised to address this menace. Shawn rose and, accompanied by the Weasley twins, made his way towards the 3rd-floor defense against the dark arts classroom. It had been 2 months since he had last visited that room, where he had previously humiliated Jovik. This time, Shawn was determined to ensure that Jovik learned a lasting lesson. Chapter 40. Fishing Shawn, what are you planning to do? Fred inquired, trailing behind him. I intend to gather evidence to report Jovik, Shawn replied, his expression grave. Upon hearing this, the Weasley twins immediately halted him, their faces etched with concern. You're inviting trouble upon yourself. Many upperclassmen are involved in this affair. If you report Jovik, you'll entangle them as well. And you're bound to offend them. And what if I do offend them? Now that I am aware of this situation, I shall not allow it to persist. Shawn responded fearlessly, harboring a deep-seated disdain for Jovik's actions and character. He was resolved not only to report him but to do so under his own name. However, he realized he lacked sufficient bait for his evidence, and after some contemplation, he concluded that seeking assistance from Clarice was his best option. "Please wait for me for a moment. I shall return shortly," Shawn declared hastily before turning away. In the Slytherin common room, Shawn asked a female classmate to summon Clarice from her dormitory. Clarice, could you do me a favor?" Shawn said, somewhat sheepishly. "The boy who narrowly escaped disaster is stuttering. Just say what you need," Clarice replied with candor. "Could you lend me some money?" "How much?" she inquired. 10 galleons. Shawn gestured with both hands to indicate the amount. "Wait here. I'll go fetch it," Clarice said before heading back to her dormitory. In a short while, she returned with the galleons in hand. "Here, take this." "What do you need it for?" she asked. "You'll find out soon enough." "I'll return it to you in 2 hours," Shawn replied as he pocketed the galleons and exited the Slytherin common room. Shawn returned to the staircase on the 2nd floor, where the Way family twins awaited him anxiously. Upon seeing Shawn, they grasped him tightly, their nervousness palpable. "Are you truly prepared to report Jovik?" Shawn stated expressionlessly, "I am certain and unequivocal. I truly intend to report him. However, he is the professor of defense against the dark arts, unlike Filch, and our days at school will not be pleasant henceforth," George remarked. Shawn patted the shoulders of the Weasley twins and, with an air of mystery, whispered to them a secret. "Next year, Jovik will no longer be at Hogwarts. If things go swiftly, he may even be gone after Christmas, so you need not fear him." The twins widened their eyes, gazing at him with skepticism, and one asked, "How do you know?" "I told you it's a secret. I would never harm you. I merely ask, do you trust me?" Shawn did not press the twins to join him. He could manage alone, though having companions would certainly ease the burden. Every year, the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts changed, and Shawn was yet unaware of the reasons behind Jovik's potential dismissal or departure. Perhaps this wager would serve as the catalyst for his exit, he mused. The Weasley twins exchanged glances, seemingly reaching a consensus. "All right, Shawn, what shall we do?" Shawn whispered a few words into the ears of the twins from the Weasley family, prompting them to depart the 2nd-floor corridor ahead of him, while he ascended to the 3rd floor. At that moment, the classroom for defense against the dark arts was devoid of any presence. Shawn approached the adjacent office of Professor Jovik, rapping gently on the door. After a brief interval, the door opened, revealing a somewhat surprised Jovik upon seeing Shawn at his threshold. "Greer, what brings you to my office?" he inquired. "I believe Dumbledore has granted you exemption from attending my class." "Indeed, Professor," Shawn replied, "but I am not here to discuss academic matters. I have a few inquiries regarding Quidditch and would appreciate your insights." Shawn subtly alluded to the matter of betting. Jovik immediately grasped Shawn's intent. He glanced around before inviting Shawn into his office. "How did you come to know?" he asked, locking the door behind him and turning away. "The Weasley twins mentioned it to me, inquiring if I had any interest," Shawn answered candidly. Jovik nodded, realizing that it must have been Jones and the Weasley twins who had spoken of it. How is it that a Slytherin has such a close rapport with Gryffindors? Jones was a 3rd-year student from Gryffindor who had informed the Weasley twins of the matter. Shawn could only respond truthfully. Jovik's betting activities were highly discreet, akin to a membership invitation system, with knowledge restricted to those within. "We've known each other since before our enrollment. The division of houses does not alter our bond," Shawn stated calmly. Jovik showed no inclination to delve into the mundane details of 1st-year students' familial affairs. He cut to the chase, asking, "You should be aware of the rules by now. Which team will you be backing? Being a Slytherin, I presume you will support your own house. Given Slytherin's formidable prowess, why not place my bet on them? However, Professor, the odds you offer are exceedingly low." Jovik revealed his unsightly grin, exposing his blackened teeth. "For teams favored to win, the odds are naturally reduced. If you wish to accrue greater earnings, you might consider placing a larger wager." Shawn feigned a troubled expression as he reached into his pocket, hesitantly voicing, "Professor, this is borrowed money. You will return my winnings to me immediately after the match, won't you?" Upon seeing Shawn produce a galleon, Jovik's smile brightened even further. "I assure you, once the match concludes, you shall have it." "Very well then, I shall wager 10 galleons. Slytherin will surely triumph." Shawn, resembling a gambler staking his entire fortune, murmured encouragement to himself. "Slytherin will prevail. Slytherin will prevail." His voice grew louder with each repetition. Jovik happily accepted the 10 galleons, allowing Shawn's exclamations to continue. viewing them merely as the fervent cheers of a devoted supporter. At that moment, the office door unlocked automatically, and the Weasley twins burst in, causing a flash of white light to erupt, not from magic, but from a camera's flash. Jovik, momentarily stunned, quickly realized he had been outwitted by a group of rascals. Grills. "Weasley, you shall not leave this room," Jovik exclaimed, brandishing his wand at Shawn. Just as he prepared to cast a spell, his wand was knocked from his grasp. "Professor Jovik, how can you speak so to a student?" Professor McGonagall entered with a grave expression. "Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape," Jovik said, deflating like a punctured balloon upon noticing Snape trailing behind McGonagall. Snape shot a glance at Shawn before fixing a cold stare upon Jovik. "I warned you. Do not act foolishly at Hogwarts." Shawn stepped aside and exchanged a glance with the Weasley twins, softly remarking, "Well done, the timing was impeccable. Thanks to my efforts. I suspect George might be slightly hard of hearing. Didn't he seem to react when you called out Slytherin?" Fred chimed in. "Oh, please. You're the one who has hard of hearing. Did you not see that I was already casting the unlocking charm?" George retorted defiantly. "Let us keep the antics lighthearted. Don't make jokes about George's hearing." Shawn suddenly muttered. "What do you mean?" Both of them inquired simultaneously. "Nothing significant. By the way, how did the photo turn out?" Fred proudly handed the photo to Shawn, showcasing Jovik's astonished expression as he held a galleon. "This should definitely make the front page of the school newspaper." Chapter 41. The peculiar Jovik. As Shawn parted ways with the Weasley twins, he instructed them to borrow a camera and summon Professor McGonagall and Professor Snape. Once he was inside Professor Jovik's office, he would shout Slytherin for the win and capture the evidence. This was a rather juvenile trick. Yet Jovik had never anticipated that a few first-year students would resort to such antics, particularly Shawn, whose cleverness was boundless. Jovik had been outsmarted by Shawn on 2 occasions, each time catching him off guard. "You two have now made enemies of the upperclassmen. Aren't you concerned about being ostracized?" Shawn inquired. "What do we have to fear? As long as we have each other, we're fine," replied the brothers, exchanging a knowing glance before giving each other a high five. Upon hearing these words, Shawn felt a twinge of discomfort within. He meaningfully patted the two of them, acknowledging their carefree nature, unperturbed by the potential for exclusion from others. The following day, the matter of Jovik establishing a betting scheme made its way into the Hogwarts Weekly, with the headline reading, "Former Death Eater's bad habits persist, deceiving students for their gold. Dark Arts defense professor must leave Hogwarts." The funds belonging to Shawn and the other students were returned. However, Jovik compiled a list of students involved in the betting. Although those students retrieved their initial investments, each one faced a deduction of 5 points. Shawn and the Weasley twins each contributed 20 points to their respective houses. Some oblivious students even blamed Shawn for ruining their chances of fortune, yet he remained indifferent to their opinions. For 2 consecutive days, the students engaged in fervent discussions regarding Professor Jovik, speculating on how Dumbledore would address the situation. By the 3rd day, rumors began to circulate among the students. "Shawn, did you hear that Professor Jovik has been suspended for 2 months?" Fred remarked. "Who told you that?" Shawn was taken aback by the news of the suspension. "Roger Davis from Ravenclaw. He mentioned that the defense against the Dark Arts class will be replaced by a Charms class for these 2 months, George replied. "Roger Davis?" Shawn recalled seeing him a few times at the beginning of the term during classes with Ravenclaw. This meant that the defense against the Dark Arts class would be handed over to Professor Flitwick from Ravenclaw. The thought reminded Shawn of a scenario where the physical education teacher was absent and the class was taken over by the language arts teacher. Fortunately, he still had the Charms class exempted from his schedule. "Professor Flitwick is far better than that former Death Eater. He never keeps us after class," Fred said cheerfully. Although Jovik was suspended, he still resided within Hogwarts, making their encounters inevitable. Of the trio, he harbored the most disdain for Shawn, perceiving the Weasley twins as far less cunning. That morning, as the faculty and students enjoyed breakfast in the Great Hall, Al swooped in and dropped a letter onto Jovik's table. After reading the letter, his expression darkened, and he exited the hall through the back door. Meanwhile, the students below excitedly discussed the upcoming Quidditch match. Shawn sat with a blank stare, emotionlessly consuming his buttered bread, immersed in his own thoughts as he meticulously deduced the magical framework of the purification spell. Once Merlin transmitted the memory of the purification spell into Shawn's mind, he was eager to master the magic, hoping to absorb the power of the wizard's heart. However, the complexity of Merlin's purification spell astounded him, comprising 32 magical frameworks. He was uncertain if he could fully comprehend the theoretical aspects before the term concluded, let alone practice it effectively, which would undoubtedly require even more time. Well, after all, Helbo created the wizard's heart for his own use. He could hardly anticipate that a teenager would attempt to absorb its power thousands of years later. Shawn reassured himself. Shawn, you truly are remarkable. With just 10 galleons, you've managed to get Jovik suspended for 2 months. Chris, sitting diagonally across from him, remarked. Oh, it's nothing. He underestimated us lower-year students, Shawn replied absent-mindedly. Still, I must thank you for your galleons. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to gather evidence against him. Chris said with delight. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff have both lost considerable points this time. We are now 30 points ahead of Gryffindor. If we maintain this lead, the house cup will belong to Slytherin this year. Yes, good luck. I won't be of much help to you, Shawn shrugged. Since passing exams in 5 subjects, he had not attended the respective classes, lacking the opportunity to contribute points to Slytherin. He still attended potions class regularly, but even for flying lessons, he merely showed up before slipping away. Without Shawn, the point-gathering prodigy, the scores among the 4 houses gradually equalized. Excluding Shawn, Chris and Cedric from Hufflepuff were among the most outstanding first-years, having also contributed significantly to their houses. If all went as expected, Slytherin would claim the House Cup this year and possibly the next, but with Harry and his friends enrolling in the following year, uncertainties would abound, especially as Harry carried the aura of a protagonist. After breakfast, all faculty and students proceeded to the Quidditch pitch. On their way, Shawn encountered the Slytherin team, where 2 members exchanged peculiar glances with him. One of them, a member of the Serpent's Tail, appeared to be a 4th-year named Caden Boy. Their relationship was tenuous at best, as they hadn't exchanged a single word. These 2 likely had placed bets with Jovik, only for Shawn to disrupt their plans. The Quidditch commentator, Lee Jordan from Gryffindor, was quite articulate, showcasing his rap talent during the selection process last month. Hello everyone. Welcome to the first Quidditch match of the season at Hogwarts. Today's game features Slytherin against Gryffindor. Please welcome both teams to the field, Lee Jordan announced fervently. As the cheers erupted from both houses, the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams soared gracefully into the air on their broomsticks. Gryffindor will win. Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Although Slytherin students did not chant loudly, they nonetheless cheered for their team with enthusiasm. Hey Shawn, the match is about to begin. Cassius, an avid Quidditch fan, excitedly patted Shawn on the shoulder. I know, just don't shake me, Shawn replied. Shawn gazed with mild interest at the surrounding throng of exuberant students. When his eyes inadvertently swept across the teaching staff, he noticed the conspicuous absence of a certain individual. The former Death Eater, Jovik, was missing from the faculty seats. However, Shawn thought little of it, assuming that he had been suspended and felt too embarrassed to sit among the professors. Chapter 42. The law of true flavor. The Quidditch match was exhilarating, yet Shawn found himself utterly disinterested, particularly in a game whose outcome he already knew. The Slytherin team clearly outmatched Gryffindor, with Captain Kurt casting a disdainful glance at Charlie Weasley, the Gryffindor captain and seeker. Why not concede early? Are you eager to fall behind by 200 points and face a humiliating defeat? At that moment, the score stood at 200 to 120, with the Golden Snitch still elusive and the match ongoing, despite George and Fred's vocal encouragement for their brother. Slytherin boasted not only Captain Kurt but also 2 highly skilled players, Blanco and Theo, while Gryffindor had only Charlie to rely upon. Ultimately, Gryffindor succumbed to defeat, and Cassius and Graham embraced in jubilant celebration, while Shawn found himself ensnared in Cassius's grasp. The following day witnessed the match between Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, where Hufflepuff triumphed with a significant lead. When Cedric encountered Shawn in the Great Hall on the day of the finals, they exchanged a few casual words. What have you been up to these past 2 months without classes? Shawn replied lazily, I haven't done much. Just visited the library to peruse some books and self-study a few spells. I frequently go to the library as well, yet I haven't heard Mrs. Pants mention you. Cedric remarked. Oh, perhaps Mrs. Pants has been rather busy and hasn't noticed me. Shawn scratched his head. Well, Cedric paused before continuing. Today is the final match between Hufflepuff and Slytherin. It promises to be an exhilarating game. Are you truly so interested in Quidditch? Shawn inquired. I aspire to become a seeker, Cedric declared with keen determination. You shall achieve your desire. Best of luck. Shawn recalled that Cedric later seemed to become both the captain and seeker of Hufflepuff. Shawn had no intention of attending the final. He informed Cassius that Slytherin would undoubtedly claim the championship. Cassius, brimming with excitement, declared that it was certain Slytherin would prevail, and thus they must witness Slytherin's triumph with their own eyes. Consequently, Shawn found himself reluctantly dragged to observe the day's matches. Today, he noticed Jovik, who sat beside Snape appearing rather apprehensive. The match concluded amidst the jubilant cheers of the Slytherins, with Kurt successfully capturing the golden snitch, leading them significantly over Hufflepuff. More than a month after the Quidditch match, Shawn devoted himself to mastering the disillusionment charm, the mind-cloaking spell, and the purification charm. These three magics were currently his primary focus. He had progressed to constructing the magical framework of the disillusionment charm to the 11th stage, and the completion of the final framework was imminent. He made some minor advancements in the mind-cloaking spell. He could suppress certain emotional memories deep within his mind, effectively concealing them, yet he was still far from fabricating a false memory space. As for the purification charm, he had yet to grasp even the theoretical framework, let alone practice it. Before he knew it, Christmas Eve arrived. Hogwarts would grant a 10-day holiday for the festive season, and many students returned home to celebrate Christmas with their families. Shawn chose to remain at school, despite a letter from Hearns urging him to return to the Leaky Cauldron. He preferred the solitude of Hogwarts. "See you in 10 days, Cassius remarked. 10 days, Chris echoed as she gathered her belongings and departed the Slytherin common room alongside Cassius. "Well, farewell," Shawn waved to them. The four brothers of the Weasley family also left Hogwarts, along with Cedric. It seemed that all those Shawn knew had returned home. "Well, that's fine. I can quietly practice magic. However, during this festive season, I should treat myself to something delicious." In the frigid weather, Shawn suddenly yearned for a warm, hearty hot pot. But where could he find a pot? The cauldrons in the potions classroom? Alas, those had contained various peculiar concoctions. It seemed his only option was to borrow one from the kitchen. Shawn exited the lounge and leisurely made his way to the kitchen, when he encountered a seemingly hurried Hagrid. "Hagrid, what's the rush?" Shawn greeted him. "Oh, it's nothing much. I heard you were staying on campus for the holidays, and I wanted to invite you to my little hut to celebrate a peaceful Christmas Eve," Hagrid replied. Shawn pondered for a moment. Hagrid's kitchen was well equipped with all manner of pots and pans, and he even had a considerable supply of ingredients. This would save Shawn the trouble of gathering everything himself. Thus, he replied with enthusiasm, "That sounds great. However, I might prepare a rather unusual dish." "What dish?" Hagrid inquired. "Are you familiar with hot pot from Chinese cuisine?" Hagrid shook his head in confusion. "No worries, you shall experience it tonight. By the way, can you handle spicy food?" Shawn and Hagrid returned to the cottage with an assortment of vegetables and meat from the kitchen. Dining at Hogwarts truly offered a generous feast, and one could indulge freely. Shawn had procured a staggering 10 kilograms of beef from the house elf in the kitchen, while Yaya sat nearby, drooling at the sight of the meat. "Hagrid, you seem a bit distracted. Is something troubling you?" Shawn inquired, noticing Hagrid's absent-minded demeanor as he sat in a petite chair. "Actually, Buckbeak has mysteriously vanished this morning, and I suspect he may have wandered into the Forbidden Forest," Hagrid replied, concern etched across his face. "But hasn't Buckbeak always roamed near the woods by the lake? Why would he venture into the Forbidden Forest? Surely he realizes how perilous that place can be," Shawn questioned, puzzled. Hagrid shook his head. "When I went to check on him this morning, he was nowhere to be found. I intend to search for him in the Forbidden Forest." Shawn contemplated for a moment. He and Buckbeak shared a unique bond. The Forbidden Forest was indeed perilous, yet he decided to accompany Hagrid into its depths, employing the magical eye to assist in their search. Although Shawn had previously vowed never to enter the Forbidden Forest without adequate means of self-defense, entering alongside Hagrid, the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds and a frequent visitor to the forest, seemed prudent. After all, even the fearsome Acromantula was Hagrid's pet. With Hagrid's presence, a degree of safety was assured. Otherwise, he would not have taken Harry and Draco into the forest to investigate the unicorns. "Very well then, after dinner, I shall join you in seeking Buckbeak," Shawn declared. "Shawn, you are truly a kind-hearted boy," Hagrid responded, visibly moved. Their dinner was quite pleasant, however. No sooner had they finished than Hagrid sprang to his feet, eager to venture out in search of Buckbeak. Seeing this, Shawn had no choice but to follow him outside. Buckbeak was Hagrid's companion, and understanding the urgency of Hagrid's distress at the loss of his friend was something Shawn could empathize with. Shawn, holding Yaya's hand, followed Hagrid into the eerie and foreboding Forbidden Forest. Yaya, the timid creature, despite its considerable size, possessed an unexpectedly small heart. Perhaps it still fancied itself a mere puppy in its mind. Chapter 43, The Secrets of Yesteryear. As the two ventured deeper into the forest, an unsettling thought began to creep into Shawn's mind. Just moments earlier, he had activated his magical eye in an attempt to locate Buckbeak. Inadvertently casting a glance at Hagrid beside him, there was something amiss with Hagrid. Although outwardly Shawn could discern no apparent issue, the disparity in Hagrid's magical power was striking. Hagrid, of giant lineage, typically brimmed with magical energy. However, the Hagrid by his side seemed to possess nearly a third less than his usual strength. Shawn dared not act recklessly. Even so, this counterfeit Hagrid possessed far greater magical power than he did. Damn it, he must have consumed a potion, deceiving me into the Forbidden Forest. At this moment, Shawn was filled with regret, having carelessly placed himself in a perilous situation. Yet, he refrained from taking the initiative. For he understood that if he could not incapacitate his opponent with a single blow, he would forfeit his final opportunity. Thus, he continued to play his role. The wand in Shawn's hand continuously emitted a shimmering silver light, its glow flickering like the tumultuous emotions stirring within him. Suddenly, he noticed a small spider crawling beneath the withered leaves at his feet, and an idea sparked in his mind. "Hagrid, let us venture in that direction," Shawn suggested, pointing. Hagrid, with a knowing nod, replied, "Indeed, that way seems promising." "What?" Shawn inquired. "Oh, nothing. Let us explore that area," Hagrid responded. Shawn deliberately walked behind. The efficacy of the compound decoction is time-sensitive. Having encountered Hagrid in the corridor, over 3 hours have elapsed. The effects of the compound decoction typically last around 1 hour. Thus it is certain that the false Hagrid consumed another dose during his meal. Calculating the time, it is nearly an hour now, Shawn mused. Shawn surveyed his surroundings. It was a small hollow, and a few meters ahead, he spotted a cave entrance at the base of a slope. This was the place he had been seeking. Shawn Greer. The boy who had miraculously survived, could you share how you managed to escape the clutches of the unforgivable curse? It appeared that the faux Hagrid had no intention of continuing the charade. Shawn realized that the imposter Hagrid had lured him into the Forbidden Forest to ensure that no one would interfere with his plans, even if he cried for help. No professor would come to his aid. "Hagrid, I was only 2 years old at the time. Did you truly expect me to remember anything?" Shawn remarked, a look of innocence adorning his face. "This is quite unfortunate. It seems I must investigate this matter myself." The implication of the imposter Hagrid's words suggested he intended to use the memory charm on Shawn to uncover the events surrounding that fateful incident, including the protective magic his parents had employed for his safety, all while Bella remained utterly oblivious. Everything was petrified. Faced with this predicament, Shawn had no choice but to act preemptively. He swiftly cast a petrification spell, a beam of white light shooting toward the imposter Hagrid. In a moment of shock, the imposter silently conjured a protective armor to deflect Shawn's magical assault, leaving Shawn in a vulnerable position, having lost his opportunity. "Shawn Greer, you never cease to amaze me," the imposter Hagrid exclaimed, a mix of annoyance and fury in his tone. "Do you think I would be deceived by your clever tricks again? Again? Are you Jovik?" Upon hearing the imposter's words, Shawn immediately thought of Jovik. Before the imposter could respond, the muscles in Shawn's face began to twitch uncontrollably. He realized the effects of the polyjuice potion had reached their peak. The imposter Hagrid's form visibly shrank, revealing Jovik in his original guise, clad in Hagrid's oversized garments, appearing quite ludicrous. With a smug expression, Jovik approached Shawn. "Greer, you have embarrassed me time and again, making me lose face before students and professors alike. However, it matters not. I did not infiltrate Hogwarts to educate those fools. My purpose was to find you, the boy who miraculously survived. Bella is infuriated to learn of your continued existence." Shawn's gaze flickered as he stepped back, inquiring, "Did Bella send you?" No. My entrance into Hogwarts was merely a coincidence. Bella, upon learning of my enrollment, wrote to me on Halloween, instructing me to kill you." Yavich grinned, revealing his prominent black teeth. "I am quite curious how you managed to escape Bella's killing curse." Yavich paused, and his subsequent revelation took Shawn somewhat by surprise. "You know, I was one of the 3 Death Eaters who pursued your parents alongside Bella. I witnessed her murder your traitorous parents and then cast the killing curse upon you. Yet here you stand, alive and well." Shawn was entirely unaware of this matter. He had traversed into this world only after the original Shawn's demise. He had no knowledge of Bella's heinous act against the Greerls, a fact later revealed to him by Hearns. Though Shawn felt no emotional connection with the Greerls on a spiritual level, blood ties ran deep. The body he inhabited belonged to the lineage of the Greerls, and now, the accomplice in his parents' murder stood before him, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within him. "Yavich, I've given it some thought. Bella must be quite lonely in Azkaban. Perhaps you should go keep her company," Shawn replied through clenched teeth, striving to maintain an air of calm. "Greerls, you are but a mere child and will meet your demise tonight in the Forbidden Forest. You don't truly believe you can send me to Azkaban, do you?" Yavich laughed with abandon. Sinister Dragon's Sawtooth. Shawn unleashed the most formidable dark magic he currently wielded, yet Jovik still managed to withstand it with his protective armor. Both the evil dragon Sawtooth and the armor of protection are composed of 8 magical frameworks, with the latter capable of blocking and rebounding spells that fall below the threshold of 8 magical frameworks. Shawn could only disregard the protective magic of armor with the Shadowless spell, yet he still required a magical framework to fully master it. Such commendable dark magic. You have once again astonished me. At your age, I was incapable of wielding such intricate dark sorcery, Jovik remarked, leaving one to wonder whether it was a compliment or a mockery. Shawn had always been acutely aware of the chasm that lay between him and the adult wizards. Whether in terms of magical power or mastery of advanced spells, he still had much to learn. Now, with the heart of a wizard, the issue of magical power had been addressed, and over time, he would gradually accumulate knowledge of higher-level magic. However, confronted with the menacing presence of Jovik, there was no time for Shawn to prepare. Simple spells could not inflict harm on Jovik, and the more potent incantations required to do so were still beyond his grasp. Although Shawn had clandestinely learned the framework for the shield charm from Snape and had managed to master it, Jovik was already a seasoned adult wizard, having spent years as a Death Eater and wielded numerous advanced spells that could easily bypass the shield charm. As Jovik cast a dark spell, Shawn recognized it. Even without the incantation being uttered, it was the Kiss of the Ghoul. Shawn was unable to cast spells silently. He uttered the incantation and shielded himself with armor, deflecting the Kiss of the Ghoul. To my astonishment, you have even mastered the protective armor. It is indeed a pity to eliminate such a prodigy as yourself. Were it not for Bella's desire for your life, I would gladly employ the Soul Reaper curse to dominate you, transforming you into a member of the Death Eaters, Jovik remarked with a face full of regret. Chapter 44. A narrow escape from death. Shawn's heart tightened. It seemed that Jovik was about to unleash a deadly strike. He fixated intently on Jovik's wand, observing as an exceedingly intricate magical framework began to take shape. Avada Kedavra. It is the most malevolent of the 3 unforgivable curses. A lethal incantation. Lacking a wand that resonated with Jovik's, Shawn was unable to replicate Harry's feat of countering Voldemort with a disarming charm. The simplest and most efficient means of survival for Shawn at this moment lies in his swiftness and agility. The killing curse lacks the ability to track its target. If it misses, it inflicts no harm. The trio of Harry often evades the attacks of the killing curse through nimble dodges. In contrast, Shawn anticipates the trajectory of the spell before Jovik unleashes the killing curse from his wand. When Jovik's curse fails to strike Shawn, he presses forward, once more casting the killing curse at him. Is Aragog asleep, making such a ruckus and yet not emerging? Shawn thinks anxiously, evading Jovik's killing curse while casting a worried glance toward the cave entrance at the bottom of the slope. Transfigure. Shawn aims at a branch on the ground, transforming it into a snake, which swiftly slithers toward the cave entrance. Your transfiguration is commendable, yet where exactly are you directing your magic? Jovik bellows with laughter. Ah. The brilliant mind remains but a child. You must be terrified. Bone-breaking shadow. Jovik invokes dark magic once more. It seems that the exertion of the killing curse has drained his magical reserves, prompting him to resort to a relatively simpler dark spell to assail Shawn. However, the bone-breaking shadow is still beyond Shawn's capacity to withstand. Composed of 9 magical frameworks, it can bypass any protective enchantments, leaving Shawn with no option but to evade unless he can counter it with an equally potent spell. As Shawn remained vigilant against Jovik's relentless assault, he simultaneously kept an eye on the opening down the slope. The continuous sprinting and evasive maneuvers were steadily depleting his stamina. If this persisted, his movements would inevitably slow, making him susceptible to Jovik's strikes. Jovik regarded Shawn with the predatory gaze of a wolf eyeing a lamb, a brazen and grotesque grin stretching across his face. At long last, it had come. Out of the corner of his eye, Shawn caught sight of dark shadows descending slowly from the branches above. The Kiss of the Ghoul. Shawn once again cast a dark spell towards Jovik, yet the angle appeared to be somewhat off. Jovik, laughing maniacally, remarked, "Give up the struggle, just look at you." Unable to even cast a spell accurately. Just as Jovik reveled in his triumph, a spider the size of a basin descended at his feet, struck down by Shawn's ghoul's kiss. Surprised, Jovik glanced down and instinctively raised his gaze. The sight above him froze him in place. A multitude of large spiders was slowly descending from the tree trunks. At this moment, Shawn summoned a diminutive version of Fox, depleting all of his magical energy in the process. He had not brought any potions for magical restoration. If Fox could not assist him in escaping the encirclement of the spiders, he would become their midnight repast. The entrance of the cave at the base of the slope gradually revealed a colossal shadow, the 8-eyed giant spider, Aragog, belonging to Hagrid. While it could command its progeny to spare Hagrid, it showed no mercy to other creatures that chanced upon its path. Not even Harry Potter garnered any leniency from it, let alone Shawn and Jovik. Greerless, is this your sinister scheme? Jovik bellowed. Shawn disregarded him as Fawkes had already soared to Shawn's head height, prompting Shawn to swiftly grasp both of Fawkes' talents. At that moment, he was unable to wield any magic and could only rely on Fawkes to carry him away from the spider's lair. Jovik, while battling the encroaching spiders, frantically rushed towards Shawn. Aragog, your midnight snack is escaping. Shawn shouted at the colossal acromantula. Shawn Greaves, do not think you can leave alive. Jovik brandished his wand once more, casting the killing curse. Avada Kedavra. Shawn's enchanted eye, sustained by the dwindling remnants of his magical power, pierced through the trajectory of the killing curse. Fawkes, swiftly to the left, he bellowed. At that moment, a profound green light swept across Shawn's face. A harbinger of death summons. In a desperate instant, Fawkes soared into the air, narrowly evading Jovik's lethal spell. Below, Jovik found himself ensnared by a horde of spiders. He brandished his wand, unleashing bursts of red light that repelled the arachnids encroaching upon him with his dark magic. Yet, compared to the ominous, surging tide of spiders behind him, this feeble defense was scarcely significant. Shawn Greer, Bella will not spare you. I await you in hell. Jovik screamed, nearly driven to madness. With the assistance of Fawkes, Shawn has ascended above the forbidden forest, soaring towards its periphery. The miniature version of Fawkes can only sustain flight for approximately 4 minutes, which may not suffice for Shawn to escape the confines of the forest. In an effort to avoid a fatal fall, Shawn instructed Fawkes to return to the ground after more than 3 minutes had elapsed. Although they remained a considerable distance from Spider's lair, Shawn, for the sake of caution, hastened towards Hagrid's hut. Before he could reach the cottage, Fawkes had vanished from his shoulder, and before him appeared 3 beams of light, illuminating 3 figures, one of whom was particularly tall. They were the professors. In a daze, Shawn thought he saw Hagrid striding towards him, yet he succumbed to unconsciousness due to magical exhaustion. Shawn, Professor McGonagall called out anxiously. Snape calmly lifted Shawn and reassured, he is merely fatigued from overexertion of magic. A couple of days of rest will suffice. Professors, please take Shawn back first. I shall search for Jovik, Hagrid instructed. At that moment, Hagrid was clad only in gray undergarments. Having been drugged by Jovik and subsequently dragged to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor, Jovik donned Hagrid's clothing, consumed the sedative, and pretended to invite Shawn to celebrate Christmas Eve together. When Shawn awoke, it was already midday the following day. As he opened his eyes, he found a large figure seated beside his bed, casting a shadow over much of his sunlight. Upon noticing Shawn's awakening, Hagrid beamed and said, Merry Christmas. Shawn glanced around the surroundings. He was in the school infirmary. He forced a smile and replied, Merry Christmas. Just yesterday, he had nearly lost his life in the Forbidden Forest. And it was a close call indeed, had it not been for the Eye of Magic and the assistance of Aragog's descendants. Shawn would have found it nearly impossible to escape from Jovik in a one-on-one confrontation. By the way, Hagrid, where's Jovik? Shawn inquired with curiosity. Faced with hundreds of spiders, Jovik's magical power wouldn't last long. Aragog has emerged. He must have been devoured to the last morsel by now. When I arrived, Aragog was feasting on his left leg, Hagrid lamented. Chapter 45. You must set an example. Do you understand? Shawn feigned ignorance and inquired, who is Aragog? Hagrid, perplexed, retorted. Did you not encounter it yesterday? Are you referring to that colossal beast? It is the acromantula. How could you have ventured into its territory? Shawn had already devised his explanation. Jovik had disguised himself as you and deceived me into believing that Buckbeak had vanished, claiming he needed to venture into the Forbidden Forest to locate it. As he wandered deeper, he may have intended to eliminate me, only to be unexpectedly surrounded by a swarm of spiders. In the ensuing chaos, I seized the opportunity to escape. At that moment, Dumbledore, McGonagall, and Snape entered the infirmary. Dumbledore expressed his concern, saying, I am deeply sorry, Shawn. It is my negligence as headmaster that has led to your injury here at Hogwarts. Professor, it is not your fault. No one could have anticipated that Jovik was so well concealed, Shawn replied. Damn Borisov, I ought to cast a Cruciatus curse upon him. Snape remarked with a stern expression. Professor McGonagall, looking apprehensively at Shawn, said, I never imagined that Borisov was one of the accomplices who murdered your parents. The thought of him being in your vicinity for over 3 months is truly terrifying. Professor, Jovik claimed he is one of the 3 followers of Bella. Are the names of the other 2 traceable? Shawn inquired. This was the information that troubled Shawn the most. If Jovik alone could pose a threat to his life, what are the other 2? And what of Bella? He feared that this failure would only drive her further into madness, for her psyche was already bordering on the deranged. Dumbledore replied, Jovik has already been sent to the Ministry of Magic for interrogation. I believe the names of the other two will soon be revealed. The Ministry possesses a substantial stock of Veritaserum. Shawn's predicament, in comparison to Harry's, is decidedly more perilous. Voldemort desires Harry's demise, yet he forbids anyone else from taking action. He insists on personally ending Harry's life. In contrast, Bellatrix seeks Shawn's death and is willing to utilize any means at her disposal. Fortunately, Voldemort has yet to be resurrected. Otherwise, the Death Eaters lurking in the shadows would reveal themselves, and Shawn would not even dare to return to the Leaky Cauldron. To his surprise, the professor for this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts class is one he personally dismissed, leaving him to ponder what kind of instructor may arrive next year. As Shawn lay on his hospital bed, lost in thought, Dumbledore suggested, let us all step outside and allow Shawn to rest for a while. With that, he and the others exited the infirmary. Just before leaving, Snape tossed a small box onto Shawn's blanket. Confused, Shawn looked up and inquired, Professor, what is this? It is Christmas today. Do you wish to spend it in the infirmary? Drink it, and you shall be up and about in no time. Do not trouble Madame Pomfrey. Snape replied sternly. Watching Snape's retreating figure, Shawn opened the small box to find an ampoule containing a blue potion. To his astonishment, it was a magical energy restoration potion. The color of this potion was somewhat deeper than the one he had concocted himself, suggesting that its efficacy may surpass his own creation. Shawn gazed at the ampoule. Feeling a surge of emotion, it was evident that Snape genuinely cared for his students. In truth, his magical prowess had nearly returned to its former glory. Though the previous night's tension had left his mind somewhat fatigued, that fierce battle had nearly claimed Shawn's life, yet it was not without its rewards. When Jovik had unleashed his lethal spells upon him, he had employed two dark incantations, the Bone-Crushing Shadow and the Killing Curse. The frameworks of both spells had been meticulously recorded by Shawn, and he intended to master them in due course, thus enhancing his arsenal for future confrontations. As long as Shawn could survive, he would only grow stronger, a testament to the adage that one could thrive through battle. With Jovik now in the custody of the Ministry of Magic, there were no longer any threats to Shawn at Hogwarts. If all went well, the second semester of his first year would unfold in a tranquil routine of study. On the third day of the holiday, Dumbledore sought out Shawn once more. Standing for the second time in the headmaster's office, Shawn's gaze fell upon Fawkes, and he mused to himself, when will my own Fawkes grow to such grandeur? The Ministry of Magic had relayed some news, Dumbledore announced. Shawn gazed at Dumbledore, hoping for uplifting news. The other two Death Eaters, after the fall of the Dark Lord, were betrayed by Jovik and imprisoned in Azkaban. Upon hearing this ironically tinged news, Shawn felt a sense of relief wash over him. He no longer had to worry about those two accomplices seeking to trouble him. However, the fact that the other two had been incarcerated by Jovik left Shawn in a state of bemusement. Now, Jovik not only bore the burden of a disability but would also have to join his old companions behind bars. Shawn, your astuteness has saved your life. But I sincerely hope you refrain from venturing into the Forbidden Forest again. The perils within are beyond the capabilities of students. Fortunately, the spiders did not attack you. Dumbledore remarked. Perhaps they deemed Jovik a more delectable morsel, Shawn muttered. You are an exceptionally gifted child. I believe no one among the students can rival your talents. Dumbledore praised Shawn before continuing. You know, there is a boy who, like you, survived the unforgivable curse. Professor, are you referring to Harry Potter? Shawn inquired. Harry is 2 years your junior, and in 2 years, he too will arrive at Hogwarts to study magic. Therefore, I hope you can serve as a commendable role model for him, given that you share similar experiences. Shawn pondered for a moment, contemplating Dumbledore's implication that he might lead Harry astray. Aside from his somewhat unconventional approach to lessons, he believed he adhered quite strictly to the rules. Professor, my venture into the Forbidden Forest was not of my own volition. I was also a victim in this scenario. Had it not been for Jovik masquerading as Hagrid, I would not have entered at all, Shawn protested on his own behalf. Very well, I do not mean to place blame upon you. I think it would be beneficial for you and Harry to meet. It appears you reside not far from one another, Dumbledore suggested. Are you suggesting that I take care of a child? I hardly have the time, Shawn lamented inwardly, burdened by a plethora of magical studies awaiting his attention. It was worth noting that Harry's residence in Surrey, on Privet Drive, was indeed not overly distant from the Leaky Cauldron in London, merely a 40 to 50-minute drive. Professor, Harry defeated the Dark Lord. Is he still alive? Shawn feigned ignorance while engaging Dumbledore in conversation. Shawn, it is best to refrain from discussing the Dark Lord, Dumbledore cautioned. Why not? Is he not dead? Could he possibly still be alive? Shawn seemed eager to indulge in this thrilling narrative, adopting a theatrical tone. I believe he still exists in some shadowy corner, biding his time for a resurgence, Dumbledore replied, his demeanor grave. At this moment, Shawn felt an overwhelming urge to divulge to Dumbledore the whereabouts of Voldemort's concealment in Albania and the existence of Horcruxes, yet he restrained himself. Chapter 46, Lucius's Invitation Professor. I fear Bella's persecution will persist, he expressed. In light of this, the Ministry of Magic has increased the personnel assigned to hunt down the Death Eaters lurking in the shadows. During your holiday departure from Hogwarts, Aurors will also be stationed at the Leaky Cauldron for protection. How fortunate to have Auror protection, Shawn mused. The Christmas holiday swiftly approached its conclusion, and students began returning to Hogwarts in succession. In the Slytherin common room, Shawn was surrounded by Cassius, Clarisse, and Graham, who incessantly inquired about his encounter with Jovik. My grandfather mentioned that Jovik was dispatched to Azkaban after the interrogation, Clarisse remarked. Shawn, how on earth did you escape the Forbidden Forest? Cassius asked with eager curiosity. I've recounted it 8 times already. It was sheer misfortune that Jovik stumbled into the lair of the Acromantula, and I seized the opportunity to flee, Shawn replied, exasperated by Cassius's relentless questioning. Thank heavens the spider did not bite you, Cassius remarked. If it had, I wouldn't be here. Shawn shot him a glance. Clarisse, with concern in her voice, queried, what if we encounter Death Eaters dispatched by Bella outside of school? The Leaky Cauldron has Auror protection. As for other places, I shall endeavor to avoid them. The Death Eaters aren't so brazen as to emerge openly at present, Shawn reassured her. Before Voldemort's return, the Death Eaters lived in a remarkably discreet manner, as the wizarding world remained under the Ministry's control, thereby ensuring a semblance of safety for the time being. During dinner, Shawn found himself once again surrounded by the Weasley twins and Cedric, who posed the same inquiries, compelling him to mechanically reiterate his prepared response. It is a relief you are unharmed, Cedric expressed with genuine concern. Of course, I cannot be in peril, if I were. How could I protect you, and the two of you? Shawn replied, glancing at the Weasley twins. Fred cast a disdainful look at Shawn. Spare us the jest. Do we truly need your protection? Indeed, I am sufficient to shield Fred, George chimed in. Is that so? Clearly, it is I who am covering for you. Fred retorted defiantly. The Weasley twins resumed their customary banter, and Shawn shook his head before swiftly returning to the Slytherin common room. Upon entering, he spotted Kurt lounging on the sofa with his legs crossed. Shawn, Kurt called out to him. Shawn pondered, wondering if Kurt would pose those questions, which he truly wished to avoid. However, Kurt's subsequent words took him by surprise. Shawn, my uncle Lucius Malfoy has heard about your affairs at school and is quite intrigued by you. Perhaps you are unaware, but he is one of the governors of Hogwarts. What did Kurt mean by this? Was Lucius attempting to win me over? Shawn analyzed the implications within Kurt's statement. Lucius could not possibly be ignorant of the fact that Jovik was sent by Bella, who happened to be Lucius's sister-in-law. Bella intended to eliminate Shawn, and it seemed improbable that Lucius, being such a coward, would oppose Bella. Shawn pondered carefully. Lucius had never truly been loyal to Voldemort. His actions were merely a means of self-preservation, all motivated by his own interests. Although Lucius displayed cowardice in Voldemort's presence, how many could claim otherwise in the face of such terror? Presently, the Death Eaters concealed themselves in the shadows or languished within Azkaban, Bella included. Lucius, however, wielded power and influence, with aspirations to cultivate his own dominion. Shawn was undoubtedly a remarkable talent, renowned and distinguished. A boy who had survived great peril, such a title was not bestowed lightly. After graduation, should Shawn choose to work in the Ministry of Magic, his remarkable talents would undoubtedly lead him to swift advancement within a few years. With such immense potential, how could Lucius possibly let this opportunity slip away? Kurt remarked that Lucius wished to invite you to Malfoy Manor during this summer vacation. Indeed, it was a blatant attempt at enticing you. Shawn smiled and remarked, the Malfoy Manor? It is indeed an honor to be invited to the home of a board member. Compared to Harry, Shawn preferred to meet Draco, the direct junior from Slytherin, to establish his seniority in advance, thereby averting potential troubles once school commenced. One must not underestimate the troublemaking capabilities of the wealthy elite. Excellent. Kurt nodded with satisfaction, then continued, this week, I will personally instruct you for the Ouroboros exchange meeting. I trust that after this incident, you have come to appreciate the significance of power. Kurt's words held a grain of truth, yet his gaze bore an unsettling undertone. Within the Ouroboros, there was nothing particularly arcane in terms of dark magic. Shawn had learned a recently attainable spell, the Bone-Eating Shadow, from Jovik. which was far more destructive than the magic taught over the past 3 months in Ouroboros. Notably, during his 3 months with Ouroboros, Shawn had encountered only 3 dark spells: the Ghoul's Kiss, the Witch's Eye, and the Sinister Dragon's Tooth. The Ghoul's Kiss was imparted to Shawn and Chris by Blanco, while the other 2 were surreptitiously learned from other groups. Chris had now begun her practical training with the Ghoul's Kiss, while Shawn had fully mastered all 3 dark spells, in addition to teaching its members dark magic. Ouroboros also engaged in discussions regarding academic challenges. Setting aside dark magic, Ouroboros functioned merely as a study group for high-achieving students. However, Shawn displayed little interest in their discussions, often lost in his own thoughts. Before the conclusion of the Christmas holidays, Shawn finally mastered the Disarming Charm, a spell he had been covertly studying since his enrollment, which had consumed over 3 months of his time before he successfully learned it. This was achieved solely through notes from books, compounded by significant hours spent on mental closure techniques and other spells. Had he witnessed Snape perform the spell firsthand, he could have comprehended the magical framework in a fraction of the time. Although professors remained tight-lipped about Jovik's attempt on Shawn's life, many students' parents worked in the Ministry of Magic, thus allowing news to circulate to Hogwarts. The way students regarded Shawn began to shift toward admiration. Even those Slytherins who previously harbored disdain for him began to alter their perceptions. A freshman who could escape the clutches of a former Death Eater professor in the Forbidden Forest was sufficient proof of his strength and fortune. Shawn is not merely an academic, he is an exceptional student capable of bringing honor to Slytherin. As for the moniker of the Son of Betrayal, most students have only heard of it from their elders, rather than shunning Shawn due to these slanderous rumors. It would be far more prudent to embrace him as a true member of Slytherin. The traditions of Slytherin House, characterized by ambition, shrewdness, a reverence for honor, opportunism, self-preservation, and a relentless pursuit of victory, are aptly reflected in their changing attitudes. As the second half of the semester commenced after Christmas, Shawn noticeably observed an increase in the frequency of greetings from upperclassmen in Slytherin. Previously, many had claimed that all Slytherins were malevolent, but this now appeared to be mere prejudice. Slytherins simply possess a greater ambition compared to other houses. If ambition were to be deemed a vice, Hogwarts would not permit such a house to exist. However, it is true that Slytherin is more prone to harboring extreme individuals, and it is these individuals who tarnish the house's reputation. Chapter 47. The International Magical Friendship Tournament time flew, and soon it was June. For the other students, this was a month of anguish, as final examinations loomed at the end of the month, causing everyone to busily review their subjects. Yet, Shawn remained elusive, like a dragon that is seen but seldom caught. When he wished to devise the framework for the purification charm, he would typically visit the library to borrow a book, opening it without actually reading, merely pretending to be studious to impress the passing faculty and students, while his mind wandered elsewhere. He chose to practice magic in the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor after curfew, leading a life that, compared to the conventional classroom experience, was rather dull. He rarely engaged in leisure activities, occasionally exchanging a few words with Cassius and Clarice during mealtimes, and he declined all student group activities. This diligent and industrious lifestyle bore fruit, as he finally comprehended the framework for the purification charm. With a month of summer vacation devoted to it, he should be able to perform the spell proficiently. This was Shawn's greatest achievement of the latter semester. The wizard's heart cannot be separated from Hogwarts. Yet starting in the 2nd year, he will qualify to absorb the wizard's heart, which will significantly enhance his magical power. However, as the new year approaches, he will embark on the 2nd year curriculum, leaving little time to explore the magic he yearns to master, unless he applies to Dumbledore to complete all his courses and final assessments within the first month of the new term. During dinner, Cassius wore an expression of distress, exclaiming, "This is too difficult. Why must there even be a subject like potions?" He looked enviously at Shawn. "You are so fortunate, Shawn, not having to sit for final exams. If you manage to pass your assessments in the first month of the new term, you too could avoid the need for revision." Clarice chimed in with a smile. Shawn shook his head. "Cassius, who said I am exempt from the final examination? I still have one subject in potions yet to be assessed." Upon the commencement of the school term, Shawn enrolled in 6 subjects, ultimately retaining only potions and flying, the latter of which he had already forsaken. He continued to attend potions classes, for the art of concocting elixirs is not merely a matter of intellectual contemplation, it necessitates practical engagement to cultivate proficiency. At the professor's table, Snape set down his cutlery, dabbed his mouth, and rose to approach the Slytherin long table. "Greals, join me in the headmaster's office after dinner," Snape remarked with an air of indifference. "Of course, Professor," Shawn replied promptly, eager to discuss matters pertaining to his second year with Dumbledore, only to find that the old wizard had summoned him directly. "Clarice, have you noticed how the professor's demeanor towards Shawn markedly differs from their treatment of us?" Cassius remarked enviously. "Professor Snape would never address me in such a tone." Shawn smiled and inquired, "How did he communicate with you?" He typically lowered his voice and coldly exclaimed, "Cassius, you fool." Cassius attempted to mimic Snape's deep tone, yet his youthful vocal cords did not permit such an imitation. "I apologize, Cassius. But Professor Snape has never addressed me in that manner," said Chris, her expression conveying a clear message to exclude herself from the discussion. "Goodness. Why are all the professors targeting me?" Cassius lamented, resting his head helplessly on the dining table. "If you were as exceptional as Shawn, the professors would surely treat you differently," Chris remarked, glancing at Shawn. Indeed, Shawn, with his extraordinary talent, received special consideration from Dumbledore and the professors, the greatest privilege being his exemption from attending classes. Furthermore, the other professors displayed a notably friendly disposition towards Shawn. Even Snape, who initially perceived Shawn as arrogant and eager to showcase himself, gradually revised his opinion, recognizing that Shawn was not so conceited as to overlook others. For instance, when he was attacked by Keith, Shawn proactively sought out Snape to report the incident. After dinner, Snape approached Shawn once more, and they made their way to the entrance of Dumbledore's office, where Snape recited the entrance password, Lemon. The stone guardian rotated upward, revealing a staircase leading to the upper chamber. The two ascended the staircase, which elevated them to the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was engrossed in perusing books by the bookshelf, and upon noticing Snape and Shawn's arrival, he closed his book and approached them. "Shawn, the first year is drawing to a close. What have you gained from this year?" Dumbledore inquired. Shawn pondered whether Dumbledore had summoned him merely for an end-of-year summary. He was just beginning to organize his thoughts, intending to present Dumbledore with an exemplary report. "Professor, although I have only attended classes for a month this year, I have gleaned numerous noble qualities from the professors, lessons unattainable through textbooks." However, before he could elaborate further, Snape interrupted, unable to tolerate Shawn's insincere remarks. Dumbledore chuckled warmly and inquired, "Shawn, have you ever heard of the International Magical Friendship Tournament among the 4 schools?" Shawn echoed the name of the event, shaking his head in ignorance. He was only familiar with the Triwizard Tournament and had never encountered this 4-school friendship competition before. "For schools? ISNT at a joint event among the 3 schools for the Triwizard Tournament?" Shawn asked, perplexed. Dumbledore regarded him with an approving glance. "You are indeed aware of the Triwizard Tournament. It is an event held by 3 European schools every 5 years. However, due to the high number of casualties, it has not been conducted for many years. The International Magical Friendship Tournament among the 4 schools is a friendly competition held by 4 magical institutions worldwide, occurring every 10 years, with a larger scale and extended duration." Shawn meticulously recalled the details from Harry Potter, firmly convinced that he had never encountered such an event before. Thus, it represented an entirely novel experience in the realm of magic for him. "Professor, which 4 schools are you referring to?" Shawn inquired with curiosity. "Castelo Bruxo in Brazil, Wagadu in Uganda, Ilvermorny in the United States, and our very own Hogwarts." Dumbledore revealed the names of the 4 institutions. "So, it is these schools," Shawn mused to himself. Shawn is aware that there are a total of 11 internationally renowned magical schools in the global wizarding community, along with a few lesser-known institutions that have yet to gain recognition from the International Magical Education Department. However, let us set those aside for now. The 3 schools mentioned by Dumbledore hold a prestigious reputation on the international stage. "Professor, you're not suggesting that Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament next semester, are you?" Shawn inquired. "What a clever boy," Dumbledore praised. "So, have you summoned me to participate?" Shawn asked, somewhat uncertain, as he was entirely unfamiliar with this event. "This tournament requires each school to select 6 students to compete," Dumbledore explained. Shawn listened intently, contemplating that 4 schools meant a total of 24 participants, a scale far grander than the Triwizard Tournament. Such a magnificent event would likely span an entire academic year, much like the aforementioned tournament. From Dumbledore's words, Shawn gradually gleaned insights into this inter-school friendly competition. The 4-school Magic Friendship Tournament commenced earlier than the Triwizard Tournament. The latter selected its champions on Halloween night, October 1st, with the first event occurring on November 24th. In contrast, the 4-school Friendship Tournament required the selection of 6 participants by the end of the first month of the new term, commencing on October 10th. The rationale for selecting 6 contestants was that they were the most outstanding students from the 2nd to the 7th grade, excluding first-year newcomers. As Shawn was entering his second year, he mused on who among his peers could possibly surpass him in excellence. The answer was glaringly evident, as he was leagues ahead of his contemporaries. However, the duration of this tournament was indeed daunting. If he were to participate, it would undoubtedly consume a significant portion of his personal time. Observing Shawn's hesitation, Dumbledore remarked that all the professors in the second year unanimously nominated him. Do you not wish to represent Hogwarts and strive for glory? It's not that I am unwilling, Professor. By the way, what is the reward for the victor of this competition? Shawn suddenly inquired, curious about the tangible benefits. The winning team would receive a prize of 20,000 galleons. Professor, I am willing. I am eager to contribute my efforts for the honor of Hogwarts, Shawn declared earnestly, his expression serious. Considering that the Triwizard Tournament's arduous struggle culminated in a mere prize of 1,000 galleons, this sum of 20,000 was indeed substantial, even when divided amongst 6 participants. It far exceeded what could be gained from the Triwizard Tournament. Shawn's financial circumstances are rather bleak. Indeed, he possesses no means of his own. His uncle, Hearns, merely scrapes by as a cook at the local tavern, often indulging in drink, which leaves little room for savings. Consequently, the notion of him providing Shawn with pocket money is far from reality. The tavern owner, Old Tom, has shown a measure of compassion by allowing Shawn to live at the establishment and providing him with food and drink without charge over the years. He has only gifted Shawn a mere 20 gallons before his schooling commenced. To characterize Shawn as destitute would not be an exaggeration. As for Shawn's aspirations for the future, he envisions opening a wizarding pub in London once he graduates and Harry has triumphed over Voldemort. Thus, he finds himself in need of some initial capital. Professor, does this mean I may forego other courses next year? Shawn inquired tentatively. Should you succeed in achieving excellence in the assessments during the first month of the term, I shall grant you the privilege of not attending classes, came the professor's reply. A surge of joy filled Shawn's heart. Dumbledore had indeed granted him a lifeline. A brief review of his second-year studies during the summer would undoubtedly enable him to achieve excellence in all 6 subjects. After Shawn exited the headmaster's office, several students gradually entered to have private discussions with Dumbledore. These students, selected by their professors, ranged from 3rd to 7th year, and among them were a few familiar faces to Shawn. Although Dumbledore did not elaborate on the format of the Triwizard Tournament, the participation of 6 individuals implied the existence of team competitions. If possible, Shawn wished to adopt a more subdued role, not wanting to overshadow the upperclassmen and provoke discord within the team. As he made his way back to the Slytherin common room, he hummed a tune. Oblivious to the performance he was expected to contribute. Coincidentally, he encountered Cedric, who was heading back to the adjacent Hufflepuff common room, and Cedric approached Shawn to greet him. What song were you just singing? Shawn replied that it is a Chinese song. Cedric looked at Shawn in astonishment, expressing his surprise at Shawn's ability to speak Chinese. He remarked that he had heard Chinese is quite challenging to learn and mentioned that he had attempted to self-study it, but ultimately gave up. He added that he would rather listen to Professor Bin's lectures on the history of magic. Shawn wore a mysterious smile, for he was indeed an enthusiast of the highest level in the Chinese language. As he observed Shawn's departing figure, Cedric found himself increasingly admiring him. Following this incident, Cedric resumed his reading of children's storybooks in Chinese pinyin during his summer break at home. The next day, Shawn ventured to the library, this time genuinely borrowing a book from the public reading area, where he diligently immersed himself in reading for half an hour. A brief history of 11 international magical schools proved to be quite fascinating, leading him to consider visiting the public reading area for leisurely pursuits in the future. Shawn approached this brief history as if it were a magazine, engaging with it wholeheartedly. He discovered the magical institutions of France's Beauxbatons Academy, the Durmstrang Institute of the Scandinavian Peninsula, Russia's Koldistorets, Japan's Magical Institute, Uganda's Wagadu, Brazil's Castelo Branco, the United States Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the St. Mungos of the Balkans, and India's Nalanda School. However, when Shawn stumbled upon the entry for China's magical school, he nearly toppled from his chair in shock. Lanzhou? Could it possibly be that Lanzhou? No, it can't be. Shawn immediately continued to read on. The Blue Sky Magic Academy, its location shrouded in mystery, is said to be perched atop a towering mountain inland. Although it was established later than the other 10 institutions, its growing student body has significantly enhanced its international reputation since the dawn of this century. Shawn could hardly fathom that the domestic magic school bore such a name, and perusing this book bestowed upon him a peculiar array of knowledge. Subsequently, he focused his attention on the other 3 institutions involved in the Interschool Friendship Tournament. Brazil's Castelo Bruxo, nestled within the embrace of the tropical rainforest, is adorned with architecture reminiscent of mythic temples. Uganda's Hogwarts stands as the sole officially recognized magic school by the International Confederation of Wizards in Africa, enrolling young sorcerers from across the continent. The Wizards of Hogwarts excel in wandless magic, as the use of wands only became prevalent in Africa during the last century. The pedagogical approach at Hogwarts has evolved to emulate European magic schools, incorporating wand-based instruction. However, even to this day, Hogwarts preserves the tradition of wandless magic as an elective for advanced students. The Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry in America, established in the early 17th century by Irish immigrant Isolde Sayre and her husband James Stewart, mirrors the teaching methods of Hogwarts. The Wizards of Hogwarts must possess a flair of their own. Shawn harbored a sense of anticipation for the sorcerers of the ancient African continent. Among the 11 schools, the oldest is the Sanctum, located on the Balkan Peninsula. 2 centuries ago, it was known as the Sanctum, only to be renamed later. It is said that the dark wizard Helbo graduated from the Sanctum, ultimately embracing darkness and extinguishing the lives of numerous alumni. In the heart of the wizarding world that Shawn possesses, there may well reside the magical essence of a grand sorcerer who graduated from a sacred domain. The brief history of 11 international magical academies piques my interest, particularly the upcoming inter-school friendship tournament next academic year, wherein you are undoubtedly poised to represent the second year. At that moment, Charlie Weasley stood before Shawn's desk, glancing at the tome in his hands. I've heard from my 2 younger brothers that you are quite a legendary figure in their year. It's truly unfortunate that you were not sorted into Gryffindor. Dumbledore has likely yet to inform the students about the inter-school tournament for the next academic year. Given Charlie's awareness of this event, he must have had a private discussion with the venerable Dumbledore. So, are you the representative for the 7th year? Shawn inquired softly. Chapter 49. The 6 representatives among the representatives from each year at Hogwarts. Shawn's position as the uncontested second-year representative is without question. However, selecting a representative from the other years proves to be somewhat challenging. Take the 7th year for instance. Charlie Weasley from Gryffindor, Nymphadora Tonks from Hufflepuff, and Kurt Malfoy from Slytherin are all top students in their respective houses. In terms of magical prowess, Shawn finds it difficult to ascertain whom Dumbledore would ultimately choose as the 7th-year representative. Charlie candidly remarked, "Professor Dumbledore selected me, and both Kurt and Nymphadora are absolutely furious. May I inquire why the headmaster chose you? After all, I have heard that both of them are quite formidable," Shawn probed. Charlie pulled out a chair beside Shawn and settled down, his voice low. "Kurt is one of your Slytherin peers, and you must have interacted with him. He tends to be rather self-centered. To put it plainly, he is quite authoritarian. A team of 6 requires a diversity of opinions. And the professor fears that if he were to assume the role of captain, it would lead to a rather rigid team dynamic." Shawn discerned a message within Charlie's words. "So, you're the captain?" Charlie chuckled modestly, replying, "Did the professor not inform you? The representative of the 7th grade also serves as the captain." "And what of Dunks?" Shawn inquired. "Ah, Dunks," Charlie continued, lowering his voice as if to shield their conversation from passers-by. "You may not have encountered her, but her temperament is notoriously volatile. The professor believes she is ill-suited for a leadership role." Shawn offered a sheepish smile, contemplating that not only had he interacted with her, but he had also narrowly escaped her wrath. He mused that if Tonks were to assume the role of captain, the atmosphere within the team would likely deteriorate. At least Kurt maintained a relatively stable temperament. "By the way, who are the representatives from the other years?" Shawn inquired. "The 3rd-year representative from Ravenclaw is Penelope Clearwater. The 4th year from Gryffindor is Percy Weasley, my brother, whom you have met, and the 5th year from Hufflepuff is Zachary Abbott. For the 6th year, we have Theo Walden from Slytherin. With you and me included, that makes 6 representatives from Hogwarts," Charlie elaborated. As Shawn listened to the 4 names mentioned by Charlie, he realized that aside from Zach Eber, he was familiar with the others, either personally or by reputation. Penelope, he recalled, had later entered into a romantic relationship with Percy. The surname Eber suggested that Zach must belong to one of the pure-blooded 28 families, likely the brother of the formidable Hannah Eber. Shawn mused to himself. Charlie continued. "I sought you out to inform you that the members of the representative team are required to return to school a week early for some preliminary bonding and to enhance team synergy." Shawn wished nothing more than to remain at Hogwarts throughout the summer, as it would grant him ample time to absorb the magical essence of the wizarding heart. However, during the summer break, the professors returned to their homes, and thus the school typically prohibited students from staying on campus. "I understand," Shawn replied succinctly. Shawn returned to the Slytherin common room and beheld Kurt, who was indignantly cursing Charlie, questioning what qualifications Charlie possessed to supplant him as the 7th-year representative. lamenting how the Weasley family's impoverished appearance brought disgrace upon Hogwarts. Shawn anticipated that Kurt would lose his temper. Yet he did not expect him to utter such coarse language in a public setting like the lounge, disregarding his status. Normally, he presented himself as a refined and courteous gentleman of noble descent. Kurt shouted at Shawn. Shawn let out a helpless sigh as he approached Kurt. "Is there something you need?" he inquired. "You are the representative for the second year, correct?" Kurt stated bluntly. "Yes, Professor Dumbledore has spoken to me." Shawn nodded in response. Kurt, exasperated, exclaimed, "You and Theo are the representatives for Slytherin. I should have been the captain. That scoundrel Weasley must have slandered me before Dumbledore, the despicable fellow. By any means necessary, we must ensure that the Weasley family does not take the spotlight during the competition." At that moment, Theo interjected, however. "If we cause trouble for the Weasley family during the team competition, other teams will surely take advantage of our discord." Shawn thought to himself, "Isn't this old fellow in a foul mood? Class leader, you truly have a poor sense of timing." Kurt cast a displeased glance at Theo, his words laced with sarcasm. "Are you defending the Weasley family? Remember, you are a Slytherin." Feeling unjustly blamed, Theo replied with a hint of defiance, "I am well aware that I am a Slytherin. But above all, I am a Hogwarts student." Kurt shot a scornful look at Theo, his tone dripping with disdain. "Are you afraid of those foreigners? Do they really think they can exploit a weakness to triumph over Hogwarts?" Shawn discerned from Kurt's words that he seemed rather disdainful towards the students of the other three schools. "Are the other three schools truly that weak?" Shawn inquired deliberately. Kurt cast him a glance and replied, "In the century-long history of the inter-school friendly competition, Hogwarts has claimed victory 7 times out of the 10 tournaments. Would you consider them weak?" Shawn chuckled in agreement, acknowledging the evident weakness. Observing the data, it was clear that Hogwarts possessed overwhelming strength, however, without first-hand experience. Shawn refrained from making hasty judgments. The final week of June, often referred to as Hell Week by the students of Hogwarts, was upon them. Fifth-year students were to undertake the O, W, L, S, ordinary wizarding levels, while seventh-year graduates faced the N, E, W, T, S, the ultimate wizarding examinations. The school was enveloped in a palpable atmosphere of study, yet Shawn felt like an outsider, free from the pressures of exams and the disturbances caused by Voldemort. If only Bella would also cease her attempts on his life, how delightful life would be. "Shawn, why not help me with my exam?" Cassius implored during dinner. Before Shawn could respond, Clarice playfully struck Cassius on the head with her notebook. "Ouch. Clarice, why did you hit me?" Cassius exclaimed, rubbing his head. Clarice gestured towards their surroundings. "Just look around. While others are diligently reviewing during their meals, you are contemplating mischief. If you get caught, it would be quite embarrassing. And the points for Slytherin could be severely impacted, jeopardizing our chance at the House Cup." Shawn resolutely declined Cassius's plea. He had no desire to tarnish his reputation. Over the course of the academic year, the professors had significantly altered their perception of him, initially deeming him arrogant, impatient for success, and unstable in temperament. However, following the incidents involving Keith and Jovik, at least Snape had come to regard Shawn as a promising individual with potential. A day later, Hogwarts officially commenced its examination week. Shawn participated in the potions exam on Tuesday, but as Cassius was seated a considerable distance away, he found himself unable to assist Cassius with the answers. Upon the conclusion of the exam, Cassius wore a woeful expression, lamenting, "I am certain I will receive a poor in potions." The grading system comprised outstanding O, exceeds expectations E, acceptable A, poor P, dreadful D, and troll T. Cassius anticipated a score of P and a Shawn. It appeared that Cassius had yet to ascertain his true capabilities. "Cassius, if you have time next semester, I would be happy to help you with potions," Shawn offered sympathetically. "Really? Thank you so much," Cassius exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude as he embraced Shawn. Chapter 50. The conclusion of the first academic year. The Friday following the end of examination week marked the final day of classes before the holiday. Students busily organized their belongings in the dormitories. Shawn possessed but a modest suitcase, for he was a man so impoverished that he had only managed to procure a single robe, despite the school's initial enrollment notice stipulating the necessity of 3. This evening, he would don this solitary garment, which was worth 3, to attend the annual banquet. "You have endured pressures unbefitting your age," Shawn murmured to the robe lying on the bed. He always wore this one. Its fabric had worn out more quickly than others. Should he secure the prize from the upcoming inter-school tournament next semester, he vowed to treat himself to a few new outfits. In the common lounge, Chris extended a gracious invitation to Shawn to visit her family's estate during the summer. "I fear that may not be feasible. The Broken Cauldron will be bustling. and old Tom would never allow me the luxury of leisure. Besides, I have promised Kurt that I would visit Malfoy Manor this summer. Shawn politely declined. What amusement is to be found at Malfoy Manor? Lucius Malfoy, as my father has recounted, is a duplicitous sycophant, said to have previously served the Dark Lord, Chris remarked, deliberately lowering her voice when mentioning the Dark Lord. Shawn chuckled, acknowledging that while Lucius was indeed a Death Eater, your Uncle Barty Crouch was also one, and a staunch loyalist to Voldemort. In terms of ruthlessness, Lucius could hardly compare to Barty, who had the audacity to turn against his own father. Moreover, the Malfoy Manor harbored a Draco, and Shawn was keen to make the acquaintance of this self-important young scion. I hear Lucius is one of the 12 governors of Hogwarts. It would be impolite to decline an invitation from a governor, Shawn remarked apologetically. Very well, Chris replied with a hint of resignation. Ah, a manor. Chris. Do invite me to your home. I have yet to visit a manor, Cassius chimed in, his expression exuding mischief as he gazed at Chris. Apologies. But I moved during the summer, Chris coldly rebuffed. Shawn, my mother would never suspect that I am friends with the boy who survived, starting this summer. My standing within the family is bound to rise, Cassius said with a foolish grin. Shawn's lips curled into a faint smile, a somewhat awkward expression that embodied the carefree joy of a young wizard. During the banquet, Dumbledore summarized the performances of the Hogwarts students throughout the day, culminating in the announcement of the winner of the House Cup. Now, I shall reveal the scores of the 4 houses. In 4th place, Ravenclaw with 305 points. The Ravenclaw students, embarrassed yet courteous, applauded for their house, and the other 3 houses joined in the clapping. In 3rd place, Hufflepuff with 390 points. Cedric sighed before joining his classmates in applause for Hufflepuff. In 2nd place, Gryffindor with 415 points, Dumbledore declared in a resounding voice. The Weasley twins were the first to rise, hands raised in celebration, proud of their house, even though they had contributed significantly to the loss of points. Their affection for Gryffindor remained unwavering. 1st place, Dumbledore paused, glancing at the Slytherin table, then announced, Slytherin with 435 points. The Slytherins did not cheer or rise to their feet, but their joy was palpable as they clapped vigorously, striving to fill the hall with their applause. Shawn felt a sense of modest pride in Slytherin's victory. Having contributed to their points during the first month of school and by exposing the betting scheme orchestrated by Jovik alongside the Weasley twins. However, his frequent absences from classes meant he had only added 30 points in potions, and Snape seemed deliberately disinclined to allow Shawn to earn more points, never calling on him again. Yet, Dumbledore surprisingly did not award Shawn points for outsmarting Jovik, which left him feeling a bit disheartened. Was it because Slytherin was already assured of the House Cup that no additional points were deemed necessary? The end-of-year banquet was filled with joyous conversations. As students anticipated 2 months apart, some of those with whom they shared close relationships exchanged home addresses, promising to write during the holiday. Shawn, your address? Cassius scratched his head, chuckling. Oh, I forgot you live at the Leaky Cauldron. Just a quick trip with Flipowder. Pureblood families, like the Weasleys, did not install telephones. But they had their own magical means of transportation, the Floo network. Compared to Harry's living conditions, Shawn considered himself fortunate. Residing within the magical community meant Diagon Alley was just next door, offering a plethora of intriguing experiences daily. As the banquet concluded, the Weasley twins approached Shawn, inviting him to visit them at their home during the summer, but he politely declined. You should come to the Leaky Cauldron instead. The Floo network is quite convenient. I envy you for living in such an interesting place, Fred said, his face glowing with longing at the thought of the Leaky Cauldron. Are you out of your mind? Don't even think about sneaking sips of butterbeer. Mum would kill us, George retorted, disdain evident in his tone. Shawn's inaugural year at Hogwarts was spent in a fulfilling yet uneventful manner, with the wizarding heart hidden within Merlin's chamber being his most significant acquisition, profoundly influencing his magical journey. Following the departure of a certain Professor Jovik, one wonders what sort of defense against the dark arts instructor will grace the school next year, and which unfortunate soul will occupy this cursed position. The following day, students boarded the night bus, traversing the perimeter walls en route to Hogsmeade Station. Curiously, the entrance to Hogwarts appeared rather unremarkable, resembling the iron gate of an ordinary estate, adorned with rampant vines. Were it not for the indication of it being the main gate, one might easily mistake it for a rear or side entrance. Cassius, observing the carriage's autonomous motion, inquired with intrigue, what sort of magic is at play here? Shawn smiled silently. Those who could not see the night steed would assume that the movement of the carriage was due to enchantment, while those who could see it would not boast. For only those who have encountered death can behold the night steed. After bidding farewell at King's Cross Station in London, the students boarded the Hogwarts Express. And Shawn took the bus back to the Leaky Cauldron located in Charing Cross. "My dear Shawn, you have finally returned," Hearns said with his narrow eyes, opening his arms to embrace Shawn. "Uncle Hearns, could you refrain from being so sentimental?" Shawn lamented as he found himself in Hearns' embrace. Old Tom chuckled as he observed the affectionate exchange between the uncle and nephew, remarking, "Hearns knows you are on holiday today, and he couldn't be happier. Look who has returned." While Jamie greeted Shawn with a smile. For this bald wizard, from whom Shawn had initially stolen the art of magic, their relationship was quite amicable. "Jamie, you are here unusually early today. I knew you were coming back from Hogwarts, so I made a point to arrive early, awaiting your service of drinks," Jamie jested. Shawn cooperatively said, "Wait for me. I will first put away the luggage and then bring you the drinks." Old Tom looked even more pleased. As soon as Shawn returned to assist him, he felt that the boy was truly endearing. It was worth all the years of providing for him without charge. Shawn, dragging his suitcase, ascended towards his modest room on the second floor. As he reached the midpoint of the staircase, a man cloaked in a black robe and who descended from above. Their paths briefly crossed, and in that fleeting moment, Shawn was enveloped by a chilling aura, accompanied by an ineffable and abstract sensation, reminiscent of an experience he felt he had encountered before, a sensation he could only attribute to death. Chapter 51. Malfoy Manor. The robed figure descended the stairs and subsequently exited through the back door, presumably heading towards Diagon Alley. Though it was far more likely he ventured towards Nocturnal Alley. Seizing the opportunity, Shawn activated the Eye of Magic to scrutinize the figure cloaked in black. The individual emanated a magical potency typical of a seasoned wizard, comparable to that of Jamie beside him. However, within the luminous aura, there was a subtle intertwining of darkness. Shawn yearned to discern more, yet the figure had already departed through the rear entrance. As Shawn placed his luggage down and descended the stairs, he inquired at the counter, "Old Tom, who was that person who just went downstairs?" Old Tom replied, from his accent, "He seems to be a wizard from abroad. He has stayed for 2 nights and is checking out today." Shawn felt a sense of unease. The dark aura of magic was something he had only witnessed on Voldemort's Horcruxes. Even the magic of Jovik, a Death Eater, emanated a white hue. Shawn once speculated that dark magic might be connected to death. The creation of Voldemort's Horcruxes necessitates the taking of another's life. In comparison to the dark arts that Shawn is familiar with, such as the Kiss of the Ghoul, the Eye of the Witch, and the Sinister Dragon's Tooth, Horcruxes embody true malevolence. Could that individual be Voldemort? Shawn, as if compelled by some unseen force, unexpectedly made his way towards the back door. "Shawn, where are you going?" "What about my beer?" Jamie called out to him. Shawn snapped back to reality, pausing in his tracks. He suddenly felt an urge to slap himself twice for his foolishness. What was he thinking? Even if it were truly Voldemort, it had nothing to do with him. Why should he chase after it and court death? In his mind, Shawn berated himself, then adjusted his expression and served Jamie a beer from the counter. With the weight of the world on someone else's shoulders, Shawn deemed it unnecessary to engage in actions that could jeopardize his life, especially since this was merely conjecture. Logically, Voldemort should not be making an appearance in London at present, given his current frailty, hiding in the Albanian forests and possessing small creatures. Regardless, the presence of Aurors in Diagon Alley meant that even as a Death Eater, he would not dare to create a disturbance. On the 5th day after the holidays, Hogwarts report cards were delivered by Owl. Shawn achieved 7 outstanding O grades in his 8 subjects, with 1 disappointing D, a result that filled Hearns with immense pride. 7 outstanding. Shawn, you are truly a genius. Hearns naturally overlooked the grade in flying, considering it of little consequence. After all, he had no aspirations of becoming a Quidditch player. This was also why Hearns never mentioned the flying grade when boasting about Shawn's accomplishments. During the summer, the Leaky Cauldron was thriving with business. A few years prior, Shawn had suggested to Old Tom that he invest in refurbishing the pub's aesthetic, but Old Tom had firmly declined, insisting that it embodied a rich historical gravitas. Established in the early 16th century, the Leaky Cauldron boasted over 400 years of history, positioning it as a beacon at the intersection of the magical and muggle worlds. Should the Leaky Cauldron ever fall into desolation, it would indicate that the magical community was facing dire straits. On the last day of July, which marked Harry's birthday, Shawn made no acknowledgement of the occasion, instead engaging in idle chatter with Kurt as they prepared to use the Flu network to travel to Malfoy Manor. Aware that Lucius had invited Shawn, Old Tom refrained from hindering him and granted him a day off. At Rose Manor, Shawn followed Kurt as he scattered a handful of Flu powder and enunciated the destination clearly. With a loud bang, emerald flames engulfed Shawn, and in an instant, he vanished. When he reappeared, he found himself standing in the opulent fireplace of the Malfoy residence. Shawn surveyed the opulent surroundings of the hall, finding little to remark upon. Wealth was evident. Although he was impoverished, his previous life had granted him a glimpse into the luxurious abodes of the affluent, and the Lucius estate was indeed grand. Yet it did not leave him utterly astounded. "Uncle Lucius, allow me to introduce myself. I am Shawn Greer-Kurt," he stated. Before him stood a middle-aged man with flowing golden locks, gazing down at Shawn with an air of arrogance that struck Shawn as somewhat amusing. What was there to be proud of for a mere pawn? "Shawn Greer, welcome to Malfoy Manor," Lucius proclaimed, tilting his head slightly. "Sir, it is my honor," Shawn replied, managing a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. At that moment, a golden-haired boy with a slick-back hairstyle descended the staircase, his curious gaze fixed upon Shawn. "Father." "Who is he?" Draco inquired. "Shawn Greer-Kurt of Slytherin, the most distinguished student of your year," Lucius responded. Lucius seemed to harbor no reservations regarding Shawn's excellence. After all, excellence was excellence, particularly since he was a Slytherin. Had he been a Gryffindor, Lucius's attitude would likely have been markedly different. Lucius's introduction of Shawn to Draco carried an unspoken message. He harbored high hopes for Draco, wishing that when he entered Hogwarts the following year, he too would shine and bring glory to the Malfoy name. Draco appeared somewhat displeased at the praise bestowed upon another child in the presence of his father. "When I enroll, I shall surpass you," Draco declared, fixing an unwavering gaze upon Shawn. Shawn smiled silently, contemplating that the skies had cleared and the rain had ceased. While little Draco believed he had proven himself, Lucius instructed Dobby to prepare an assortment of fruits and chilled beverages to be delivered to the gazebo on the estate, where the four of them gathered around the table to discuss Hogwarts and matters concerning Dumbledore. It was utterly absurd that Dumbledore had appointed Charlie Weasley as the captain of Hogwarts. Such a decision was a blatant affront to Malfoy. Kurt remained troubled by this development. "I believe he has grown old, unable to discern what constitutes a sound decision. It is time for a change in leadership," Lucius remarked. "Sir, Dumbledore holds great prestige at Hogwarts, and both the professors and students rally behind him," Shawn countered. "Then let his reputation be tarnished." Shawn remained silent, inwardly scoffing. "Dream on. You think you can play games with old Dang? You are not worthy. This still depends on you, Shawn," Lucius remarked with a smile that danced on the edge of irony as he gazed at Shawn. A chill ran down Shawn's spine. What devious scheme was this rascal concocting now? Surely, he could not be plotting against him. After Lucius had risen and departed for a brief moment, Draco, emboldened by his father's absence, spoke up. "Are you also the boy who miraculously escaped calamity? What do you think? Your Aunt Bella is still contemplating my demise." Shawn replied with a nonchalance that belied any fear of being hunted. "I have never met her. Perhaps she saw me when I was still an infant." "My father mentioned she has been confined in Azkaban," Draco remarked. "Last Christmas, Shawn was nearly killed by Bella's associates," Kurt interjected. Draco's curiosity was piqued, eager to delve into the details of the incident, but Lucius's approach towards the gazebo compelled him to refrain. Lucius approached, a stack of pristine books in his grasp, and placed them before Shawn. "These are your second-year textbooks. You need not purchase any when the term commences." Such unsolicited generosity was suspect. After all, Lucius was a hypocrite. What could possibly motivate him to bestow new textbooks upon Shawn? Was it merely because he excelled in Slytherin? "Sir, I cannot accept your kindness. You must have heard from Kurt that I hardly attend classes at Hogwarts. Textbooks are of no use to me, and I already possess the second-year materials." Several years prior, Hearns had procured a complete set of first to third-year textbooks for Shawn from a thrift store, each tome of ancestral quality. Lucius remained steadfast. "Perhaps this particular one may capture your interest." He lifted a few volumes to reveal a book entitled The Albanian Stalker. Upon reading the title, Shawn could not decipher its contents, yet the mention of Albania inevitably conjured thoughts of Voldemort. Under Lucius's subtle prompting, he took the book and began to peruse its pages. The initial 2 pages outlined the origins of dark wizards in Albania, while the subsequent sections chronicled various forms of dark magic. Such tomes were unavailable in reputable bookstores. Any literature documenting dark magic was prohibited under the ministry's regulations. Kurt mentioned your remarkable aptitude for the dark arts. This book should prove beneficial to you, Lucius remarked. Shawn initially believed that Lucius intended to entice him into the shadows through dark magic, hoping to ensnare him within its malevolent grasp. However, upon receiving the second tome that Lucius had bestowed upon him, he realized that his understanding had been overly simplistic. This book was a notebook, which Lucius feigned to offer as a means for Shawn to take notes. Yet, the moment Shawn laid his hands upon the notebook, the magical eye awakened once more. Of its own accord, Shawn had never beheld the true diary of Voldemort, yet at this moment, he comprehended that the tome he clutched was indeed that of Tom Riddle. The swirling dark aura enveloping the notebook was unmistakably revealed under the scrutiny of the magical eye, much like the sinister power emanating from Ravenclaw's crown. Steeped in malevolence and a sense of mortality. This marked the second occasion that the magical eye had activated autonomously in the presence of a Horcrux, leading Shawn to surmise that it possessed a precognitive ability regarding malevolent forces. Shawn stood frozen, clutching his notebook, as he seemed to hear whispers at his ear, the sound brimming with an enigmatic allure. Yet, his mind remained alert, untouched by the enchantment. Lucius, observing Shawn's daze, called to him. "Thank you, sir. I truly enjoy this book, as well as this notebook," Shawn replied with a smile. Under the guise of gifting Shawn a tome on dark magic, Lucius, the cunning fox, had ulterior motives. The notebook was the true prize. He intended to manipulate Shawn into unlocking the Chamber of Secrets, unleashing the basilisk to eliminate Muggle-born students. Such an act would tarnish the esteemed reputation of Headmaster Dumbledore while conveniently ridding the school of Muggle students, sacrificing merely Shawn to achieve this dual purpose. No wonder they said they relied on me. It seems Lady Gonlin intended to deceive me, Shawn thought bitterly. However, inadvertently acquiring the notebook confirmed a prior suspicion of this. When Dumbledore gifted him a ruby necklace, he claimed it could shield the heart from the encroaching darkness. Shawn speculated whether the Eye of Magic possessed such abilities, for it had automatically activated in the Room of Requirement, awakening him just before he was ensnared by a Horcrux. Thereafter, he refrained from deliberately engaging with Ravenclaw's diadem until moments ago, when he inadvertently encountered another Horcrux. The Eye of Magic sprang to life, revealing the malevolence of the Horcrux, and Shawn remained impervious to its seductive whisper. In the state of the IS activation, it appeared that I am shielded from dark influences, he contemplated. He resolved to bring the notebook back to Hogwarts and place it within the Room of Requirement, intending to devise a means to release clues for Harry when he and Dumbledore commenced their search for the Horcruxes. Although Shawn no longer feared the enticement of the Horcruxes, and possessed knowledge of known methods to destroy them, such as the Basilisk Fong and the Fiendfire Curse, which he believed he could master with his aptitude for learning, he chose not to preemptively destroy a Horcrux. The destruction would alert Voldemort, who could discern the identity of the destroyer. Shawn wished to avoid incurring the wrath of the formidable adversary too soon. Thus, Harry would likely not encounter the Basilisk petrifying students in his second year, allowing the trio to navigate the school year in relative peace. Lucius smiled contentedly at Shawn, who returned the gesture with politeness, the atmosphere in the gazebo harmonious, with one believing in his cunning plot and the other seeing through it yet remaining silent. By the end of the second year, having been spared from the Basilisk incident, Lucius would surely be perplexed, while Shawn would concoct an excuse, claiming the notebook had been stolen, rendering Lucius powerless against him. "Master, afternoon tea is ready," announced the Malfoy family's house elf, Dobby, timidly from outside the gazebo. "Then bring it here, you fool. Do I have to fetch it myself?" Lucius chastised Dobby without restraint in front of the three children. Shawn gazed at the aggrieved Dobby, perplexed by the fact that the house elf, a race endowed with remarkable magical talents, had been relegated to the status of human servitude. It wasn't until last Christmas, during a casual conversation with Professor Flitwick, that the topic arose. Professor Flitwick enlightened him on the matter, revealing that house elves were a race created by ancient wizards, derived from magical creatures. Their very essence is intertwined with servitude to wizards, as obedience is deeply ingrained in their genetic makeup. Their existence is fundamentally oriented towards serving wizards. Shawn listened with a sense of melancholy, reflecting on how ancient wizards, driven by their selfish desires, had conjured a race of beings condemned to servitude. As a sentient magical species, he believed their plight was utterly deplorable. Even a dog receives a gentle pat on the head from its master, whereas the domesticated house elves endure a never-ending cycle of labor and incessant scorn. Yet, all Shawn could do was harbor sympathy for Dobby's circumstances, for he was powerless to alter any of the prevailing systems in the realm of magic. "Draco, when you commence your studies next year, make sure to learn diligently from Shawn. Upon my graduation, he will be the most exceptional of Slytherins." While Kurt praised Shawn, he was careful to include himself in the accolades. "Once I enroll, that will no longer be the case," Draco replied, raising an eyebrow with unwavering confidence. Shawn chuckled lightly, remarking that his father did not intend for him to live beyond the second grade. If not for his prodigious talents, he would have been unaware of being used as a pawn by others. After the afternoon tea concluded, Shawn returned to the leaky cauldron, securing his notebook within his suitcase. Provided that no melodramatic mix-up occurred with the luggage, this notebook would safely arrive at Hogwarts, where it would be concealed in the Room of Requirement. Of course, this was not a veiled reference to Newt Scamander. After all, misplacing one's suitcase is quite commonplace. A few days later, a family of guests arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, the red-haired Weasley clan. "Look at you, Shawn, you've grown significantly taller since last year," Molly remarked, gesturing beside Shawn's head. Shawn himself had not noticed that he had grown 5 centimeters taller than last year, now reaching a height of 1 meter and 60 centimeters. Surely, it must be the excellent meals at Hogwarts that provided proper nutrition. If I were at the Leaky Cauldron, I certainly wouldn't have grown this much. Shawn jestingly raised his voice, teasing Old Tom. Old Tom feigned anger, exclaiming, "You ungrateful wretch, is the food here not to your liking?" Beside them, Ron timidly inquired of Fred, "Is he truly the most outstanding among your year?" "Indeed, exceptionally talented, and with a remarkable knack for mischief, though regrettably a Slytherin." George sighed wistfully. Chapter 53, How Marvelous. "Are you interested in joining Slytherin? It would surely be better to associate with me than with your 2 unreliable brothers." Shawn teased Ron, ignoring George. "Get lost. Ron is our brother, and the Weasley family has always been Gryffindor," Fred retorted. "Calm down." "I'm not trying to steal your brother," Shawn replied with a grin. In truth, Ron's character would never allow him to be sorted into Slytherin. He lacked ambition, direction, and cunning. The Weasley family is undeniably Gryffindor through and through. Shawn was meeting Ginny for the first time, and the young girl was even more enchanting than he had imagined. In a few years, she would undoubtedly blossom into a beauty, or else Harry would not have taken a liking to her. Meanwhile, Arthur and Old Tom had finished their conversation and approached the children. Arthur turned to Shawn and remarked, "Shawn, I hear you are the representative for the 2nd year in the upcoming Triwizard Tournament." The Triwizard Tournament was no secret. It was held once every decade. And with only 7 academic years at the school, no student would experience it more than once. Only older siblings or parents would have any inkling of it. Thus, when Dumbledore summoned Percy and Charlie for a discussion, they were not entirely in the dark. They felt a sense of pride in being chosen as representatives, especially Percy. Percy's serious demeanor was at odds with the playful atmosphere of the Weasley family. He thrived on order and discipline, often overreacting to students who broke the rules. And he relished in issuing commands to those around him. He preferred to associate with influential figures, and while he was the pride of Mrs. Weasley, his personality and behavior often made him the target of his younger brother's teasing, and he was frequently mimicked by his classmates. Ron, Fred, and George considered him the biggest fool in the world. "Dad, Shawn is far superior to George and Fred," Percy said, looking at Shawn. This was Percy's first indirect conversation with Shawn. Although they had no interactions at school, Percy had been keeping an eye on this exceptionally gifted newcomer. "I'm quite famous at school. Even the 3rd years know who I am," Shawn replied with a grin. Percy, in his usual serious manner, retorted, "If my 2 brothers were half as competent as you, Gryffindor wouldn't have missed out on the House Cup this year. Is that our fault?" George and Fred chimed in unison. Given Percy's personality, Shawn surmised that he was attempting to forge a closer connection with him, and he was willing to grant him that opportunity. "You are quite remarkable as well. Otherwise, the headmaster wouldn't have chosen you as a representative." Percy relished the praise, a smug smile crossing his face. "By the way, you probably don't know the rules and format of the Triwizard Tournament yet. During the back-to-school training, I can explain it to you." Shawn was indeed unclear about the rules of the inter-school friendly match and did not know if there was any life-threatening danger involved. If there were, he was uncertain whether it would be timely to inform Old Dang of his withdrawal. "Well, we must go purchase the textbooks needed for the new term," said Molly to the children. The bustling Diagon Alley had been particularly lively in recent days, as newly admitted students gradually arrived to acquire the necessary items for the upcoming school year, while other students sought to procure textbooks for the next academic year. In the following days, Cassius, Chris, and Graham made special trips to the Leaky Cauldron to see Shawn, but due to the overwhelming business at the pub, Shawn could only exchange brief greetings, with no time for extended conversation. That afternoon, the bar was still packed with patrons, and the wizards seemed to relish the service provided by the boy who had miraculously survived. Thus, Old Tom refused to pay Shawn, claiming it was better to save the wages for him until the start of school. An elderly woman, her hair streaked with gray and wearing a hairnet along with slippers, entered the pub carrying a large basket and addressed the busy Shawn, saying, "Hello, I am looking for Herns." Shawn cast a glance at the elderly woman, her visage vaguely familiar yet elusive in his memory. "Madam," he inquired, "I fear he is currently occupied in the kitchen. Might you share your name? I shall inform him of your presence." "Arabella Figg," the woman introduced herself. "Very well, Mrs. Figg," Shawn replied casually, Yet soon he sensed an incongruity. Fig? Mrs. Fig? Activating his magical sight, Shawn scrutinized the woman, but detected no aura of magical energy surrounding her. From her name and attire, it can be confidently deduced that she is indeed Mrs. Fig, the neighbor who secretly watches over Harry. Shawn was unaware of the reasons behind Mrs. Fig's visit to his uncle, yet he proceeded to inform the kitchen. Fig, you are 2 days late, Hearns remarked. I apologize, Hearns. It was somewhat troublesome to bring it over, hence the delay, Mrs. Fig replied. The two appeared to be engaged in a mysterious exchange, and from Mrs. Fig's words, it was evident that her basket contained a living creature. Shawn, bring the basket here and open it, Hearns instructed. Shawn mused to himself, this shouldn't be anything dangerous. Mrs. Fig looked at Shawn in surprise. He is your nephew, Shawn. Greerls? Hearns proudly proclaimed, he is indeed one of the finest among the new students at Hogwarts. Mrs. Fig resided on Privet Drive, less than an hour's drive from the Leaky Cauldron in Charing Cross. However, due to her duty to protect Harry, she seldom ventured far from Privet Drive. Over the years, she had only heard tales of another boy who had survived a great peril residing at the Leaky Cauldron, but had never had the opportunity to see him, for the boy on Privet Drive was the linchpin of Dumbledore's grand design. Shawn took the basket from Mrs. Fig, which was surprisingly light, devoid of any heavy contents. Under the watchful eyes of Mrs. Fig and Hearns, he lifted the lid. Goodness, it was a cat. No. It seemed not to be a cat at all. With a sense of delight, Shawn exclaimed. The basket contained a small creature that bore a resemblance to a raccoon. He gently lifted it from the basket, examining it closely. Its fur was adorned with various spots, its ears exceptionally large, and its tail reminiscent of a lion's. This is your gift for your 12th birthday, Hearns remarked. This is a civet. They possess an extraordinary ability to discern human character. An adult civet can grow to about 1 meter in length, Mrs. Fig added, elaborating on Shawn's birthday present. Shawn pondered for a moment. Today was the 18th of August, and the birthday of his current form approached on the 21st. Recently, the bar had been exceedingly busy, causing him to forget that his birthday was imminent. This year, his birthday gift was unexpectedly not a chocolate frog. Shawn feigned surprise as he addressed Hearns. You bought it with your summer earnings, though I contributed significantly as well. Hearns replied with a shameless grin. Shawn turned to gaze at old Tom behind the counter. The aged gentleman's face, adorned with a multitude of wrinkles, broke into a subtle smile directed at him. How delightful it is to purchase a gift for me with my own earnings, truly marvelous. Shawn raised his hands, forcing a smile as he gave old Tom 2 enthusiastic thumbs up. Chapter 54. Returning to school early, it appears that Mrs. Fig indeed harbors a multitude of cats, as well as cat hybrids. She interbreeds cats and cat hybrids, selling the resulting kittens to wizards. Hermione's cat, Crookshanks, possesses the bloodline of a cat hybrid, which endows it with remarkable intelligence. Crookshanks particularly targeted the rat, Scabbers, who was once Peter Pettigrew, as cat hybrids can discern the true nature of humanity. The cat Shawn is holding is approximately the size of an ordinary domestic cat. Mrs. Fig mentioned that it is not yet a year old and has only recently been weaned. It has yet to be named, and now it belongs to you. You should bestow a name upon it, Mrs. Fig said. Shawn pondered for a moment, contemplating that naming could be both challenging and simple, as it encompassed a multitude of elements. For those who were particular, they might even delve into the intricacies of feng shui. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Shawn, and he declared, Let us call you Jerry. The wizards, having never seen Tom and Jerry, were blissfully unaware of the humorous connotation behind the name Shawn had chosen. Additionally, Mrs. Fig retrieved a palm-sized booklet from her handbag. What is this? Shawn inquired. It is a breeding license. Shawn was perplexed. Wasn't it the case that not every student was permitted to bring a pet to Hogwarts? He had heard nothing about the necessity of a permit. Mrs. Fig discerned Shawn's apprehension and proceeded to elucidate that a Kneazle required a breeding license, as they were distinct from ordinary cats, and one should not underestimate their ferocity. Open it and imprint your palm along with Jerry's. Shawn received the booklet, which was smaller than his palm, and pondered how he could possibly leave a handprint on it. Upon opening the booklet, he realized it was indeed a magical artifact. In Shawn's hands, the booklet expanded to the size of a textbook. He pressed his palm onto the owner section on the first page, then took Jerry's little paw and pressed it onto the pet section on the second page. The booklet shrank once again, and Mrs. Fig placed it back into her handbag. She nodded at Shawn and said, Now you are officially Jerry's owner. The Magical Creatures Management and Control Department has your record as well. Shawn, in high spirits, cradled Jerry in his arms. In his previous life, he had a fondness for felines, and although Jerry was not a cat, he bore a striking resemblance. Jerry, how do you like that name? Shawn inquired with a cheerful smile. Jerry responded with a disdainful glance before sinking his teeth into Shawn's palm, a force far beyond that of an ordinary kitten. Madam Fig, are you certain that Jerry can be brought to Hogwarts? Shawn's face flushed as he suppressed the pain. Madam Fig waved her hand dismissively, stifling a giggle. Look how lively and adorable he is. But you just mentioned not to underestimate his aggressiveness. That may be true, but he is still young. If you treat him well, he will surely be a good companion. Having already received payment, Madam Fig showed no intention of allowing a return, continuously extolling Jerry's virtues. Just moments ago, Jerry had regarded Shawn with disdain, but now he transformed into an endearing little creature, showcasing the cleverness and charm that his breed was renowned for. In any case, Shawn cherished this birthday gift far more than chocolate frogs, feeling it was 100 times better. Little Peter, you can revel in your delight. Fortunate that I am not a Gryffindor, Shawn mused to himself. Jerry, a purebred creature, was far superior to Crookshanks. One could only wonder if Peter's transformed rat would survive a confrontation with Jerry during the first semester. As the last week of August approached, Shawn had celebrated a rather simple birthday, experiencing cake for the first time, a rather unpalatable creation from Hertz. On that day, Severus Snape appeared at the Leaky Cauldron's fireplace with Theo, seemingly there to escort Shawn back to school early. Greaves, pack your belongings. We are leaving immediately, Snape commanded. Very well, Professor. I just need to grab a suitcase from upstairs, Shawn replied. Shawn retrieved the suitcase from beneath the bed and proceeded downstairs, giving the case a light pat as he went. First, make your way to the 3 broomsticks. Remember, it's the 3 broomsticks. Do not mispronounce it, Snape reminded. Due to the early return to school, they could not take the train from King's Cross Station, and Hogwarts fireplaces typically lacked connections to the Floo network. As for apparition, apart from Dumbledore, who possessed the privilege to do so within Hogwarts, others were unable to. Accompanied by 2 students, Snape had no choice but to first use the Floo network to reach Hogsmeade before walking back to the school. The ambience of the 3 broomsticks was considerably more inviting than that of the Leaky Cauldron, and Madame Rosmerta was far more favored by patrons than Old Tom. Despite being in her 40s, she still retained her allure and charm, coupled with a knack for conversation, which made her popular among guests, a quality that Old Tom could not rival. Severus, it has been a while. Would you care for a drink? Madame Rosmerta greeted Snape warmly as he emerged from the fireplace with 2 children. I merely require a momentary use of your fireplace, Snape replied, declining her offer with a neutral tone. Although Shawn possessed the Marauder's map and was aware of more than one secret passage leading to Hogsmeade, he found himself too occupied to slip away to the village. Hogsmeade, the only all-wizarding village in Britain, is in close proximity to Hogwarts. Beginning in their 3rd year, with a guardian's signed permission, students are allowed to venture into Hogsmeade every Saturday for shopping and leisure. It must be the back-to-school training. Other professors have already returned to Hogwarts ahead of you, remarked Rosmerta. Before Snape, professors from the other 3 houses had already escorted their students back from the 3 broomsticks. However, Snape was required to go to 2 locations to collect individuals, while the other professors only needed to visit one, thus allowing them to return considerably faster. Rosmerta approached the trio with warmth and friendliness, looking at Shawn Greer, one of the boys who lived. Yes, ma'am, I am Shawn Greer, he replied. Snape cast a sidelong glance at him and replied in a somewhat indifferent tone, All right, we acknowledge your celebrity status. Now let us return to the school. Shawn found himself at a loss for words. Was he truly to be criticized for this? Being a celebrity was undeniably exhausting. A little over 10 minutes later, the trio returned to Hogwarts, where the heads of the other 3 houses and student representatives had already gathered. Upon Shawn's arrival, Percy and Charlie greeted him. With everyone present, Professor McGonagall addressed the students, stating, Let us first familiarize ourselves with the rules and format of the inter-school friendship competition. Shawn cast a glance at Percy, who had initially intended to show off in front of him, but now found himself without the opportunity. Chapter 55, The Rules of the Friendly Competition. Professor McGonagall explained in detail that the inter-school friendly competition would consist of 4 matches, with opponents determined by a draw. The first 3 matches would employ a point system, while the final match would feature a free-for-all among the 4 schools. The first match, potion brewing, would allow any school that successfully completed the potion within the allotted time to earn a point. This event would take place simultaneously among all 4 schools, eliminating the need for a draw, as stated by Professor McGonagall. The second match would be a solo duel, consisting of 3 rounds, with each school sending 3 students to compete. In each round, the victor would earn a point, It is important to note that for the first 3 matches, each participant may only compete once, precluding any repeat participation. The third match would be a team event, with 2 students from each school participating in a 4-way brawl. The team that emerges victorious would be awarded 3 points. Upon hearing this, Zach Abo, the 5th-year representative from Hufflepuff, could not contain his curiosity. So, if we simply send our 2 strongest participants to the team match to secure 3 points and manage to earn just 1 point in the earlier matches, wouldn't that guarantee us victory? Shawn interjected. The other 3 schools are likely contemplating the same strategy. They might even alter their tactics, deploying their strongest 4 in the first 2 matches and reserving their weakest for the team event. If they accumulate points in the initial rounds, the team match becomes inconsequential. The rules and structure of the inter-school friendly competition are indeed intriguing, requiring careful consideration of strategy and tactics. Professor McGonagall nodded in agreement with Shawn, affirming his insight. Indeed, as Shawn has articulated, the friendly competition demands strategic thinking. Schools with higher points would advance directly, while the 2 losing schools would face off once more, with the losing school ultimately placed 4th. The remaining 3 schools would then vie for 1st, 2nd, and 3rd place, as explained by Professor McGonagall. Shawn listened, somewhat perplexed. Is the ranking already determined? Wasn't there supposed to be a total of 4 competitions? Penelope Clearwater, a 3rd year from Ravenclaw, voiced Shawn's confusion to the professor. Patience. I am about to explain the 4th event, Professor McGonagall replied slowly. The 4th event will be decided based on the standings from the first 3 contests. Before the commencement of the 4th event, each team will receive a ring. Subsequently, the 4 teams will enter the Forbidden Forest based on their rankings. But each team will be dispersed upon entry. You will be separated from your teammates and must find a way to reunite with them to locate the trophy designated for your school. At least 2 members must exit the Forbidden Forest with the trophy for it to be considered a victory. The Forbidden Forest is a name familiar to Hogwarts students. It is a woodland located approximately 10 kilometers from the school, inhabited by various magical creatures, though it is far less perilous than the Forbidden Forest. Professor McGonagall continued her explanation. Remember, the ring is the key to obtaining the trophy. Without it, the trophy cannot be claimed. Therefore, before entering the Forbidden Forest, you must decide who will be entrusted with the ring. The more Shawn listened, the more intriguing it became. The difficulty of the 4th match far exceeded that of the preceding 3, a true battle of wits and courage. Yet, he still harbored some uncertainties and thus inquired. Are the 4 rings identical? Indeed, Professor McGonagall replied, the rings of all 4 teams are the same, yet the trophies are distinct, each engraved with the name of a different school. Surrounding the trophies is a magical barrier, which can only be breached by those wearing the rings. Then, does this mean that one can use their own team's ring to claim the trophy of another academy? Shawn asked. Precisely, she affirmed. Shawn fell silent, contemplating the rules of the 4th event. The 4 teams would enter in batches according to their names, and each team's members would be dispersed upon entry. Thus, the question of who would safeguard the ring became pivotal. Ordinarily, it would be entrusted to the most formidable captain within the team. However, this strategy harbored a significant drawback. If other teams believed that Hogwarts' ring was in the possession of Captain Charlie, they would devise means to target him, potentially even collaborating to seize the ring from his grasp. In such a scenario, Hogwarts would be deprived of its trophy, although they might still manage to acquire a ring from another team. Ultimately, at least 2 individuals must emerge from the Valley of Shadows with the trophy, suggesting that injuries may occur during the 4 contests, preventing the entire team from departing unscathed. Professor, have there been any fatalities in the previous 4 school friendship matches? I have heard that the Triwizard Tournament has a rather high casualty rate, Shawn inquired. None, Professor McGonagall replied. Before the 4th event, each participant is bestowed with a pendant, which serves as a key, should they encounter danger or wish to withdraw. A mere infusion of magical energy into the pendant will transport them away. The Valley of Shadows will be imbued with magical restrictions, making apparition ineffective within its confines. Entering the Valley of Shadows in order of ranking bears some resemblance to the rules of the final task in the Triwizard Tournament, Theo observed, pondering the matter. Professor, how long is the interval between the entries of the 4 teams into the valley? 1 hour, Snape interjected, providing the answer on behalf of Professor McGonagall. He continued. This implies that the first team to enter will have a greater opportunity to locate the trophy, if they happen upon it. Regardless of whether it belongs to their own house, they may claim it, thereby depriving another team of their chance at victory. Shawn contemplated that in this case, the order of entry into the Valley of Shadows became significantly crucial. Furthermore, this chaotic skirmish appeared to lack any stipulation forbidding alliances between schools, which should serve as a test of the student's strategic acumen. If one could persuade another team to collaborate, even if their own team was the last to enter, they would not be entirely at a disadvantage. Clearly, Theo had also considered this matter. He casually glanced at Penelope before addressing Snape. Professor, if we send forth the weakest member of our team for the first potion competition, and if they manage to complete the potion within the allotted time, that would be optimal. However, if they fail, we can redirect our focus toward the subsequent competitions. Shawn comprehended Theo's intention. Logically, to secure a prominent position, placing bets on the team competition would be a choice every team would make. However, Snape's subsequent remarks revealed to Shawn the futility of such an approach. Despite Theo being a representative of Slytherin, Snape cast a disdainful glance in his direction and remarked, "Do you believe the potions competition is merely a formality for you? The examination typically involves the creation of advanced potions, and those successfully concocted will serve as your tools to venture into the Forbidden Forest." Shawn had come to realize that sending lower-year students to compete in the first potion-making contest was futile. However, he was an exception. Having crafted 2 advanced potions entirely on his own last semester, his talent in potion-making undeniably mirrored Snape's style. And when compared to Hermione's success in brewing the Polyjuice potion in her second year, Shawn clearly surpassed her. If Penelope were to participate in the first contest, Hogwarts would lose a point and consequently lack a specific ingredient in the 4th round. Chapter 56, a less-than-friendly team competition in a conventional and prudent approach. To secure a point in the first contest, they would need to field either Charlie, a 7th year, or Theo, a 6th year, both of whom had completed in E.W.T. level potions classes and were more confident in crafting advanced potions. Should they wish to take a risk, they could save Charlie and Theo for the team competition, and at the very least, allow the 5th-year Zach Ibois to give it a try. Nevertheless, allowing Shawn to partake in the first contest should not pose a problem. Although Shawn excelled in Snape's class, this did not warrant Snape taking the risk of letting a second-year student concoct advanced potions. The arrangement of participants would shift after each competition, not predetermined as to who would compete in each round. Strategies would be adjusted based on the competitors fielded by their opponents, Professor Flitwick explained. Indeed, this meant that by the time of the final team competition, any of them could form a duo. Thus, returning to school a week early was intended to foster their synergy. Shawn calculated that with 6 individuals, there were 15 possible pair combinations if they were to be grouped in twos. He pondered how much time would be required for such a methodical training regimen. Professor, will it be pairs practicing against each other? Shawn inquired. No, it will be the 4 of us heads of houses accompanying you in your practice, Professor McGonagall replied. The 6 individuals simultaneously glanced at Snape, a chill running down their spines. They were all well aware of the ruthless nature of this cold and unyielding man. Shawn's magical prowess has now approached that of a 6th-year student, a significant advantage for the Hogwarts representative team. The rules of the 4-school friendship tournament stipulate that 1 representative be selected from each year, ranging from 2nd to 7th, to showcase the educational quality among the schools. This inevitably renders the 2nd-year representative the weakest member of the team, which is typically the case. However, Shawn is no ordinary 2nd year. This afternoon, Shawn partnered with Penelope for practice against me. Snape regarded Shawn with a cool demeanor. Very well, Professor, Shawn responded nonchalantly. Penelope, on the other hand, appeared as though she had drawn the short straw, reluctantly nodding her head. Percy, Zach, you shall accompany me, Professor Sprout announced with a smile. Percy and Zach cast gleeful glances at Shawn before moving to join Professor Sprout. Professor Flitwick then addressed the remaining Theo and Charlie. You 2 will join me. Very well, Professor. Afterward, the group returned to their respective dormitories, seizing the moment while Theo was absent from the common room. Shawn ignited the fireplace in the public lounge and transported himself to Merlin's chamber. He needed to bring the wizard's heart back to his dormitory, otherwise, frequent trips to Merlin's chamber would become quite cumbersome, and he certainly did not wish to emerge from that girl's washroom again. During this summer, Shawn had mastered the purification charm, making it an opportune moment to absorb the magical essence of the wizard's heart. Perhaps before the commencement of the 4-school friendship tournament, his magical capacity would see a substantial enhancement. Lunch took place in the Great Hall, yet the 6 did not separate to sit at their respective house tables. At Professor McGonagall's request, they gathered together at the Gryffindor table for their meal. For the next 7 days, you will share your meals together and become acquainted, Professor McGonagall instructed, her gaze directed at Theo and Charlie. I am aware that some houses harbor mutual disdain, but prior to the conclusion of the four-school friendship tournament. You are all expected to coexist amicably. This statement was quite evident, specifically alluding to Slytherin and Gryffindor. Theo, for his part, possessed a reasonable understanding of the situation. His previous rebuttal against Kurt stemmed from his desire to keep house prejudices out of the competition. Shawn held no particular sentiments towards Gryffindor or the other two houses. His sole purpose was to pursue his studies diligently, for he believed that the path to success lay in earnest learning and daily improvement. Shawn bowed his head as he indulged in strawberry pudding, inadvertently glancing up to see Percy and Penelope engaged in lively conversation nearby. Could it be that their romance began from this very moment? A wave of doubt washed over Shawn. Zach, seated diagonally opposite him, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. I am Zach Aberforth from Hufflepuff, 5th year. I know, the steadfast Aberforth, Shawn replied. What? Zach looked puzzled, evidently unaware of Shawn's reference. Nothing. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Shawn Greer, a 2nd year from Slytherin. Zach chuckled. You are quite well known. Cedric is exceptional in your year. Had it not been for your presence, he would likely be the representative for 2nd years. Being from the same Hufflepuff house, Zach had a favorable relationship with his junior Cedric, and he held him in high regard. Yet, with a student as remarkably talented as Shawn, the other outstanding peers from their cohort often faded into the background, as the name that first came to mind when discussing 2nd years was invariably Shawn Greer. At 1:30, the trio arrived at the Quidditch pitch where the subsequent practice would take place. To Shawn's surprise, Madame Hooch was also present. And what was more astonishing was that she had brought 6 broomsticks. Professor, will the team competition still involve Quidditch? Shawn inquired, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Not at all. The 6 of you cannot even form a complete team, Madame Hooch replied. Quidditch requires 7 players, Shawn mused before continuing. Then what are these broomsticks for? They are equipment for the team competition. Did I ever say that you cannot ride broomsticks for the team event? Snape interjected brusquely. Shawn's lips twitched, caught in a moment of hesitation as he struggled to formulate a retort. Indeed. It was not surprising that Harry had soared through the first round of the Triwizard Tournament on a broomstick. In a chaotic team battle, flying was merely expected. Yet, Shawn's performance in flying lessons had been dismal. He could barely remain aloft for a minute before tumbling unceremoniously to the ground. He had never considered exerting himself in Quidditch, thus disregarding the compulsory course that was only offered in the 1st year. Professor, may I bring something else? Shawn ventured timidly. What do you wish to bring? Snape shot him a sidelong glance. Perhaps a magical creature? Shawn suggested. Though he was woefully inept at flying, he was familiar with flying magical beings. Do you intend to bring a dragon? Snape inquired. Not exactly, just a hippogriff, Shawn admitted sheepishly. With a flick of his wand, Snape sent a broomstick hurtling towards Shawn, who caught it by sheer instinct. Snape gave him a scathing look, stating, do not even think about it. The only item permitted in the team competition is a broomstick. You may choose not to bring one, but that will render you the sole player on the ground. Mounting a broomstick would exponentially enhance one's mobility, complicating the challenge of striking opponents. The team competition would essentially transform into an aerial chase, favoring those with superior flying skills. Chapter 57. The Art of Deception. The other 5 students had excelled in their flying lessons during their 1st year, achieving outstanding grades. Charlie, Theo, and Zach were pivotal members of their respective house Quidditch teams, renowned for their exceptional flying prowess. Professor, I suppose I should opt out of the team competition, Shawn remarked awkwardly. While others soared through the sky, he felt foolish remaining on the ground, relegated to a mere support role. It was rather disheartening. That is unnecessary. This can be a strategy, Snape replied, devoid of emotion. A strategy? Shawn pondered uneasily, the thought striking him. Was he to draw fire? Snape clarified. The team competition will not take place here. Not here? The others echoed in surprise. Professor Sprout gestured towards the Black Lake, explaining. The competition will unfold among the trees by the lake. While the foliage is not dense, it will serve as obstacles, increasing the excitement of the match. Having circled the sparse trees near the Black Lake while riding Buckbeak, Shawn noted the ample space. From above, one could scarcely evade detection. However, the scattered trees and small hills could provide cover against aerial magical assaults. If the ground-bound participants moved nimbly, they might indeed create some distractions for their airborne adversaries. Prepare your brooms. We shall commence training according to groups, Snape instructed. The 3 groups dispersed across the Quidditch pitch, with professors on the ground and students spiraling above on their broomsticks. With merely 6 individuals in the vast expanse of the pitch, the air felt remarkably open, alleviating concerns of inadvertently injuring members from other teams. Yet, with only 5 in the air, Shawn refrained from forcing himself into a position where he felt inadequate. Though his mobility on the ground was limited, he could better showcase his inherent capabilities. "Aren't you ready yet?" Snape inquired, casting a glance at Shawn. "Professor, is knocking a rival's wand from their grasp considered a victory?" "Indeed," Snape replied tersely. Shawn nodded, then distanced himself from Snape by approximately 10 meters, establishing a safe range. Beyond this distance, the precision of spell casting would significantly diminish. "Shawn, are you certain you do not wish to ride the broom?" Penelope inquired from midair. Clearly, Penelope was still unfamiliar with Shawn. He smiled politely, albeit somewhat awkwardly, and replied, "No. I will draw the professor's attention below while you seize the opportunity to launch your attack." Shawn called out this so-called tactic that hardly qualifies as a strategy, and Penelope, with a resigned nod, acknowledged the reality. She held no expectations of how a second-year student could possibly coordinate with her. "Aside from your weapon," Shawn made the initial move. Yet Snape deftly and silently cast a protective charm, effortlessly countering Shawn's magic. Snape was far more formidable than Jovik. The notion that Shawn and Penelope could disarm him was utterly fanciful. With a single protective incantation, Snape could engage them until they were utterly exhausted of their magical energy. Shawn had indeed mastered 2 spells that could bypass armor defenses. One, the Bone Corrosion Shadow, was surreptitiously learned from Jovik, while the other was the Shadowless spell, which need not be mentioned, as its true master stood before Shawn. He dared not display his skills in such a manner. All were petrified, collapsing to the ground, their legs stiff and lifeless, stripped of their weapons. Shawn relentlessly launched attacks against Snape, who solely focused on defense, while Penelope in midair seized the opportunity to cast spells upon Snape. All were petrified. Despite being besieged from both the skies and the ground, Snape remained unflustered, exhibiting remarkable composure. His ability to conjure protective armor was astonishingly swift, as he almost completed the magical framework simultaneously with the flick of his wand. At this moment, Shawn wielded his wand with his right hand, relentlessly casting spells at Snape. Although the spells were relatively simple, the high frequency of his incantations swiftly drained his magical energy. Not to mention that of Penelope. Concealed in his left hand, he executed subtle movements. Snape, occupied with both defending against Shawn's onslaught and evading Penelope's disruptions from midair, remained oblivious to Shawn's left-hand actions. A broomstick eerily lifted itself into the air, gradually approaching Snape from behind. Originally intended for Shawn, it had been carelessly discarded. Closer, closer. With the levitation charm, Shawn guided the broomstick nearer to Snape. His plan was to draw Snape's attention with both himself and Penelope at the forefront while the broomstick, under his control, launched a surprise attack on Snape's right hand. If the broomstick could disarm Snape, victory would be theirs. Yet, outcomes often elude expectations. Just as the broomstick was merely half a meter away from Snape, Shawn sensed something amiss. Whipping around suddenly, he extended his left hand, casting the levitation charm without a wand. However, his magical prowess was far superior, and his spell's framework more stable. To his astonishment, the broomstick he had controlled was seized by Snape, who with a flick of his left hand sent it hurtling toward the airborne Penelope. Unprepared for Snape's dual spellcasting, Penelope failed to react in time and was struck down from her broom. Falling from a height of several meters was sure to result in severe fractures. Even though the infirmary was well-versed in treating such injuries with remarkable efficiency, Shawn instinctively used the levitation charm to catch Penelope in midair. However, in this crucial moment, Snape seized the opportunity to cast a spell at Shawn while simultaneously catching the falling Penelope. Shawn was struck by Snape's magic, causing his wand to be knocked from his grasp, and he was propelled several meters away. Cough, cough. Shawn found himself covered in dust, brushing the debris from his face. Murmuring to himself, "Is it really necessary? It's merely a practice. Isn't it better to give the students a fair chance?" Did he think that a few petty tricks could secure a victory over me? Snape approached slowly. Shawn whispered softly, "If it were students from other schools, they would surely fall for it. The opponents in the team competition will not simply stand by and allow you to practice," Snape retorted. Professors Flitwick and Sprout were engaged with their respective groups of students, oblivious to the happenings in Snape's group. However, Professor McGonagall, observing the 3 groups from the sidelines, was astonished by Shawn's actions. She strode purposefully towards Snape and Shawn, then turned to Shawn and inquired, "Shawn, was that broom controlled by you using wandless magic?" "Indeed, Professor," Shawn replied. He was unafraid of the professors witnessing his skill, as his reputation as a prodigy had already spread among the first years last year. He did not mind further enhancing his renown. Although Snape dismissed Shawn's wandless magic as trivial, he was inwardly impressed by Shawn's talent. Severus, did you see that? Shawn cast spells with both hands simultaneously, McGonagall confirmed to Snape. Snape nodded, acknowledging Shawn's exceptional ability. Chapter 58, Focus Training? Snape, despite his outwardly aloof demeanor, was undoubtedly impressed by Shawn's dual-handed spellcasting. Achieving wandless magic among Hogwarts students is already a testament to one's excellence. Typically, only a handful of 7th years can accomplish it. Yet, to cast spells with both hands simultaneously is a rarity among Hogwarts students over the past century, likely amounting to no more than a handful. One cannot help but recall Tom Riddle, who may have mastered dual-handed casting early on, but showcased this ability only in his 5th year, while Shawn was merely in his 2nd year. Furthermore, Snape himself, a rare genius, had executed dual-handed magic during a duel in his 7th year, unexpectedly defeating the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at that time. Thus, Snape understood the difficulty of dual-handed casting, which requires one to multitask, constructing different magical frameworks with both hands. A moment's lapse could lead to failure, or worse, self-inflicted harm, as he had experienced numerous times during his practice sessions. It seems we need to reconsider the personnel arrangements for the team competition, McGonagall stated to Shawn. Initially, the professors intended to adjust the team members based on prior experiences and the arrangements of their opponents in earlier rounds, rarely finalizing team compositions before the competition commenced, unless there was a strong assurance of victory. Take Charlie and Theo, for instance, one a 7th year and the other a 6th year. The professors and other competitors regarded them as the strongest among the 6. However, the professors could not guarantee their victory in the team competition, especially if the 6th and 7th years from the other 3 schools formed their own teams, making the odds roughly 50-50, or at most, 40-60 in favor. Although Kurt had mentioned that Hogwarts had secured 7 championships in the past 10 inter-school competitions, this referred to the final victory in the 4th contest. In the first 3, Hogwarts' prowess did not significantly outshine that of the other schools. Before the 4th competition in the Forbidden Forest, Hogwarts had already allied with another team, even multiple teams. Among the 7 victories, at least 4 were achieved through strategic maneuvering, outsmarting the other 3 schools. After the training concluded for the other 2 groups, the professors gathered to discuss matters, occasionally glancing over at Shawn, who could surmise their conversation's content. They intended for him, a 2nd year, not to participate in the earlier rounds, luring opponents into believing that Hogwarts would field its weakest 2nd-year student in the team competition, allowing Shawn to catch them off guard when the time came. Shawn, how did you accomplish that? It's simply brilliant, Penelope exclaimed in disbelief. She had witnessed the broom soaring towards Snape, realizing through McGonagall's dialogue that it was Shawn's dual-handed magic at play. With dedication, you two can achieve it, Shawn earnestly encouraged Penelope. Unbeknownst to him, this encouragement profoundly impacted her. Despite her natural talent, she would have never believed she could master dual-handed casting. Yet, inspired by Shawn, she worked diligently, and by her 7th year, she too could perform wandless magic. Approximately 10 minutes later, Professor McGonagall beckoned Shawn and Charlie over. Tomorrow, Charlie, you and Shawn will train together, she announced. Understood, Professor, they replied in unison. This arrangement effectively solidified their training duo. Charlie exhibited the strongest agility on a broom among the 6, coupled with exceptional magical prowess, excluding Shawn, of course. With Shawn's apparent 2nd-year status yet 6th-year competence, combined with his dual-handed spellcasting, their chances of success appeared exceedingly favorable. Come with me to my office, Snape instructed Shawn. Shawn felt perplexed. Why could certain matters not be discussed at this moment? Nevertheless, he responded, very well, Professor. While the others retreated to their dormitories for rest, Shawn accompanied Snape to the classroom building. In the corridor on the 1st floor, he encountered an unfamiliar figure, a man in his 30s, with striking blonde hair, clad in a sharply tailored suit, and possessing a stern countenance. The two did not exchange glances as the man proceeded down the corridor toward the main entrance of the school. Professor, who was that man? Shawn inquired. Surely he cannot be the new defense against the dark arts instructor for the upcoming term? This was the only conjecture that came to Shawn's mind. A visitor from the Sanctum, Snape replied. The Sanctum, a magical institution located in the Balkans, did not participate in the 4-school friendship tournament. What then was the purpose of this man's visit to Hogwarts? It appeared he was being personally received by Dumbledore in Shawn's 1st and 2nd years. Due to the limited information available about the unfolding events and the unpredictable nature of circumstances, he became particularly attentive to certain outsiders. After Harry's enrollment, the narrative transitioned into a realm familiar to Shawn, allowing him to approach matters with greater confidence. Yet, He pondered whether the temporary visitors could possibly be Death Eaters sent by Bella. The two arrived at Snape's office, and Shawn was uncertain what scheme Snape was concocting this time. He inquired, "Professor, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" In a calm tone, Snape replied, "Over 50 years ago, Hogwarts had an exceptionally gifted student whose academic performance left professors speechless. He even invented spells in his later years." Shawn was aware of whom Snape referred to. The young Voldemort had indeed been a brilliant star, immensely favored by the professors as an exceptional student. However, beneath that brilliant exterior lay a heart shrouded in darkness. After graduation, he immersed himself in the realm of dark magic, achieving unprecedented feats, which eventually led him to instigate a war within the wizarding world, becoming a figure of terror. Snape continued, "Professor, are you speaking of the Dark Lord, Voldemort?" Shawn calmly uttered the dreaded name. Snape's icy gaze fixated on Shawn. Typically, other wizards would display panic or exaggerated reactions upon hearing Voldemort's name. Yet Snape's expression remained as still as a stagnant pond, merely locking his gaze onto Shawn. "I see in you certain similarities to him. You both possess an exceptional brilliance that far surpasses your peers." Snape paused before continuing, "At 12, you wield magic with both hands. Your magical aptitude impresses me." These words, surprisingly, were commendations of Shawn's talents, leaving him somewhat perplexed, as this was not characteristic of Snape. With a deep and penetrating look, Snape added, "If you are willing to delve into more advanced magic, I can teach you, such as the levitation charm which allows one to fly without a broomstick." Shawn was momentarily taken aback. What did Snape mean? Was he considering taking him as his personal apprentice due to his talents? The flying charm was indeed a sophisticated piece of magic, one that Voldemort had exclusively imparted to Snape. Just as Shawn was contemplating the arrival of good fortune, Snape's subsequent remarks jolted him back to reality. Chapter 59, The Unbreakable Vow. Shawn's performance in flying lessons was abysmal, a fact well known to Snape. However, Shawn's innate talent for magic was sufficient to compensate for his shortcomings. Generally speaking, wizards require external aids to achieve flight, such as broomsticks, flying carpets, or winged creatures. Animagi, on the other hand, can transform into winged animals to soar through the skies. The history of Quidditch notes that, thus far, wizards have not devised any spells that permit them to fly while retaining their human form. Yet, Voldemort has invented a flying spell, which, in terms of speed, is incomparable to apparition, a spatial form of magic that allows instantaneous travel across vast distances. However, during the process of apparition, one cannot cast spells, whereas the flying spell permits one to cast while airborne, akin to the use of a broomstick. Should an adversary flee on a broomstick, pursuing them via apparition would evidently be less practical than chasing them on a broom or utilizing the flying spell. Wizards can only apparate to locations with solid ground. It is impossible to apparate and remain suspended in midair. Snape was quick to address the situation. The allure of the flying spell was indeed significant for Shawn. Initially, when he abandoned flying lessons, he even contemplated inventing a means of flight that did not rely on a broomstick. Snape's intentions, however, were clearly not limited to merely teaching Shawn a single flying spell. He was also willing to impart other profound magics. "Professor, I wish to learn this," Shawn declared, gazing at Snape, awaiting the terms he would propose. Shawn had little faith that Snape would readily agree to instruct him in advanced magic on a one-to-one basis. "You possess a magical talent that is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. If you harness it wisely, your future accomplishments could be boundless." "I am eager to cultivate a great wizard," Snape replied gravely. "Yet, I fear more for the possibility of inadvertently creating another Dark Lord." Upon hearing this, Shawn comprehended Snape's intentions. Snape had internally acknowledged Shawn's extraordinary talent, and Dumbledore also regarded Shawn as a promising figure who would play a pivotal role in the resistance against the Death Eaters. Thus, Snape conceived the idea of nurturing Shawn. If Shawn were to align himself with Hogwarts, his growth and strength would greatly benefit Dumbledore. However, if he were to succumb to darkness like Tom Riddle and pose a threat to the very existence of Hogwarts, Snape would regret it for the rest of his life. "I need to see your heart," Snape said, his expression earnest as he gazed at Shawn. Shawn suddenly experienced an unsettling sensation, hesitating as he inquired, "How can one prove it?" There existed a form of magic capable of probing into the depths of another's soul. Before Snape could complete his statement, Shawn felt a jolt of realization. Anxiety surged within him. It was the infamous legilimency. Upon his first visit to Dumbledore's office, he had emerged with a lingering concern about the possibility of being subjected to such an invasive examination. In response, he had devised a plan to enter the restricted section of the library to clandestinely learn the art of mental occlusion. Snape, in his blunt and forceful manner, sought to ascertain whether any dark and malevolent thoughts resided within Shawn's mind. Only if he found none would he consider imparting advanced magical knowledge to him. In contrast, Dumbledore opted to observe Shawn over time, while Snape took a more extreme approach, fully aware that this could inflict psychological harm upon his student. At this moment, Shawn was genuinely alarmed, although he had mastered the art of mental closure and had progressed to the second stage, enabling him to suppress certain emotional memories deep within his mind, essentially concealing them. He was acutely aware that the man before him was not only a practitioner of mental closure but also a soul extractor. Such a mere trick would undoubtedly fail to deceive Severus Snape. In a desperate attempt to deter Snape from taking drastic measures, Shawn hastily remarked, "Professor, I have heard of the soul extraction technique. It is said to inflict harm upon the soul of the afflicted. Surprisingly, you are aware of it." "Indeed. It is the soul extraction," Snape replied with an unruffled demeanor. "Professor, you wouldn't consider employing this magic on me, would you, merely to prove that my intentions are noble?" "Surely, there must be an alternative method," Shawn suggested. Unmoved, Snape responded, "To ensure that my future self harbors no regrets, I shall resort to some rather unconventional means." Shawn felt a surge of urgency, yet he was unwilling to relinquish the opportunity to master advanced magic. An idea flickered in his mind, a means to prove his worth. "Professor, I am willing to establish an unbreakable vow, pledging my loyalty to you, to Dumbledore, and vowing never to betray Hogwarts." He deliberately invoked Dumbledore's name, confident that his allegiance to Snape stemmed from the latter's connection to Dumbledore, who, despite his complexities, remained fundamentally benevolent. Even if Shawn were to bind himself with such a vow, he believed that Snape would never compel him to engage in actions harmful to others. At that moment, Snape, whose expression had been as tranquil as still water, displayed a flicker of hesitation. "Grills, you possess an impressive depth of knowledge, surpassing that of some adult wizards." Shawn maintained a solemn gaze upon Snape, reiterating, "Professor, I am prepared to take this oath, to demonstrate my unwavering allegiance to Hogwarts, ensuring I shall never succumb to darkness or commit acts that would harm it." To Shawn, the notion of taking an oath paled in comparison to the prospect of being subjected to the soul-sucking Dementor's kiss. He had never contemplated opposing Hogwarts or Dumbledore. Thus he felt no fear of retribution for any breach of the vow. Observing Shawn's earnest demeanor, Snape suddenly found himself in a rather absurd situation. Here was a child voluntarily proposing an oath of loyalty while he had contemplated using the Dementor's kiss to probe the boy's innermost thoughts. However, an unbreakable vow necessitated a third party as a witness to its casting. Who could they possibly enlist as a witness? Other professors? That would be utterly impractical. Should Professor McGonagall learn of Snape's oath with a child, she would surely decry his actions as preposterous. Perhaps Dumbledore? It was likely that old Dumbledore would deliver a stern lecture to Snape. As a result of Shawn's bold declaration, Snape abandoned the notion of employing the Dementor's kiss to scrutinize the boy's intentions. He also dismissed the idea of seeking a witness for the vow, opting instead to emulate Dumbledore's approach, allowing time to reveal Shawn's character. Snape settled at his desk, not lifting his gaze, and stated, "You may return and rest." Shawn felt a twinge of disappointment, for this was a rare opportunity for growth, especially with Snape demonstrating personally, coupled with his magical eye. Mastering advanced spells would surely be within reach. "Very well," Shawn replied with a hint of resignation, preparing to turn away from the office. "After tomorrow's training, stay at the Quidditch pitch, and I shall teach you the flying charm," Snape suddenly remarked. "Whether you can master it, that depends on you." Shawn felt a surge of joy in his heart. Snape ultimately chose to place his trust in him. "Professor, I shall strive with all my might." In this instance, Shawn's proactive self-justification not only spared him from the peril of having his thoughts siphoned away, but also earned him Severus Snape's trust, thus transforming a dire situation into one of opportunity. Chapter 60, The Flight Charm. Snape's actions, though, were understandable from Shawn's perspective. After all, he was an undercover agent in Voldemort's inner circle, bearing a significant burden. On one hand, he aspired to cultivate Shawn into a formidable wizard, a potential ally to Dumbledore. On the other hand, he feared the consequences of nurturing a potential threat. Fortunately, Snape's principles remained intact, and Shawn's words momentarily dissuaded him from his radical inclinations. It was a close call. A wave of trepidation washed over Shawn, had it not been for his cleverness in intimidating Snape. The consequences of being subjected to the soul-sucking curse would have been dire, potentially altering the storyline that rightfully belonged to Harry. Shawn returned to his dormitory and lay on his bed, lost in thought for a considerable time. His ostentatious display of talent had indeed captured the attention of the professors, earning him a measure of special consideration. However, today's incident was a consequence of his conspicuous gifts. He hoped that Severus would refrain from testing him in such a manner in the future, feeling somewhat weary from the experience. After the dinner concluded at 6 o'clock, Shawn was finally ready to commence the absorption of magic from the wizard's heart. Following a summer of diligent practice, he had successfully mastered the purification spell. He placed the wizard's heart on the table. In its dormant state, it resembled an ordinary crystal ball, yet upon touching it, one would be pierced by its overwhelming magical power. The tip of Shawn's wand was methodically constructing 32 magical frameworks. Upon successful completion, a radiant beam of white light emanated from the wand and surged towards the wizard's heart. At that moment, Shawn extended his left hand towards the wizard's heart, and in the next instant, he was met with an overwhelming surge of magical energy. This power, devoid of any frenzied elements, was peacefully absorbed by Shawn's left hand. Meanwhile, the eye of magic remained in an activated state, filtering the inherent resentment within the magical energy that could potentially sway the mind of the absorber, thus automatically purging these negative sentiments. With his right hand conjuring magic and his left hand absorbing, Shawn skillfully balanced the two actions, experiencing an unusually smooth process. However, the rate of absorption was somewhat sluggish, perhaps due to the limited capacity of Shawn as the vessel. Had it been Dumbledore performing the absorption, it would undoubtedly have been accomplished at a much swifter pace. After 2 hours, Shawn felt his internal magical energy brimming, akin to a cup filled to the brim. Teetering on the verge of overflow, Shawn slumped wearily in his chair, murmuring that he had increased his magical power by 1/10, but for the time being, he would likely be unable to absorb any more, as he needed to digest and adapt to the new magic energy. Shawn was uncertain of the extent to which he had absorbed the magic from the heart of the wizard, yet in just 2 hours, he had augmented his magical power by 1/10. Under normal circumstances, such an accumulation would require a year of diligent practice. It felt akin to overindulgence. At this moment, Shawn was both elated and fatigued. Were Merlin to discover the ease with which Shawn had absorbed this power, he might well consider relinquishing his title of legendary Archmage to Shawn, since Shawn had ascertained the protective qualities of the Eye of Magic at Malfoy Manor. He speculated whether it could also shield him from the malevolent sentiments interwoven within the magic of the heart. His recent experience confirmed this hypothesis. The eye indeed possessed such capabilities, allowing Shawn to absorb magic for 2 hours without any mental disturbances. He ceased only when he could no longer contain the influx of power. In contrast, Merlin had intermittently absorbed from the heart of the wizard, fearing that his mind might falter under the weight of the negative emotions, ultimately managing to gather merely 1/10 of its magic. Shawn, however, had absorbed approximately 2% of the remaining 9/10 of the heart's magic, a veritable treasure trove that remained inexhaustible in the short term. Nonetheless, even with this fraction, it did not imply that he had attained the legendary prowess of Merlin. The magic within the heart was finite, while individual achievements varied. Moreover, Merlin had been considerably more empowered before his absorption than Shawn could hope to be at present. Following this night, Shawn's magical strength undoubtedly surpassed that of 90% of his sixth-year peers, placing him on par with Theo. As the friendship match among the 4 schools approached, Shawn was confident he could outpace Charlie, emerging as the strongest in both magical power and skill within the Hogwarts representative team. The next morning at 9 o'clock, the 6 members of the team arrived early at the Quidditch pitch. Charlie and Shawn stood together, strategizing their approach to counter Snape. "Shawn, I didn't see your hands casting spells yesterday. Since we're on the same team today, you must let me witness your prowess," Charlie remarked with a smile. "Fear not, you may only witness my clumsiness," Shawn shrugged in response. He had already been bested by Snape the previous day, and was uncertain how the professor would challenge him today. After a short while, the professors arrived, each wielding a broomstick in hand. A rather ominous expression appeared on the faces of Shawn and his companions as Zach Iboa grimaced, exclaiming, "Goodness, the professors are on their brooms. Does that mean they intend to chase me down?" Yesterday, Zach and Percy had teamed up, soaring through the air on their brooms in search of an opportunity to strike Professor Sprout, only to have all their spells thwarted by her protective armor. Ultimately, Professor Sprout swiftly turned the tables, dislodging Zach from his broom in mere 2 minutes. Today, however, posed a greater challenge. With Professor Snape in the sky, I find it exceedingly difficult to target him, Charlie. "I'm afraid I'll be holding us back today," Shawn lamented. Charlie, patting his robust chest and flashing a sunny smile, reassured him, "No worries, I am quite adept at flying." although Shawn's magical prowess had improved since yesterday. Snape's enhanced mobility in the air rendered him a far more formidable opponent compared to his stationary role as a practice dummy the day before. Consequently, hitting him became an arduous task. During today's training, the students suffered a dismal defeat as the professors abandoned their previously gentle approach, opting instead for a deliberate pursuit of the students, though they refrained from immediately knocking them down. By around 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the training session concluded, and the students returned to their dormitories in a state of disarray, with only Shawn remaining behind, summoned by Snape. Observing Shawn clutching his wand, Snape regarded him with a disdainful expression, stating, "The flying charm is cast without a wand. Put away your wand." This advanced spell was exceedingly difficult, and given the necessity of wandless casting, even with Shawn's remarkable talent, mastering it before the entrance to the Forbidden Forest seemed a distant hope. The inter-school friendship tournament was scheduled to commence at the end of October, with subsequent matches in mid-December, late February of the following semester, and early June. According to Snape, for someone with Shawn's rare gift, learning the flying charm within a span of 9 months would be a formidable challenge. It was recalled that when Voldemort had recognized Snape's potential and entrusted him with the flying charm, it had taken Snape 2 years to master it. "I will do my best, Professor," Shawn replied, refraining from boasting, knowing that only after he had learned the spell could he accurately gauge how long it might take him to master it. Snape extended his hands, palms facing each other, and under Shawn's magical gaze, he observed as Snape began to construct a magical framework with both hands, gradually intertwining the two frameworks. At this moment, Shawn comprehended why Snape had only chosen to teach him the flying spell after witnessing his ability to cast with both hands. Chapter 61. Hagrid's Little Darling. The complexity of the flying spell is exceptional. Casting without a wand is a prerequisite, and furthermore, it requires the use of both hands. The intricacies of the magical framework are exceedingly elaborate, with the combination of both hands resulting in a total of 28 configurations, akin to the Avada Kedavra curse. However, last Christmas, after surreptitiously learning the killing curse from Jovik, Shawn had mastered it in less than 6 months. The flying spell, demanding both wandless and dual hand casting, presents an even greater challenge. It could very well take him 1 or 2 years to truly grasp it. Shawn watched intently as Snape performed his spellcasting. Within 3 seconds, the magical framework was complete, and Snape's robes began to flutter and crackle, resembling a large bat as they soared into the sky. After circling twice above, he descended back to the ground. Shawn feigned excitement and remarked, "Professor, this is far more convenient than a flying broomstick. However, if one cannot control it properly, the falls could be much more disastrous." Snape's ability to dampen enthusiasm was unparalleled at Hogwarts. Once airborne, it seemed that mental strength was required to navigate the flight. Shawn mused. Snape then retrieved 3 sheets of paper filled with intricate calculations and magical frameworks from his robes. "Take this back with you. If you have any questions, come to my office," Snape stated, his expression impassive. Shawn took the 3 sheets of paper and glanced over them briefly. They contained formulas for calculating the framework of the flight spell. However, Shawn found no need for them, as he had already committed the magical framework to memory. While other students relied on these equations to deduce the magical constructs, their efficiency paled in comparison to Shawn's. The more intricate and numerous the magical frameworks, the greater the consumption of magical energy. Furthermore, the flight spell demanded a continuous output of magic. Fortunately, Shawn possessed the heart of a wizard. Otherwise, given his current magical capacity, he would scarcely be able to remain airborne for more than a few minutes. Shawn tucked 3 sheets of paper into his pocket and, instead of returning to the dormitory to rest, made his way to Hagrid's hut. During breakfast in the Great Hall that morning, Shawn noticed Hagrid in good spirits, beaming with a smile, and engaged him in light conversation. Hagrid, with his characteristic mumbling and silly laughter, eventually divulged some information. He had acquired a new pet over the summer, said to be an adorable baby creature. However, Shawn was not inclined to believe Hagrid's whimsical tales, as Hagrid's definition of adorable often diverged from that of the average person. "It can't be a dog, can it?" Shawn inquired. Hagrid's smile faltered, and, visibly astonished, he asked, "How did you know?" Realizing he had inadvertently revealed too much, he quickly covered his mouth and distanced himself from Shawn, who, in turn, confirmed his suspicions based on Hagrid's reaction. Shawn gazed at Hagrid's hut, muttering to himself that only Hagrid could refer to a ferocious 3-headed dog as a lovable baby. It was around this time that Hagrid had brought the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, to Hogwarts, and next year it would serve as the first guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. Shawn had taken a liking to Fluffy and contemplated taking a sample of its blood. given the concentration of magical power contained within the blood of the three-headed dog. It should qualify for absorption by the Eye of Magic, thereby enabling Shawn to summon a second magical creature. Shawn rapped gently on the door of the small hut. After a brief moment, Hagrid, clad in an apron, swung the door open, blocking the entrance and indicating that he had no intention of allowing Shawn to enter. Shawn, has the training concluded? Hagrid inquired. It is just wrapped up. There's nothing else to attend to, so I thought I would come to see your new pet. Shawn spoke directly, glancing into the small room, but alas, Hagrid's massive frame obstructed his view entirely. There are no new pets, Hagrid said, somewhat evasively. Shawn deliberately raised his voice, feigning a glance around the room as he remarked, "Ah, is that Yaya? It seems you've grown quite a bit over the summer." Hagrid promptly responded, "That's Livy, not Yaya." "I see, Hagrid. Your new pet is named Livy. It certainly looks rather fierce," Shawn commented. Hagrid, realizing his own tongue had slipped once more, shook his head in resignation and moved aside, indicating that Shawn could enter. Upon entering the room, Shawn immediately spotted the rather large three-headed dog, Lu Wei. Its size was comparable to Yaya's, and it was hard to fathom how it would grow to over 2 meters in height within a year, even fully grown. A three-headed dog would dare to challenge a dragon. "Hagrid, where did you acquire this creature?" Shawn feigned surprise. "I bought it from a Greek fellow during the summer." "It wasn't this big back then," Hagrid replied, gazing affectionately at Lu Wei while tossing 3 hefty pieces of beef onto the table, offering them to Lu Wei's 3 mouths. "Eat up, grow strong." Lu Wei tore into the meat voraciously, a sight that only Hagrid could find endearing. "Oh," Shawn shuddered, his skin prickling. "What about Yaya?" Compared to Lu Wei, Shawn preferred the adorably naive Yaya. It conformed more to conventional aesthetics. Hagrid glanced towards the pasture. "I built a nest for it there. It's helping me watch over the deer." Per Yaya, Shawn mourned on its behalf, despite Lu Wei's intimidating demeanor as it devoured the meat. Extracting blood from it would likely result in the extractor becoming the meal instead. Fortunately, Shawn knew the simplest and most effective way to deal with three-headed dogs. A bit of music would turn it into a docile creature, peacefully dozing off. The challenge lay in keeping Hagrid occupied, as he seemed unwilling to part with Lu Wei even for a moment. "Hagrid, it's been a while since I last saw Buckbeak. How about we pay him a visit?" Shawn suggested. Hagrid declined, stating, "Buckbeak knows you. You can go by yourself. I'm sure it will be delighted to see its old friend." Indeed, Hagrid had a new favorite and had all but forgotten his old one, for now. Lu Wei was his utmost affection. All right, Shawn conceded, not rushing. Acquiring Lu Wei's blood was not a difficult task. He could wait for a time when Hagrid was absent, using a music box to lull Lu Wei into slumber. The days of training swiftly passed, and on this day, the professors instructed Shawn, Charlie, and Theo, along with Zach, to engage in practice duels in the woods by the Black Lake. "Even though we are from the same house, I want to go easy on you," Theo said. Looking at Shawn, "Neither will I," Shawn replied. With a 6th year and a 5th year on Theo's side, and a 7th year and a pseudo-second year on Shawn's, it appeared that Theo's team had a higher chance of winning. However, the professors were optimistic about Shawn and Charlie, as were the other team members. "I've seen Shawn's dual wand magic firsthand. Zach won't stand a chance against him," Penelope asserted. Chapter 62. The second year begins. The practice by the Black Lake continued for over 20 minutes, with Shawn and Charlie perfectly coordinating their efforts, one in the sky and the other on the ground. Zach and Theo attempted to focus their attacks on Shawn, but Charlie was no pushover. If they weren't careful, they would find themselves pursued and struck by Charlie from above. The professors and the other 3 team members observed the duel from the air on their brooms. To Penelope's disappointment, Shawn did not showcase his dual wand magic this time. Theo and Zach were nowhere near Snape's caliber. Shawn had only thought to employ a surprise tactic because he couldn't find any flaws in Snape's defenses. Now, however, the strongest opponent, Theo, was not a match for Shawn in terms of magic. The only hindrance was their altitude, which posed a slight challenge to Shawn's accuracy, but hitting Shawn, who had activated his magical eye, was no easy feat. The magical eye allowed him to anticipate the magical framework, providing him ample time to evade as long as he was quick enough. After about 15 minutes, Shawn seized an opportunity to cast a spell on Zach, causing him to fall unconscious. Zach's protective armor was not yet fully assembled, and Shawn knocked him off his broom. 5 minutes later, Theo also fell prey to a combined attack from Charlie and Shawn, landing on a branch of a fir tree. Following this training session, the professors were even more convinced of their team lineup for the upcoming competition. Shawn, a once-in-a-century talent, would undoubtedly catch their opponents off guard. Shawn is now our secret weapon. We must ensure that other schools do not catch wind of his abilities, Zack thought, despite being outmatched by Shawn. As long as the team members and professors kept Shawn's dual wand magic a secret, even if other schools heard rumors of a prodigy in Hogwarts' second year, they wouldn't take it too seriously, considering he was just a second year. Slytherin will undoubtedly take pride in having you, Theo affirmed Shawn. No one in the team envied Shawn's extraordinary talents, which allowed him to enjoy his time at Hogwarts. Even last year, an ill-fated student named Kiss had long since reigned in his extreme views. It is my honor to represent Hogwarts. I will give it my all, Shawn stated sincerely. Severus, sometimes I truly envy you for having such an outstanding student as Shawn, Professor Sprout remarked. Professor McGonagall smiled and replied, Pomona, your house's Nymphadora, Zack, and Cedric are quite accomplished as well. Upon hearing these names, Professor Sprout's smile reflected her thoughts. These three were indeed among the best in Hufflepuff, and she was very pleased with them. A voice emerged from below, prompting everyone to lower their gaze at Professor Flitwick. It should be me who envies you. Among the 6 representatives, only Penelope from Ravenclaw was a third-year student, and Ravenclaw lacked particularly renowned pupils. Among this year's newcomers, there was possibly a noteworthy student. A Chinese girl named Qiu Zhang, though Shawn doubted she gained recognition for her talents. Another famous Ravenclaw, Luna Lovegood, wouldn't enroll until the following year. Her eccentric attire and behavior had made her well known at Hogwarts, and she was also among the top of her class. Professor, I'm still here, Penelope quietly remarked. Having approached unnoticed, Professor Flitwick laughed heartily. How could I forget you? The following afternoon, the training concluded, and with September 1st approaching, the new academic year at Hogwarts was set to commence. The 6 representatives were granted a brief respite to return home before boarding the Hogwarts Express. They returned home through the Floo network from the 3 broomsticks. As soon as Shawn emerged from the fireplace, he was met with a warm welcome. Jerry, let go. Shawn gritted his teeth. Jerry, upon seeing Shawn emerge from the fireplace, leapt at him, biting his arm. Whether it was a greeting or a form of revenge remained unclear. Jerry and Shawn had only spent less than a week together before Shawn left for training, and Jerry, disliking Hearns and old Tom, had been darting around the bar, causing Tom no small amount of distress. After a moment, Jerry climbed onto Shawn's shoulder, lazily resting there. Shawn, you need to take him away. Just look at the mess he's made in the bar. Old Tom gestured towards the disarray created by Jerry. Shawn cast a glance and shrugged, remarking that the bar had always been like this. Old Tom irked, puffed his cheeks and glared, while Shawn waved his hand and said, School starts the day after tomorrow. I'll take it to Hogwarts then. Stop frowning. Look how adorable it is. In old Tom's eyes, Jerry was anything but charming, akin to Hagrid's assertion that Ludo was delightful. At that moment, Shawn noticed a middle-aged man with blonde hair and a prominent nose, sitting alone against the wall, sipping the rather unimpressive red tea from the leaky cauldron. It was him. Shawn had encountered this gentleman once before in the corridor on the first floor of Hogwarts. The man was oblivious to Shawn's presence. Sipping his tea while perusing the Daily Prophet, Shawn carried Jerry to the bar, where old Tom regarded Jerry with evident disdain. Shawn glanced at the man and inquired, Old Tom, is he from Greece? Old Tom paused slightly. How did you know? I encountered him at Hogwarts, Shawn replied. He has been here for a week. I suspect he is awaiting someone, old Tom murmured softly. Shawn's curiosity about the Greek individual grew increasingly intense. Could it be that he had sold something to Hagrid's 3-headed dog? That seemed improbable. Such transactions were illicit, and it was unlikely that he could be received so openly by Dumbledore. Snape mentioned that he hailed from the Ministry of Magic, suggesting he was most likely an academic. This individual exuded an air of mystery, and Shawn pondered that it might be wise to avoid any interaction. After laboring for a day and a half at the Leaky Cauldron, on the 1st of September, old Tom bestowed upon Shawn 10 galleons just before his departure. Hearns had little to offer, yet he embraced Shawn warmly. No need to see me off. I can manage on my own. Shawn declined Hearns' company. Shawn had already brought his suitcase back to Hogwarts during the training session, and now he was merely holding a basket containing Jerry. Old Tom. Keep an eye on that Greek fellow. He seems rather peculiar, Shawn whispered at the bar. Genius Shawn, when did you become an Auror? Old Tom responded dismissively, teasing Shawn instead. Shawn shook his head. Perhaps he was being overly cautious. According to the narrative, this academic year should not present any perilous incidents. He journeyed alone to King's Cross Station, and upon passing through platform 9 3/4, he encountered several familiar faces. Hey, our genius Shawn. The Weasley twins waved at him. Their appellation for Shawn had shifted from Smart Alec to Genius. Cedric, standing nearby, also smiled at Shawn, who noticed that Cedric had grown considerably taller and even more handsome. "Ah, the handsome one has been charming since childhood," Shawn remarked with a sigh. At that moment, someone tapped him on the shoulder from behind. And before Shawn could turn around, the person leaped in front of him. "Behold our Slytherin star," Cassius exclaimed. "Cassius, keep your voice down in public," Chris said with a look of exasperation from behind him, as Shawn boarded the train alongside his old acquaintances. The sound of the whistle heralded the beginning of his enchanting journey to Hogwarts once more. Chapter 63, Headlines. Last year, as freshmen, they could freely choose an empty compartment to sit together. This year, having advanced to their second year, they now possess their own designated compartment for their house. Shawn, Cassius, and Chris entered the Slytherin compartment, where Graham had already secured their seats. "You're quite swift," Cassius remarked, giving Graham a friendly pat on the shoulder. "I didn't see you on the platform, so I boarded first," Graham replied. "What did your mother feed you over the summer?" "You've gained quite a bit in just 2 months, Shawn teased. Graham flexed his arm, deliberately showcasing his bulging biceps, and proclaimed narcissistically, "This is muscle. Look at my physique." The three regarded him with disdain, though Graham's build was indeed considered robust among second years. "I heard you all returned a week early for training?" Chris inquired, glancing at Shawn. "Training? What training?" Cassius asked, a look of confusion crossing his face. Chris, being from a prestigious family, was well informed. The other 3 schools were coming to Hogwarts and needed approval from the Department of International Magical Cooperation, headed by Chris' grandfather, Bartemius Crouch. "This semester, Hogwarts will host the decennial Triwizard Tournament," Chris announced. "What kind of tournament is that?" Cassius and Graham exchanged glances. Chris, eager to demonstrate her knowledge, began to explain the inter-school competition. Upon hearing her, both boys gazed at Shawn with newfound admiration. "You're incredible! Representing our year in Slytherin in such a grand event," Cassius exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Oh, come on," Shawn retorted, unable to tolerate Cassius' syrupy enthusiasm. At that moment, the basket on the table shifted, and Chris curiously reached out. Anticipating Jerry's antics, Shawn quickly interjected, "Don't open it." However, what Shawn expected did not unfold. Instead, Jerry peeked out with his big, round eyes, looking adorably naive as he gazed at Chris. "What a cute kitten," Chris exclaimed, her voice brightening. Jerry, resembling a docile house cat, was lifted from the basket by Chris. "Shawn, is this your pet?" she asked, playfully engaging with Jerry. Shawn glared at Jerry, contemplating the man's blatant gender bias. Upon encountering a beautiful lady, he feigned innocence. "This fellow is a cunning trickster, a true cat-like creature. Do not be deceived, for he possesses a fierce nature." As Shawn finished speaking, he caught a glimpse of Jerry's large, disdainful eyes directed at him. It appeared quite docile. Cassius, skeptical of the situation, took Jerry from Chris's hands. Yet before Jerry could be fully secured, he wriggled free and darted down the corridor, swiftly escaping the Slytherin compartment. "Damn it, who leaves the door open?" Shawn cursed silently as he gazed at the ajar compartment door. Shawn immediately rose from his seat and hurriedly pursued, awkwardly navigating through the train cars in search of Jerry. In that moment, he was struck by how foolish he must appear, reminiscent of Neville searching for Leif in the compartments. After traversing several cars, Shawn finally spotted Jerry being embraced by a young girl. The girl, with her yellowish complexion, black hair, and dark eyes, was evidently of Asian descent. Upon seeing her, Shawn was instantly reminded of someone. "This is Jerry," he introduced in a tone befitting a proud owner, a bit mischievous and prone to wandering. The girl returned Jerry to Shawn, adding a compliment, "He is quite adorable, isn't he?" Shawn sighed, lamenting yet another naive girl deceived by Jerry's acting prowess. "Shawn, what are you doing in our Ravenclaw compartment?" came a familiar voice from behind. Shawn turned around to see Penelope, and he casually greeted her. "My pet ran over here and was picked up by this new student." "Is that so?" Autumn nodded. "Well, let's head back to our compartment now," Penelope said to the two of them. She was unaware that later that evening, this Asian girl would be sorted into Ravenclaw during the sorting ceremony, becoming her junior. After the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station, the upperclassmen boarded the Thestral carriages through the main entrance of Hogwarts, while the first years, guided by Hagrid, made their way across the water. Along the way, the Weasley twins reminisced about last year's sorting ceremony when they lost to Shawn and, eager to redeem themselves, sought him out again. "How about we guess the new students' houses again this year?" "Same old rule, one sickle at a time," Fred suggested. Shawn pondered for a moment, realizing that among this year's new students, he was only acquainted with 2, one being Chiozhang, whom he had already met. and the other being the yet unseen Colin McLagan from Gryffindor. He was uncertain whether he could prevail in a guessing game against the Weasley twins. Well, how about this? We settle it in a single round. When the new students enter the Great Hall, I'll randomly select one. And we can guess which house he will be sorted into, Shawn cunningly proposed. I find that agreeable, George replied, seemingly satisfied with Shawn's fair terms. Shawn felt a flicker of amusement in his heart. He could at least play this game with the Weasley twins until the 4th grade. And he was certain he would emerge victorious. The upperclassmen entered the auditorium first, while the freshmen stood outside the grand doors. Listening to Professor McGonagall's introduction of the 4 houses, much like she had done for Shawn's year last year, there was nothing particularly noteworthy about this year's newcomers in Shawn's eyes, yet a stranger seated at the professor's table caught his attention. Surely, he must be the new defense against the dark arts teacher. Shawn activated the Eye of Magic to scrutinize the man before him. The radiant white light emanating from him was even more brilliant than that of Jovik last year, suggesting a potentially greater prowess. As the grand doors of the hall swung open, the freshmen entered in an orderly manner. The Weasley twins, seated at the Gryffindor table, craned their necks, gesturing for Shawn to choose anyone he fancied. Shawn cast a quick glance at the new students and soon spotted Xiao Zhang, indicating the black-haired girl as the one he met. The subsequent events unfolded as the Sorting Hat proclaimed Ravenclaw, leading the Weasley twins to grimace yet ultimately give Shawn a thumbs-up in reluctant admiration. Under Dumbledore's introduction, Shawn learned about the middle-aged man with chestnut hair and fair skin, named David Morley, who was to be this year's defense against the dark arts professor. Prior to this, he was an esteemed graduate of Gryffindor and subsequently worked in the Department of International Magical Cooperation at the Ministry of Magic before resigning to become a traveler. On the surface, his credentials appeared quite pristine, especially when compared to the former Death Eater, Quirrell. Morley's professional background seemed to be more appealing to the students, as who wouldn't relish the opportunity to hear fascinating tales from a professor's travels during class? Regardless of his background, Shawn remained vigilant. The annual turnover of defense against the dark arts professors at Hogwarts was not without reason. Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort, the charlatan Lockhart, who stole others' accomplishments, Lupin, the werewolf, the imposter Moody, portrayed by Barty Crouch Jr., the Ministry's lackey Umbridge, the silent suffering Snape, the Carrow siblings, both Death Eaters, and last year's former Death Eater, Quirrell. Most of these individuals had been dismissed due to their own shortcomings, prompting Shawn to keep a watchful eye on Morley as a precaution. The following morning at breakfast, Owls delivered letters, and the young lady Chris, who subscribed to every issue of the Daily Prophet, usually allowed Shawn to peruse it after she had finished reading. However, today, Chris handed the newspaper to Shawn with a serious expression, saying, "Shawn, you should take a look at this." Shawn, intrigued, took the newspaper, pondering what news could elicit such an expression from Chris. Upon glimpsing the headline, he was momentarily taken aback, then promptly delved into the article with great concentration. The Cauldron Tavern attacked by foreign sorcerer, a Greek wizard perishes. Chapter 64, The Mysterious Package. Shawn's mind was taut as he scanned the lines below. The time of the attack coincided precisely with the moment he had boarded the train back to school, around 11:05 a.m. on September 1st. 3 cloaked wizards had invaded the Leaky Cauldron, seizing a foreign guest. Fortunately, no other patrons had been harmed. Upon reading this, Shawn felt a wave of relief wash over him. Old Tom and Ern were unharmed. Though Shawn had traversed worlds, he had spent a decade at the Leaky Cauldron, and it had long since become his home. Despite Old Tom's frugality and Ern's impoverished state, both had never failed to show the concern Shawn deserved. Shawn continued to read. And after the emergence of the dark-robed wizard, the Ministry of Magic promptly initiated a response. 3 Aurors apparat to the Leaky Cauldron. But their adversary had already departed 3 or 4 minutes earlier. Half an hour later, an Auror discovered a corpse in the waters near London Bridge, which was confirmed to be that of the abducted Greek wizard. His identity was that of a potions professor from the Holy Order, who had arrived in London on a Muggle flight on the morning of August 24th, checked into the Leaky Cauldron by evening, and met his untimely demise on September 1st. August 24th was the very day I first encountered him in the corridor. Shawn recalled the moment they had met. The intrusion into the pub on September 1st was far from coincidental. It is noteworthy that after Christmas last year, Dumbledore personally petitioned the Ministry of Magic for protective measures to ensure Shawn's safety outside of school. During Shawn's absence from Hogwarts, the Ministry had arranged for an Auror to discreetly guard the Leaky Cauldron. The previous day marked the return to school. Shawn had vacated the pub, and the Auror assigned to protect him had withdrawn that very morning. The Greek wizard had stayed at the Leaky Cauldron for 7 nights without incident, Yet he met his fate precisely on the day that the aura was withdrawn, prompting individuals like Shawn, who were privy to the situation, to ponder darker implications. The covert protection arranged by Dumbledore in the Ministry was known only to the professors at Hogwarts and a select few employees within the Ministry. Shawn harbors suspicions that the assailant has clandestine connections with individuals within the Ministry of Magic. And the timing of the aura's withdrawal surely indicates a leak from within the Ministry itself. According to Tom, the proprietor of the leaky cauldron, the attacker was shrouded in a hood, revealing only half of their face, rendering their identity indistinguishable. However, based on their accent, it can be inferred that both the assailant and the victim hail from the same region. The more Shawn pondered, the more he felt that the matter was far from simple. The victim had visited Hogwarts and met with Dumbledore on the afternoon of the 24th. Had Shawn not encountered him that day, perhaps he would not have contemplated so deeply. Shawn intentionally lifted his gaze towards Dumbledore, who was also looking back at him. Their eyes meeting for a fleeting moment. At that moment, another package landed heavily upon the dining table. The elongated shape of the parcel resembled a broomstick. And Shawn surmised that Professor McGonagall, having recognized Harry's exceptional talent in Quidditch, had taken the liberty of sending him a broom. However, given his less-than-stellar performance in flying class, he doubted any professor would hold him in such esteem. It appeared to be somewhat shorter than usual. Shawn noticed that this package was 20 centimeters shorter than an ordinary broomstick. "Shawn, do open it and see what it contains," Cassius remarked from the side. Shawn held the parcel in his hands, its weight significantly heavier than that of a flying broomstick. The address on the package was inscribed as the Leaky Cauldron, Charing Cross, London, yet the sender's name remained conspicuously absent. However, before Shawn could unveil the contents, Dumbledore approached from behind, his slender hand reaching out to take the parcel from Shawn's grasp. "I must regretfully inform you, Shawn, that this package is intended for me," Dumbledore remarked. "But Professor, the recipient's name is written as mine," Shawn protested, tilting his head upward. "I am aware. I am merely borrowing your name for this occasion." At this justification, Shawn found himself at a loss for words, yet he understood that the contents of the parcel must be of utmost significance, perhaps even linked to the recent assault. As Dumbledore prepared to depart the hall with the package in hand, Shawn rose to follow him. "Professor, I have read the Daily Prophet. I encountered that Greek man named Quintus at Hogwarts, and I saw him again when I returned to the Leaky Cauldron. Who exactly is he?" Shawn had no desire to engage with Quintus, yet now that everyone was dead, captured at the battered cauldron, no less, and having received a peculiar package that very morning, he found it impossible to suppress his curiosity in the face of such an unabashed enigma. He was, after all, a professor of potions at the Sanctum of Judgment. "The newspapers have reported it. Then why have you come to Hogwarts?" Shawn inquired. "You are to participate in the end-of-term assessments at the month's end, and representatives from the other 3 schools will also be arriving. I presume you have much to occupy yourself with," Dumbledore responded, deftly sidestepping the question, clearly reluctant to disclose the intricacies of the matter to Shawn. Shawn ceased his inquiries, acutely aware that further questioning would yield no answers. He activated the magical eye, endeavoring to discern clues upon the parcel. The object within radiated a brilliant white light, indicative of an artifact of formidable magical potency. In the recesses of his memory, Shawn could not conjure any known magical items that bore such a shape. A rectangular magical stone? He even allowed his imagination to wander, engaging in whimsical conjecture. The Gryffindor sword? An elongated elder wand? Shawn speculated on several renowned magical artifacts, yet ultimately dismissed his own conjectures. The sole clue was taken back to the headmaster's office by Dumbledore, and Shawn, wary of indulging his curiosity, refrained from clandestinely infiltrating the headmaster's quarters. He chose to let the matter unfold naturally, no longer concerning himself with it. This month, Shawn indeed had numerous commitments. On September 24th, the final Monday of the month, he applied for the end-of-term assessment and achieved excellent results across all subjects, allowing him to forego attending classes for the year, much like the previous one. The 6 members of the representative team were required to train for an additional hour and a half every day after 3:30 in the afternoon. By the end of the month, the representative teams from 3 other schools would arrive at Hogwarts, ensuring that activities involving all 4 teams would be plentiful. As a member of the representative team, Shawn was certain he could not be absent. However, this year, aside from attending potions class, he decided to regularly attend the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to observe the newly appointed Professor Morrissey. Prior to September 24th, Shawn continued to attend classes punctually alongside his peers and, after lessons, ventured to the woods by the Black Lake with the other 5 team members. The professors informed all students about the upcoming inter-school friendly competition, And upon learning of the grandeur of the event to be hosted at Hogwarts, excitement surged among the students. "Zach, I heard you've been appointed prefect," Penelope remarked. "I was just elected this morning," Zach replied with evident delight. Percy interjected, "By 5th year. I too shall be a prefect." At Hogwarts, prefects were selected only in the 5th year and served until the 7th. Yet this did not imply there would be no elections in the interim. The prefects elected in the 5th year managed their own year while also overseeing the first-year newcomers. Upon advancing to the 6th year, they would then supervise the second years, while a new prefect would be elected from the incoming 5th years to manage the next cohort of newcomers. The 7th-year prefect was responsible for both the 7th year and the 3rd and 4th years. Chapter 65. Unbreachable Defense. Shawn was indifferent to the notion of being a prefect. However, Zach's mention of attending Professor Morrissey's defense against the dark arts class that morning piqued his interest. Professor Morrissey is quite intriguing during class. He shares stories from his travels, which is a marked improvement over last year's Professor Jovik, Zach expressed with enthusiasm. Nonetheless, Shawn harbored a degree of skepticism, pondering whether Morrissey might turn out to be yet another charlatan who merely spoke without action. Did he not demonstrate any skills? Shawn inquired. Of course. Professor Morrissey's magic is quite impressive. Are you familiar with the advanced spell Patronus Charm? He demonstrated it during class. This spell can repel the terrifying demeanors. Zach elaborated vividly on the classroom experience. Shawn felt a bit taken aback. It seemed that Morrissey was indeed formidable if even the guardian spirits were under his command. Could it be that he was just a regular professor? No, that couldn't be right. If that were the case, how would Shiloh assume the position of defense against the dark arts professor next year? The day after tomorrow, Morrissey's class would commence, and he could verify it for himself. Shawn mused quietly. The training of the Six by the Black Lake had spread among the students, but the professors had forbidden others from watching, perhaps to prevent gossipy students from divulging information to other schools. Shawn and Charlie's partnership has been firmly established, as Shawn is unable to fly, and their tactics are as different as day and night, working in perfect synchrony. The 6 of them must seize the opportunity to practice. For once the 3 representative teams arrive, the grounds of Black Lake will be relinquished for the guest training. From the end of September until the end of February next year, Hogwarts, as the host, will be unable to conduct further training, despite Hogwarts enjoying the advantage of being the home team. The prohibition on team training for 5 months leading up to the competition will erode the players' synergy and dexterity. Such regulations can be seen as a concession to the visiting teams. Otherwise, the home advantage would be disproportionately evident, rendering it unfair to the other 3 schools. At 5 o'clock, after their training concluded, the group made their way back to the castle along the shores of Black Lake. En route, Shawn spotted Hagrid in conversation with a stranger. Shawn pondered whether there were an excessive number of unfamiliar faces at Hogwarts this semester. Each unknown visage represented a potential threat, compelling him to approach Hagrid. "Hagrid, what are you about to do?" he inquired. "Dumbledore has assigned me an assistant, and I am just about to introduce him to the grounds, along with our diligent groundskeeper, Fong," Hagrid replied. "An assistant?" Shawn looked skeptically at the young man before him. With his golden short hair and striking blue eyes, standing approximately 1.78 meters tall, he appeared quite youthful. One could easily believe he was a 7th-grade student. "Hello. My name is Shawn Greer." Shawn introduced himself to the young man. "McJarg," the youth replied succinctly, offering little more than his name. "All right. I shall take him to the ranch now," Hagrid announced. Shawn nodded. Although he had only heard the name briefly, he could discern from the accent that Mick Jagger was not British. As for whether he might be Greek, Shawn could not be certain, after all. He did not possess the extensive experience of Old Tom, who could identify a person's nationality solely by their accent. "Shawn, if you don't hurry back, you'll miss dinner," Charlie called out ahead. "Coming right away," Shawn replied. At that moment, Hagrid was absent from the hut, providing Shawn with the perfect opportunity to collect a sample of Rue's blood. Conveniently, he had brought along a syringe and a harmonica. Though it was not merely by chance, this had been a premeditated plan all along. Shawn hurriedly made his way to Hagrid's hut. Before even stepping inside, he heard the sound of music emanating from within. It was likely that Hagrid, in an effort to prevent the unpredictable movement of the creature, had resorted to music to lull it to sleep. How convenient, Shawn mused to himself. Shawn cast an unlocking spell to open the wooden door of the small cottage and stealthily slipped inside. The 3 massive heads of Rue rested against the fireplace, snoring heavily, their labored breaths stirring a foul breeze. It reeked terribly. Shawn cautiously navigated to one side of the 3-headed dog, pinching his nose, and retrieved a slender golden syringe from his robe. He aimed it at the creature's rear and attempted to inject it. However, to Shawn's utter dismay, the needle failed to penetrate the thick fur of the beast. He exerted greater force, only to witness the needle bend without making any progress. The three-headed dog stirred slightly in its slumber, furrowing its brow, as if on the verge of awakening. It was a grave oversight. The formidable defense of the creature could not be breached by a mere needle. Shawn felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him for his naivety. Defeated in his attempt to draw blood, he left the small cabin in dismay. Upon returning to the great hall, dinner had already commenced. "Shawn, where have you been?" "If you don't hurry, Clarice will pack up food for you to take back," Cassius remarked. Clarice shot a fierce glare at him from across the room, signaling him to silence. On his way back, he encountered Hagrid and his assistant. "Have you heard that Dumbledore has assigned Hagrid an assistant?" Shawn is not infallible, at times. He becomes engrossed in his own affairs and often misses various activities and rumors circulating within the school. During such moments, he finds himself in need of Cassius's assistance. "This afternoon, I observed that while you were training at the Black Lake, Dumbledore escorted an individual to the Headmaster's office." True to form, Cassius did not disappoint Shawn. It was indeed Dumbledore himself who received them. Shawn pondered the connection between this person and the previous individual, Quintus. "How's your training going, Shawn?" Cassius inquired with curiosity. "I'm afraid it isn't convenient to discuss," Shawn replied apologetically. Chris turned to Cassius and remarked, with so many questions, if it were permissible to share. "The professors wouldn't prohibit us from observing their training." Shawn nodded. As the team members had already been determined, the professors had conveniently arranged the order of appearance in advance. A departure from the usual practice of assigning participants for each subsequent match after the initial one. The first event, the potion making, would feature Theo, a sixth-year student known for his exceptional performance in potions class, which afforded him a higher success rate in crafting advanced elixirs. The second event involved a 3-round duel among Zach, Penelope, and Percy, in that order. Given this sequence, Penelope stood a considerable chance of defeat, unless she encountered a third-year student from the opposing school in the second round. The third match was crucial for Shawn and Charlie, as it was a vital team event. Even if they were to lose the second round entirely, securing 3 points from the team match would still ensure their undefeated status. "By the way, Kurt was looking for you earlier." Chris's gaze flicked toward the 7th-year students. "Could it be about the notebook?" "Surely Lucius wouldn't share such matters with others," Shawn mused. During the back-to-school training, Shawn had hidden Tom Riddle's notebook in the room of requirement, alongside Ravenclaw's diadem. Lucius intended to exploit Shawn to unleash the basilisk. Such a scheme would typically succeed with another individual, but it was unfortunate that he had chosen Shawn. Chapter 66, Lucius's Relatives After Dinner. Kurt sat on the sofa in the Slytherin common room, seemingly waiting for Shawn with deliberate intent. Shawn was puzzled as to why every time Kurt occupied the lounge, the other students seemed to vanish, leaving the expansive room entirely to him. "Kurt, did you call for me?" Shawn inquired as he approached. Kurt waved him over, signaling him to take a seat, and then spoke with a seasoned tone. "Shawn, as you are aware, I am in 7th grade this year and will be graduating in June. I intend to pass the presidency of the Ouroboros to Theo. Yet I recognize that your potential far surpasses his." When Shawn was called, what was the purpose? It turns out it was regarding this matter. Shawn had never even considered becoming a leader. The Ouroboros, as an elite study group and a clandestine organization for the exchange of dark magic, would be an exceptionally conspicuous student society if it were to exist openly. However, due to its association with dark magic, it remains a covert organization, one that is largely ineffectual. The position of president within such an organization is, in essence, rather trivial. Theo is quite remarkable. His leadership could undoubtedly provide significant assistance to the group, which I find quite commendable. Shawn spoke candidly. Kurt shook his head, casting a meaningful glance at Shawn as he remarked, "Theo is indeed impressive, but he is not yet capable of astonishing the world on behalf of Ouroboros." "Do you know who the founder of Ouroboros is?" Kurt suddenly inquired. Shawn possessed scant knowledge of the Ouroboros, and prior to his induction into the organization, he had not even heard of its existence. However, he had a vague awareness that it must somehow be connected to that individual. Shawn shook his head, and Kurt lowered his voice, speaking in a conspiratorial manner. "Tom Riddle." Shawn inwardly acknowledged the truth of the matter, yet feigned a look of bewilderment, revealing his complete ignorance of Tom Riddle. Kurt, having anticipated Shawn's reaction, leaned in and quietly remarked, "He is the Dark Lord, the one who founded the Serpent Society. Even as a student, he began his studies in dark magic and subsequently gathered a few pupils to establish the Serpent." "How could it be, the Dark Lord?" Shawn exclaimed. pretending to be alarmed as he scanned his surroundings, striving to infuse his voice with shock, rising slightly from the sofa. Sure. Kurt urgently pressed Shawn back down onto the couch. I share this with you because I believe in your potential. The Dark Lord will undoubtedly return, and when he does, the Ministry of Magic will be utterly powerless to thwart him. Those who resist will face torment. You are exceptional, truly exceptional. When he returns, if you align yourself with the organization he once founded, you will undoubtedly be rewarded. Kurt spoke these audacious words with a boldness he scarcely understood. Shawn feigned astonishment. Yet inwardly he pondered, brother, is it truly appropriate to speak such things to a second grader? Who do you think you are intimidating? Are you not concerned that I might share this with Dumbledore? Shawn inquired. Do you genuinely believe Dumbledore is unaware of the existence of the Ouroboros? Kurt retorted. Shawn remained silent. Indeed, Dumbledore was aware of the situation, yet he chose to adopt a stance of willful ignorance, allowing the Ouroboros to persist. The secretive organization maintained a low profile within the school, never causing any disturbances. As for whether some individuals would ally themselves with the Death Eaters post-graduation, that was beyond his purview. Previously, Kurt had never broached the topic of the Death Eaters or the Dark Lord directly. Instead, he attempted to lure Shawn towards the shadows through the allure of dark magic. However, with graduation approaching, Kurt realized that opportunities for dialogue with Shawn would soon dwindle. He sought to engage in a conversation that would clarify Shawn's position, a discussion that would be explosive news for the other students. I must ponder this, Shawn remarked. His expression troubled, seemingly in earnest contemplation. Trust me, it won't be long before he returns. Aligning with him would be a wise decision, Kurt coaxed. Shawn found a certain amusement in the contrasting attitudes of the uncle and nephew towards Voldemort. One displayed a fade of compliance while the other harbored genuine admiration. Lucius had already resolved to sacrifice Shawn by unleashing the basilisk, intending for it to cleanse Hogwarts. Conversely, his older nephew Kurt sought to win Shawn over, aiming to recruit talent for the impending return of Voldemort. Interestingly, Draco's aunt, Bella, was contemplating Shawn's demise, showcasing the peculiar dynamics within the Malfoy family. It is quite curious how, despite all being employed under Voldemort's banner and sharing familial ties, their hearts remained so discordant. This evening's conversation was kept secret by Shawn. Had it been another student, they might have been consumed by anxiety, either out of fear of aligning themselves with the Dark Lord in the future or feeling compelled to disclose the matter to a professor. Yet, even if this information reached Dumbledore, what could he do about Kurt? Would he send him to the Ministry of Magic for spreading rumors? Dumbledore would never resort to such actions, as he has always exhibited great leniency towards his students. Shawn dismissed Kurt's words, returning to his dormitory where he immersed himself in the intricate framework of the flying spell. This complex magic captivated Shawn's full attention, allowing him to forget all trivial matters. Kurt believed he had unveiled a sensational piece of news that would keep Shawn awake all night. Little did he know that what he cherished as precious was regarded as insignificant by Shawn. On Thursday morning, the long-awaited defense against the dark arts class with Slytherin and Gryffindor finally commenced. It was reminiscent of last year's inaugural class, where Shawn had petrified Jovik. This year, the Weasley twins eagerly anticipated what Shawn might do to the new professor. Good morning, students, Professor McGonagall greeted with a smile. Good morning, Professor, the students chorused in response. Shawn observed the young, sunny professor. While not exceptionally handsome, he exuded a remarkable charm, especially in contrast to last year's Jovik, leaving a very favorable impression on the students. In this class, I shall teach you a practical and straightforward spell for self-defense, Professor Morrissey announced. He turned to the blackboard and inscribed the disarming charm, which was the focus of the lesson. Indeed, he is a pragmatic professor, Shawn murmured to himself. The disarming charm proved to be quite effective, with its potency increasing in accordance with the caster's magical strength. Morrissey spent half an hour elucidating the theoretical underpinnings of the spell, which consisted of 3 magical frameworks, the calculations for which were relatively simple. Generally, within a fortnight, students could master this spell. After the theoretical segment, Morrissey selected a student to demonstrate the disarming charm with him. Although the students all recommended Shawn, Morrissey chose Lee Jordan from Gryffindor. Perhaps it was due to Morrissey's awareness of the previous year's incident involving Shawn petrifying Jovik, leading him to deliberately deny Shawn the opportunity. The defense against the dark arts class concluded in a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere, yet Shawn lingered in the classroom. Approaching the podium, he straightforwardly inquired, Professor, I heard from fifth-year students that you taught the Patronus charm in class? Chapter 67. A little extra help. Professor Morrissey regarded Shawn thoughtfully. When he began his tenure, other professors had mentioned a particularly exceptional second-year student. The uniqueness lay in his remarkable excellence. A few days ago in the 5th-year class, I did teach the Patronus charm. What of it? Morrisai replied. Professor, I wish to learn this spell, Shawn earnestly stated. Morrisai had not anticipated Shawn's eagerness to study the charm. However, the theoretical knowledge of the Patronus charm was complex, and the coordination of the magical frameworks with mental strength was crucial, given that younger students often lacked a solid foundation. It was challenging for them to reach the level required to cast the spell, which was why he opted to teach it to students in 5th year and above. I do not recommend that 2nd-year students engage with this spell. I have heard of your exceptional talent, but learning magic should be a gradual process. Aspiring too high too quickly is not advisable, Morrisai advised candidly. Shawn nodded, acknowledging the reasoning, yet he felt it was inapplicable to the situation. If he were to follow the same pace as the other students, he would be doing a disservice to himself. Well, Professor, I might be learning at a slightly faster rate than my peers, and I am certainly capable of studying advanced magic, Shawn humbly stated. However, to Professor Morley's ears, this sounded somewhat boastful, as if Shawn were flaunting his abilities. With a smile, Professor Morley replied, It is not impossible for you to learn. If you can secure Professor Snape's approval, I would even permit you to audit my advanced classes. This was a standard procedure, as it was prudent for Snape to decide on educational matters concerning a Slytherin student. I understand. Thank you, Professor, Shawn responded. He was confident that Snape would agree. After all, he had taught Shawn the flying charm, so allowing other professors to instruct him in advanced magic seemed reasonable. During the lunch break, Shawn made his way to Snape's office. He knocked on the door, and a deep voice responded from within, Enter. Professor, I have a matter that requires your consent. Shawn stated directly upon entering. Snape appeared to appreciate this straightforward approach and inquired, What is it? Professor Morley from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class mentioned that, with your permission, he could teach me magic from the advanced curriculum. As you know, the 2nd-year material poses little challenge for me. Snape pondered for a moment, gazing at Shawn before responding, How have you fared with the flying charm? Shawn was momentarily taken aback. Surely Snape was not intending to assess his academic progress. That would be rather awkward, given that he possessed no notes and had yet to calculate a single magical framework formula. However, he managed to navigate the situation relatively smoothly, maintaining a facade of composure as he fabricated a response. Snape remained silent, seemingly pondering something, which only heightened Shawn's anxiety, fearing that Snape might pose an unexpected question. Yet, the words that followed Snape's contemplation brought a sense of relief to Shawn. I will speak with Professor McGonagall, Snape stated. His gaze fixed on the lesson plan before him, his tone devoid of any particular inflection. Shawn hesitated for a moment before expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. He then turned and exited the office. After Shawn's departure, Snape lifted his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative. He had initially intended to decline Shawn's request. A complex and profound flying spell had just been imparted to him, and rather than dedicating himself to its study, he found himself preoccupied with the magical endeavors of other professors. This led Snape to perceive Shawn as overly ambitious. However, upon reflection, he recognized that he had spent 2 years mastering the flying spell himself. Even if Shawn possessed greater innate talent, it was unlikely he could master it before venturing into the Valley of Shadows. Given this, Snape felt no compulsion to demand that Shawn devote all his energy to the flying spell. Although he had previously stated that he would teach Shawn other forms of magic beyond the flying spell, the arrival of a relatively reliable professor to assist Shawn was preferable to having Shawn burden him with inquiries. This was quintessentially Snape. He would resolutely avoid inconveniencing himself when he could impose upon others. Unexpectedly, Professor Snape acquiesced to your request, Greer. It appears that Professor Snape holds you in considerable esteem. After the afternoon classes concluded, Shawn took the initiative to visit Professor Morrisai's office on the 3rd floor, who had been informed of Snape's decision prior. I shall agree to your request and teach you the magic from the advanced curriculum, Professor Morrisai stated. However, you may only avail yourself of 2 hours each Saturday. Shawn nodded in acknowledgement, signaling that all was well. Once the class concluded, the professors, too, were entitled to their personal time. Dedicating 2 hours of their own to provide individualized instruction to a student is indeed a testament to their selfless commitment. However, prior to mastering the disarming charm, one must first learn the disarming spell. This morning, Morrissey had just taught the 2nd-year students the disarming spell, and according to the students' learning pace, it would take at least 2 weeks to grasp it fully. Those who were less diligent or possessed lesser talent might require around 3 weeks. Professor, would you agree? Shawn inquired, raising his wand and gesturing toward the wall. Expelliarmus. a beam of white light shot forth. Although he did not disarm anyone's wand, Morrissey, being a professional, could discern that Shawn had successfully cast the disarming spell with remarkable ease. Morrissey's expression momentarily froze. He had heard of Shawn Greer's prodigious talent since his entry into the school. This only served to cement Shawn's reputation in Morrissey's mind. For he too had graduated from Hogwarts and had encountered his fair share of geniuses during his studies. Yet, to master a spell taught in the morning by the afternoon, while daylight still lingered, was an achievement that no student during Morrissey's own time had accomplished. "You learned the disarming spell in just half a day?" Morrissey asked, his voice tinged with incredulity. Shawn, feeling somewhat embarrassed, replied, "It's nothing much. I had previously taught myself." This response was somewhat acceptable to Morrissey, who realized that he had lost his composure. Clearing his throat, he stated, "Let us meet at 3 o'clock on Saturday afternoon in the classroom, and I shall teach you the Patronus charm." "Thank you, Professor," Shawn said, but suddenly recalled that 3 o'clock was rather inconvenient as the representative team had training sessions on both Saturday and Sunday, leading to a scheduling conflict. "Professor, could we possibly reschedule for either the morning or the evening? I must attend the representative team's training in the afternoon," Shawn apologized. Morrissey seemed to have forgotten this detail as well and replied, "Then let us change it to 9 o'clock in the morning." Shawn's actions carry a deeper significance. They are not merely directed at the professor of defense against the dark arts, but rather at the fact that this position has been cursed by Voldemort, resulting in the consistent misfortunes faced by its occupants. Shawn seized the opportunity to engage more with Professor Morley, keenly observing for any unusual behavior, suspecting that he might be yet another imposter who had infiltrated their ranks after consuming a concoction of potions. In that moment, he sighed, wishing fervently for a time-turner. He recalled how, during her third year, Professor McGonagall had applied to the Ministry of Magic on Hermione's behalf for a time-turner, allowing her to delve into additional elective courses. Shawn found himself without such privileges. It seemed he needed to subtly suggest his desires to Snape. Chapter 68. The Time Turner. Although Shawn was aware that a Time Turner siphoned the user's future time, with the Triwizard Tournament approaching, he was willing to advance his future hours in exchange for acquiring several advanced spells. However, obtaining a Time Turner was not as straightforward as he had imagined. After a thorough reprimand from Snape, he gained a deeper understanding of the device. After the final potions class on Friday, Shawn once again visited Snape's office, having been quite diligent in his visits of late. Upon returning to his office, Snape frowned slightly at the sight of Shawn's presence. Despite having promised Shawn that he could seek him out with any inquiries, his nature clearly did not lend itself to being a particularly patient teacher. "Grills, you are indeed a diligent and inquisitive student. What is it this time?" Snape inquired. "Professor, I just feel that time has been insufficient lately. After classes, I have to attend training, and in the evenings, I must study flying spells. If only my days had a few more hours than others," Shawn lamented. "Stop daydreaming. Instead of indulging in such fanciful thoughts, you would be better off reading," Snape replied without raising his head. "If only there were a spell that could allow me to duplicate myself, or even turn back time, then I could learn so much more," Shawn hinted fervently. Snape, holding a potions textbook, suddenly turned to glance at Shawn before striding towards him, his dark eyes scrutinizing Shawn beneath his curtain-like fringe. "Have you heard something you ought not? Cease your misguided thoughts and return to your training." "Professor, I have heard that the Ministry of Magic possesses an alchemical item known as a time turner that can reverse time. Is that true?" Shawn was determined to maintain his curious persona. "So, you wish for a time turner? Do you have any idea how troublesome it is to apply for one from the Ministry of Magic? The cost involved and the waiting time?" Snape posed 3 penetrating questions to Shawn. Shawn shook his head, for he had no means to inquire about such intricate details. He had only just discovered that there was a fee associated with this application. "Is it expensive?" Shawn asked sincerely. "It is billed by the hour, at 10 galleons per hour. What do you think?" Snape replied. "Professor, when you mention hours, are you referring to the time held after acquiring the time turner?" Shawn inquired, perplexed. Snape snorted disdainfully, as if gazing at a fool. "It is the time you have reversed. For every hour you turn back, you are charged the corresponding galleons. The adage time is money could not be more fitting in this context." Hermione's expenses for using the time turner were likely reimbursed by Professor McGonagall on behalf of Hogwarts, and by rights, Shawn could do the same. Shawn speculated that Snape simply despised the hassle and was reluctant to assist him with the tedious applications. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy towards the Gryffindor students, who were fortunate to have the amiable and approachable Professor McGonagall as their head. Shawn, undeterred, believed that this should not be an arduous task. If Professor McGonagall could procure a time turner for Hermione, surely Snape could be persuaded to do the same. However, Snape proceeded to coldly educate him, expounding on the rarity of time turners and the stringent regulations imposed by the Ministry of Magic. The material used to create a time turner, known as moon gold, is sourced from Uganda in Africa and is an exceedingly rare magical metal. Moon gold is mined and traded exclusively by official channels with stringent oversight. It has never even surfaced in the expansive black market. The British Ministry of Magic can procure only a limited quantity of moon gold from Uganda each year. The rarity of the raw material is merely the beginning. The creation of a time turner involves intricate spells pertaining to time and space, requiring a skilled alchemist adept in both forms of magic to weave the magical framework into the device. Such highly skilled alchemists are few and far between, bound by unbreakable oaths to the ministry, and they exclusively manufacture time turners for it. For nearly 2 centuries, no illegal time turners have emerged. Even during the dark decade of Voldemort's reign, when the regulation of time turners remained meticulously orderly. Originally, the ministry utilized time turners to address various incidents, allowing one to travel back in time to investigate the circumstances of an event. Over time, their applications expanded, including aiding exceptional students by granting them the opportunity to take additional elective courses. Each rotation of a time turner rewinds time by 1 hour. Yet Shawn learned from Snape that there is a limit to the number of times each time turner can be used after 1,000 rotations. The magical framework of the device collapses. 1,000 rotations equate to 1,000 hours, or 41.6 days. Thus, a brand new time turner can only take one back 41 days. Shawn mused to himself that this seemed adequate. 1,000 hours would suffice for Hermione to navigate an entire academic year. Shawn calculated that Hermione did not utilize the time turner on a daily basis, and her elective classes only required 1 or 2 hours of her time. 1,000 hours would be more than sufficient for her. Moreover, Hermione possessed an exceptional sense of discipline, aside from attending classes. She had no need for the time turner to engage in other activities. Unbeknownst to Shawn, many years ago, Tom Riddle, with the assistance of Horace Slughorn, had also acquired a time turner. Professor Slughorn, as everyone knows, had a particular fondness for and provided extra care to diligent students. "Professor, I believe that if I had a time turner, I could master the flying charm before the start of the Quidditch season," Shawn remarked. "I think you are merely dreaming," Snape retorted with a hint of irritation. Shawn was troubled, for who could deny that Snape was the head of Slytherin House? By the very nature of the process, Shawn was compelled to rely on Snape to submit an application on his behalf in order to secure a place. Once his application was accepted, he would then have to wait for the moment when a time turner became available, at which point Snape would be notified. "Professor, if I fail to master this, I will bear the cost of 10,000 galleons myself." Shawn had staked a significant amount, as 10,000 galleons was no trifling sum. Snape let out a cold laugh. "What do you intend to use to cover that?" Snape was well aware of Shawn's financial situation, with his Uncle Hern's meager salary. He could hardly afford to buy Shawn a new set of clothes. "Professor, I may be broke now, but once I graduate, I will have the means to repay this educational loan," Shawn replied confidently. Shawn regarded this 10,000 galleons as akin to a student loan. In essence, it was quite similar. However, in order to avoid repaying this substantial sum, he resolved to exert himself doubly in mastering the art of flight spells. Snape, once again softened by sentiment, thought it unreasonable to quibble over the matter of funds when a child expressed such determination. "Very well, proceed with your training. I shall discuss this matter with the headmaster," Snape declared, his tone laced with impatience. Upon hearing this, Shawn felt a glimmer of hope. Snape's character rarely allowed him to deceive students casually. Now, he awaited the time turner, though the duration of this wait remained an enigma. The time turner in Harry Potter is often considered a narrative flaw, a sentiment echoed by Rowling herself. Hence, I have devised my own interpretation to simplify matters. Chapter 69. Where has Louis gone? As the sun dipped in the western sky, warm yellow clouds hung like fringed bangs on the horizon, signaling the conclusion of training by the Black Lake. The 6 individuals emerged from the woods, their faces smudged with dirt. Professor Sprout, the amiable instructor of the day, regarded the weary group with a satisfied smile. "You have all made significant progress. Do not let nerves overwhelm you during the competition. Simply perform as you have practiced and believe in yourselves." "Yes, Professor," the group replied weakly. After an hour and a half of intense training, the 6 had exhausted their magical reserves. Now, they trudged along the path back to the castle, their bodies slumped in fatigue. "Look, There's someone sitting over there. Zack pointed towards a pile of stones along the shore. Theo turned to look. Oh, it's Hagrid's assistant. The news of Hagrid having an assistant had circulated among them a few days prior, yet the others seemed indifferent. Only Shawn fixed his gaze on the figure with the intensity of a hawk eyeing its prey. He had heard that Mick Jagger lived with Hagrid. But given that Hagrid's hut housed a fearsome creature, Shawn was curious about how Hagrid permitted Mick's stay. Could it be that Louis had already been released into the Forbidden Forest by Hagrid? Shawn pondered. If that were the case, obtaining Louis's blood would prove even more challenging. The Forbidden Forest was fraught with peril, and he had nearly lost his life there the previous year. To ascertain whether Louis had indeed been relocated, Shawn resolved to sacrifice a few minutes of his dinner time to investigate Hagrid's hut. You all go ahead. I shall make a quick visit to Hagrid's, Shawn announced. All right, but do hurry, Theo replied. Shawn hurriedly ran to Hagrid's hut, where the light glimmered warmly within. He called out twice at the door, yet received no response from Hagrid. Not here again, Shawn mused to himself. The last time he had stealthily visited the hut, the lights were aglow but the place was empty, filled only with the distant sound of music. This time, however, an unsettling silence enveloped the surroundings. Shawn contemplated the situation within the house. It was either devoid of occupants and canines, or it housed a ferocious three-headed dog intently gazing at the door. Should the latter be the case, his stealthy entrance would undoubtedly result in a most dire fate. Thus, Shawn opted to circumvent the premises and peer through a nearby window to ascertain the circumstances inside. What are you doing here? A wary voice emerged from behind him. Recognizing the accent, Shawn discerned that Mick had returned. He calmly turned around, a smile gracing his lips. I merely stopped by to check on Hagrid. Is he not here? Mick regarded him with an icy glance, offering no reply and remaining stationary as if awaiting Shawn's departure. Did he reside with Hagrid? Shawn inquired, striving to ease the awkwardness. Yes, Mick responded tersely, his words few and far between. Are you not afraid of the Cerberus? I mean the three-headed dog inside? Shawn ventured cautiously. Mick's cold expression contorted into a frown, seemingly displeased that Shawn was aware of the creature's existence. Did Hagrid inform you? Mick questioned. Upon hearing the tone of voice, Shawn sensed something amiss. As if the speaker had long been aware of Louis and harbored a desire to keep his existence concealed. Well, since Hagrid is absent, I shall take my leave. Lest I miss the meal, Shawn deftly diverted the conversation and made his escape. Mick observed Shawn's departing figure, his face etched with suspicion and wariness. Despite Shawn being merely a lower-grade student, Mick, due to certain peculiar reasons, held an inherent distrust towards everyone, feeling that even a child might harbor ulterior motives. As Shawn walked, he pondered the identity of Mick, yet the scant information left him at a loss. However, he was certain that Lu Wei was far more complex than Hagrid's simple purchase at the pub. Lu Wei must have a compelling reason for being at Hogwarts. Was it to guard the Philosopher's Stone? Yet that artifact would not arrive at the school until the following year. As for Dumbledore's decision to relocate the stone to Hogwarts, perhaps his intelligence network had intercepted news of Voldemort's resurgence. The individuals Dumbledore admitted should pose no threat. Or so Shawn hoped, though unease lingered in his heart. A fleeting glance through the window had revealed no sign of Lu Wei. Nor did he know where Hagrid had taken him. Could it be to the room at the end of the corridor on the third floor of the teaching building? Unlikely. Otherwise, Filch would have surely warned the students to steer clear of that area. Yet, Filch had remained unusually silent in recent days, suggesting that the room was still deemed safe. After dinner, Shawn returned to the dormitory, only to be greeted by Jerry leaping toward him. Shawn had grown accustomed to this energetic welcome. Observing the disarray in the room, he cast an advanced version of the repairing charm, restoring the space to its condition from that morning. Compared to the simple repairing charm that merely mended minor damages, restoring the entire room required a more intricate magical framework. Prior to his first year, Shawn had self-studied basic repairs, but this semester, having brought Jerry to school, he had sought Snape's guidance on the advanced restoration charm on the very first day, mastering it by that evening. Looking at Jerry sprawled on the bed, exuding a languid air as if he were royalty, an idea sparked in Shawn's mind. Jerry, you've been cooped up in the dormitory all day. How about I take you out for some fresh air tomorrow? Jerry seemed oblivious to Shawn's words, engrossed in grooming his fur. However, when Shawn retrieved the wizard's heart from his suitcase, Jerry's fur bristled with sudden alertness. No need to panic, it'll be ready shortly. Shawn reassured the startled creature. A few days prior, after an exhausting training session, Shawn had been reluctant to waste his magical energy restoration potions. Instead, he began experimenting with the wizard's heart, and discovered its potential as a magical power bank. After replenishing his energy, he delved into his evening studies, focusing on the construction of the Flying Charm's magical framework. Like the Killing Curse, the Flying Charm comprised 28 magical frameworks. Yet it necessitated simultaneous casting with both hands, 14 frameworks from the left hand merging with 14 from the right. This posed a considerable challenge for Shawn, demanding his utmost concentration and a heightened awareness to internalize the sensations of building the framework. Shawn's evening study concluded wearily at 11 o'clock. While at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid emerged alone. Mick had not entered the house, and upon seeing Hagrid return, he approached with a question. How did it go? The centaur agreed to guard it, and Lu Wei was also stationed nearby. Given the dangers of the Forbidden Forest, along with the centaur and Lu Wei, I believe there should be no issues, Hagrid replied. Are you certain the centaur can be trusted? Mick remained skeptical. The centaurs are allies of Hogwarts, and Dumbledore takes good care of them. I trust the centaurs, Hagrid assured. Mick fell silent, gazing into the Forbidden Forest, his eyes flickering with concern. Chapter 70. The Patronus charm this term at Hogwarts is witnessing events both occurring and forthcoming, which lie beyond Shawn's knowledge. Mysterious packages. An unexpectedly appearing assistant, the vanishing Lu Wei, the seemingly amiable and dedicated defense against the dark arts professor, along with the inter-school friendship tournament commencing next month. The second year is destined to be filled with uncertainties, although Shawn is aware of the future. He remains largely uninformed about the events transpiring at Hogwarts prior to Harry's enrollment. Shawn's Pokémon project has been postponed due to the disappearance of Lu Wei. He had initially intended to capture another magical creature to accompany Fox, but it now appears that this endeavor will have to wait until next year. On the first weekend of the new semester, while other students either roamed the streets of Hogsmeade or frolicked with their companions within the castle, the freshmen were filled with curiosity, wandering aimlessly around the castle. Meanwhile, Shawn remained industrious. Scheduled to meet Professor Morisi at 9 o'clock on Saturday morning in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom to study the Patronus charm. Please show some decorum and refrain from unnecessary movement. Shawn carried Jerry all the way from the dormitory to the classroom, during which Jerry had 100 impulses to wriggle free from Shawn's embrace. Yet each time, he was firmly restrained. When Professor Morisi noticed Shawn bringing a civet into the room, he expressed his astonishment. This is the first time I have seen a student bring a civet as a pet to Hogwarts. Apologies, Professor. Jerry has been cooped up in the dormitory for a week, and I thought it would be nice to take him for a stroll this weekend. Shawn replied with an apologetic demeanor. In truth, he had deliberately brought Jerry to meet Morisi, as civets possess an uncanny ability to discern a person's character. If Morisi harbored any ill intentions, Jerry's reaction would undoubtedly reveal it. Shawn deliberately held Jerry as he approached Morisi step by step, keenly observing Jerry while stealing glances at Morisi's expression from the corner of his eye. Morisi's countenance remained unchanged, seemingly unfazed by the potential for the cat weasel to act harmfully, while Jerry nestled comfortably in Shawn's embrace, evidently indifferent to Morisi's presence. No reaction? Could it be that Morisi is indeed a man of integrity? Shawn glanced down at Jerry, harboring doubts about the reliability of his character assessment radar. Among the myriad of dubious professors in the Defense Against the Dark Arts course, encountering a genuinely upright individual was rather difficult to accept, at least for Shawn. Shawn, burdened by the weight of his knowledge and contemplations, found it impossible to relax, even as his peers regarded Professor Morisi as an exemplary instructor. Your cat, Jerry, boasts a remarkably lustrous coat. Its lineage must be quite pure, praised Professor Morisi. Jerry lifted its lazy little head, casting a round-eyed glance at him before springing from Shawn's embrace to land upon the desk in the second row. It arched its back, stretched languorously, and yawned widely, its mouth agape and tongue lolling. After a brief moment, it curled up on the desk, squinting its eyes in contentment. Apologies, Professor, I must return him, Shawn said. Morisi waved his hand dismissively. No matter, let him sleep here. We shall commence the lecture. The incantation for summoning a Patronus is Expecto Patronum. This spell can only manifest when one is deeply focused, necessitating the recollection of a joyful or love-filled memory. Such memories, however, are precisely what Dementors seek to consume. Not only can the Patronus repel Dementors, but it also serves as a guardian. Typically, a Patronus assumes the form of a silvery, semi-transparent creature, akin to a ghostly apparition. Its shape varying with the individual and reflecting the wizard's character and physique. A Patronus is not immutable. It may transform in response to significant trauma or emotional upheaval. Advanced patron users possess the ability to communicate, conveying messages for the caster, thus serving a connective purpose. Professor Morrissey stood at the lectern, conducting a lesson solely for Shawn. Despite having only one student in attendance, he delivered the material with earnestness. However, Shawn was already familiar with the content, including the fact that the advanced Patronus was conceived by Dumbledore himself. Shawn desired to witness a proficient practitioner of the Patronus charm demonstrate it before him, enabling him to internalize the magical framework and subsequently practice it at his leisure. Although students in the 5th year and above had commenced their studies of the Patronus charm, Shawn contemplated covertly learning from his older peers. However, at this pace, it would likely take at least 4 to 5 months for a senior student to master the spell. "Professor, what is your Patronus?" Shawn inquired as he initiated the incantation of the magical eye. "Mine is a dog," replied Morrissey, as he raised his wand and intoned Expecto Patronum. A surge of magical energy coalesced around the wand, twisting into the formation of 21 intricate magical frameworks. Subsequently, these 21 invisible magical constructs revealed themselves as a shimmering white apparition, taking the shape of a dog. The ethereal figure bounded across the ground twice before dissipating before Shawn's eyes as Morrissey released his magical energy. Shawn's objective had been accomplished. The Eye of Magic had meticulously documented the magical framework of the Patronus charm. Subsequently, Morris elaborated on the theoretical aspects of this framework, and Shawn feigned earnest attentiveness. After 2 hours, Morris's selfless dedication came to an end. Shawn expressed his gratitude and then, cradling Jerry, made his way outside the castle. Along the path, he encountered the Weasley twins, who were idly wandering about the castle. Upon noticing Shawn with a pet in his arms, their curiosity was piqued. "We heard you brought a pet to school," Fred remarked. "Is that a cat?" He reached out to touch Jerry, only to be halted by Shawn. "This is not a cat. His name is Jerry, and he is a ferret. He can be quite fierce," Shawn explained. "Far more spirited than Percy's foolish rat." George chimed in, teasing his older brother. Shawn suddenly paused, taken aback. Percy's foolish mouse? Wasn't it Ron's? How could he have forgotten such a detail? He lightly tapped his forehead in realization. Ron brought Scabbers to school as a gift from Percy, as the little rat Peter had transformed into Scabbers, hiding in the Weasley household for 12 years, serving as a cherished pet for both Percy and Ron. Yet, Shawn had never encountered Scabbers at school. Nor had Peter's name appeared on the Marauders map. Did Percy possess a pet as well? Why had he never seen it? Shawn feigned confusion as he inquired. He had a fat and foolish mouse, but in his 2nd year, he found it too embarrassing to bring to school, George elucidated. Shawn nodded, realizing the situation. No wonder he had not seen the elusive Ban last year or this year. If Ban were at Hogwarts, Jerry would certainly be in for some fun. "Where are you headed?" Fred, noticing that Shawn did not seem to be returning to the dormitory, curiously inquired. "Is there something intriguing happening?" Shawn, cradling Jerry, intended to visit Hagrid's hut to further assess Mick's character through Jerry, while also engaging Hagrid in conversation about the whereabouts of Loo Chapter 71. Hagrid skills the Weasley brothers, finding themselves with idle time, eagerly trailed behind Shawn, planning to accompany him to Hagrid's abode. Shawn glanced back at the two following him, choosing silence, allowing them to accompany him. After all, it was not a perilous endeavor, merely a chance to enliven the atmosphere. It was just past 11 o'clock. Yet smoke was already curling from Hagrid's hut. Shawn mused that perhaps it was a tad early for lunch. Upon reaching the entrance, he called out for Hagrid a couple of times. Soon, the wooden door creaked open, revealing a figure that was not Hagrid. "Mick, is Hagrid not here again?" Shawn inquired. Mick showed no inclination to let them in, peering at the trio through the partially opened door. Shawn had met him twice before, while the Weasley brothers were new to Mick. Before Mick could respond, Hagrid's voice resonated from within. "Shawn, come in." Reluctantly, Mick stepped aside, and the wooden door swung open, permitting the three of them, along with a raccoon, to enter the hut. Hagrid was busily tending to pots and pans by the fireplace, seemingly preparing lunch. He turned slightly to greet the three, his warm welcome for Shawn evident, though Mick remained watchful. "Shawn and the Weasley brothers," Hagrid acknowledged. His gaze was soon drawn to Jerry, nestled in Shawn's arms. Setting down a chunk of beef, Hagrid approached, exclaiming, "What a charming little creature. Shawn, are you holding a raccoon?" Hagrid, being quite the expert, instantly recognized the adorable Jerry in Shawn's embrace. Shawn deliberately let Jerry down, allowing him to roam freely within the cabin. However, aside from his penchant for mischief in the dormitory, Jerry displayed little interest in wreaking havoc in the classroom or the current space, instead sauntering about with languid grace. Jerry is a birthday gift from my uncle, Hearns, Shawn remarked. Upon encountering the magical creature, Hagrid's spirits lifted. His gaze followed Jerry's movements as he commented, "Cats possess a remarkable understanding of humanity. If you foster a good relationship with them, they shall remain loyal to you." Shawn awkwardly chuckled. "I am uncertain if I am indeed nurturing such a bond with him." Jerry ambled about like a leisurely old lady, meandering past the feet of the Weasley twins before circling around Mick's feet, only to return nonchalantly to Shawn's side. Shawn was perplexed. The two individuals he suspected showed no reaction from Jerry, indicating that one of his intuitions was erroneous. However, the rumors that a cat-like creature could discern one's character should hold some truth. Could it be that Jerry was not such a creature? Surely not, Mrs. Fagor is a person of integrity and would not engage in deceptive practices. Was it possible that my instincts were flawed? Perhaps Molly and Mick were indeed innocent? Shawn began to question his prior suspicions. Mick appeared indifferent to the three guests in the cabin, seated by the window engrossed in a foreign book. Although Shawn could not discern Mick's accent, he recognized the text on the pages. It was in Greek. Shawn possessed merely a rudimentary acquaintance with a few Greek terms. However, this sufficed for him to ascertain that Mick was indeed a Greek, much like the deceased Quintus. Their presence at Hogwarts was no mere coincidence. "Hagrid, are you preparing lunch?" Fred inquired, glancing towards the fireplace. "Indeed," Hagrid replied. "Goodness, the quantity you consume is astounding, Hagrid," George remarked, marveling at the entire hind leg of beef. Hagrid waved his hand dismissively, smiling as he said, "I've been on a diet lately, eating very little. This isn't meant for me." "Is that for him?" George asked, casting a more astonished glance at Mick. Mick, however, ignored him, engrossed in his book, while Hagrid once again showcased his rapid-fire speech. "Impossible, this is for Livy," he exclaimed. "By the way, where has Livy gone?" Shawn interjected. "I took him to the Forbidden Forest last night. I'll be delivering him some food shortly." At this juncture, Mick set down his book and finally raised his head, his gaze fixated intently on Hagrid. Hagrid's mouth seemed to freeze, and he hastily raised his hand to cover it, fearing he might inadvertently reveal more. Only then did Shawn realize that Lu Wei had indeed been sent to the Forbidden Forest. However, the concept of being sent there differed greatly from reality. He merely assumed that the hut was unsuitable for accommodating the increasingly large Lu Wei. Thus Hagrid had chosen to let it roam freely in the Forbidden Forest. "What is Lu Wei?" The Weasley twins, unaware of the existence of a three-headed dog, inquired with curiosity. "It is one of Hagrid's pets, and due to its considerable size, he decided to keep it in the Forbidden Forest," Shawn explained on Hagrid's behalf. Hagrid nodded in agreement, affirming, "Exactly, it's too large to be kept anywhere else." By a stroke of serendipity, Shawn inadvertently aided Hagrid in a predicament. Yet he remained blissfully unaware of his contribution. Mick's gaze returned to the pages of the book, but the expressions and gestures exchanged between him and Hagrid eluded Shawn's notice. Had he perceived them, his suspicions regarding Mick would have only intensified. What kind of pet could it be? One so large it cannot be accommodated within the confines of a house. Surely it cannot be a dragon, Fred speculated whimsically. Hagrid chuckled heartily and replied, "How could that be? I would love to keep a dragon, but that is strictly forbidden." Shawn murmured to himself, "All right, your wish will soon come true next year." The three did not partake in lunch at Hagrid's, despite his warm invitation. Shawn's intent was to probe Mick, yet he found no success. "Genius, would you be interested in attending the freshman gathering this evening?" Fred inquired. Shawn cast him a silent glance, disdain evident in his tone as he remarked, "What business do you have at the freshman gathering? Did you not attend last year? Or do you wish to flaunt your status as an upperclassman?" Fred, brimming with self-satisfaction, replied, "After enduring a year, I am finally no longer a freshman. Surely I should take the opportunity to show off. What do you want me for?" "I didn't even attend last year's freshman gathering," Shawn retorted with annoyance. "I thought I would help you make up for the regret of missing it," Fred responded. George immediately interjected, "Oh please, you are merely boasting in front of the freshmen, making grand claims." Shawn gazed curiously at Fred, inquiring, "What did you say?" He addressed the new students, mentioning that the prodigious second-year student, Shawn Greer, was his close friend. At the freshman party, he would extend an invitation to Shawn. George remarked with a cheerful smile. Only after listening did Shawn realize that Fred was eager to flaunt his social connections. Indeed, apart from his friendships with Cassius, Clarice, and Graham in the second grade, Shawn had only the Wagia twins and Cedric. Shawn's deeds were recounted by the upperclassmen on the very first day of the freshmen's enrollment. igniting a profound curiosity and admiration for this brilliant second-year senior. Chapter 72, Lucius in a rush, are we not friends? I shall not attend. Are you truly so heartless as to let me suffer embarrassment before the freshmen? I shall not attend. Not even a modicum of courtesy? I shall not attend. The above exchange captures the resolute stance of Shawn against Fred's entreaties. He found the freshman party to be exceedingly dull and deemed attendance a mere waste of time. Yet, in the end, Shawn acquiesced to Fred's request, for Fred promised to owe Shawn 3 favors. Such debts of gratitude, once incurred, weave a complex bond, particularly with those whose opinions one values. Fred's fate was death, and Shawn sought to alter this outcome through his influence. I will attend for a brief moment. But do not expect me to linger, Shawn stated in advance. That is perfectly fine. A mere appearance will suffice, Fred replied, satisfied. Shawn cast a glance at Fred and said nonchalantly, don't forget to do 3 things for me before graduation. Fred, pulling George along, patted his chest confidently. Rest assured. We keep our word. We? I haven't said anything. George disdainfully swatted away Fred's hand that was gripping him. Aren't we brothers? Percy is your brother too. That's different. The customary banter between the twins resumed as Shawn cradled Jerry and returned to the dormitory. Upon entering the Slytherin common room, he noticed Theo waving at him. Shawn, where have you been? Theo inquired. I visited Hagrid. What's the matter? You need to stop by Professor Snape's office. Mr. Malfoy wishes to see you, Theo replied. Malfoy? You mean Lucius Malfoy? Theo nodded, and after a moment of contemplation, Shawn suddenly understood why Lucius wished to meet him. A week has passed since the commencement of the school year, yet Hogwarts remains devoid of any perilous occurrences. This unnerving tranquility is most unusual for Lucius, compelling him to personally ascertain whether the seeds he has sown have begun to sprout. Lucius had secretly provided Shawn with Tom Riddle's notebook, which Shawn had long since discarded into the room of requirement, rendering it utterly ineffective and devoid of response. The initial plan involved utilizing Shawn to access the Chamber of Secrets and unleash the basilisk to cleanse the bloodlines of the students at Hogwarts. However, with the castle enveloped in an uncanny calm, Lucius finds himself increasingly restless, prompting him to visit the school in person. After Shawn escorted Jerry back to the dormitory, he proceeded directly to Snape's office. Snape sat at his desk, his expression remaining as inscrutable as ever, while Lucius stood nearby, his demeanor subtly shifting upon Shawn's entrance, seemingly eager to glean information yet suppressing his emotions. Professor, Mr. Malfoy, Shawn greeted politely. Lucius, if you have matters to discuss with Shawn, you may do so here. Snape's voice was frigid as he spoke. Snape was well acquainted with Lucius, having both served under Voldemort, and he understood Lucius's true nature all too well. By preventing Lucius from engaging in private conversation with Shawn, Snape was safeguarding him from any potential deceit. Lucius, with his head held high, looked down at Shawn, his demeanor a stark contrast to the amiable attitude he had displayed at Malfoy Manor. Greer, how has the new term been treating you? Shawn lifted the corners of his mouth, smiling as he remarked, not bad at all. I presume Mr. Malfoy has not come here solely to inquire about my illustrious activities at Hogwarts? Naturally, Lucius could not openly disclose his intentions. The astute Severus Snape lingered nearby, and even the slightest hint regarding the notebook would not escape his notice. Why not? I am a governor of Hogwarts and an alumnus of Slytherin. It is only fitting that I pay a visit to the school to witness the remarkable talents of students like you. Lucius spoke with a veneer of charm. Yet the other 2 present were well aware of his true character, dismissing his words as mere bluster. Did you peruse the books I sent you over the summer? Lucius finally broached the main topic. Snape's brow furrowed at this, turning his gaze sharply to Shawn. Did you meet with him over the summer? Mr. Malfoy invited me to his estate, Shawn replied candidly. Lucius. Snape's icy glare shifted to Lucius. Lucius once again resorted to his polished rhetoric. As a student of exceptional merit like Grills, I thought it prudent to invite him to my home, so that Draco might become acquainted with him and learn from his exemplary example. Shawn adjusted his expression, feigning a look of regret as he said, I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but I left the book you lent me at the Leaky Cauldron and haven't had the chance to peruse it. Lucius stepped forward hastily, questioning. You left it at the Leaky Cauldron? His choice of words, particularly the use of left, was telling. He refrained from mentioning the notebook, aware that Severus also recognized its existence yet remained oblivious to its whereabouts. Were Lucius to deliberately bring up the notebook now, it would surely arouse Severus's suspicions. Indeed. I only brought back the textbooks to school, Shawn emphasized. Severus swiftly inquired, what book did he give you? The Albanian Stalker, a forbidden tome on dark magic, Shawn replied. Lucius's demeanor remained untroubled, almost appearing relieved at the revelation. He cast a feigned disdainful glance at Severus and remarked, "What's this, Severus? Have you never encountered such a book? Young wizards like Grails ought to delve into more potent magic," his tone laced with a hint of arrogance. Shawn silently scoffed, recognizing that words alone hold little weight. The tome of the Albanian Infiltrator indeed contained a few dark spells, yet the most advanced among them boasted merely 8 magical frameworks. A far cry from the bone corruption shadow that Shawn had surreptitiously mastered from Jovik. In truth, this book served merely as a fade. Lucius's true intention was to bequeath the notebook to Shawn. Snape, too, was deceived by Lucius's ruse, and since Shawn remained reticent about the notebook, Snape assumed that Lucius sought to indoctrinate the impressionable youth. "Greer, you may leave," Snape commanded. Shawn nodded as he exited the office, and Severus waved his hand, causing the door to slam shut behind him. Inside, the sounds of a heated argument between Severus and Lucius echoed. Unlike the benevolent and compassionate Dumbledore, Severus was quite displeased with Lucius for his clandestine interactions with Shawn, particularly for providing him with tomes on dark magic. An altercation ensued on the spot. Upon leaving Hogwarts, Lucius promptly made his way to the Leaky Cauldron. Old Tom recognized Lucius, surprised that such a distinguished gentleman would visit his humble tavern. "Mr. Malfoy, how may I assist you?" Old Tom inquired respectfully. "Where is Shawn Greer's room?" "Take me there," Lucius commanded. "Sir, has something happened to Shawn?" Old Tom asked, concerned. "He's perfectly fine. I simply wish to retrieve the items I gifted him." Lucius tossed 10 galleons onto the counter. Old Tom accepted the coins and emerged from behind the counter, guiding Lucius to the storeroom on the 2nd floor. Upon reaching the door, Lucius hurried inside, rifling through Shawn's rickety little desk. The surface was remarkably tidy, save for a solitary wooden teacup. He then opened the drawers. Old Tom stood behind him, his lips moving as if to speak, but he ultimately refrained. In the 2nd drawer, Lucius discovered the Albanian stalker but found no notebook. Growing increasingly frantic, he opened all the drawers, yet the notebook remained elusive. His expression twisted with rage, though he was turned away from Old Tom, who could see nothing. "Where's the notebook?" Lucius ground out through clenched teeth, struggling to contain his mounting frustration. "What notebook?" Old Tom asked, bewildered by Lucius's agitation. "The notebook I gifted to Greer." Lucius's eyes appeared as though they might pop from their sockets. "Perhaps he took it to Hogwarts with him," Old Tom suggested, completely unaware of the situation. "Impossible," Lucius asserted firmly. He had faith that Shawn had not brought it to Hogwarts. It was less about trusting Shawn and more about the notebook's inherent power. Just opening it would gradually influence the reader without the necessity of writing anything. However, he mistakenly believed it to be merely a sinister magical artifact of Voldemort's, failing to recognize it as a Horcrux containing a fragment of Voldemort's own soul. Now, with the notebook missing, Lucius felt a sense of despair. His plans for cleansing Hogwarts had unraveled. Meanwhile, Shawn found himself amid a throng of curious and admiring first-years. Following the Weasley twins into the Great Hall, the hall housed only 60 first-year students alongside the 3 second-years, having just commenced their studies a week prior. The biases among the new students were not yet deeply entrenched, allowing for a jovial atmosphere as newcomers from all 4 houses mingled. However, in a month or two, such harmony would dissipate. "Senior, I heard you snuck into the girls' restroom last year. You're incredible," exclaimed a golden-haired boy with admiration. "Which house are you from?" Shawn wondered, unable to discern the boy's affiliation due to the casual attire of the first-years. "Calm down, Mike," Fred interjected, fully embracing his role as a Gryffindor upperclassman. Shawn mused to himself, recognizing that the individual before him was indeed Mike McLaggen. The mere mention of Mike elicited peculiar glances from the girls directed at Shawn, while the boys wore expressions of amusement. "Senior, I heard that you completed your final exams just a month into your first year. Is that true?" "Indeed," Shawn affirmed. "That's incredible!" the freshmen exclaimed in unison. "Will you be doing the same this semester?" "Certainly." "Senior, last Christmas you ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest and returned unscathed. Is that true?" "Senior, I heard that during your first defense against the Dark Arts class, you petrified the professor." "Senior, they say you can consume an entire leg of beef in one sitting. Could you perhaps teach me how to be as clever as you?" The inquiries from the freshmen grew increasingly bizarre, some based on hearsay, others exaggerated, and a few entirely fabricated. Nevertheless, Shawn's reputation among the newcomers had been firmly established. Shawn Greaves, was the most formidable senior they had ever encountered. Exhausted from conversing with the wizards, he contemplated the demands of the following day, which included work and a team-building event in the evening. He was uncertain whether he would find the time to write. As a laid-back author who updates sporadically, He felt a sense of gratitude for the support he received from readers, including new ones each day. It was a source of embarrassment. As he was not profiting from his writing, it was purely a labor of love. Writing novels was a cherished hobby for him. Without it, he found little else to occupy his time. Playing games seemed far less engaging than crafting stories, so during his free moments, he would continue to write. Albeit at the expense of his readers' patience. He vowed never to abandon his narrative, firmly establishing this commitment. His social media handle, Severus of Hogwarts, served as his primary account, a platform where he could express his determination and hold himself accountable. As September approached its conclusion, Shawn had an arrangement with Dumbledore for the last Monday of the month. September 24th. Provided he completed his second-year final exams, he would be exempt from attending the corresponding classes for the academic year. He faced the daunting challenge of completing 5 subjects: charms, astronomy, herbology, transfiguration, and history of magic, all in a single day. This was a veritable nightmare for the average student. A thought capable of inducing sheer panic. Even for the top students, it was akin to a hellish ordeal. Typically, examinations consisted of 2 subjects per day. But to complete 5 in one day would be mentally taxing, even for the brightest. For Shawn, this was no trivial matter. He needed to remain entirely focused. Whether it was written assessments or practical examinations, he could not afford to falter. A moment of carelessness could jeopardize his entire semester. Beginning at 8 in the morning, Shawn navigated through theoretical charms and practical exercises, followed by the astronomy and herbology assessments. Fortunately, he wrote swiftly. Otherwise, he would have barely had time for lunch. "How many subjects did you complete this morning?" Cassius inquired eagerly at the Slytherin table, as though he were participating in the exams himself. While students from other houses cast curious glances in their direction. 3, it wasn't too difficult, Shawn replied, taking a hearty sip of creamy mushroom soup. His throat parched from the morning's exertions. "It seems you won't be attending classes with us this year," Clarice remarked. "I will still attend Defense Against the Dark Arts and Potions classes," Shawn countered, shaking his head. Being the headmaster's class and that of a dubious professor, he could not forego them. Moreover, Professor Morrissey had proven to possess some valuable knowledge. Despite his questionable nature, Shawn intended to glean whatever insights he could from him. In the afternoon, Shawn completed the Transfiguration and History of Magic exams with remarkable speed. The written test for second-year Transfiguration was straightforward, and the practical was even simpler for him. The first-year curriculum involved transforming inanimate objects into living creatures, whereas second year required the reverse. Shawn's examination task was to transform an owl into a medieval knight's helmet, a feat he accomplished in a mere 3 seconds. As for the history of magic, it is indeed a rather tedious subject. Apart from the final essay question, the remainder consists of rote memorization. Even Shawn could only find fleeting moments to review, lest he misremember certain historical timelines. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shawn submitted his final paper for the history of magic, thereby completing all 5 courses. The professors would finish grading the exams by tomorrow afternoon and report the scores to Dumbledore. Whether he passes or not would depend on Dumbledore's notification before the evening. Though Shawn felt confident, as the exam content was standard second-year material and achieving 5 outstanding grades seemed well within reach. He planned to devote his free time to diligently practicing the flying charm and the Patronus charm. The following afternoon, after classes concluded, Snape summoned Shawn from the Slytherin common room to his office. "Grills, congratulations on passing the test," Snape, the cold middle-aged man, proclaimed without any preamble, revealing Shawn's examination results. Yet his tone betrayed not a hint of warmth. "That's wonderful," Shawn replied, maintaining a composed demeanor, as it was an outcome he had anticipated. "Isn't Dumbledore around?" "I thought he would personally inform me," Shawn inquired with curiosity. Snape replied in a monotone, "The headmaster has gone to the Ministry of Magic to finalize some permits. The representatives from the other 3 schools will be arriving shortly. In a week, the other 3 teams would arrive at Hogwarts, and Shawn and his peers would cease their intensive training, relinquishing the training grounds to the incoming teams." After Shawn was relieved from attending those 5 classes, he found himself with ample time on his hands. On this evening at the end of September, he was being entertained by Jerry in the Slytherin common room, until Chris arrived to rescue him. Jerry was lazily sprawled in Chris's lap, reveling in her full-body massage, while Shawn looked on with disdain. Tomorrow, other representative teams would be arriving, as the school was hosting a banquet to welcome the guests. "My grandfather mentioned a couple of days ago that he would be attending as well." Bartemius Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, would be present for the Triwizard Tournament, not to mention such large-scale events like the Interschool Friendship Tournament. Shawn mused. reflecting on the fact that it had almost been a month since he last absorbed the wizard's heart. Earlier that day, he had attempted to absorb it once more. But his vessel remained unchanged since the last time, thus he was unable to increase his magical capacity. He could only serve as a magical power bank to replenish his depleted energy. I heard that Brazil's Castro Bosch is sorted based on wands. Is that true? Cassius inquired. Shawn nodded, recalling his astonishment when he first heard about the sorting ceremony from the professors. At Castro Bosch, the new students would approach 6 magical wands during this ceremony, known as the sorting wands. When a student grasps a wand that exhibits a surge of magical energy, they are assigned to the corresponding house associated with that wand. Each of the 6 wands contains the core derived from the nerves or feathers of 6 distinct magical creatures, each representing one of the houses, thus determining the allocation of students based on their chosen wand. For instance, should 10 freshmen be selected by the wand representing the jungle anaconda, the institution would craft wands for these students using the nerves of the creature, going so far as to hunt and extract the necessary materials from a jungle anaconda. This innovative approach to wand customization for newcomers opened Shawn's eyes. He had never imagined such practices existed. The advantage of uniform wands is that spells cast simultaneously with wands of the same core can enhance magical potency. When Professor McGonagall first mentioned this, Shawn immediately thought of the connection between Voldemort and Harry's wands, realizing that another magical school employed a similar concept of standardized wands. Isn't that a bit unfair? Cassius exclaimed indignantly. However, Shawn clarified that merely wielding wands with the same core does not guarantee an amplification of magic. It largely depends on the mutual understanding between the spellcasters. The 3 essential elements of magic, magical energy, mental focus, and incantation, highlight the critical nature of synchrony during dual casting. If one participant loses concentration, the resulting spell will lack any enhancement. Moreover, certain specific dual combination spells necessitate that both spellcasters synchronize their mental focus and magical frameworks to be successfully executed. During the training sessions, Shawn learned about these intriguing revelations of the magical world from his professors, which piqued his interest in the magical realms of other countries, as he was already well-versed in the affairs of the British magical community. Chapter 74. The Arriving Delegation. Shawn had ample reason to believe that Castro Bosch's secret weapon was the dual combination magic. Among the 6 participants, it was certain that 2 wielded matching wands and had achieved a profound level of understanding. After reflecting on this, Cassius remarked thoughtfully that Castro Bosch was indeed a formidable adversary. And we must not underestimate Wagadu, added Chris. Indeed. Do you know how victory is determined in the 3rd event? Shawn inquired, glancing at Cassius. Cassius nodded in response, explaining that victory occurs when all members of one team are rendered unconscious, leaving the opposing team triumphant. Wagadu's secret technique is nonverbal spellcasting. Normally, disarming an opponent's wand would incapacitate them, but for Wagadu's competitors, this is ineffective. They can continue to cast spells without their wands, Shawn elucidated. Is that so? Nonverbal spellcasting? Are the students from Wagadu geniuses? Cassius exclaimed, astonished. In his mind, only exceptionally gifted individuals could manage such feats, even among the upper years at Hogwarts. Only a select few could accomplish it. The fact that all 6 contestants from Wagadu possessed this ability was indeed hard for Cassius to fathom. However, the nonverbal spellcasting practiced at Wagadu differed from Cassius's understanding. Shawn had similarly realized this distinction after hearing Professor McGonagall's explanation. At Wagadu, nonverbal spellcasting does not involve the construction of magical frameworks using 1 or 2 hands as Shawn did, but rather requires the coordination of the entire body, akin to what is colloquially referred to as shamanistic dance. The wizards of African tribes maintain this method of spellcasting, employing exaggerated dance movements coupled with incantations to fulfill the 3 essential components of magic: the spell, the framework, and the intent. Each dance movement contributes to the construction of the magical framework, though this method may appear ostentatious and prolonged. It facilitates nonverbal spellcasting far more effectively than relying solely on hand gestures. However, this form of nonverbal spellcasting lacks the element of surprise, only through subtle, concealed gestures, like Shawn's ambush on Snape with a broomstick, can its true potential be realized. I see. I am aware that shamanic practitioners among North American Indian tribes employ a similar method, Cassius quickly replied. Indeed, you are well informed, Cassius, Shawn teased. However, Ilvermorny's school of witchcraft and wizardry has not preserved this indigenous American technique, deeming it obsolete and superfluous. Of course, I do read, Cassius replied, a hint of pride in his tone. As for Ilvermorny, it seems they lack any particularly unique techniques, since Hogwarts possesses none. The founder of Ilvermorny, Isolde Sayre, was an Irish immigrant who, together with her husband, replicated Hogwarts' educational model to establish Ilvermorny. Both institutions espouse a philosophy of joyous education, or rather, elite education, wherein students are not coerced into learning. The worst consequence is a slightly unfavorable report card, resulting in a mild reprimand from parents. The exceptional quality of the faculty focuses on a select few eager students, thereby enhancing the individual capabilities of the standout scholars. While the three leisurely discussed the participating schools, one individual sat anxiously in the headmaster's office, deeply concerned about the arrival of the three teams the following day. Dumbledore, are you truly at ease entrusting this to the Centaurs? Mick questioned the esteemed Dumbledore. Mick, you ought to indulge in a warm glass of milk to calm your nerves. Dumbledore advised. Mick, fraught with anxiety, replied, how can I relax? My mentor, Quintus, is dead, and they have already traced him to London. Tomorrow. So many outsiders will enter Hogwarts. Who knows if any of them are involved? Mick Jagger, a graduate of the Ministry of Magic's Auror Academy and Quintus's esteemed pupil, felt the ominous premonitions of his mentor, Oleg Silky, who sensed his life nearing its end and entrusted a certain object to his trusted friend, Dumbledore. Quintus was responsible for transporting it from Greece to Hogwarts. Knowing that some were conspiring in the shadows, he undertook a solo flight to London, and the object was entrusted to his loyal student, Mick, who secretly arrived in London by sea. Quintus awaited Mick at the Leaky Cauldron for 7 days. But those conspirators found him first and took his life. When Mick finally reached the Leaky Cauldron, it coincided with Shawn's first day at Hogwarts, and he could only send the object to Hogwarts under the name of the innkeeper, Old Tom. Subsequently, Shawn received the gift, which Dumbledore intercepted before it could be unwrapped. I understand your feelings, but please trust me. This is Hogwarts. I am, after all, a wizard of some renown. I shall fulfill Silky's charge and ensure your safety. Dumbledore reassured him. A wizard of renown? That is an understatement. The great Dumbledore is not merely a name. Anyone wishing to cause trouble at Hogwarts must first seek his approval. It is evident that Mick's wariness of everyone is not without cause, despite Dumbledore's assurances. The night remained sleepless for Mick. The following day, on the 1st of October, the three teams began to arrive at Hogwarts in various manners starting at 10 o'clock in the morning. Under the clear autumn sky, a small airship glided through the crisp air and descended slowly over the Quidditch pitch. This airship bore a distinctly industrial aesthetic, though only a few recognized that it was being pulled by a thestral. My goodness, is that a Muggle airplane? Cassius exclaimed in astonishment. Leaning against the window to gaze at the airship, Shawn explained to him helplessly that this was an airship, though not of the Muggle variety. It was drawn by a thestral. Which school do you think this belongs to? Cassius inquired. I believe, given its design, it must be Ilvermorny School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Among the three schools, only the American Ilvermorny is likely to possess such an industrial-style flying vessel. Professor McGonagall was in charge of the welcome at the Quidditch pitch. As the Ilvermorny team descended from the airship, led by a young and striking blonde professor, appearing to be in her 30s, tall and with refined features, resembling a beauty queen. Among the 6 team members, 5 were male and 1 female. After a long journey, their faces bore signs of fatigue. Professor McGonagall instructed Hagrid to take good care of the Thestral before leading the 7 members of Ilvermorny to the specially prepared guest accommodations for the competition. Professor Lindsay, you all should rest for a while. There will be a special dinner for you this evening, Professor McGonagall stated. Thank you, Professor, Kellen Lindsay replied with a smile. The rooms here are thoughtfully arranged. I believe we will rest quite well. That is good to hear. The second team arrived at 12:30. Landing on a flying carpet in the courtyard, coinciding perfectly with the students' lunchtime, a group of children gathered in the courtyard, watching the distant guests. Welcome, representatives of Wagadu. Sprout greeted the visitors warmly. 7 individuals of African descent leaped down from an enormous flying carpet, the leading professor flashing a bright, welcoming smile as he shook hands with Professor Sprout. Observing the cheerful faces of these individuals, Shawn was reminded of a rather teasing saying, a smile from a person of color can be unpredictable. Chapter 75, The Daywalker Among the 6 Wagadu Competitors. One caught the attention of the Hogwarts students, and Shawn's gaze turned to him as well. He was a towering figure, standing just a head shorter than Hagrid, his height exceeding 2 meters, prompting thoughts of giant lineage. He must be a half-giant, much like Hagrid, Cassius remarked, peering curiously at the Wagadu team. I believe you are correct, Shawn replied. Shawn activated his magical eye, scanning the arcane energies of the 6 members of Wagadu. The radiance emanating from the half-giant surpassed even that of Charlie, while the others exhibited more moderate power. It was unexpected for Vagadu to possess a half-giant. He pondered whether the other two teams had similar advantages. He seemed to overlook the fact that he himself was the most privileged among them at Hogwarts. The half-giant's lineage granted him heightened magical resistance, likely making him a formidable shield in team matches. There was a significant probability that Shawn would encounter him during the competition. However, at this moment, Shawn's magical strength ranked second only to Charlie within the Hogwarts representative team. When it came to mastery of advanced magic, Shawn perhaps held the edge. In a few months, once his capacity expanded, he would emerge as Hogwarts' hidden ace. What is so captivating about the darkness? If you wish to see something, go observe the team from Ilvermorny. Fred suddenly interjected from behind. There are beautiful women. Although Cassius and the Weasley twins had never interacted, their gazes met, as if silently communicating. Are there truly beautiful women? Cassius inquired with excitement. Clara shot him a disdainful glance and muttered, "You little lecher. The head professor of Ilvermorny is a stunning beauty. Shall we go see?" Fred said with a mischievous grin, dismissing any collegiate prejudices in the presence of such allure. "Professor McGonagall has instructed me to warn you two not to wander around the Ilvermorny common room and disgrace Hogwarts," spoke a voice with a stern tone. Had it been anyone else, the Weasley twins would have retorted fiercely, but the speaker was their brother, Percy Weasley. "We're just looking. We wouldn't disturb them," George replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Charlie approached, patting the heads of the two. "You two better behave. There is a rather cantankerous daywalker in the Ilvermorny team, and provoking him would be troublesome." Daywalker? Shawn had heard this term before, but was unsure if it referred to the same entity Charlie met. Charlie glanced at Shawn and continued, "Indeed, I came to inform you about this matter. A daywalker is a half-vampire, correct?" Shawn asked hesitantly. "You know of it," Charlie nodded. "Professor McGonagall just confirmed that a team member named Claven is a daywalker. He even requested a vial of fresh deer blood from her." The group exhibited expressions of shock. Vampires were even rarer than werewolves, living in seclusion and only emerging under the cover of night due to their aversion to sunlight. Vampires consumed the blood of animals and humans, exhibiting agility and often possessing magical talents that surpassed those of ordinary wizards. Daywalkers were the progeny of the union between vampires and humans. They were unafraid of sunlight, hence the moniker Daywalker, yet due to their half-vampiric nature, their physical attributes were inferior to those of full vampires, only slightly exceeding those of regular humans. However, Daywalkers inherited the magical prowess of their vampire lineage, making Claven undoubtedly a formidable adversary. A black tank and a white assassin, surely, it's no surprise if the other team boasts something equally extraordinary, Shawn thought to himself resignedly. The half-giant's robust physique and elevated magical strength, paired with the Daywalker's agility, speed, and precision in casting spells, suggested that if these two were not Vagadu and Ilvermorny's trump cards, he would leap from the astronomy tower in disbelief. Before the banquet tonight, we 6 representatives must gather in the Great Hall half an hour early, Charlie stated. "Do you know what it's about?" "I'm not entirely sure. Professor McGonagall just notified us, and we'll find out upon arrival." Shawn nodded, contemplating that perhaps the competitors were simply getting to know one another in advance. When Castrobosh arrived at Hogwarts, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. It was said that they had taken a Muggle airplane from Brazil to the United Kingdom, only to encounter a delay in their flight. The lead professor of Castrobosh expressed his apologies, as they had intended to allow the students to experience Muggle flying apparatuses. But time had been lost unexpectedly. Awaiting them was the famously taciturn Professor Snape, known for his stern demeanor at Hogwarts, with an expression as inscrutable as ever. Snape merely uttered a curt welcome. As a member of the Slytherin student body and the representative team, Shawn lingered behind Snape and whispered, "Professor, you ought to be a bit more welcoming." Snape shot him a glare, as if to convey, "Who are you to instruct me?" Shawn offered a sheepish smile, helplessly shrugging his shoulders. "Greer, please escort the guests to their accommodations," Snape instructed. It seemed rather beneath Shawn, a second-year student, to attend to guests arriving from afar, which suggested a lack of regard from Hogwarts. However, with Snape's directive, Shawn had no choice but to comply, lest he attract disapproving glares. "Please follow me," he said, donning a friendly demeanor as he assumed the role of a guide. Each team was allocated 4 guest rooms, 1 for the leading professor and the remaining 3 distributed according to gender. In the case of Castrobosh, there was 1 male professor leading, accompanied by 4 male members and 2 female members, perfectly pairing them into 2 individuals per room. Shawn casually employed the magical eye to observe the 6 individuals, finding nothing particularly remarkable in their magical auras. He did not spot Castro Bosch's signature wand either. Everyone, please take a moment to rest. Shortly, someone will escort you to the hall, Shawn remarked. Thank you, replied the leading professor. Before the banquet commenced, Shawn and the six were summoned to the hall, where they found Dumbledore engaged in conversation with a neatly dressed gray-haired gentleman sporting a slick-back hairstyle. Ah, you have arrived. Dumbledore greeted as Shawn and the others entered the hall, waving to them. This is Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magical Cooperation Department, Dumbledore introduced to the six. Shawn scrutinized the man before him. He was none other than Chris's grandfather, the father of Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch, it appeared, also cast a few glances at the group. Who is Shawn Greer? Crouch inquired. Sir, it is I, Shawn replied. Crouch merely gazed at Shawn in silence, nodding slightly before resuming his conversation with Dumbledore. Shawn felt somewhat perplexed, pondering the purpose of the gathering. Was it an affectation of profundity? At that moment, the other three teams entered the auditorium, and Professor Morrissey inadvertently caught a glimpse of the lead professor from Ilvermorny. His expression suddenly froze, as if he had encountered something extraordinary. Chapter 76. The brothers who astonished Shawn. David Morrissey, age 30, hailing from Devon, was a graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He had once served as the head boy of Gryffindor and, after his graduation, took up a position in the Department of Magical Transportation. He later resigned to traverse the globe, gaining a wealth of experiences while remaining single, endowed with a charming wit. Upon laying eyes on Killian Lindsay, Morrissey appeared as though Cupid himself had struck him with an arrow, and he was convinced that his destined love was finally approaching. Killian was engaged in amiable conversation with Dumbledore and Barty Crouch alongside two other professors, while Morrissey's gaze followed her every movement with the precision of a guided missile. Shawn, who happened to witness this exchange, did not dwell on it but instead grew increasingly suspicious of Professor Morrissey. He had become the prime suspect of the semester. He had already encountered the other two teams and was currently using his magical eye to scrutinize the Ilvermorny participants one by one. Among them was a pale-skinned, lanky individual whose magical aura, though not as potent as that of the half-giant, surpassed that of Charlie. The other schools in this year's Triwizard Tournament were indeed formidable. Had it not been for Shawn's presence, Hogwarts' standing might have been quite dismal. With over 20 minutes remaining until the banquet commenced, a dozen students began to stroll into the auditorium, several of whom were familiar faces to Shawn. Professor McGonagall waved at them. What brings you here? Shawn inquired of Cedric. The group consisted of 18 students, none of whom were first years. Among the second years, Shawn recognized three: Cedric from Hufflepuff, Angelina from Gryffindor, and Roger Davies from Ravenclaw. In the seventh year, he spotted two disgruntled faces, Nymphadora Tonks from Hufflepuff and Kurt Malfoy from Slytherin. Did you not know? We're representatives as well. Cedric chuckled. Representatives? The 6 representatives from Hogwarts had already been determined, each unanimously recognized by the professors as the cream of the crop in their respective years. What does it mean for 18 more to arrive? Are they substitutes? McGonagall had not mentioned anything about alternates, and just as Shawn pondered this, she spoke up. Please form 6 rows according to your year, with the second years in front. The 18 students promptly arranged themselves as instructed by Professor McGonagall. Despite standing among rivals from the other two schools, they were careful to temper their animosity in front of the guests. The visitors from Ilvermorny, Beauxbatons, and Castello Bruxo were informed that these 18 students represented the exceptional talent from the other 3 houses, apart from the 6 designated representatives. You may pair with a Hogwarts student for exchange, and prior to the competition, you can attend classes together, McGonagall elucidated. Finally, Shawn grasped the rationale behind inviting these 18 students. They were indeed here for a legitimate magical exchange, akin to exchange students. As for why Shawn and the other 6 representatives were excluded, the reasoning seemed straightforward. It was to prevent close ties among competitors, which could lead to discord before the competition even commenced. McGonagall likely felt there was no necessity to inform Shawn and his peers, as it did not pertain to them. A blonde girl from Ilvermorny, sporting a ponytail, was the first to step forward, boldly approaching Cedric and addressing Professor McGonagall. I choose him. Roger Davies, who had been brimming with confidence, deflated upon hearing her choice, as it was Cedric. Is this the allure of a handsome man? Shawn murmured. I choose him. A second-year boy from Castello Bruxo pointed at Angelina. The final remaining student from Beauxbatons, unable to select anyone else, ended up pairing with Roger. Observing Roger's crestfallen expression, Shawn couldn't help but chuckle, considering Roger would soon gain a reputation as a notorious flirt. Adept at charming women, how he would fare with the boy from Beauxbatons remained uncertain. 10 minutes later, the 18 contestants had selected their exchange partners from Hogwarts. and Cedric and the others returned to their respective house tables. Dumbledore cleared his throat and addressed the 24 participants. Per the Ministry of Magic's request, each student must personally register. As he spoke, Crouch handed a ledger to Dumbledore. Dumbledore accepted the ledger and spread it open on the podium. Now, let the Hogwarts participants step forward. Dumbledore's gaze fell upon Shawn, who, under the scrutiny of all, was the first to approach the stage and inscribe his name. Use this, Crouch offered a silver quill. Shawn held a quill pen, inscribing his name in the booklet. As he wrote, he sensed the pen siphoning his magical essence. Using his power as ink, evidently, this signature was far from a mere formality. Was it a tracking spell? A flicker of doubt crossed Shawn's mind. Upon completing the inscription, Dumbledore announced Shawn's name aloud, effectively introducing him to the representatives of the other 3 teams. Next came Penelope, Zach, and after the 6 from Hogwarts had signed, a young girl from Ilvermorny approached the podium. Joanna Brady, Dumbledore proclaimed with a resonant voice. The second participant from Ilvermorny was a boy with slightly curly hair, who appeared somewhat shy, seemingly overwhelmed by the multitude. Sam Winchester. This name sounded rather familiar. Had I forgotten a pivotal character from the narrative? Shawn pondered, rifling through his mind for information related to this name. In the meantime, the third and fourth participants from Ilvermorny signed their names, the latter being a tall, slender boy with pale skin and golden hair, Clavin, the Daywalker. It was not until the name of the fifth participant was announced by Dumbledore that Shawn emerged from his reverie, only to be met with a jolt of astonishment. Dean Winchester. The brown-haired sixth-year student from Ilvermorny was indeed Dean Winchester, brother to the previously mentioned Sam. While it was not uncommon for families like the Weasleys to have multiple siblings spread across various years at Hogwarts, the revelation of the Winchester brothers was explosive for Shawn. In his previous life, he had watched an American television series titled Supernatural, featuring two brothers bearing these very names. A crossover? Was there a merging of worlds beyond that of Harry Potter? Such possibilities flitted through Shawn's mind. He could no longer recall the ages of the Winchester brothers, but they seemed to belong to this era. He resolved to seek an opportunity to engage with them, to glean further information that would help him discern whether this was merely a coincidence of names or an actual blending of worlds. Chapter 77. The Basilisk. Yet the astonishment did not cease there. The final member of Ilvermorny, a robust seventh-year student, inscribed his name. And Dumbledore's voice rang out once more. Gilbert Fontana. This name might be unfamiliar to many, seemingly absent from the Harry Potter narrative. Yet Shawn recognized it as that of a significant character. In his previous life, Shawn fortuitously came across some information regarding Gilbert Fontana. 26 years later, in 2016, he ascended to the position of Headmaster of Ilvermorny, assuming office at just over 40 years of age. Although Severus Snape succeeded to the headship of Hogwarts at the age of 37, making him younger than Fontana, those capable of holding such a position are rarely ordinary. Perhaps Fontana is the most formidable among the six at Ilvermorny. The path to victory for Hogwarts is fraught with challenges, and Shawn cannot help but worry about the forthcoming matches. As the signing ceremony concluded, it was nearly time for the banquet. The 18 members from the other three teams were seated at a specially arranged table, while their respective professors mingled with the Hogwarts faculty. To the left of Morley sat Snape. Next to him was Colleen, followed by Conrad Coates from Wiggenweld, and then Hayda Hopper from Castello Bruxo. To Morley's right were Hagrid and Mick. Hagrid was reveling in the joyous atmosphere of the banquet, while Mick exhibited a paranoid suspicion, casting wary glances at the members of the other teams. Morley had been fixated on Colleen throughout the evening and, wishing to clink glasses with her, hesitated due to shyness. Consequently, he enlisted Snape's company. "Professor Snape, let us have a drink, and Professor Lindsay as well," Morley invited, leaning forward. Initially, Snape perceived no issue with this. But by the fifth time Morley had drawn him into drinking, he realized he might merely be a pawn in this social game. "I believe I have indulged a bit too much. I need to step outside for some fresh air," Snape stated calmly, his demeanor betraying no signs of inebriation. After Snape departed, the barrier between Morley and Lindsay dissolved. After some internal conflict, Morley finally settled into Snape's former seat. "Professor Lindsay, you have quite the tolerance for alcohol," Morley remarked conversationally. A hint of pink adorned Lindsay's alabaster cheeks, and as she tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, she smiled and replied, "The wine from Hogwarts is rather delightful. I couldn't help but indulge a bit more." Colleen Lindsay's natural and simple gesture appeared to Morley as captivating as a work of oil painting, leaving him entranced and unable to extricate himself from the moment. Shawn was preoccupied with matters of greater intrigue than attending to Morey's sigh. Professor Conrad Coates from Wagadoo held a jar claiming he would perform an entertaining African dance for the students, a well-known fact being that Africans possess an innate talent for dance. Dumbledore promptly acquiesced to Coates' request, and soon 5 robust gentlemen from Wagadu joined the scene, excluding the half-giant. Coates gently placed the jar on the ground and swiftly removed its lid, drawing the attention of all present, including Shawn, who activated his magical eye to scrutinize it. The jar emanated a luminous aura of magical energy, indicating it was indeed an enchanted artifact. As the contents of the jar began to emerge, Shawn instinctively held his breath, his hand instinctively reaching for the wand concealed within his robe. Out slithered a serpent's head, approximately the size of a football, flicking its tongue as it coiled out of the jar. Mere moments later, a second serpent's head emerged, followed swiftly by a third, hissing menacingly. This was not merely 3 snakes, but rather a 3-headed Nile serpent, a wondrous creature from Africa, with each head possessing the capacity for independent thought. The leftmost head acted as a decision-maker, determining the creature's movements and actions. The central head was a daydreamer, often lost in vibrant aspirations and fantasies, frequently remaining motionless in one spot for days on end. The rightmost head, which had just emerged, was a critic, incessantly hissing impatiently and evaluating the efforts of its counterparts on the left and in the center. The fangs of the Nile serpent on the right side were venomous, and the creature seldom enjoyed longevity, as the 3 heads would often turn against one another, unable to endure the incessant hissing from the right head. The other 2 would frequently conspire to attempt to bite it off. The jar's dimensions had undoubtedly been enhanced by a spatial extension charm. Otherwise, it could not possibly contain a serpent nearing 3 meters in length. After a brief moment of alarm, Shawn exhaled, releasing the tight grip on his wand. The appearance of such a serpent at Hogwarts was enough to warrant his anxiety, considering the presence of a colossal basilisk lying dormant within the Chamber of Secrets. Shawn was overwhelmed with anxiety, while the other students gazed in astonishment at the 3-headed serpent before them. Professor Hagrid, seated at the lectern, was filled with exuberance. Good heavens! It was a basilisk, a creature seldom seen even in its native Burkina Faso. There was a glint of excitement in Hagrid's eyes. Professor Coates gently waved his hands, causing the 3 heads of the basilisk to sway in unison, as if an Indian snake charmer were performing a mesmerizing dance with the serpent. The 5 imposing figures of the African dancers leapt into exaggerated, vibrant movements, captivating the students who watched with rapt attention. Even Dumbledore cast an approving glance towards Professor Coates, who displayed a satisfied smile, revealing his pearly white teeth. Director Crouch glanced in our direction, prompting Cassius to speak. Shawn was captivated by the dance of Wagadu and casually remarked, "Of course, after all, there is a Crouch seated here." Cassius shook his head, indicating that his gaze was not directed at Chris, but rather at Shawn. Looking at me? Shawn turned his head towards the central position in the professor's section. And indeed, Crouch was observing him. What have I done? It felt strange just now. Shawn leaned towards Chris, who was seated diagonally opposite him, and inquired, "Does your grandfather have any opinions about me?" "No, it was during my summer vacation when I mentioned to him that there was a genius at school named Shawn Greer." "Perhaps you have piqued his interest," Chris replied. Shawn shivered slightly. There was something oddly unsettling about the statement. As the banquet came to a close, Hagrid eagerly approached and began conversing with Coates, his gaze fixed with curiosity on the jar in Coates' hand. Shawn also approached to join the gathering. He realized that acquiring the blood of the 3-headed dog, Fluffy, was a futile endeavor this semester. However, a new opportunity had emerged. The blood of the 3-headed serpent was also promising. Just as he was about to depart from the long table, he was beckoned by Crouch. "Grills, I have heard from Chris that you are quite a prominent figure at school," Crouch remarked. "Chris is being overly dramatic," Shawn humbly replied. "Kudos to you for once again passing the September final exam last week," Crouch continued. The students of Hogwarts had bestowed upon this special examination the name September Final Exam, marking the end of the first month of the academic year. In truth, it was no small feat, fortunately. The content of the exam had been covered during the summer preparations. Shawn expressed his relief, as if it were truly a testament to his hard work in passing the examination. "If you have time, feel free to visit Crouch Manor during the holidays with Chris." Crouch extended an invitation to Shawn. Shawn's heart was filled with rejection, knowing that there was a Death Eater in their midst, though he feigned a smile and said, "It is my honor. I eagerly anticipate visiting the minister's home during the holidays." Hagrid seemed to be in high spirits, and it appeared that the two quickly became friends. He warmly invited Coates to his cottage, and Coates, unable to decline such hospitality, accompanied him away from the hall. Mick, however, was quite displeased with Hagrid's actions. He did not wish for strangers to invade his sanctuary. To avoid being with Coates, he decided to linger in the castle for a while before returning. Yet, in Shawn's eyes, Mick's aimless wandering raised suspicions, for he was, aside from Morley, Shawn's second prime suspect this semester. Chapter 78. Blazing stars. Mick traversed from the hall to the clock square, then meandered from the clock square to the bell tower. At this hour, numerous students populated the paths, and Mick found the crowd overwhelming, prompting him to exit the castle. Shawn believed he was returning to the cottage. If that were the case, there would be no need to follow him. However, upon exiting the castle's archway, he did not head in the direction of the cottage. What was this Greek fellow doing wandering aimlessly instead of returning home? Shawn concealed himself, closely observing Mick. Mick, wishing to delay his return, deliberately walked in the opposite direction of the cottage, intending to linger in a less populated area before heading back. Yet, unfamiliar with Hogwarts, he chose a path leading to the Owlery, a small building housing the owls used for delivering messages for Hogwarts. This direction taken by Mick was misconstrued by Shawn as an attempt to relay information to the outside world using the owls. The castle remained brightly lit, with students still immersed in the joyous atmosphere of the feast, while the path to the Owlery was silent, with only Mick and Shawn present. Approximately 50 meters from the Owlery, Mick suddenly halted, then unexpectedly turned and cast a powerful spell behind him. Fire blazed like stars. Several fireballs, each the size of a rugby ball, appeared in midair, illuminating the surrounding night. As they sped through the air, everything along their path was rendered visible. He was striking hard from the outset. Fortunately, Shawn had activated his magical eye earlier, fearing he would lose track of Mick. And the magical aura emanating from Mick in the darkness became Shawn's ideal point of pursuit. When Mick stopped, Shawn, through the magical eye, discerned that he was suddenly constructing a magical framework with his wand. Although this was an unfamiliar spell, Shawn's legs were already poised for action. As long as he could run swiftly, even a deadly curse would be of no consequence. This was Shawn's creed for self-preservation. By anticipating Mick's actions, Shawn managed to narrowly evade the 8 fireballs hurtling towards him. Seeing that his pursuer had dodged his attack, Mick prepared to cast another spell. However, illuminated by the firelight, he recognized the identity of the pursuer. It was him. Upon realizing it was Shawn, he displayed an expression of shock. As far as he knew, Shawn was merely a second-year student, despite Hagrid's insistence that he was a genius. A second-year student could effortlessly evade my ambush? Mick thought with skepticism. Had his actions been exposed? Was he now intent on silencing him? Shawn pondered. The mutual suspicion between them deepened. Realizing that Mick possessed greater magical power and was exceedingly vigilant, Shawn understood that engaging in combat would be disadvantageous. Seizing the moment, he decided to create distance between them. Retreat was the wisest strategy. He resolved to seek out Dumbledore. Shawn sprinted towards the castle. However, the password to the headmaster's office changed daily, known only to the professors. Shawn had no choice but to seek out Professor Snape first. "Professor, I have something important to report to Headmaster Dumbledore," Shawn said. Snape, having been a mere tool for Malfoy throughout the night and already in a foul mood, was further irritated by Shawn's sudden request to see the headmaster. "Is there something you cannot discuss with me and must see the headmaster instead?" He replied curtly. Professor, do you know Mick?" Shawn asked. "What's wrong with Mick?" Snape inquired. "He is problematic. I think you are the one with the problem." "Do you even know who he is?" Snape retorted. "Who is he?" Shawn asked, puzzled, wondering if Mick had some special status. "However, tonight he attacked me." "If you don't believe me, you can summon him for questioning," Shawn insisted, unwilling to relent. Had he not reacted quickly, he might have ended up charred. Seeing Shawn's serious expression, which did not suggest deceit, Snape, aware of Mick's identity, realized this matter needed to be reported to Dumbledore. "Come with me to the headmaster's office," Snape instructed. When they entered the office, Shawn was astonished to find Mick already there, engaged in a tense conversation with Dumbledore. Upon spotting Shawn, Mick excitedly pointed at him, exclaiming, "It's him, this second-year student. He must be one of them." "Professor, Mick is problematic," Shawn countered, refusing to back down. "Enough, both of you, calm down," Dumbledore gestured for silence. "Shawn, tell me why you were following Mick," Dumbledore inquired. Shawn narrated the events with a blend of 9 parts truth and 1 part falsehood, along with his psychological journey. "Due to last semester's incident involving Jovik, I harbored suspicions that Mick was also sent by Bella. Thus, this evening, noticing his furtive behavior, I felt compelled to follow him to ascertain his true intentions. Fortunately, my vigilance allowed me to evade the fireball. Otherwise, I would not be here now." Shawn omitted the part about the Eye of Magic. The rest of his account was truthful, and neither Dumbledore nor Snape expressed any doubts. "Shawn, your actions were quite perilous," If Mick truly is an agent sent by Bella, your reckless decision to follow him alone could very well place you in grave danger, Dumbledore remarked. Upon reflection, Shawn realized that Dumbledore's words held merit. He had indeed acted somewhat rashly. Should Mick have any ulterior motives and pursue him, the consequences of a confrontation between the two would be unpredictable. Even though Shawn had acquired the lethal killing curse, it would be futile if he could not land a hit. I understand now. This is a misunderstanding. I assure you that Shawn is not one of them, Dumbledore stated. Casting a glance at Mick, Mick expressed no objections and turned his gaze towards Shawn. Dumbledore then introduced the two, allowing Shawn to comprehend why Mick remained vigilant around everyone. After all, the tragic demise of his mentor during a mission would understandably leave a psychological impact on any normal individual. So, you mean that Lu Wei was entrusted to Hagrid by your teacher, Quintus, to safeguard that object? Through Dumbledore's introduction, Shawn even made connections to other relevant matters. You were quite astute. I never anticipated that you could link Louis and Quintus together, Dumbledore praised. Previously, during their time in the hut, Mick had appeared to be quite familiar with Louis. Just now, the professor mentioned the relationship between Quintus and Mick. And recalling that last week of summer when I encountered Quintus at school, I surmised that it was during that time that Quintus entrusted Louis to Hagrid, Shawn elucidated. Dumbledore did not refute this, prompting Shawn to curiously inquire, what exactly is that object? I see the hour is growing late, and curfew approaches. Professor Snape, please escort Shawn back. Dumbledore deftly shifted the topic. Shawn replied helplessly, all right, Professor. Mick, you should also return. As for tonight's events, keep it between the two of you. Since Shawn has unraveled Mick's true identity, he has eliminated one suspect from his list, leaving only the seemingly ordinary Morrissey. Chapter 79. The duel. The events of the evening prompted Shawn to engage in a soliloquy upon returning to his dormitory, addressing Jerry. You truly have an eye for character. Thus, it appears that Morrissey is indeed a respectable professor. Yet, I find myself more intrigued by the reason for his departure from Hogwarts. According to the tradition at Hogwarts, which sees a new defense against the dark arts professor appointed each year, Morrissey's continued presence would hinder the unfolding of subsequent events. I wonder what Mick meant by they. Could it be the Death Eaters? Shawn pondered as he lay in bed. Despite the misunderstanding with Mick, he had clandestinely acquired a new spell, Shooting Stars, composed of 10 magical frameworks. However, Shawn had been preoccupied with mastering the Flying Charm and the Patronus Charm, leaving no time for further studies. Given his current pace, he could grasp the 10 magical frameworks within a fortnight, yet he opted to set it aside for the moment. The following midday, as Shawn made his way to the Great Hall for lunch, he was unexpectedly flanked by the Weasley twins, one on each side. This is infuriating, Fred exclaimed. It's nothing short of a provocation against Hogwarts, George added indignantly. Shawn wondered what trouble these two mischief-makers had gotten into this time. What was the matter? During this morning's charms class, that Castroboscius Carlyle had the audacity to mock us Hogwarts students. Fred exclaimed indignantly. It's Carol, George corrected. Shawn quickly grasped the situation. Carol Reed was Angelina's exchange partner, thus he could attend Gryffindor's classes. During the charms lesson, Professor Flitwick introduced a new spell and subsequently allotted an hour for practice. However, none of the students managed to master the spell before class concluded. Ironically, it was Carol, the auditor, who demonstrated it flawlessly before Professor Flitwick, casually remarking, Hogwarts doesn't seem to have much talent. This comment irked the Weasley twins and other students in the class. Although they could not retaliate directly, Carol had undoubtedly succeeded in offending students from two houses. What about Cedric? Isn't he in your charms class as well? He didn't manage to learn it either? Shawn inquired. In Shawn's view, Cedric was the second strongest student in his year after himself, with Chris following closely behind. One must acknowledge that the talent and diligent attitude of the Crouch family's daughter were sufficient to place her among the top 3. Yet, the gap between their second and third ranks and Shawn's first was significant. Cedric, too, had failed to cast the spell before class ended. He likely felt embarrassed. Thus remaining silent, George remarked, Is talent among foreign students truly this widespread? Shawn pondered to himself. You must educate him during the afternoon's defense against the dark arts lesson, so he understands what true genius is, Fred asserted, confident that Shawn's intervention could restore their pride. The afternoon's defense against the dark arts class would be a joint session with Slytherin. And should Carol belittle Hogwarts students during class, it would not only provoke the Weasley brothers but also incite Cassius to encourage Shawn to confront him. Coincidentally, the afternoon class involved dueling practice, a time when Gryffindor and Slytherin spirits were typically high, as it provided an opportunity to challenge members of the opposing house openly. However, the Gryffindors seemed disinterested in dueling the Slytherins. After the Morning S incident, they were determined to defeat Carol in the dueling arena to regain their dignity. The Slytherins had also heard about the incident in Charms class. While watching Gryffindor falter was entertaining for them, that amusement was confined to Hogwarts, Carol, as an outsider. Disparaging Hogwarts was unacceptable. Before the duel commenced, both parties were required to raise their wands in a gesture of respect. Then they would take positions at opposite ends of the arena to begin. Professor Morley paced the dueling platform, asking if anyone would volunteer for a demonstration. "I'll do it." Angelina was the first to raise her hand. "Excellent. Angelina, please step forward," Professor Morley smiled. The professor then naturally turned her gaze toward the Slytherins, inquiring who would be her opponent. Angelina was a formidable force in Gryffindor. Not only did she excel academically, but she also possessed remarkable athletic ability. By the second week of the term, she had already participated in the Gryffindor Quidditch team trials and was selected by Captain Charlie. With her top scores in Gryffindor, Angelina was not to be trifled with, a fact well understood by the Slytherins. Thus, most refrained from stepping forward, redirecting their attention to Shawn and Chris. "I want to duel a lady," Shawn shrugged. Angelina seemed relieved to hear this. Facing Shawn would be an unfair match, diminishing the enjoyment of the duel. "Chris." Cassius nudged from the side. Before Chris could respond, Carol raised his hand, eagerly jumping onto the dueling platform. "Professor Morley, I am Carol Reed from Castro Bosch. Allow me to be her opponent." Although Carol was aware that Angelina was Gryffindor's top student and not selected as a representative for Hogwarts' second year, he recognized her as one of the brightest in the year and believed that sparring with her would demonstrate Shawn's prowess. "Very well then. Do you think Angelina will win?" Chris asked Shawn. Shawn did not answer her question. Instead, he addressed Morrisai, saying, "Please wait a moment, Professor. I believe a duel between gentlemen would be more captivating." Shawn suddenly leaped onto the dueling platform, casting a glance towards Angelina as if to signal her to step down, assuring her that he would handle the situation. Angelina nodded in acquiescence and returned to the ranks of Gryffindor. Shawn speculated that Angelina would falter, while Carol exhibited confidence in his ability to surpass Cedric in the Charms class, eagerly stepping forward to demonstrate his prowess. It was evident that he held a strong belief in his own capabilities. When Angelina inevitably succumbed, Shawn contemplated taking the stage himself, although he could impart a lesson afterward. He preferred to bypass the intermediary steps and directly enlighten him. As the second-year representative approached, a subtle smile graced Carol's lips, aligning perfectly with his intentions. Initially, participants were prohibited from engaging in private duels prior to the official competition, yet the classroom now presented an opportunity for a duel with Shawn, which Carol eagerly embraced. "On my command, wands at the ready," Professor Morley announced from the sidelines. The two contenders advanced toward the center of the dueling platform, raising their wands before them. Carol murmured, "Let me witness the extent of Hogwarts' second year's prowess." "You shall see," Shawn replied. The two then turned and took their positions at opposite ends, raising their wands in preparation for the duel. "Begin," Professor Morley declared. Shawn had not even activated his magical eye. Such a low-level duel could be settled with mere basic spells. "Except for your weapon." The wand in Carol's hand flew out in response. His expression one of astonishment as he watched Shawn. The speed of his spell casting was astonishingly swift, leaving Carol no time to evade. "I am not ready yet." "Let us have another go," Carol said, his face flushed with embarrassment. "The guests have the final say," Shawn replied with a smile. The students below applauded Shawn while mocking Carol, particularly the Gryffindors. Chapter 80. A favor. Carol wore a serious expression. He preferred to believe that his previous defeat was due to carelessness and was determined not to lose again this time. The two exchanged formal dueling greetings, then promptly turned to walk to opposite ends of the duel platform. At that moment, Carol gripped his wand tightly, his emotions a tumultuous blend, while Shawn appeared completely at ease, exuding calm confidence. "Shawn is certain to win," Cassius stated with absolute conviction. Clarice nodded in agreement. They held unwavering faith in Shawn. Professor Morrisai called out from the sidelines, "Begin." Shawn's magic seemed to be unleashed simultaneously, casting yet another disarming spell that sent Carol's wand flying once more. With a grim expression, he stood dumbfounded on the dueling platform, his hands at a loss. The whispers of the surrounding students sounded to him like mocking jeers, their low murmurs piercing through his composure. Despite the humiliation, the rules of dueling dictated that Carol must approach the center of the platform to exchange a formal gesture of conclusion with Shawn. "You may have one, but do not revel in your triumph. In the arena of competition, you shall discover the true prowess of our Castro Bush," Carol retorted, unwilling to concede defeat. Yet, Aware of his inferiority to Shawn, he could only salvage a modicum of dignity through his words. Shawn naturally understood his meaning. The school's secret weapon lay in the synchronized wands and duo spells, as one-on-one dueling was not their forte. Is that so? I am eagerly anticipating it. Shawn remarked with a smile. He was currently immersed in the study of combination spells, mastering the flight incantation with both hands simultaneously. A task far more challenging than the duo magic. After Carol stepped down, she stood silently to the side, while Shawn descended like a triumphant hero, surrounded by an entourage of Slytherins. I wonder if the 6th and 7th year seniors can surpass your proficiency with the disarming charm, said Chris. Shawn, you are astonishingly swift. Like lightning, exclaimed Cassius, excitedly gripping Shawn's shoulder in praise. Even the Gryffindors, who had not witnessed Shawn's magic in a long time, were awestruck by his prowess. Angelina was thoroughly impressed by Shawn, while the other Gryffindors felt that with Shawn in Slytherin, their chances of prevailing were slim. As time passed, more pairs took to the dueling stage, inspired by Shawn's spectacular display. After class, Red approached Shawn, saying, "We must tell Cedric. It's a pity he missed it." Indeed. He was holding his breath this morning, George chimed in. You two should stop. Cedric was quite pleased. Came a voice lazily drifting by. It was Roger, who overheard the Weasley brothers, interjecting with a hint of envy in his tone. You startled me. I thought it was someone else, Fred exaggerated. Where's your exchange partner? George inquired, glancing around. Roger looked dejectedly at the two, lamenting, Don't mention that big guy. I want a sister. Your sister has arrived, Shawn suddenly remarked. Just then, Cedric and Joanna ascended from the staircase, engaged in cheerful conversation, their camaraderie contrasting sharply with the demeanor of Roger, Angelina, and their partners. Shawn was still pondering the Winchester brothers from Ilvermorny, contemplating how to gather some information. Directly inquiring would certainly not suffice, so approaching Joanna seemed just right. Hey, Cedric. Guess what happened in the last class? Shawn gave that Carol a thorough reprimand. George raised an eyebrow. It was merely a standard duel. Don't exaggerate, Shawn corrected him. Cedric's eyes lit up. It was far from what Roger had described. He claimed to be indifferent, yet deep down, he felt quite distressed. Tell me more, in detail. The Weasley brothers were eager to recreate the scene from the dueling platform for Cedric, but Shawn interrupted their performance. If we are to hear the specifics, it is best left to me, the involved party. Noticing the Hogwarts boys engaged in conversation, Joanna discreetly took her leave. The day's lessons had concluded, and the exchange students needed to regroup with their teams. The training grounds by the Black Lake were utilized in rotation by 3 teams. And today it was the turn of Wagadoo, allowing Roger to escape from that imposing blackfellow. Once Roger and the Weasley twins departed, Shawn turned to Cedric and said, I need a favor. What are you planning to steal this time? Cedric inquired. Steal a heart? No, it's not that. I merely wish for your assistance in gathering some information about Joanna. You have feelings for her? What? No, I do not. I am not Roger, Shawn quickly denied. Then what do you wish to inquire about? Cedric shot him a glance. There are the Winchester brothers at Ilvermorny, and I want to learn more about them, such as their family background. Inquiring about the competitors is likely to be challenging. You know the professors do not permit Hogwarts students to disclose details about your group, and I suspect their professors have similarly instructed them. Shawn spoke earnestly, stating that this was an intelligence war, and one must use their charm to extract information from her. I only wish to understand the situation regarding the Winchester brothers. I trust you can manage this. Why inquire about them? Shouldn't you be focusing on Joanna? Who is your peer? Joanna? That seems unnecessary. Do you lack confidence in me? Please, I require information on those brothers. Shawn nudged Cedric with his elbow. Cedric nodded in agreement. Indeed, Shawn did not need to inquire about the second-year students from other teams, for he was confident that none of them would rival him, especially since Carol had already been defeated. Very well. I trust you will keep me informed. Shawn need not exert himself. Cedric's charm would likely yield some information. The following evening, Cedric intercepted Shawn in the auditorium. I have gathered information. As expected of you, what can you tell me about those 2 brothers? Shawn awaited Cedric's response with anticipation. The Winchester brothers hail from a family of wizards. Their father is a professor of charms at Ilvermorny, Cedric replied. Is that all? Yes, that is all. Any further inquiries might raise Joanna's suspicions. All right, I appreciate your efforts. Shawn clapped Cedric on the shoulder. Given that their father was a charms professor at Ilvermorny, it seemed evident that the Winchester brothers belonged to a different world than what Shawn was accustomed to. As October drew to a close, Hogwarts remained tranquil, likely influenced by the arrival of exchange students, which enhanced the academic atmosphere more than in previous years. On the eve of the competition, October 31st, the Forbidden Forest was breached, resulting in a confrontation with the centaurs. Firenze, the centaur, rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Forest to inform Hagrid. Inform Dumbledore, someone is approaching that creature. Hagrid's expression turned grave, while Mick's eyes blazed with anger. That night, upon receiving the news, Dumbledore instructed Hagrid, Snape, and McGonagall to collaborate with the centaurs to search the southern part of the Forbidden Forest, maintaining a vigil throughout the night. However, the night's search yielded no clues regarding the intruder. Either they had already departed, or the individual had emerged from within Hogwarts Castle and had returned there. Shawn became aware of this matter when the first match commenced, as the typically tight-lipped Hagrid inadvertently let it slip. Damn. I knew there would be no such thing as peaceful times, Shawn mused to himself. Chapter 81. The Potion Competition's topic on the morning of the competition. While dining in the Great Hall, Shawn observed Hagrid, Snape, and Professor McGonagall huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Shawn contemplated the rarity of the trio's gatherings. Such assemblies typically heralded some form of incident. The potion competition was scheduled to take place at the Quidditch pitch, allowing students to witness the event in person. The Hogwarts representative team designated its first contestant as Theobald, a sixth-year student from Slytherin. Given that Hogwarts had long established the lineup for each match, Theo, as a participant in the potion competition, received considerable personal attention from Snape. Moreover, with Snape serving as the head of Slytherin, the pressure on Theo was significantly heightened. On his way to the Quidditch pitch, Shawn encountered Hagrid and remarked, "Hagrid, the match is about to commence. Are you not going to watch?" Hagrid replied, "I have a few matters to attend to. Please convey my best wishes to Theo." Shawn inquired, "Is something amiss? I just saw you conversing with Professor McGonagall and others." Hagrid, attempting to divert the conversation, urged, "Do not pry into such matters. Hasten to the match. It is the debut for your Slytherin team. Go and cheer for Theo." Shawn spoke calmly. "Something has happened in the Forbidden Forest? How do you know?" Hagrid exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise as he looked at Shawn. "I guessed." "What exactly happened?" Shawn quickly inquired. Previously, Hagrid had sent Lewis into the Forbidden Forest, and at the time, Shawn thought it was simply because Lewis had grown too tall for the little hut. Later, upon discovering Mick's identity, he realized that Lewis was guarding something. Although he was unaware of what exactly was being protected, he understood that whatever it was, it must also be hidden within the Forbidden Forest. Last night, someone trespassed into the Forbidden Forest and was discovered by the centaurs, Hagrid whispered. "Did they catch that person?" Hagrid shook his head. "I must return to patrol the Forbidden Forest. Do not tell anyone about this." Hagrid made a gesture for silence, and Shawn nodded thoughtfully. Could it be the Philosopher's Stone? Perhaps it was deemed unsafe in the Forbidden Forest and was moved to the castle for the next academic year? Shawn shook his head. The Philosopher's Stone was secretly brought back to Hogwarts by Hagrid from Gringotts when Harry started school. Given the timeline, it could not possibly be the Philosopher's Stone, and its shape bore no resemblance to it. In any case, Shawn was certain that someone with ill intentions had infiltrated Hogwarts this semester. Mick could be ruled out as a suspect, while Morrisai remained under Shawn's scrutiny. As for the three teams, every individual was a potential suspect. Considering that entering the Forbidden Forest at night required a certain level of skill, the three leading professors and the upper year players were the most likely culprits. When Shawn arrived at the Quidditch pitch, the other four players had already gathered, along with the four heads of houses. "Where have you been?" "The match is about to start," Snape inquired coldly. "I had a stomachache and went to the restroom," Shawn replied with an awkward smile. Four experimental tables were arranged in a square formation on the pitch, each spaced 10 meters apart, equipped with a complete set of potion-making apparatus. At that moment, Barty Crouch entered the arena. For the sake of fairness, Dumbledore had invited this Ministry of Magic official to serve as both judge and questioner. Therefore, aside from Barty Crouch, no one knew what potion needed to be brewed in this competition. In one corner of the audience, Cassius curiously asked Clarice, "Do you not know the topic of this match, Clarice? Please, even if the questioner is my grandfather, do you think he would tell me?" Clarice shot Cassius a glare. The Beauxbatons team sent out Dean Winchester, a sixth-year student, while the Durmstrang team featured a fifth-year student of African descent. Castro Boucher was also a sixth-year contestant. It appeared that all four schools were eager to avoid losing points in this first match, especially since the potion brewed would impact the fourth match. After Dumbledore and the other three leading professors provided a brief introduction, Barty Crouch officially announced the topic of the potion-making contest. The potion to be brewed was the Elixir of Rejuvenation. It is this potion, Shawn mused inwardly. Last semester, in an effort to shorten the time required for natural magical recovery, He had obtained the formula for the elixir of rejuvenation from Professor Sprout and stealthily acquired the necessary materials from Snape's storeroom, ultimately completing the potion on his own. Those who can complete the potion within an hour will earn a point. I will now distribute the materials, Crouch declared, waving his wand. For bags soared swiftly from outside the field, gradually landing on the tables of the 4 participants. Each bag was tied with a piece of parchment detailing the formula for the elixir of rejuvenation. An hour seemed a bit tight, however. Theo's experience in crafting advanced potions far surpassed his own, so it should suffice, Shawn thought to himself. He recalled the 3 hours he had spent creating 8 bottles of the elixir of rejuvenation in the girls' lavatory, which had been only his second attempt at brewing an advanced potion. The first match begins, Crouch proclaimed, raising his wand. A firework shot from it. And as it burst into bloom, the 4 participants sprang into action. Theo opened his bag and reached for the materials for the elixir of rejuvenation. However, upon extending his hand, he realized there was an issue with the contents of the bag. Spatial extension bag. Theo then pulled out a handful of dried nettle leaves. But this was not one of the required materials for the elixir of rejuvenation. Clearly, this bag contained numerous other items meant to confuse the competitors. Brewing the elixir of rejuvenation required 6 ingredients, yet this bag held 12, with many resembling the actual required materials, greatly complicating the task for the brewers. Red currant root powder. Come forth. Theo cast a summoning spell towards the bag. For items the caster had previously encountered, a summoning spell could easily assist in locating them. Theo was certainly familiar with red currant and had used red currant root powder before. However, the summoning spell yielded no response. Theo glanced at the other 3 competitors, who seemed to be facing similar difficulties. The bag has been enchanted with a binding spell against summoning charms, Snape remarked from the sidelines. Ah, I see. Shawn thought to himself. Left with no choice, Theo cast a Lumos charm, illuminating the interior of the bag so he could see each material clearly. 5 minutes later, he finally selected the 6 necessary ingredients from the bag, yet he did not immediately begin brewing. What should I do? Theo pondered. Why isn't Theo starting to brew? Zach asked anxiously. Shawn found the situation rather peculiar as he glanced at Theo and then at the other 3 individuals. They had gathered all the necessary materials. Yet none of them had commenced the preparation. What was amiss? Upon scrutinizing the components on Theo's workstation, Shawn suddenly realized. They are recalibrating the potion's formula. Theo had practiced the mana restoration potion with Snape the previous month and was well versed in the entire process. However, the stipulation this time was to complete the potion within an hour for it to be deemed a success. What does recalibrating entail? Isn't the formula already established? Zach inquired, perplexed. Completing the potion within an hour earns a point. Don't you think this is rather simplistic for 6th-year students? I cannot fathom that the 4 of them would struggle with this, Shawn remarked. They are contemplating the quantity for several servings, Charlie interjected. Indeed. Crafting 2 mana restoration potions within an hour is well within Theo's capabilities, Shawn nodded in agreement. So, that point is practically secured? Penelope still seemed puzzled. How many of us are there? Shawn posed the question. Penelope paused momentarily. There were 6 members in their representative team. 6. Is he considering creating enough for 6 servings? Penelope exclaimed, her voice rising, while Zach also experienced a moment of clarity. Chapter 82. 6 servings. The 6 materials on the 4 workstations were abundant, sufficient to concoct potions for 10 individuals. With an hour at his disposal, Theo could easily prepare 2 mana restoration potions, and the time would be just right for 3. This meant he could potentially complete 3 potions and thus secure 1 point. However, considering the 4th competition was a team event involving 6 participants, 3 potions would evidently fall short. The materials on the table could yield 10 potions. The actual output would depend on the potion-making proficiency of the creator. By adhering strictly to the rules and producing 1 potion at a time, Theo could at most finish 3. Consequently, he was recalculating the required quantities for crafting 6 potions simultaneously. Merely calculating the ingredient amounts was insufficient. The techniques, flame intensity, and brewing duration all required adjustments when producing 6 potions as opposed to 1. Yet, Theo had never attempted such a large volume before and was uncertain about the success rate of this approach. During that occasion, Shawn meticulously crafted the mana restoration potions according to the prescribed formula, producing 8 batches within a span of 3 hours. Yet, he found himself engulfed in apprehension regarding his selection. The pursuit of prosperity often entails peril. Should he successfully concoct 6 or even more mana restoration potions for this competition, they would secure a significant advantage in the 4th round. However, if he were to act recklessly and fail to complete the potion, thereby forfeiting a point. The consequences would be dire. Severus Snape maintained his usual composure, as if the competition did not involve his students. Indeed, Barty has employed some clever tactics this time. Professor McGonagall remarked after a brief pause. Severus, what do you think Theo will decide? Theo's proficiency in potion-making makes the simultaneous creation of 4 batches a formidable challenge for him, with a success rate of merely 50%. He is likely aware of this himself, Snape replied coolly. As Snape had predicted, Theo resolved to attempt the production of 4 servings of the mana restoration potion at once, presenting a significant test for him. He glanced at the audience, then raised 4 fingers toward Snape. Snape nodded in agreement. While the other team members vocally rallied their support for Theo, Shawn observed the other 3 contestants communicating with their respective teams in various manners. After receiving responses, they began to concoct their potions in succession. It appeared that the members of Ithomania possessed a great deal of confidence in their potion-making abilities. Snape's eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixated on Dean. Upon hearing this, Shawn turned his gaze. Although he had only crafted high-level potions twice, his experience was limited. Yet, coincidentally, one of those instances involved a potion for magical recovery. He observed Dean allocating the materials, and after a moment's hesitation, he inquired, Professor, is Dean Winchester preparing to concoct enough for 6 individuals? It seemed implausible. After all, crafting a single high-level potion required meticulous care. And he intended to create 6 at once? Zach wore an expression of disbelief. It appeared that Charlie, despite being in his 7th year, had never attempted the magical recovery potion, relying solely on his experience to speak. 7 portions for Ilvermorny, 3 for Wagadu, and 4 for Castrobosher. Professor Snape merely glanced at the experiment stations of the 3 competitors and immediately discerned the quantities they intended to produce. Truly, he was a seasoned potion master, able to identify such details with a mere utterance. Shawn admired this in his heart, astonished that Dean Winchester was indeed a prodigy in potion-making, daring to create 7 portions at once. If Shawn were to attempt it, even under extreme duress, he might only manage 3 vials. Nevertheless, he was merely a second-year student, with ample room for growth ahead, especially since his strongest suit lay in magic. Goodness, if he succeeds, during the 4th round, wouldn't each person have a vial of potion, plus an extra? Zach exclaimed. Indeed, if Dean succeeded, Ilvermorny would be well-equipped for the 4th round, as a single potion for magical recovery could potentially alter the tide of battle. The time was called. An hour swiftly elapsed, and Crouch bellowed, signaling the 4 to cease their endeavors. Theo, appearing fatigued, surveyed the 4 potions for magical recovery on his station at the conclusion of the competition. He had managed to fulfill the challenge of creating 4 portions. We did it, he remarked, though the excitement from Ilvermorny was palpable. Shawn pointed towards the audience, where 5 members of Ilvermorny were jubilantly celebrating Dean's triumph, which fortified their position for the 4th round. Professor, I did my best, Theo stated, feeling the weight of pressure. Indeed, Snape replied calmly, seemingly unfazed by Ilvermorny's 7 potions for magical recovery. Professor, how shall we distribute those 4 potions? Charlie, as the team captain, quickly contemplated the ensuing dilemma. Upon entering the Forbidden Forest, the team would be scattered, thus the likelihood of encountering enemies individually was significantly heightened. In the event of an altercation, magical energy would deplete rapidly, highlighting the critical importance of a potion for magical recovery. Currently, all potions were collected by Crouch and would be returned to each team during the 4th round. Penelope and Percy will not take any, the rest will each receive 1. Snape declared. This was not solely his decision. Upon Theo completing the potions, Snape had consulted with the other 3 professors regarding the distribution. I have no objections, Penelope stated calmly, fully aware that she was the weakest link within the team. Recognizing this, she preferred to allocate resources to her teammates. Percy glanced at Shawn before adding, I too have no objections. Percy was 2 years ahead of Shawn, yet the team was well aware that this second-year student was exceptionally formidable during practice bouts. He had even succeeded in toppling Theo multiple times. Shawn did not engage in any formalities. The professors reached a unanimous decision, and the team members had no objections. He simply needed to follow the arrangements. That evening, the auditorium hosted a banquet once more. Although Ithomony emerged as the greatest victor of the competition, the other 3 teams also did not lose any points. Not losing points is akin to winning. Everyone was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere. Shawn also indulged himself a bit more. Last night, he finally mastered the Patronus charm, thus acquiring the ability to defend himself against dementors in the future. For upperclassmen, Mastering the Patronus charm typically takes 4 to 5 months, but Shawn accomplished it in just a month and a half, all while simultaneously delving into the more profound aspects of flying spells. However, his progress in flying spells was not particularly promising. With only 7 months remaining until the 4th match next June, it seemed unlikely he would be ready in time. During the banquet, Mick was notably absent. After curfew, Shawn sat in his dormitory, fatigued from practicing the framework of the flying spell. Habitually, he retrieved the Marauder's map from his drawer. Although he hadn't ventured out for a nighttime escapade in quite some time, he still occasionally took out the map for amusement, observing where the inhabitants of the castle were located. Those two, sneaking out again, he thought, shaking his head at the sight of the Weasley twins' names on the map. Suddenly, he noticed several names congregated in the infirmary: Hagrid, Mick, Snape, McGonagall, Pomfrey, and even Dumbledore. Chapter 83, the first round of the second match. What a sight. Gathering in the infirmary at such an hour. Who had been injured? Shawn could only ponder this. In the infirmary, Mick lay on a hospital bed, his left arm bandaged, the white wrap stained with crimson blood. What a reckless act. What on earth were you thinking? Dumbledore questioned Mick sternly. Thankfully, Firenze brought you to us. Otherwise, you would have perished in the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid added, shaken. Mick had suffered an arrow wound, his complexion pale, lips devoid of color, appearing exceedingly weak. Dumbledore entrusted his staff to the Centaur Guardian and cautioned that no one, not even Hagrid, could approach the Centaur's territory unless he himself retrieved the staff. Tonight, Mick had trespassed into the Centaur's domain. Although Firenze was familiar with Mick, he adhered to his agreement with Dumbledore, resulting in the Centaur firing an arrow at Mick as a warning. Ignoring the Centaur's caution, Mick attempted to force his way in, resulting in his injury and subsequent transport to Hagrid's hut by Firenze. The Centaur's arrows were coated with a special toxin, which would erode the magic of any wizard or magical creature struck by it. Fortunately, Hagrid had procured an antidote from the Centaur. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. I cannot rest easy about the staff. I must retrieve it, Mick weakly insisted. Are you jesting? Rest easy? You've been gravely injured by the Centaurs. And you believe the staff is safer with you than with them? Snape sharply rebuked Mick. I stand by my belief, Mick retorted stubbornly. Snape's eyes narrowed like a serpent's as he scrutinized Mick. Was it you who trespassed into the Forbidden Forest last night? It was not me. That is why I maintain the staff is no longer safe with the Centaurs. Snape fell silent, then, with a flick of his robes, exited the infirmary. Listen, child. Whatever has transpired, you may confide in me, Dumbledore said, his tone softening with patience. Mick shook his head, an instinct urging him that the staff was no longer secure there. Firenze has confirmed that both the staff and Luvius are unharmed. You should attempt to relax, Dumbledore advised. Mick remained unconvinced. Even with the evidence before him, he seemed reluctant to accept it, stubbornly believing the Centaurs could not safeguard the staff. Professor McGonagall, Madame Pomfrey, I must ask you to tend to this child tonight. One nurse is sufficient to care for the patient. Old Dumbledore wishes for Professor McGonagall to remain as well, to prevent Mick from undertaking any further reckless actions. Shawn gazed at the map of the school, observing the departure of Snape and his companions. Though his curiosity about the events transpiring in the infirmary was piqued, particularly considering that Mick appeared to be injured, Professor McGonagall's presence there dissuaded him from sneaking a peek. Never mind, he thought. I shall inquire with Hagrid tomorrow. Clearly, Shawn regarded Hagrid as a veritable fountain of information, and a complimentary one at that. True to form. The following afternoon, Shawn effortlessly extracted the information he sought from Hagrid. I believe Professor Snape's suspicions are not unfounded. What if Mick is guilty of embezzlement? Shawn mused. The term embezzlement is perhaps not the most appropriate choice, Hagrid replied, a hint of discontent in his tone. Shawn was momentarily taken aback. And only then did he realize that Hagrid before him was indeed one of the Guardians. It dawned on him that Mick was, in fact, referring to Hagrid. Thus, Shawn hastily offered his apologies. I beg your pardon, Hagrid. That was not my intention. Mick would never stoop to such treachery. He and Quintus braved grave dangers to reach Hogwarts. If he had desired the wand, he could have easily seized it along the way. Shawn remained silent. Hagrid's words held some merit. However, if that were the case, the first intruder into the Forbidden Forest must have been someone else. Mick's concern over the potential theft of the wand was entirely justifiable. Over 2 months had elapsed since Shawn applied for the Time Turner. Yet the Ministry of Magic had not provided any response. Instead of receiving news about the Time Turner, the second match had arrived. On December 15th, the second event of the Triwizard Tournament was scheduled to take place at the Quidditch pitch as planned. Due to the fact that the participants were reported to the referee at the last minute, none of the competitors knew who their adversaries would be, leading to this second match being dubbed the Battle of Luck. The representatives from Hogwarts had long been established, Zack in the first round, Penelope in the second, and Percy in the third. The rules for the second match dictated that within 10 minutes, participants must either disarm their opponent or incapacitate them. The second and third matches followed an elimination format. The team with the lower score would be eliminated, and the two eliminated teams would then compete against each other, with the loser destined for fourth place. The remaining 3 teams would then vie for the top 3 positions, also through elimination. Before the commencement of the second match, the professors were to draw their team's opponents. Professor McGonagall returned from the arena to the Hogwarts tent, clutching the name of their rival. "Professor, which team is it?" Charlie inquired anxiously. McGonagall raised the parchment she held, which she had just drawn from Crouch's bag, and handed it to Charlie. With the eyes of the other 5 upon him, Charlie took the parchment, carefully unfolded it, and read the name aloud. "Ilvermorny. Our opponents are Ilvermorny." "Ilvermorny, indeed," Dean remarked. "Winchester faced them in the first match. We must pay attention to the Walker, Claven, and the captain, Eaglebert Fontana," Shawn noted. "I believe these 2 will certainly remain for the third team match," Theo mused, stroking his chin. Although the participants in the second match were determined purely by chance, this did not imply that success in combat relied on luck. Zack, Penelope, and Percy had been designated as competitors for the second match since September, and thus the professors had conducted specialized training for the 3 of them. While it was unlikely to significantly enhance their abilities in such a short span, they had acquired certain combat techniques and strategies tailored for the second match, providing them with additional means to face their opponents. "Now, may the first round participants from Hogwarts and Ilvermorny enter the arena," Crouch's voice boomed throughout the stadium, amplified by a sonorous charm. "I can do this. I will succeed." Zack silently encouraged himself, his fist clenched tightly at his side. Seeing that Zack was somewhat anxious, Shawn stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Zack, don't be nervous. Consider that your opponent might be a second-year student. She should be the one feeling the pressure." Zack nodded in agreement. "Indeed, if that day Walker and Fontana don't participate, I shouldn't fear the rest." "Exactly. Keep it up," Shawn encouraged. Under the watchful eyes of the entire faculty and student body, Zack slowly made his way onto the court, while a petite figure emerged from the opposite entrance. Merlin's beard. Has Shawn's mouth been enchanted? The representative from Ifamoni was Joanna Brady, a delightful second grader. "Zack, take it easy," Roger shouted from the stands. The surrounding classmates cast disdainful glances at Roger, clearly unimpressed by his overly protective demeanor, which they found shameful and unprincipled. "That one certainly has talent," Shawn remarked with a sigh, glancing at Roger. Zack, a 5th grader, seemed destined to triumph against Joanna, a 2nd grader, however. The subsequent events of the match opened Shawn's eyes. So this is how the second match unfolds. Chapter 84. 2-1 in the encounter between Joanna, a 2nd grader, and Zack, a 5th grader. Unless you were a prodigy, no one anticipated her victory. As expected, a miracle did not occur. Zack scored a point, but the process was far from swift and decisive. The muddy terrain of the field transformed under magical influence, revealing numerous pits and uneven patches. The lush grass, initially only a centimeter tall near the muddy areas, suddenly surged upward until it reached thigh height. With an incantation, Joanna removed her shoes, transforming them into 2 agile rabbits that promptly darted into the undergrowth. A myriad of bubbles, each the size of a basketball, floated 1 meter above the ground, their surfaces shimmering with iridescent rainbow hues, creating a breathtakingly romantic spectacle. Joanna cast 4 spells in quick succession, none of which were offensive. The Quidditch pitch, approximately 1.5 times the size of a soccer field, appeared transformed into a bizarre and enchanting realm under Joanna's influence. Remarkable. It can be done this way? As Shawn witnessed the petite Joanna vanish into the thicket, a multitude of vibrant bubbles floated in the air, obstructing visibility. Even those seated in the audience found it challenging to discern Joanna's current position. Indeed, when faced with a significantly stronger opponent in the second round, one is often compelled to adopt a defensive stance, thereby buying time. Professor Flivy had mentioned this during the meeting. Were you unaware? Penelope elucidated from the side. Shawn quickly recalled a few meetings presided over by Professor Flivy, during which strategies for the second match were indeed discussed. However, at that time, Shawn had been distracted, preoccupied with devising the framework for the flying spell. "Ah, there was a discussion. I had forgotten," Shawn chuckled awkwardly. Although the 4 spells Joanna possessed were not particularly advanced, Given her magical capacity, Shawn surmised that she could hardly utilize many spells at this moment. In contrast, Zach was currently assuming the role of an attacker, exerting absolute dominance without any pressure against Joanna's defenses. He strode swiftly towards Joanna's territory, halting before a patch of grass that stood a meter high. Raising his wand, he intoned, "Suspendo." A beam of white light shot forth from the tip of his wand. However, the spell failed to yield any effect upon the grass. Impressive. Zach has even learned Suspendo, Shawn mused silently. Yet, it seemed he was not employing it correctly. In the audience, Kurt cast a disdainful glare at Zach within the arena. Speaking derisively, "Fool, I truly wonder how he managed to learn his spells." The spell Suspendo was a fifth-year curriculum topic. Zach must have sought advanced instruction from Professor Flivy. Suspendo consists of 7 magical frameworks and can nullify the effects of simpler spells, provided the frameworks are fewer than 7, including persistent effects such as petrification, confusion, burning, freezing, and even sneezing. However, the composite spell all spells end far surpass Suspendo in efficacy. Although Joanna's verdant grass contained merely 3 magical frameworks, it evidently fell outside the scope of Suspendo. Tempestus, Zach proceeded to cast, summoning a gust of wind that bent the grass low, shattering many of the colorful bubbles floating above. He cautiously advanced into the thicket, where, despite the grass being somewhat flattened, visibility remained obscured. Suddenly, rustling sounds emanated from the underbrush, prompting Zach to nervously cast a petrification spell in that direction, but he failed to strike anything. A clever diversion, Joanna certainly is, Shawn noted, recognizing that the noise was merely a rabbit. Before long, the bent grass returned to its original height, and Zach, growing impatient, began to scan the surroundings, calling out, "I see through your little tricks. Hiding will do you no good. If you do not emerge, I shall set fire to this place." At that moment, sounds erupted from 3 different directions, and Zach remained alert, certain that Joanna would strike this time. Somnolentia. A beam of white light shot forth from the grass on the left, catching Zach off guard and striking his left arm, causing him to stumble precariously. Yet, Joanna's spell lacked sufficient potency. It only numbed Zach's left arm temporarily, preventing him from losing consciousness. Both wizards and magical creatures possess a degree of magical resistance. Though not comparable to magical beings, adult wizards can resist certain simpler spells with relative ease. Joanna's failed attack inadvertently revealed her position, setting the stage for Zach's complete counterattack. As 3 minutes elapsed, Zach finally apprehended Joanna at 4.5 minutes, casting a petrification spell that rendered her immobile. Despite Zach's victory in the first match, Kurt was left deeply dissatisfied with his performance, finding it humiliating that it took so long to defeat a second-year student. He could not fathom how Hufflepuff had selected such a representative. Shawn, along with 5 representatives, returned to the tent with Zach, where everyone offered their congratulatory remarks. "Well done, Zach. A splendid start." Charlie, the captain, was the first to speak. "Indeed, quite resilient. Even a stunning spell wouldn't phase you," Shawn joked. Zach, with a pained expression, replied, "Who says it's fine? My arm is completely numb. Fortunately, she missed. Otherwise, I would have embarrassed Hogwarts." He shook his left arm, and Charlie promptly cast a spell to counteract the stunning effect. "If even the second years are this formidable, I'm under immense pressure," Penelope said nervously as she prepared for her turn. Such circumstances arise only when there is a significant disparity in strength. Joanna was left with no choice but to defend. Charlie explained, "Rest assured, they will take the offensive from here on out. They have already lost 1 match. If they retreat into a defensive stance again, the best they can hope for is a draw, which would be highly detrimental to them," Shawn remarked. "Shawn is correct. Be prepared for a swift resolution," Theo added. 10 minutes later, Penelope took the stage, facing Sam Winchester from Ilvermorny, also a third-year student. Seeing appear as her opponent alleviated some of her anxiety. The duel was a display of formal wizarding combat, with both participants exchanging courteous bows. However, due to the vast arena, their spells occasionally missed their targets, extending the duel to 3 minutes. Ultimately, Sam disarmed Penelope with a disarming charm, securing a point for Ilvermorny and leveling the scores temporarily. Upon returning to the tent, Penelope was visibly dejected and guilty, prompting Percy to offer her some words of comfort before it was his turn to compete. In the 3rd round, Percy faced a 4th-year competitor from Ilvermorny, and much like the previous round, they engaged in a straightforward duel. Percy emerged victorious, widening the score to 2-1. The second match between Hogwarts and Ilvermorny concluded with a victory for Hogwarts, while the second match between Wagadu and Castello Bruxo was scheduled for the following day. The third team match, in which Shawn and Charlie were participating, was set to take place at the end of February next year. Chapter 85, A Broader Perspective that evening. The Hogwarts students, momentarily leading in points, were exuberant. However, in consideration of the feelings of the Ilvermorny team, the school refrained from hosting a celebratory feast in the Great Hall. Instead, students gathered in their respective common rooms for a lively party, particularly in the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor lounges. Zach, Zach, Zach. The Hufflepuff students chanted his name. Zach beamed with a silly grin, reveling in his well-deserved accolades. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor Tower, the Weasley brothers were particularly animated, jumping around to celebrate their brother Percy's achievements. Well done, Percy. Now it's our turn, Charlie said with a cheerful demeanor. Although I hate to admit it, he should be fine. I believe victory in the third match still belongs to us at Hogwarts, Percy remarked. That guy is a real misfortune for his opponents, Fred said gleefully, his tone dripping with sympathy for Ilvermorny's third-round competitor. He is from a completely different league than us, chimed in Angelina, a fellow student from Shawn's year, not George. The Slytherin celebrations appeared considerably subdued, despite Hogwarts' lead. No Slytherin students competed in the second round, and they merely shared a light meal, mingling in small groups. Ilvermorny is surely doomed when Shawn faces them. Don't you think, Chris? Cassius grinned, as if victory were already assured. I have faith in Shawn. His magic has reached a level comparable to that of 5th or 6th years. His opponents will undoubtedly be caught off guard, Chris, one of the top students in their year, articulated confidently, her insight surpassing Cassius's. However, they do have a daywalker. There is scan information available on that front. So we must remain vigilant, Chris continued. Cassius, take a lesson from Chris. Speak with some finesse instead of blathering all the time, Shawn remarked, disapprovingly eyeing Cassius. Though Chris had slightly underestimated Shawn's abilities, he had indeed cultivated magical power equivalent to that of a mid-level 7th year, a feat achieved through his own diligent practice. Since the last expansion of his magical core, Shawn had struggled to increase his power further. There were many rumors surrounding daywalkers, and Professor McGonagall had investigated some information. But the truth remained elusive. Nonetheless, he assured himself he would exercise caution. At that moment, Kayleen emerged from the team's quarters, following Ilvermorny's recent defeat. She was intent on uplifting the team's spirits. Exhausted, she was ready to return to her room for a shower and a good night's sleep when an awkward voice called out to her. Professor Lindsay, excuse me. Turning around, she saw Professor Morley, the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor from Hogwarts. Professor Morley, is there something you need? She inquired. Your school just lost a match, he began, but his slow speech was interrupted by Kayleen. It was only the second round. The match is far from over, she stated, a hint of annoyance in her voice. Realizing his words had been misinterpreted, Professor Morley quickly clarified. No, Professor Lindsay, you misunderstood me. I'm not here to gloat. I meant to ask how you were feeling after the loss and if you'd care for a drink. He spoke nervously. After a moment of silence, Kayleen regarded the golden-haired man before her, and Morley clenched his fist anxiously. Only when she spoke again did he release his grip. All right, she finally acquiesced. Morley sighed in relief and, eager to avoid an awkward silence, clumsily initiated a conversation. Actually, during my travels a few years ago, I spent half a year in America. Oh really? Which city? New York. As they walked and chatted, they seemed less like professors from rival institutions and more like colleagues from the same school. The following morning at 9 o'clock, despite the chilly outdoor temperature of 5 to 6 degrees in mid-December, the students' enthusiasm for watching the matches remained undeterred. I wonder if we'll get to see Wagadu's No Wand magic, Penelope mused. I doubt it. The second round offered them no opportunity to showcase that, Shawn replied. As they conversed, the competitors from Wagadu and Castello Bruxo entered the Quidditch pitch to the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Goodness, it seems they're employing the same strategy, Shawn observed. Zach exclaimed from the sidelines. The arena featured the captains of two teams, indicating that they had dispatched their strongest contenders for the first round, intent on securing an initial victory. However, it was unexpected that the opposing team had similar intentions, making the atmosphere increasingly intriguing, with cheers from the audience reflecting their anticipation for such a scenario. Zach felt relieved that Ifamoni had not employed this strategy. Otherwise, his defeat would have been rather humiliating. The two captains wasted no time with frivolities and immediately engaged in combat. The duel between the 7th grade prodigies surpassed the previous day's matches in every aspect, be it the speed of spell casting, the variety of spells employed, or their effectiveness. All far exceeded the prior performances. Their movements and evasions resembled those of circus acrobats. As Shawn watched, he marveled not at their magic but at their speed and agility, along with the complexity of their casting postures. Is this even possible? Zack observed as the captain of Castrobosh performed a somersault in midair, defying gravity as he aimed a spell at Vagadou's captain. Truly, they were the magical warriors of the Amazon. I am utterly enlightened, Charlie remarked in admiration. Magical warriors of the Amazon? Shawn echoed this title. Castrobosh, situated in the heart of the Amazon rainforest, was reportedly attacked shortly after its establishment by shamans from indigenous tribes, resulting in a stalemate, as these shamans possessed various intricate casting techniques to foster peaceful relations with the tribes. The school proposed allowing the shamans to join and even partake in management. After their inclusion, it was said that the school introduced a course on flexible casting. Are they warriors or sorcerers? Wouldn't they be more adept with blades? Shawn pondered. Suddenly, he recalled his duel with Carol in Dark Arts defense class. Was it possible that the small dueling platform restricted Carol's ability to fully showcase her talents? Vagadou's black brother, owing to the innate physical prowess of African heritage, was naturally swift and agile. Although lacking the flamboyance of Castrobosh's techniques, he could evade most spells thanks to his physical attributes. This reminded Shawn of the adage, as long as one runs fast, even the deadliest curses become ineffective. Ultimately, Castrobosh secured the first point in the second match, leaving the audience enthralled, their applause thunderous and cheers abundant for both combatants. Yet, the second round escalated further as Vagadou directly sent forth their half-giant, Omar Khaleda. Chapter 86, Vagadou's Strategy. Vagadou's 6th grade contestant, Omar Khaleda, stood at an imposing height of 2 meters and 60 centimeters, and with a substantial weight exceeding 200 kilograms. He resembled a human tank. Castrobosh's representative was a 4th grade boy with curly brown hair, Anjuin Urian. Upon seeing Omar as his opponent, he felt a sense of relief. Losing to him would bear no psychological burden. After all, he was too formidable. Anjuin reassured himself. Omar's presence was undeniable. He could not remain inconspicuous. The other 3 teams immediately recognized him as a formidable competitor. The disparity in strength was so vast that it seemed unlikely they would witness Omar's true capabilities. Shawn mused. Anjuin found himself compelled to retreat into his half of the arena, much like Joanna's encounter with Zack the previous day, employing every available tactic, magical traps, illusions, everything at his disposal. Yet Omar brazenly strode into Anjuin's territory. Although only 2 grades apart, the gap in power was even greater than that between Joanna and Zack. Just moments ago, Anjuin had attempted a sneak attack, casting a petrification spell that struck Omar in the abdomen, but the effect was minimal, seemingly limited to an area the size of a palm. As an adversary, Omar proved to be quite a challenge. Shawn reflected, knowing he had mastered several powerful spells, such as Bone-Eating Shadow, Starfire, Shadowless Blade, and the Killing Curse. These spells could undoubtedly inflict severe damage upon Omar. However, they were unsuitable for use in the arena. For someone like Shawn, who excelled in magic, the absence of this advantage would render him vulnerable, especially since low-level spells struggled to penetrate Omar's magical resistance. Encountering him in the 4th match would be troublesome, Charlie remarked cautiously. Concede. You cannot win against me. Omar's deep voice resonated like an ancient horn, sending a shiver through Anjuin. Despite having accepted his likely defeat from the beginning, being urged to surrender by his opponent ignited a flicker of anger within him. Losing was acceptable, but not in a disgraceful manner. Anjuin raised his wand high and proclaimed with a semblance of bravado, Serpent emerges. To Shawn's surprise, he had anticipated witnessing Draco cast this spell only in his 4th year, yet here it was today, unexpectedly unveiled. Additionally, he had prepared for this moment. In order to stealthily observe other contestants' spells, he maintained his magical eye throughout each match, resulting in significant magical exhaustion, even more so than the competitors on the field. 10 magical frameworks, though they appeared somewhat peculiar, resembling a summoning spell? Shawn mused, uncertain. Unlike a typical summoning spell, which would conjure an object from the air based on his thoughts, the Serpent Emerges spell instantaneously manifested a snake before his eyes. A 3-meter-long jungle anaconda, flicking its crimson tongue, slithered toward Omar, unafraid even in the presence of a half-giant, asserting its dominance as one of the rulers of the Amazon rainforest. It seems Anjuin's wand core is derived from the anaconda's nerve, Theo remarked. Shawn was aware that the wands from Castrobosh were custom-made, with cores derived from 6 magical creatures of the Amazon rainforest, among which the jungle anaconda was notable. Although the summoning snake spell appeared to be easily learned with its 10 magical frameworks, it was deceptively complex due to its incorporation of spatial magic, rendering it not so simple to master. Furthermore, the spell demanded a considerable amount of mental strength from its caster, hence, Those who lacked a genuine affinity for snakes or a strong desire to summon them would inevitably fail to cast it. Is this spatial magic? Shawn inquired, somewhat perplexed. He was familiar with the incantation but had no grasp of the underlying principles due to his lack of exposure. Theo glanced at Charlie, who, although reluctant to admit it, held more expertise in this area, given that he was already preparing for the apparition test in his 7th year. It appears that part of the magical framework involves spatial magic, akin to apparition, which allows for the instantaneous summoning of a snake. However, apparition is an advanced spell requiring over 20 magical frameworks. Unlike apparition, the summoning snake spell incurs no risk since it does not necessitate moving oneself through space. Whereas a failure in apparition could result in a disastrous dismemberment, Charlie elucidated. Ah, I see, Shawn nodded, beginning to comprehend the nuances, while Penelope and Percy remained bewildered. At that moment, the thrilling contest captivated the audience, as the human tank, Omar, skillfully subdued the approaching anaconda with his bare hands, subsequently tossing it aside as if it were a massive boulder. Yet, such minor damage was insufficient to harm the anaconda, which, rather than being deterred, became enraged. Shattered bones. Heart ablaze. Seizing the opportunity, Omar distanced himself from the giant serpent and cast 2 spells in quick succession, one comprising 11 magical frameworks and the other comprising 10. Noted. Shawn mused to himself. The anaconda writhed desperately in the flames, attempting to extinguish the fire by rolling in the dirt. The anaconda possesses high magical resistance. This fire will not subdue it, Charlie remarked. Evidently, Omar was aware of this, for he charged towards the anaconda, delivering a flying kick that struck its head, sending it flying 10 meters before crashing heavily onto the grass. It has been knocked unconscious, Shawn observed, momentarily at a loss for words. Was this a Roman Colosseum or a magical duel? Ultimately, Anduin conceded defeat, and in the 2nd round, Vagadou emerged victorious, tying the score at 1 apiece. As the 3rd round approached, Zach, having witnessed 2 exhilarating matches, eagerly gazed towards the entrance of the arena. Vagadou has lost, Shawn stated. What? The match hasn't even begun yet. How do you know? Zach questioned, puzzled, despite being only a 2nd-year student. Shawn had gained the admiration of his peers after a week of intensive training and the camaraderie developed during September. They had come to appreciate Shawn's prowess more directly than Cassius and Chris, thus no one in the team dared to underestimate him. I am not referring to the 3rd round. I mean the point system. Vagadou's strategy has failed. Having sent out their strongest players for 2 consecutive matches without securing a victory, the next match is rendered meaningless, Shawn clarified. Charlie added, according to Vagadou's strategy, they aim to secure 3 points in the 2nd match, effectively conceding the 3rd match, yet this would allow them to tie with Castrelbach. Thus, they were playing for a deciding duel. Zach quickly grasped their intent. Should the 2nd and 3rd matches conclude with tied scores, a final one-on-one duel would ensue, with the victorious team advancing. Vagadou evidently exuded confidence in Omar for the decisive duel, which explained their deliberate strategy. This ultimately led to Vagadou's premature exit. After Hogwarts and Ilvermorny concluded their 3rd match, the team with the highest points would face Vagadou in the losers bracket. As anticipated, Vagadou fielded a 4th-year player in the 3rd round. The 5th year had already participated in the potions match, while Castrelbach sent in 2nd-year Carol Reed. Carol faced a dismal defeat, and Vagadou collected the point without any surprise, bringing the score to 2-1. That evening, all teams convened to discuss the 2nd match and the forthcoming contests. The meeting primarily focused on analyzing the strengths of key players and strategizing for the 3rd match. A week later, on Christmas Eve, Shawn received a letter from the Leaky Cauldron, containing greetings from his uncle, Hearns, inquiring whether he would return for the Christmas holiday. Shawn, of course, declined the offer. The business at the Leaky Cauldron had doubled during the holiday, and upon his return, he would once again endure 10 days of toil. An owl swept over the Slytherin long table, alighting upon Professor Snape's seat, where it dropped a wooden box and a letter. Snape quickly unfolded the letter, scanning its contents before picking up the wooden box and striding towards Shawn at the Slytherin table. Come to my office after breakfast, Snape stated, his expression impassive. What is it, Professor? Shawn wondered, having not been summoned to Snape's office in quite some time. The sudden call left him perplexed. The application from the Ministry of Magic has arrived, Snape remarked tersely before exiting the hall. The application from the Ministry of Magic? Shawn murmured. What is that? Cassius inquired curiously, while Clarice also turned her gaze towards Shawn. Shawn felt a sudden surge of joy in his heart. He had already discerned the truth. After a 3-month wait, the time converter had finally received approval from the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 87, The First Time Travel. Shawn was eager to acquire the time turner. setting aside his half-eaten strawberry jam sandwich as he hurriedly followed Snape to the office. "Professor, is it the time turner?" Shawn inquired with anticipation, gazing expectantly at Snape. Snape's expression remained as frosty as ever. "Look at you. A mere time turner has you utterly captivated. It seems I must reconsider whether to entrust you with such a perilous object." Shawn awkwardly grinned, resembling an excited child on the verge of receiving a gift. Despite the fact that his body housed the essence of an adult, Shawn was acutely aware of his innate talents and the deceptive capabilities bestowed by his magical eye. What he required was merely more time to learn and grow. Even though the time turner would involve borrowing moments from the future, he hesitated not for a moment. After all, he was not seeking to overdraw decades of his future, but rather just a year or 2 or even 10 months, during which he could achieve remarkable progress. "My apologies, Professor, I am simply overwhelmed with excitement." Shawn glanced at the wooden box in Snape's hands, inquiring, "Is that where the time turner resides?" "Listen carefully," Snape replied, his tone laced with a hint of warning. "I can grant it to you now, but each time you wish to use it, you must seek my permission. You are permitted to turn it only twice each day." Shawn understood that if he did not comply, Snape would undoubtedly return the time turner to the Ministry of Magic. With a mere twist, they could return to 2 hours prior. Gaining an additional 2 hours in a day was hardly ideal, yet it was better than nothing. Shawn pondered internally. "Professor, how many hours remain on this time turner?" 241 hours, Snape replied. Upon hearing this response, a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed Shawn's face. But he quickly dispelled it. To complete 2 rotations in a single day, utilizing these 241 hours would take 4 months. In reality, it amounts to merely 10 days, a rather scant duration, Shawn mused. A brand new time converter offers a full 1,000 hours. And the 241 hours remaining on the one Snape had procured is indeed considered fortunate. Snape, discerning Shawn's thoughts, placed the wooden box on his desk and addressed him, stating, "For safety's sake, as you are still a lower-year student, it is most prudent to turn it once at a time. Remember, the greater the number of rotations, the longer the journey back to the past, and thus, the greater the peril. With the slightest misstep, one could find themselves ensnared in a temporal loop." Shawn nodded. Although it was his first encounter with the time converter, he had developed his own understanding based on the narrative's description. He realized that returning to his past self must not result in any alterations to history. The safest approach was to avoid any confrontation with his former self. It was now 9 o'clock in the morning on December 24th, 1990. If Shawn were to turn the time converter to return to an hour earlier, he would find Shawn A, the version of himself at 8 o'clock, still in the dormitory, while Shawn B would materialize in Snape's office at that same hour through the time converter. In the additional hour afforded to Shawn B, he could find a secluded spot to practice his magic, yet he must not interfere with the actions of Shawn A. It is only when Shawn A, as previously described, is summoned to the office by Snape during mealtime in the Great Hall and subsequently activates the time turner precisely at 9 o'clock. This is, of course, predicated on the assumption that Shawn has yet to utilize the time turner. In essence, Shawn B must not disrupt Shawn A's operation of the time turner at that crucial hour, for it is only through that specific action at that moment that the subsequent events unfold. Without that pivotal moment, there would be no additional hour, nor the existence of Shawn B. Should Shawn A be influenced and fail to turn the time turner, then Shawn B will vanish, and all that he has accomplished during that hour will likewise dissipate into the annals of time, restoring the timeline solely to Shawn A. An early or late activation would result in the emergence of a new Shawn C, along with all his attendant actions, supplanting both Shawn B and the timeline of the preceding hour. Shawn C's influence on Shawn A could similarly lead to the obliteration of timelines, rendering all actions non-existent, or perpetually initiating timelines for Shawn D, Shawn E, and Shawn F, thereby ensnaring him in a relentless temporal loop. It has been previously mentioned that Rowling's concept of the time turner is flawed. The interpretations of the time turner in this text are merely alternate takes, and this example serves as a foreshadowing. "Very well, Professor, I understand. After dinner each day, I will come to your office to utilize the time turner under your supervision," Shawn stated. Although there are merely 241 hours, if you apply yourself diligently, it will suffice to master several spells, though one should not expect to grasp the flying charm, Snape remarked, leaving his tone ambiguous, whether it was encouragement or sarcasm. Aside from attending a single class on defense against the dark arts and 3 potions lessons each week, Shawn found himself with ample free time, which he devoted to mastering flight spells and other magical techniques he had clandestinely acquired. With the restorative powers of the wizard's heart aiding him, Shawn spent every moment, save for 8 hours of sleep, engaged in the pursuits of practice, contemplation, and further practice. His innate talent far surpassed that of the average student, and his diligence in studying exceeded that of his peers enjoying a more carefree education, making it impossible for him not to stand out. Severus Snape, undoubtedly concerned that Shawn's extensive practice could impose undue strain on his body, remained unaware of the magical energy reservoir that Shawn possessed. "Professor, let us commence this evening," Shawn proposed. Snape, with an inscrutable expression, nodded in acquiescence, placing the time turner in his office. Henceforth, Shawn was to utilize it under Snape's vigilant supervision each day. The Christmas Eve dinner was particularly sumptuous, yet true to form. Snape retreated to his office post-meal, foregoing participation in the evening's festivities. Shawn ate quickly, prompting Cassius to inquire, "Is there something going on later?" "I need to visit Professor Snape's office," Shawn replied. "Is it regarding the competition?" Cassius asked. Shawn contemplated the matter of the time turner, finding it rather inconvenient to discuss with others. The fewer who knew, the safer its use would be. Thus, he responded to Cassius's inquiry regarding the competition. "I shall return shortly. There is a party in the lounge later, correct? I will be attending." Cassius and Chris exchanged satisfied smiles at his words. Shawn was the very essence of their second-year cohort, and without him, the festivities would lack allure, even if he could only stay for a brief while. Snape handed the time turner to Shawn, and merely gazing upon this magnificent alchemical artifact filled Shawn with a profound sense of its magical allure. Time and space magic, how wonderful it would be to learn it. Alas, such knowledge remained beyond his reach. Shawn had long endeavored to learn the magic imbued in alchemical items, akin to stealthily acquiring the sorcery of others. However, his attempts proved futile. The eye of magic could not discern the framework of enchantments upon the alchemical artifacts, revealing only a luminous orb. At 7 o'clock, Snape glanced at the clock on the wall and reiterated his admonition: "Turn twice, and under no circumstances should you encounter yourself. Seek a secluded spot to make the most of this precious time for diligent practice." Shawn gazed at the clock, with only a minute remaining until 7 o'clock. As the hour struck, he swiftly turned the time converter, causing the hands to whirl twice. In that instant, it felt as though time itself had come to a halt. And soon, everything around him began to reverse. Shawn felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, pondering that this must be a consequence of time flowing backward. Once the surrounding scenery ceased its reverse motion, he lifted his gaze once more to the clock, which indicated it was precisely 5 o'clock in the afternoon. At this hour, he ought to be in his dormitory, diligently practicing the magical framework for the flying spell. Thus, he contemplated heading to the room of requirement, but ultimately decided it would be better to seek an open space with Hagrid for his practice. As Shawn traversed the path leading out of the castle, he fortuitously encountered Dumbledore. However, after a moment's contemplation, he felt there was little cause for concern. It was unlikely to disrupt the timeline, as Dumbledore had no interaction with his current self residing in the dormitory during this period. "Professor," Shawn greeted him with natural ease. "How has your first time travel experience been?" Dumbledore inquired, causing Shawn to pause in his stride. Shawn gazed at him in astonishment. "Professor, how did you discern that?" Dumbledore replied with a smile, "After all, I am a wizard of considerable renown in this century. Such things are not beyond my perception. Time and space magic is still magic, and I can sense its fluctuations emanating from you." "Professor, are you saying you can perceive the time-space magic within me?" Shawn inquired, both impressed and astonished. "Indeed, it is both enigmatic and potent," Dumbledore affirmed. "Can other wizards sense it as well?" Shawn asked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Perhaps not." Dumbledore paused before continuing, "For wizards of my caliber are not commonplace. Wouldn't you agree?" Shawn was elicited into an awkward yet courteous radiant smile by Dumbledore's whimsical humor. "Have a pleasant journey, stay safe. And remember to seek me out if you encounter any trouble," Dumbledore remarked before turning to depart. Shawn exited the castle gates, intending to find a spot by the Black Lake. As he passed Hagrid's hut, he noticed Hagrid maneuvering his motorcycle out from the back door. Typically, when Hagrid employed this vehicle, it signified a journey afar, prompting Shawn to change his direction toward the hut. "Hagrid, what are you up to? Off to London?" Shawn inquired, observing Hagrid adjusting the seat. At this, Hagrid turned back and replied, "Shawn, sometimes I truly wish I could use legilimency to discern what thoughts occupy your mind. How is it that you always seem to anticipate my actions with such precision? Have you placed some sort of enchantment on me? Look at you." "I merely possess a touch of cleverness," Shawn feigned arrogance with a chuckle. "Very well, you are indeed correct. I am headed to London." "For what purpose?" Shawn wondered, perplexed that Hagrid would have any business to attend to, especially on the eve of Christmas when Hogwarts was his home, and he had no family to visit for the holidays. Reflecting on his recent encounter with Dumbledore, Could it be that a task had been assigned to Hagrid? I need to make a trip to Privet Drive, Hagrid stated plainly. Isn't that where Harry lives? Shawn thought, a flicker of concern crossing his mind. Could it be that Harry was in trouble? Dumbledore just received word that suspicious wizards have been spotted on Privet Drive, and for safety's sake, I must investigate. All right. Then you'd best be on your way. Shawn was deeply concerned for Harry's well-being, for he was undeniably the prophesied savior destined to vanquish Voldemort. Although Shawn possessed remarkable talents, he believed he surpassed Harry by a considerable margin. However, it was Harry and Voldemort who were fated adversaries. And Shawn remained uncertain about the role he could play in the impending conflict. The news from Privet Drive likely concerned Mrs. Fig. Hagrid soared into the night sky aboard his diminutive three-headed motorcycle. While he could instantly reach Privet Drive using apparition, his history as an apparition examiner meant that his travels were recorded by the Ministry of Magic. Consequently, whenever he employed apparition, the Ministry would be aware of his whereabouts. To safeguard Harry, Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and Hagrid had never utilized apparition to journey directly to Privet Drive. Shawn's inaugural time travel concluded by the Black Lake, and he hurried towards the castle, mindful of the ticking clock. Inside Professor Snape's office, having just finished dinner in the Great Hall, Shawn, under Snape's watchful gaze, turned the time turner twice at precisely 7 o'clock. In an instant, Shawn vanished before Snape's eyes, only to reappear moments later as he pushed open the door. To Snape's perception, nearly a second had elapsed. In reality, regardless of how long one dwelt in the past, upon returning, those around would experience only the passage of a single second. It appeared that your inaugural time travel was a resounding success. Snape, unfazed by Shawn's sudden reappearance, acknowledged the event without surprise. Indeed, Professor, Shawn replied, removing the time turner from around his neck and returning it to Snape. Adhering to their prior agreement to use it solely under Snape's supervision and to return it promptly after use. Chapter 88. Is that all? Throughout the 10-day Christmas holiday, Shawn remained resolute, diligently studying the flying charm each day and engaging in time travel each night under Snape's supervision. Thus, they reached the end of February, marking the commencement of the third match. The wizard who had previously appeared on Baneberry Road vanished without further mention, likely just a passerby in the Muggle community. The Great Hall was filled with students and faculty from the entire school, alongside 2 other teams. Given the impracticality of spectating by the Black Lake, Dumbledore arranged for students to watch a live broadcast in the Great Hall. This projection spell utilized 2 crystal orbs, one at the competition site and the other within the hall. At that moment, the orb in the hall emitted a soft white glow under Dumbledore's enchantment, revealing the scene above the Black Lake. Meanwhile, by the edge of the Black Lake, Professor McGonagall was leading the Hogwarts team in final preparations against the Ilvermorny team, headed by Colleen. Currently, Shawn, regarded as their secret weapon, was being well guarded, and the opposing team likely underestimated him, perceiving him only as a second-year student. Seizing this opportunity could secure victory for them. Rarely did Professor McGonagall display such excitement. It was said that during her studies, she was an exceptional seeker for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and she indeed had a keen interest in the outcome of the matches. So, feeling nervous? Charlie smiled as he regarded Shawn. Shawn shook his head, pondering that Ilvermorny should be feeling more anxious. 2.5 months had elapsed since the second match, and Shawn had already mastered the few spells he covertly learned during that encounter. Through diligent practice, his magical prowess had ascended to a level comparable to that of a 7th-year student in the upper echelon. Hogwarts was effectively fielding 2 top 7th-year students, while Ilvermorny was represented by 7th-year Agilbert Fontana and 5th-year Dewalker Claven. Shawn was not adept at flying, adhering to the previously established tactical rehearsals. He remained on the ground while Charlie soared through the air. The rules for the third match possessed a certain simplicity. There was no time limit. Yet competitors were restricted to the use of only 4 spells: the levitation charm, the petrification spell, the stunning spell, and the disarming charm. These incantations were within the capabilities of second-year students. Hence, the participation of second- and third-year students from Hogwarts in the third match cannot be entirely construed as relinquishing their chances. All competitors would possess knowledge of these 4 spells. If one did not, they would lack the qualification to be chosen as a representative. As long as one could cast spells, there remained a glimmer of hope. Perhaps fortune would favor the bold. Hogwarts thus approached the competition with this fortuitous mindset. In September, Shawn practiced with his teammates, and at that time, he was able to hold his own against Theo, a 6th-year student, using only 4 spells and without resorting to hand gestures for casting. Now, 5 months have passed, and Theo is no longer a match for Shawn. In private duels with Charlie, limited to these 4 spells, Shawn won twice out of 5 encounters, while Charlie emerged victorious 3 times. Charlie was astonished by Shawn's rapid progress, firmly believing that if Shawn were to duel, even Nifedora and Kurt might struggle to overcome him. Indeed, if they were aware of your capabilities, it would surely terrify them. Charlie remarked. Unbeknownst to Charlie, Shawn was merely constrained by rules, only able to exhibit a fraction of his true power. He dared not reveal the more perilous spells not taught at school in front of others. All team members, please prepare at the designated entrance, announced the referee, Barty Crouch. The entrances to the Black Lake Forest examination site were situated at both ends, 500 meters apart, due to the sparse trees. Neither team could see the other from their respective entrances, but once airborne, visibility would become clear. Good luck. Penelope encouraged the 2. Zach, representing the 5th year, felt embarrassed as he had never triumphed over Shawn in practice sessions. However, he genuinely admired Shawn's talent. It's up to you now. Let them witness the prowess of Hogwarts. Zach urged. Theo chuckled. Who would have thought I would lose to his 2nd year? Thankfully, our training sessions remained confidential. Otherwise, I would lose face as the prefect. Let us go. Show them the spirit to defeat me. Victory must be ours, Percy said confidently, watching the 2. For Shawn, this was merely an unknown yet safe event in his life at Hogwarts. He would do his best, and losing held no significance. Observing the relaxed expressions of his companions, he reassured them, I will give it my all. Crouch, using a sonorous charm, declared the match to commence. Shawn nodded at Charlie and dashed into the woods alone. While Charlie mounted his broom and soared into the air, he could see Shawn's figure moving below, whereas above the treetops hovered 2 members of Iphamone. Claven, with his alabaster skin, rode his broom, the forest breeze tousling his golden hair, crimson eyes fixed intently on the opposing side. Only Charlie has taken to the air. Claven remarked. Yes, Shawn, a 2nd year, remains below. You should find him and deal with him first, despite being merely a 2nd year. Allowing him to cause trouble down there could become a nuisance, said Eaglebert as he flew towards Charlie. Claven muttered to himself, Kid, you should just step aside for now. Shawn observed as Eaglebert soared past him with a swift whoosh, resolutely ignoring him and charging directly toward Charlie. In his heart, Shawn muttered helplessly, Do I appear so feeble? At that moment, Claven darted swiftly over Shawn's head, the tail of his broom brushing against the treetops. He then turned midair to face Shawn and remarked, Kid, do you wish to be petrified or simply faint? Could I not have both? Shawn retorted, Why not neither? Claven, with his handsome visage, let out a cold smirk. And a beam of white light emanated from his wand, an incapacitating spell, deftly cast in silence. The speed of his incantation was fluid and rapid, nearly on par with Charlie's. In other words, the Iphamone team had dispatched 2 7th-year prodigies. This was akin to Hogwarts, yet all 3 teams were acutely aware not to underestimate Claven, the 5th-year seeker, while the 2nd-year student from Hogwarts remained unnoticed. Under the gaze of the magical eye, Shawn discerned Claven's spell entirely and swiftly sidestepped, causing Claven's magic to miss its mark. Claven, perched upon his broom, narrowed his gaze. He had great confidence in his casting speed and, given that he had just executed a silent spell, he was astonished that Shawn had managed to evade it. This time, fortune shall not favor you, Claven declared as he dove down toward Shawn, picking up speed while casting another silent fainting charm. Given the distance and velocity, Shawn realized evasion would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he raised his wand and cast a silent spell of his own fainting. The 2 beams of white light converged in midair, creating a dazzling display of scattered sparks. Remarkably, a 2nd-year student could execute silent magic. No wonder he had been selected for the representative team. Claven halted his broom, gazing down at Shawn as he began his descent. So, you are Hogwarts' secret weapon, deliberately placing a 2nd year in the doubles to mislead your opponents. I must say, thanks to you, Hogwarts' strategy has proven quite effective. Had it been another team, they might have fallen prey to your tactics, but alas, you face me. Claven's words conveyed both acknowledgement of Shawn's prowess and a candid expression of regret. Following their previous exchanges, the 2 had maintained a distance of approximately 7 meters. But as Claven landed, the gap between them gradually diminished to a mere 4 meters. This was an optimal range for casting spells, significantly enhancing precision and exponentially increasing the difficulty of evasion. Above the treetops, Charlie and Eaglebird engaged in a fierce chase on their brooms, their spells raining down like bullets from fighter jets. Yet, both exhibited exceptional Quidditch skills, nimbly dodging while counterattacking. The aerial skirmish was intense, and both Shawn and Claven sought to resolve their confrontation swiftly to aid their teammates, leading to an imminent exchange of magical assaults. I must dispatch you quickly. Klavan licked his rosy lips. No sooner had he spoken than a beam of white light shot forth another silent spell. A petrification charm that was one incantation short of the fainting spell. The fewer the incantations in the spell framework, the lesser the magical energy required, and the faster the spell could be constructed. Observing that Shawn had just countered his fainting charm, Klavan opted for the more expedient petrification charm. Shawn retaliated with a petrifying spell, and soon the two were engaged in a standoff, their feet scarcely moving within the span of a minute. Waves of magic surged forth, colliding midair. Darn it, I underestimated him. His casting speed and endurance surpassed Charlie's. It appears he is indeed the most formidable member of the Ifamani team. Previously, Shawn had engaged in a stationary duel with Charlie. That encounter was devoid of spectators. Their contest endured for a minute and a half, during which Charlie's movements gradually slowed, almost imperceptibly. Ultimately, Shawn succumbed to defeat, for his magical energy was depleted before Charlie's. Continuing would have resulted in total exhaustion of his power. In a moment of clarity, Shawn devised a strategy to break the stalemate. Could this young man possess the bloodline of some monstrous lineage? A second-year student with such profound magical prowess. His casting speed rivals my own. Klavan felt a surge of trepidation. The longer the clash persisted, the more his heart raced. Suddenly, Klavan's fangs emerged, his fingernails sharpened, and his crimson eyes glowed ominously with a scarlet light. Shawn observed that Klavan seemed to be on the verge of a transformation, a phenomenon he did not comprehend. As he was unfamiliar with the Daywalker, uncertain of the forthcoming events, he could only remain vigilant, utilizing his magical eye to keep a watchful gaze on Klavan. Klavan suddenly halted to cast a spell, leaping with an extraordinary speed that surpassed human limits onto a nearby branch. He then proceeded to dart between the branches overhead with the agility of a monkey. Darn it, his movements were too swift, and the obstructing branches rendered him completely invisible. Shawn appeared to find himself in a precarious situation. The magical eye lacked the ability of X-ray vision. Hidden behind the trunk, Klavan was beyond Shawn's sight, as the eye was only effective within the range of visibility. In this scenario, should Klavan seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, Shawn would be unable to retaliate, for he could not even ascertain Klavan's whereabouts. At that moment, Shawn's mind raced, and in a flash of inspiration, he devised a strategy to turn the tide. If I cannot find you, then you shall not be able to see me either. Shawn raised his wand and cast a levitation spell, causing the withered yellow leaves scattered on the ground to rise into the air. A multitude of leaves encircled Shawn, forming a semicircular canopy around him. Shawn was concealed beneath a veil of fallen leaves, leaving a few gaps through which he could observe the outside world. However, Klavan, perched upon a tree branch, was unable to see him. Is that all there is? I expected more from this little fellow, yet he resorts to such a foolish tactic as hiding in plain sight. Watch me obliterate you. Klavan, believing Shawn to be oblivious to his presence, foolishly maintained the illusion of the dead leaves with magic, rendering himself an easy target. At this moment, Shawn faced west, while Klavan concealed himself behind a tree trunk to the east, safely nestled within Shawn's blind spot. Suddenly, the leaf cover began to shift, moving toward the nearest tree as Shawn sought to minimize his potential vulnerabilities. With his back against the trunk, he thwarted any possibility of a surprise attack from Klavan. The branches above rustled ominously as Klavan prepared to strike, opting to launch his assault from the southeast. He stood upon a Y-shaped branch, observing the leaf barrier around Shawn, who remained oblivious to the southeast direction. A beam of white light shot toward the leaf cover, clearly aimed at its center. The shield was small, providing a pitifully limited space for evasion, and Klavan's attack had a 90% probability of striking Shawn. However, just as Klavan's assault reached the barrier, a surprising beam of white light erupted from within, targeting the very branch upon which Klavan stood. Overconfident, he fell victim to a petrification spell and tumbled from the tree. Fortunately, he was not a half-giant, possessing less formidable magical resistance. Otherwise, Shawn would have surely met his demise. Shawn released the levitation spell, and the withered leaves cascaded to the ground like a torrential downpour. Weary, he strode towards Klavan, who lay on the ground, partially petrified due to a stone curse that had struck his right side. Despite not being fully turned to stone, his half-vampire lineage afforded him a degree of magical resistance, albeit not as pronounced as Omar's. Klavan stared at Shawn in astonishment. How did you manage that? That blow should have struck you. How could you cast the petrification spell while maintaining the levitation spell? Unfortunately, you were merely a hair's breadth away from hitting me, Shawn replied, his shoulders slumped with fatigue. Could it be that you cast spells without a wand? Klavan inquired, incredulity lacing his voice. Indeed, you are correct, Shawn conceded without dispute, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Initially, he had raised his wand with his right hand to cast the levitation spell, but as he moved, he switched to using his left hand for the levitation while keeping his right hand poised for a counterattack. Hogwarts has produced an extraordinary individual. Before arriving, we believed that Ifamoni would undoubtedly claim victory. Now, it seems I must speak with the captain about the possibility of forging alliances with the other two teams. Shawn smiled awkwardly. Their alliance posed a formidable threat to Hogwarts. One Cleven was already difficult to contend with, and the addition of Omar left Shawn feeling overwhelmed. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Shawn incapacitated Cleven with a stunning spell. As he departed, he glanced at the unconscious Cleven and murmured, "In truth, your petrifying charm had struck its mark, but it was valiantly intercepted by Fawkes." At this moment, Shawn was severely depleted of magical energy. Earlier, he had summoned Fawkes to prevent Cleven from launching a surprise attack, utilizing his remaining magic in the process. Due to the limited magical energy he could provide, this incarnation of Fawkes was merely the size of half Shawn's head. Perched on Shawn's shoulder, Fawkes was poised to assist him in attack at any moment. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Shawn pinpointed Cleven's location and retaliated with a spell. Chapter 89, Can You Fly? Inside the auditorium, the students witnessed Barty Crouch announcing Cleven's elimination via the projection screen. Cassius and Chris exchanged glances, and suddenly Cassius exclaimed, "He did it. Shawn Greer has defeated the Daywalker." Chris was startled by Cassius's outburst, as the projection only displayed the aerial chase between Charlie and Agilbert. Since Shawn had entered the forest, Chris had lost sight of him. Then Cleven soared into the woods on his broomstick, prompting Chris to worry about Shawn's encounter with Cleven. "Shawn, Shawn, Shawn." Cassius led the chant of Shawn's name, with second-year students immediately following suit. Soon, first-year Slytherin students joined in, and before long, students from various houses and years at Hogwarts united in a resounding call for Shawn. It became evident that he was Hogwarts' secret weapon. Professor Conrad Coates from Wagadoo smiled at Dumbledore in celebration. "Have we truly reached such a disparity?" Cedric pondered, clapping his hands. Cedric and Chris ranked second and third in their year, and it dawned on him just how insurmountable the chasm between second and first place truly was. In the arena, Crouch returned to the entrance of Ilvermorny, carrying the unconscious Cleven. Cullion quickly performed a counterspell, dispelling the effects of Cleven's unconsciousness and petrification. "Professor, I apologize for being careless and losing to a second year," Cleven seethed, baring his fangs. "Dean, fetch the deer blood," Cullion instructed. "All right, take a moment to rest." After consuming fresh deer blood, Cleven returned to his normal state and was pulled aside by Dean, who whispered, "What happened? Did you really lose to a second year?" Cleven shot him an expressionless glance. "You truly believe he is merely a second year? You are gravely mistaken." The fact that this second-year student could cast spells without a wand was already astonishing, but he could also perform dual-handed spell casting. Cleven himself had only mastered dual-handed casting in his fourth year, relying on his half-vampire heritage. Although he had underestimated Shawn and lost, upon reflection, he realized that had he fought with full effort, victory over this extraordinary second year was far from guaranteed. The aerial chase continued above the forest, but the frequency of their spell casting had evidently slowed. Even though they were not engaged in a stationary duel, the duration of their confrontation had been considerable. "Professor, we must discuss matters with the other two teams tonight," Cleven stated with a serious expression. After engaging in an intense confrontation with Cleven, Shawn summoned Fawkes and realized that with the remaining magical energy at his disposal, he could only cast 4 or 5 more petrification spells. However, the two individuals soaring high above had ascended to a height exceeding 20 meters, a distance that would inevitably compromise Shawn's accuracy. Upon witnessing Cleven's elimination, Agilbert felt an overwhelming surge of pressure. He was now not only tasked with confronting Charlie, but also had to remain vigilant against Shawn's potential ambush from below. Consequently, he was compelled to deliberately increase his altitude, making it difficult for Shawn to target him with ease. Yet, the sudden appearance of Shawn in midair sent a jolt of alarm through him. As one of the few pieces of intelligence he had gathered from Hogwarts pertained specifically to Shawn, Shawn Greer, a second-year Slytherin, excels academically in every subject except for flying, in which he has failed. It is a conclusion drawn by Gilbert that Shawn is incapable of flight. At the beginning, the absence of Shawn soaring into the sky only further validated his suspicion. "Aren't you unable to fly?" Gilbert could not help but exclaim. In an attempt to close the distance for spellcasting, Shawn mounted the broomstick discarded by Cleven and ascended above the treetops. His altitude was modest, merely 10 meters, yet sufficient for him to aim at Gilbert. "Damn it, who told me he couldn't fly?" Gilbert immediately veered off to the side and ascended again, with Charlie trailing closely behind. In contrast, Shawn appeared akin to an elderly lady crossing the street with a cane, moving at a leisurely pace. After considerable effort to gain altitude and close the distance, if Gilbert were to pull away again, Shawn would lose his chance entirely. Shawn grasped the broom tightly with one hand while brandishing his wand with the other, unleashing a quartet of petrifying spells directed at Agilbert. One of these spells struck Agilbert's broom, causing him to momentarily falter in midair. Charlie, seizing this opportunity, cast a stunning spell that found its mark. Agilbert tumbled from his broom, and Crouch swiftly approached, casting a levitation charm to gently carry him to Killian's side. "We have triumphed! We have triumphed!" Zack exclaimed, exuberantly dancing with joy. Percy and Penelope exchanged knowing smiles, while Professor McGonagall clapped her hands with a warm smile, saying, "Let us welcome our companions back." At this moment, Shawn was descending slowly. If only he had learned the flying spell earlier, he would not find himself in such an awkward predicament. Shawn's flying skills, to be candid, were rather subpar. His timid demeanor resembled that of a first-year novice attending his inaugural flying lesson. Remarkably, one could hardly believe that he actually soared into the air and struck his target. Zack, in a fit of excitement, embraced Shawn's shoulders. Everyone on the team was acutely aware of Shawn's lackluster flying abilities, often employing a strategy of one in the air and one on the ground during training. The sight of Shawn riding a broomstick amidst the clouds left everyone in a state of palpable tension. "I'll do my best," Shawn remarked, his eyelids drooping in exhaustion. Professor McGonagall, recognizing that both he and Charlie were utterly spent, guided them back to the castle and procured 2 restorative potions from Snape. During dinner, Shawn and Charlie became the center of attention, particularly Shawn, who had been the pivotal figure in this match, single-handedly defeating a third-year seeker and assisting Charlie in taking down Agilbert. The first-year students of Slytherin seemed to adopt Shawn's name into their conversations frequently from that night onward, boasting in front of the first years of Gryffindor. "You have no one like Shawn Greer in your Gryffindor," they would declare. "It seems even the term genius is insufficient to describe him." Fred remarked to George, "What about an unparalleled prodigy?" George quipped, raising an eyebrow at Shawn. Shawn sighed helplessly, remarking on the rather mundane nature of the situation. "Honestly, you brought honor to Hogwarts. You should have seen the expressions on the professors' faces when you won. It was sheer pride," George chimed in. However, Fred couldn't resist taking a jab at Shawn. "But, genius, your Quidditch skills are quite abysmal." The Weasley brothers, both members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, considered Shawn's flying abilities to be quite lacking. After dinner, Shawn proceeded to Snape's office for his usual 2-hour time travel session, but Snape suggested he take a day off, considering he had just finished a match that morning. "It's all right, Professor. I've taken a magical recovery potion, and I'm perfectly fine. Please, let me continue," Shawn pleaded. Snape silently regarded him for a few seconds before nodding in reluctant agreement. The following day, the match between Wagadu and Castrobosh held little suspense. Wagadu consisted of second- and third-year students, while the opposing team had 2 third-year and 5th-year female players. The 4 of them engaged in aerial combat on their broomsticks. But unfortunately, they had never witnessed Castrobosh's combination magic, resulting in Wagadu's swift downfall. Hogwarts and Castrobosh advanced, while Ifamoni and Wagadu were scheduled for a rematch the next day. With the victors moving forward, Shawn mused about the impending clash between Black Tank and White Assassin. That evening, after Wagadu's defeat, they approached their next opponents, Ifamoni. Conrad Coates flashed his broad smile at Killian, suggesting, "Professor Lindsay, how about we collaborate for tomorrow's match?" After losing to Hogwarts, Claven had proposed an alliance with the other 2 teams, and now with Conrad's approach, Killian felt it was worth discussing. Conrad entered Killian's room, only to be spotted by Morrisai, who was also seeking Killian. He hesitated at the staircase for a moment before turning to leave. "It's a pity your school lost to Hogwarts. That Shawn Greer certainly surprised everyone," Conrad expressed regretfully. Killian cast a disinterested glance, opting to forego pleasantries and cut straight to the point. "What do you propose for this collaboration?" Conrad flashed his brilliant smile, stating, "In tomorrow's match, my team can take a loss." "What do you mean? Do you think Ifamoni can't compete with you?" Killian retorted, somewhat irritated. Professor Lindsay misunderstood. "Your school's strength is well acknowledged. However, your Daywalker might not have shown its full potential yet. You know, our team Omar is a half-giant. If they meet, that Daywalker may have to reveal its hidden capabilities," Conrad replied with a knowing smile. "You even know about the Daywalker? So, you want to keep this as our secret?" Killian questioned. "Though the chances of our teams meeting are slim, if we both show our true strength, it's uncertain who would emerge victorious." Conrad's tone was somewhat unsettling. Killian remained silent, contemplating the prospect of an alliance with Wagadu. Originally, Claven intended to save his full strength for the fourth match, but revealing it prematurely could be detrimental. What do you desire in return for losing to us? Killian inquired, fixing her gaze on Conrad. The trophy, specifically Wagadoo's trophy. Conrad stated, pausing before continuing. It appears that after losing to you, Wagadoo will be the last to enter the Valley of Shadows. I hope that if Ifamoni's players discover Wagadoo's trophy, they will inform us. Killian nodded. Such collaborations had occurred in past competitions, where the underperforming teams sought any opportunity to connect with others. You're certain you want to make this deal? Although we may enter before you, there is no guarantee we will encounter your trophy. If another team takes it, we will not assist you in retrieving it, Killian stated bluntly. The rules of the Valley of Shadows were quite complex. Each team received a ring before entry, which served as the key to unlock the magical barriers surrounding the trophy. The rings were universal. If Wagadoo's trophy were taken by another two teams, this arrangement would leave them at a disadvantage. We don't require you to retrieve it, just to inform us of its location. If you happen to encounter it first, it would be ideal if you could safeguard it for a while. Even if another team seizes it, please let us know which one, Conrad explained. This arrangement seems to benefit you little. If I were to request that Wagadoo's players also keep an eye on Ifamoni's trophy, would you still be willing to collaborate? Killian added a condition favorable to Ifamoni, seemingly attempting to impose a one-sided agreement. Conrad's broad smile finally retreated behind his thick lips, and with a shrug, he conceded, the assertive Ifamoni style. Well, I hope for a fruitful collaboration. Killian was taken aback by Conrad's acceptance of such unfavorable terms. After all, they were competitors, and this was merely a temporary alliance. Why would you agree to such terms? Conrad shook his head mysteriously, stating that Wagadoo's strategy, it's not for me to disclose. Reflecting on Wagadoo's tactics from the previous match, Killian chose not to criticize. If they preferred extreme strategies, so be it, as it could only benefit Ifamoni. Of course, I understand this is not to our advantage. To prevent any breach of agreement, I require a guarantee. What kind of guarantee do you seek? Killian asked. An unbreakable vow. One member from your team and one from ours must swear an unbreakable oath, Conrad proposed. The unbreakable vow was indeed an effective means to prevent breaches, as violators would face severe consequences, including death. Although severe, Killian had no intention of violating the agreement. Very well, I shall have our captain, Eaglebert, take the vow, Killian affirmed. In that case, I will have our captain, Vanessa Pelincell, take the vow. Morrisai, despite his affection for Killian, felt compelled to inform the team leader of his observations. Professor McGonagall, I suspect Wagadoo and Ifamoni have formed an alliance. McGonagall regarded him calmly, seemingly unfazed by his conclusion. David, you may not be familiar with the four-school friendship tournament, but forming alliances is quite common before entering the Valley of Shadows. It's merely part of their strategy. David Morrisai, now 30 years old, had graduated in 1980 and missed witnessing the grand event by a mere decade. However, McGonagall continued, Wagadoo has also allied with us. What? What are they scheming? Molly wore an expression of astonishment. Prior to seeking out Ifamoni, Conrad had already conferred with Professor McGonagall, and the terms remained largely the same. They would mutually keep an eye out for trophies, and a simple notification would suffice upon sighting one. As fellow captains, they had forged an unbreakable vow. The following morning, during breakfast, Shawn perused the daily prophet borrowed from Clarice. She had subscribed for the entire year, allowing Shawn to enjoy complimentary access for 2 years. What news do we have today? Shawn casually inquired, glancing at the newspaper in his hand. A muggle has died in Devon, he replied. The Ministry of Magic claims it was due to dark magic. The victim's blood was entirely drained. How terrifying. Those dark wizards are utterly deranged. It's incredibly dangerous. Can we not discuss something more amusing? Shawn glanced at the notice and read aloud. Lehan Bookstore is holding a limited-time promotional event. With any purchase, one receives a signed photograph of Lockhart. Goodness, why would I want a photograph of a grown man? Nevertheless, my sister would undoubtedly adore it. Cassius remarked with a grimace, clearly aware that his sister was an ardent admirer of Lockhart. Before the match between Wagadoo and Ifamoni commenced, Professor McGonagall informed the team members about the alliance between the two teams, and speculation about Wagadoo's strategy ensued. I am certain they have sought out castor ropes. Though whether an alliance has been established remains uncertain, Zack declared with feigned gravity, drawing disdainful glances from the others. The day's match proved to be exhilarating. Yet Shawn discerned that both teams were engaging in a charade. It appeared their alliance had already included the outcome of today's contest. In the morning singles match, Wagadoo secured 2 points, while in the afternoon's doubles match, Ifamoni emerged victorious, cementing Wagadoo's position at the bottom. Ifamoni continued to vie for first place against the other two teams. On February 26th, Monday, the remaining three teams drew lots. Hogwarts and Castor robes were matched against each other, while Ifamoni received a bye. In this contest, Hogwarts triumphed, and Shawn finally witnessed the magic of paired spells. Noting that the speed of two wizards casting in tandem surpassed that of a single individual. However, Charlie, with his exceptional Quidditch skills, seized the opportunity to disrupt the duo. On February 27th, Ifamoni faced Castor robes, and surprisingly, Ifamoni lost. It was unclear whether the two teams had engaged in any sort of transaction. The order for entering the Forbidden Forest was thus established: Hogwarts first, Castor robes second, Ifamoni third, and Wagadoo fourth. Chapter 91. Press interview on February 28th. Despite it being a Wednesday, Hogwarts declared a day off to celebrate the conclusion of the first three matches. More importantly, Dumbledore, after months of deliberation, finally arranged for several newspapers to conduct interviews at the school, limited to today. While only one local paper, the Daily Prophet, had covered the Triwizard Tournament participants. The larger four-school friendship tournament attracted numerous media outlets eager for coverage. Dumbledore had previously declined all interview requests to allow the competing teams to focus on their matches. But today he convened a press conference, welcoming several newspapers for interviews. For British publications attended, the Daily Prophet, Which Weekly, Wizarding Men's Fashion Guide, and Sing a Different Tune, alongside three distant newspapers from the regions of the other participating teams: the New York Spectre, African Wizarding News, and Today's Rainforest. Early that morning, Shawn's door was incessantly knocked upon by Cassius from the opposite dormitory. Shawn glanced at the clock on the wall. It was still not yet 8 o'clock. Jerry, who had grown considerably over the past 6 months at Hogwarts, stretched lazily in his little nook. Most of the time, he lounged in Shawn's dormitory or was cradled by Shawn while playing with Chris in the common room. "Shawn, wake up," Cassius called out. Shawn wrapped himself in a thick pajamas and sleepily opened the door, gazing at Cassius with a hint of confusion. "Isn't school closed today? Why are you up so early?" Cassius, with a broad smile, glanced at Jerry and greeted, "Hey, Jerry, good morning." He then pulled Shawn inside, exclaiming, "Goodness, look at your hairstyle. What is wrong with my hair? Is natural curl unacceptable?" Shawn replied casually, "What can I say? It's driving me mad. There's an interview with a contestant today. And you haven't even tidied yourself up," Cassius remarked, exasperated. "It's just an interview, not a blind date. Wearing a wizard's robe should suffice, don't you think?" Shawn shrugged. He was well aware that the reporter from the Daily Prophet was Rita Skeeter, and the thought of facing this sensationalist, misrepresentative journalist made him reluctant to attend the interview. Under Cassius's watchful eye, Shawn finally got ready, and the two of them confidently made their way to the common room. Chris was already seated on the sofa, seemingly waiting for them. Cassius, with a sense of pride, pointed at Shawn as if showcasing his masterpiece. "So, Chris, after my meticulous guidance, doesn't Shawn look particularly handsome today?" Chris scrutinized Shawn, noting his old robes, somewhat styled brown curls, and a forced, unnatural smile. "You might want to stop smiling," Chris sighed. Shawn ceased his feigned smile and, nudging Cassius, remarked, "I told you not to laugh, yet you insisted on my pretending." Cassius, wearing an expression of grievance, retorted, "I did not ask you to feign. It is simply that you were unable to smile genuinely." Upon arriving at the auditorium, Shawn noticed that several of his teammates and competitors from 3 other teams were dressed as if attending a grand banquet. The gentlemen were impeccably attired in suits, while the ladies adorned themselves in exquisite long gowns. "Shawn, are you really wearing the school's robe?" Zach inquired softly. "I don't own a suit." "Surely a robe is more formal than a sweatshirt," Shawn replied with a hint of resignation. Poverty had indeed curtailed his opportunity for a dapper appearance. Should he win the championship and receive a portion of the prize money, he would promptly invest in a few new outfits. Before long, journalists from various newspapers began to stream into the auditorium. Shawn spotted a woman with golden curls, sporting unattractive jeweled spectacles and clad in vibrant red lipstick and nail polish. "It's undoubtedly Rita Skeeter," he mused to himself. Aside from the reporters from the Daily Prophet, Shawn recognized none of the other journalists. However, one particular reporter caught his attention, a man with flowing white hair accompanied by a young girl with dark golden locks, seemingly around 8 or 9 years of age. Among the 24 competitors present, although the journalists were tasked with interviewing the contestants, the limited space in their publications meant not every individual would receive equal attention. Some might merely be mentioned in passing, especially Rita Skeeter, who solely pursued sensational stories. Among the competitors, Her targets were the Daywalker Claven, the half-giant Omar, and the so-called secret weapon of Hogwarts, the prodigy Shawn. However, Claven and Omar undoubtedly took precedence, first receiving interviews from their local newspapers, prompting Rita to shift her focus towards Shawn. Shawn suddenly felt a chill behind him. Shawn Greer, one of the boys who survived against all odds, the son of betrayal. Hogwarts' secret weapon. Tomorrow, you shall be the subject of much discussion among wizards, Rita whispered closely to him. Shawn hastily stepped back a few paces, rubbing his nose as the overpowering scent of Rita's perfume provoked an urge to sneeze. Shawn Greer, could you share your experiences living at Hogwarts? Rita inquired, retrieving a shorthand pen and notebook from her crocodile skin bag. It's quite fine, Shawn replied succinctly. The 12-year-old boy, Shawn Greer, exhibited a discernible disdain for school life in his gaze. The shorthand pen swiftly inscribed this sentiment onto the pages of her notebook. Shawn glanced at the notebook and, upon seeing the long sentence scribbled by the shorthand pen, realized that Rita was about to embark on yet another fabrication, concocting sensationalist news to garner attention. Shawn was acutely aware that no matter what he said, Rita would not retain his words. Her articles were merely products of her own subjective imagination, crafted for marketing purposes. After enduring 10 minutes of an interview with Rita, she finally turned her predatory attention to others. Shawn rubbed his arm, recalling how Rita had insisted on taking a photograph with him. Reluctant to comply, he found himself forcibly pulled along by her grip on his arm, leaving him to ponder whether she possessed some monstrous lineage. Meanwhile, journalists from several local British newspapers were well acquainted with Rita's reputation. Just moments ago, she had brazenly cut in line to seize an interview with Theo, who was slated for the Wizard Weekly. The reporter from the Wizard Weekly regarded her with disdain, ultimately resigning to interview Zach instead. Shawn stood by, drenched in perspiration, when the man with flowing white hair and the little girl with dark golden locks approached him. I feel utterly exhausted, Shawn thought with a wry smile. Greetings, I am Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor of the Quibbler, the white-haired gentleman said with utmost courtesy. Ah, I had no idea that someone from the Quibbler would be here today. So, this charming little girl beside you must be Luna, considering her age. Luna is 9 this year. Shawn was somewhat taken aback, surprised by the serendipity of encountering Luna and her father. However, he noticed that Luna appeared to be in a rather melancholic mood. Mr. Lovegood, may I inquire who this is? Shawn asked, feigning ignorance as he glanced at Luna. This is my daughter, Luna. Due to certain family matters, I had no choice but to keep her by my side and look after her, Mr. Lovegood replied, his expression somewhat awkward. Shawn's mind flickered with information about Luna's family, and he pieced together what he knew with the circumstances of the two individuals before him, arriving at a rather bleak conclusion. Luna's mother had perished in an explosion caused by a failed experimental spell when Luna was merely 9 years old. It seemed evident that her mother was no longer alive. Lovegood had brought Luna to Hogwarts to care for her, as she was alone at home. Contemplating this, Shawn glanced at the dejected Luna, feeling a twinge of sympathy in his heart. During the interview with Lovegood, Shawn cooperatively responded to questions, a stark contrast to his demeanor when dealing with Rita. Chapter 92, The Balso. Your secret weapon to defeat the Daywalker Claven is the ability to cast spells with both hands, is it? Lovegood inquired, jotting down notes. Indeed. It was quite perilous in the end. He nearly struck me. Fortunately, I was lucky enough to seize the opportunity to counterattack, Shawn recounted, weaving a tale that mingled truth with embellishment regarding his victory over Claven. A 12-year-old wizard, endowed with the remarkable talent of casting spells with both hands, truly an enviable feat. Lovegood marveled. Daddy, I read about him in modern magical history, on the page following Harry Potter. He is one of only 2 survivors of the killing curse this century. Luna remarked, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at Shawn. I had no idea I was included in modern magical history, Shawn chuckled. Only that one book. Harry Potter has several, Luna retorted, showing no regard for his pride. Well, he is a renowned figure, Shawn shrugged, conceding. Luna Lovegood, she called out, seeking to prevent her daughter from uttering anything further that might be deemed impolite. After Shawn's interview concluded, Lovegood, accompanied by Luna, sought the next contestant. In truth, he harbored a keen interest in the enigmatic and rare half-vampire, whose contrarian style was a feature in a magazine dedicated to showcasing the world's peculiar creatures. Subsequently, Shawn participated in interviews with Wizarding Weekly, the New York Spectre, the African Wizarding Gazette, and today's Rainforest. The men's wizarding fashion guy did not approach him, likely due to his youth and rather ordinary attire. The interview, which commenced at 9 o'clock, stretched until 11, encompassing a variety of solo portraits, group shots, and a grand ensemble photograph, leaving Shawn utterly exhausted. After the final shot with 24 individuals, he loosened the collar of his shirt and exhaled deeply. Finally, it was over. At that moment, Penelope, clad in a flowing black gown, called out to him. Turning his head, Shawn noticed that this Ravenclaw upperclassman, whom he had seldom regarded, appeared quite stunning in her own attire. It was no wonder Percy was captivated by her. "What is it?" Shawn asked, his head drooping slightly. "Shawn, you have become quite famous," Penelope replied with a smile, continuing, "though you were already well known prior to this. Several of our younger classmates are eager for your autograph." Shawn was somewhat surprised to discover that he indeed had fans, and he readily agreed to Penelope's request. Just when Shawn thought he could return to his dormitory for a moment of respite, Professor McGonagall, with a smile upon her face, summoned the 6 of them. It was well understood that Hogwarts, as the host, had ranked first once again, and according to tradition, a ball would be held on the evening of March 1st. Upon hearing this, Shawn felt a familiar and ominous sensation creeping in. What is the most crucial aspect of a ball? Professor McGonagall paused before continuing. It is, of course, the dancing. As representatives of the host, I expect each of you to exhibit the utmost grace and decorum. Shawn felt a pang of anxiety. Was this not a tradition of the Triwizard Tournament? Why, then, was there dancing involved in the inter-school friendly competition as well? Yet, he lacked the skill. "Professor, I cannot dance." Shawn Novelli attempted to evade the predicament. "You are representatives. You must lead the dance. It simply will not do to be unable to dance." "Perhaps I could accompany you in practice," Professor McGonagall responded with enthusiasm. Shawn shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle. "No, Professor, I shall find a way. I have already informed the various houses. You must secure your dance partners by tomorrow evening," Professor McGonagall remarked with a smile. Just as Professor McGonagall departed, the astute Zack confidently approached Penelope, bowing gracefully and extending his right hand. "Fair maiden, may I request the honor of inviting you as my dance partner?" "I decline," Penelope replied almost instantaneously, decisively rejecting Zack's offer. With tomorrow being the 1st of March, time was indeed of the essence to find a partner, reflecting on Harry and Ron. 2 steadfast gentlemen who only sought partners as the ball drew near. Shawn thought to himself that he would not find himself in such an awkward predicament. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Shawn was halted by Cassius. "Shawn, there is a package for you from Professor Snape." "From Professor Snape?" Shawn inquired, somewhat perplexed. He accepted the parcel and, in Cassius's presence, began to unwrap it. Inside lay an elegant garment, which he lifted. "A formal suit," Cassius commented. It was not particularly extravagant. Merely a standard black tuxedo, appearing to be an exact fit for Shawn. Professor Snape must have anticipated my lack of formal attire for tomorrow and thoughtfully provided me with one. "Truly a timely blessing," Shawn remarked. "How fortunate. I am left to don my brother's old suit," Cassius replied with an envious expression. "Count your blessings. You have yet to witness a more antiquated suit," Shawn retorted, clearly referring to Ron's grandmotherly attire. "By the way, have you seen Clarice?" Shawn asked, as he was certainly not one to overlook the most accessible girl to invite. Unlike Harry and Ron, it seems she has gone to find her grandfather. "Indeed? Mr. Crouch was just in the hall. How did I not notice her?" Shawn pondered in confusion. Shawn's invitation encountered a slight complication, as he had not seen Clarice the entire afternoon. During this time, 1 or 2 shy girls had mustered the courage to extend their invitations to Shawn, yet he graciously declined, feeling that dancing with unfamiliar girls would indeed be rather awkward. It is always most natural to share such moments with acquaintances. Later that evening, while dining in the hall, Shawn noticed Clarice was still absent and casually inquired, "Where has Clarice gone?" To which Cassius responded, "Shawn, are you hoping to invite Clarice as your dance partner?" Shawn candidly remarked, "Indeed, inviting her seems the most convenient option." "What, do you wish to invite her as well?" "I shall refrain. She would undoubtedly decline, given her evident disdain for me." At that moment, a voice that sent chills down Cassius's spine emerged from behind him. "Cassius, what are you saying about me behind my back?" Chris, who had been absent for the entire afternoon, returned. She navigated around the long table and took her seat across from him. "Where have you been all afternoon?" Shawn inquired. "I went out with my grandfather," Chris replied, delicately scooping a piece of glistening strawberry pudding. "I see. By the way, since you were absent, I presume no one has invited you to be their dance partner yet. Would you care to accompany me?" Shawn boldly extended his invitation. Suddenly, the strawberry pudding on Chris's spoon plummeted back into the bowl as she lifted her gaze to Shawn. "The representatives are the starting lineup. They are set to lead the dance. I do not dance, and I believe Miss Crouch would have no trouble. Would you be so kind as to guide me? Could your invitation not be a tad more gentlemanly?" Chris shook her head. Shawn offered an awkward smile, realizing he might have been too forthright. The young lady from a prominent family surely valued decorum, and he hoped he wouldn't be turned down. Well then, let us dance together, Chris suddenly interjected. However, she hesitated. Unable to finish her thought, aware that Shawn's family was rather financially constrained, and she wondered whether he had managed to prepare a suitable outfit. Shawn sighed in relief as he glanced towards the professor's seat, remarking that Professor Snape had already prepared everything for him. Chapter 93, The Valley of Shadows. At the ball the following evening, Chris appeared in a delicate lavender evening gown. Her meticulously styled golden curls captivating the attention of all present. Despite her tender age of 12, girls at this stage of life tend to mature faster than boys. And her height of 1.60 meters, coupled with her slender figure, lent the young girl an air of femininity. When Shawn first encountered Chris in Diagon Alley, he found the little girl to be charming and beautiful. Nearly 2 years have passed, and Chris's features have matured since that time. However, as they spent each day together at school, and with Shawn's focus primarily on mastering magic, he had not taken note of Chris's transformation. Chris, it seems you have become even more beautiful, Shawn remarked. Are you implying that I was not beautiful before? Chris shot him a glare. Shawn suddenly realized that his previous remarks were no different from those of Ron and Harry. He quickly corrected himself, saying, "What I meant to say is that you look more beautiful today than usual. Shawn, come over. It's time to gather," Theo called, waving to Shawn with his companion, signaling him to prepare for their entrance. "Shall we go?" Shawn bent his right arm, and Chris linked hers with his. Standing at a height of 1.62 meters in her low-heeled dance shoes, Chris was fortunate that Shawn had grown significantly this semester, now measuring approximately 1.68 meters. Zach, observing the dance partner beside Percy, couldn't help but mutter in disbelief. It was utterly absurd. Penelope declined Zach's invitation, opting instead to team up with Percy, which left Zach feeling quite disheartened. Even more so, Cassius, who had come alone, felt a deeper pang of heartache. Upon entering, Shawn immediately noticed the 4 distinct trophies displayed on the podium. The trophy from Hogwarts was shaped like a cauldron, complete with a lid, while the one from Castello Bruxo resembled a tree. The trophies from Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons were comparatively conventional. As Professor McGonagall later explained, each trophy was provided by its respective school. This indicated that the remaining trophy was brought by the 3 competing teams and would be presented to the judges before the commencement of the 4th contest. To be placed in the Forbidden Forest. "Stop daydreaming, place your hand on my waist, and follow my lead," Chris gently reminded him. "Oh, right," Shawn replied, finally redirecting his gaze from the trophies. The 6 representatives and their partners became the focal point of the ball, followed shortly by the representative from Castello Bruxo and their partner joining the dance floor, followed by those from Ilvermorny and Beauxbatons. Shawn was undeniably a novice when it came to dancing, utterly devoid of any sense of rhythm. Fortunately, Krista's adept guidance spared him from embarrassment. After 2 consecutive days of social events, Shawn felt more drained than after an all-night study session on flight spells, as the latter at least provided him with a sense of accomplishment. The progress of this semester had swiftly reached its final month, the enchanting June of the Forbidden Forest. On June 3, 1991, a Monday, the warmth of early summer prompted students to don their light short sleeves. Within the walls of Hogwarts Castle, aside from Filch, all professors and students had vanished from sight. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountains, 10 kilometers north of the castle, hundreds had gathered. The prefects organized their teams, setting up tents according to their houses and year groups. Professor McGonagall directed the prefects with authority. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest mountain range lay a flat woodland area, where Hogwarts students reveled in a picnic-like atmosphere, backpacks slung over their shoulders, conversing animatedly with expressions of sheer joy. The 4 houses were divided into distinct sections, with each house's 7-year groups assigned to a larger tent. For the non-magical world, accommodating a dozen individuals in a single tent would necessitate a colossal structure, quite impractical for transport. However, wizards employed the undetectable extension charm, a sophisticated spell that could expand a small tent's interior space to several hundred times its original size. The tents brought by Hogwarts were indeed imbued with this enchantment. Naturally, this was sanctioned by the Ministry of Magic, as the spell was typically prohibited for personal use. Tonk, lend a hand to your younger peers, called Professor Sprout. Nymphadora Tonks, having just completed the setup of the 4th-year tent with 3 classmates, was summoned to assist the 2nd-year students. "Of course, Professor," she replied, simultaneously voicing her frustration to her boyfriend, Joseph. "I can't believe I'm reduced to menial tasks instead of competing. It's infuriating." Well, at least Charlie's team secured first place. Otherwise, I can only imagine your wrath directed at him, Joseph chuckled. Indeed, if we hadn't clinched the top spot, I'd have no qualms about giving him a piece of my mind, Nymphadora retorted with conviction. As they approached the Hufflepuff second-year tent, they spotted Cedric engaged in jovial conversation with his classmates. Unable to resist, Nymphadora called out to him, Cedric, really? You still find it amusing? With Shawn from your year being such an anomaly, you'll find it hard to hold your head high throughout your school days. Cedric, suddenly singled out by the older student, momentarily appeared taken aback, feeling unjustly accused. At that moment, the 4 representative teams were entering in sequential order from the southern side of the mountains, where the winding 3-kilometer boundary marked the entrance to the competition. Shawn and his 5 companions were assigned to 6 distinct starting points as they ventured into the Vale of Shadows. An hour later, the second team followed suit. The Vale was vast. Traversing it on foot would require at least 2 days. The forest bore similarities to the Forbidden Forest, imbued with a mysterious force that rendered spatial magic ineffective, thus making apparition impossible within its confines. Consequently, the ability to fly became paramount in this competition, and Shawn had successfully constructed the framework for a flying charm by the end of May. With only 1 hour remaining on the time converter after 241 hours of work, he informed Snape of his mastery over the flying spell and demonstrated it on the spot. Very well, it seems I underestimated you, Snape exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief, an expression rarely seen on his typically impassive face. However, Shawn's magical potency had not significantly increased. The wizard's heart still could not absorb further energy, leaving him to serve merely as a power bank each day. Competitors entering the Vale were prohibited from carrying anything other than their wands and magical restorative potions. Each participant was allocated food for 2 days, after which they would need to fend for themselves. There was no time limit for the competition. Victory would only be declared when 2 members of a team returned to the southern entrance bearing the trophy. The Vale was home to wild animals, magical creatures, and treacherous terrain, making this contest the centerpiece of the entire exchange event. Casualties were permitted, yet the use of dark magic among competitors was strictly forbidden. In the event of an emergency, a competitor could signal their intent to withdraw by firing a red firework, prompting a professor on a flying broom to come to their aid. At Snape's suggestion, the Hogwarts team ring was entrusted to Shawn, though Snape refrained from informing the others of Shawn's newfound ability to fly. The total amount of magical energy remained insufficient to support the flying charm for more than 5 minutes, necessitating careful use until a critical moment arose. With a satchel on his back, Shawn briskly made his way deeper into the mountains. Since Hogwarts was the first to enter the Vale, they would not encounter other teams during this hour. Their strategy was to avoid regrouping initially, allowing the 6 of them to disperse and search for the trophy's location as extensively as possible. After 1 hour, Charlie would launch a yellow firework, signaling the team to converge towards him. Meanwhile, the second team would just be entering the Vale. Even upon spotting Hogwarts' signal, they would hesitate, torn between pursuing Hogwarts or searching for the trophy first. 3 hours later, the 4th-ranked team, Wagadoo, also entered the Vale, and a conspiracy began to unfold within its depths. Chapter 94. The forest deity Shawn traversed a rugged path, fraught with difficulty. The ground was obscured by layers of fallen twigs and leaves accumulated over the years. Although it is said that such decay nourishes the bloom of spring, for Shawn, each step felt like a pitfall. As a traveler in this mountainous terrain, he found himself utterly unfamiliar with his surroundings. After more than an hour of wandering, he had encountered nothing but trees, underbrush, and slopes, until he finally picked up Charlie's signal. Shawn gazed into the distant sky as a yellow firework ascended, its origin at least 4 or 5 kilometers away. However, traversing such a distance in the mountains was no trivial endeavor. At that moment, the second-ranked Castrobrush team had just entered the Valley of Shadows. The intentions of the 6 members were evident. Despite entering the woods from 6 distinct starting points, they converged towards the center. Now that everyone is here, let us hasten to cast our spells, commanded Captain Matthew. Is it truly wise to strike such a deal with Ifamoni? Matthew's younger brother, Jerry, a 6th-year student, expressed his concerns. That night, after Castrobrush's defeat to Hogwarts, their supervising professor, Ada Hopper, approached Kalian. In tomorrow's competition, we aim to secure 2nd place, Professor Hopper declared. Kalian smiled slyly. Is that a request? Victory relies on strength. Do you wish for us to concede? Although Castrobrush's combined magic was formidable, its intricate casting conditions posed a significant disadvantage against the swift and agile Clavin, increasing their odds of losing. This is not a request, but a plea for cooperation. We desire victory tomorrow, Hopper said, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. I assure you, The terms we offer will be to your satisfaction. Oh, Professor Hopper is so confident. Might you elaborate? Kalian inquired, intrigued. We possess a spell that can reveal the location of the trophy. I cannot disclose specifics, but I can assure you that we have a distinct advantage over their aimless search. So, your team will inform us of the trophy's location? Kalian probed. Indeed. Provided you relinquish tomorrow's victory, we are willing to share the information regarding the trophy's location. Kalian fell silent, contemplating the implications of forsaking victory for an hour's delay entering the Valley of Shadows. The timing of the fourth match was crucial, and Hopper's proactive approach to negotiate for that hour spoke volumes. Hopper, sitting confidently, presented an enticing offer. The trophy's location was the ultimate goal for every team, and they held the ace to secure it first. As both leaders calculated their strategies, Kalian appeared captivated by the proposal, ultimately agreeing to Hopper's terms. And the captains forged an unbreakable oath. Such magic exists, but once the information is in our hands, you may regret this decision, Kalian mused as she watched Hopper depart. In fact, prior to this, Wagadu had sought collaboration with Castrobrush but was rebuffed. Castrobrush, holding such a trump card, had little interest in cooperating with Wagadu, finding the notion of mutually monitoring the trophy's location utterly laughable. Within the Valley of Shadows, Castrobrush's members had left behind signals as previously arranged with Ifamoni. Comprehensible only to Ifamoni's team. We have left the signals as agreed, Matthew stated. Whether Ifamoni can keep up is no concern of ours. Such stipulation was not included in our agreement. The others nodded. They had not violated any terms, and could they be blamed if their opponents were slow? They had no intention of waiting for Ifamoni. Jerry, Anduin, Galira, prepare to synchronize and cast Forest Spirit, Matthew instructed. Forest Spirit was a challenging spell from the Amazon tribe's wizards, passed down after the tribe's wizards joined Castrobrush. This perception spell, said to be wielded by an all-knowing deity of the Amazon rainforest, allowed its caster to sense everything occurring within the forest. The creator of this spell must have been an extraordinary individual, as it originally required dual-handed casting and comprised 29 components. Given the complexity of this combined magic, time was of the essence. The representatives for the inter-school friendship competition had only been selected the previous summer, and it had scarcely been a year since then. It was well known that even a gifted wizard like Snape required 2 years to master combined magic flying spells. Thus, in order to ensure the team could grasp Forest Spirit before the fourth match, the school selected a pair of siblings from the 6 members, 2 brothers and 2 sisters, allowing 4 to learn the spell together. 7th-year Matthew and 6th-year Jerry were brothers, while 5th-year Galira and 4th-year Anduin were siblings as well, and interestingly, Matthew's mother was Galira's aunt. This familial combination was unprecedented among previous representative teams, and the 4 finally succeeded in mastering the spell by Christmas. Upon completing the spell, they would receive feedback of magical responses within a 5-kilometer radius. Be it wizards, magical creatures, or enchanted artifacts, all would manifest as red dots in their minds, akin to thermal imaging of a jungle python. Employing such a perception spell to locate the trophy's magical barrier would yield efficiency several times greater than that of other teams. However, it seemed that only Hogwarts was diligently searching for the trophy. Upon entering the Valley of Shadows, one member of Ifamoni followed the signals left by Castrobrush, rapidly catching up, while the remaining members gathered together and proceeded slowly. After merging with Olma, Wagadu's team advanced in a straight line, loudly chanting slogans in Swahili, their voices booming, seemingly intending to attract the attention of other teams. Hogwarts 6, upon receiving Charlie's signal, took 2.5 hours to finally gather as a complete team. What terrible luck! The route I took was filled with ditches and swamps, Zach, the last to arrive, remarked, looking disheveled. Well, now that everyone is here, let us split into groups and search from 3 directions, Charlie announced. Following their prearranged plan, once gathered, Penelope and Charlie formed one group, Percy and Theo formed another, and Zach and Shawn made up the third. Chapter 95, Can You Also Fly? Shawn and Zach set off from the northwest, traversing a river valley. As they made their way along the riverbank, this cursed place is so vast. How long will it take to find the trophy? Zach sighed. You should conserve your energy and refrain from speaking too much. Shawn couldn't help but remind him, for throughout their journey, he had endured nothing but Zach's complaints. Shawn found himself in a predicament, as the rules regarding the placement of the trophy offered no guidance. Although he possessed the ability to fly, the flight spell consumed an excessive amount of magical energy, and it was likely that he would exhaust himself within 5 minutes without even catching a glimpse of the trophy's shadow. The forest was stifling, And only when they reached the river valley did they manage to feel a hint of coolness, until they arrived at a waterfall, which blocked their path. They had no choice but to ascend the steep slope beside them. Zack pointed to a slick cliff on the left, towering 20 meters high and nearly vertical. "It's far too dangerous. We should fly up," he suggested. Shawn shook his head in response. "That may be so. But I could use a levitation spell to send you up, and then you could pull me up from there." Zack drew his wand, ready to cast the levitation spell on Shawn, but Shawn interrupted him. "It's too high. The magical framework becomes unstable at such altitudes, and it could lead to disaster," he cautioned. Zack hesitated before asking, "What should we do then? Should we take a longer route?" "There's no need for such complications," Shawn replied. Shawn extended his hands, conjuring the framework of a flying spell between them. He had no intention of concealing this enchantment, believing it would undoubtedly be demonstrated before others during the competition. Thus, he decided to let Zack experience it first. Within 3 seconds, the flying spell was complete, and Shawn felt as light as a feather, his feet lifting off the ground. Zack glanced at his wand, then at Shawn, who was now floating. "Have I cast the spell?" Zack inquired, somewhat bewildered. "No, this isn't the levitation charm." "Quickly, grasp my shoulders. I shall take you aloft," Shawn replied. Although Zack was unclear about the situation, he complied, placing his hands on Shawn's shoulders. Gradually, Shawn ascended at a steady pace, and Zack, clinging to Shawn's back, felt as if he were riding an elevator. Moments later, they reached the top of a steep slope. "What kind of magic is this?" Zack asked, his curiosity piqued. "This is called the flying spell," Shawn explained. Zack patted Shawn's shoulder, exclaiming, "That's incredible. Why don't you teach me such splendid magic?" Teaching you is not out of the question, Shawn responded. "Really?" Zack's face lit up with excitement. "However, the conditions for casting this spell are rather stringent," Shawn stated diplomatically. Zack puffed out his chest, confidently declaring, "After all, I am a representative of the 5th year." "Very well, it requires wandless magic," Shawn revealed. Upon hearing this, Zack furrowed his brows. It was indeed a demanding requirement. Currently, there were only 4 or 5 individuals at Hogwarts capable of wandless magic. "Wandless, with both hands, and 28 frameworks," Shawn continued, mercilessly. "Ha ha ha, let us continue our journey." Zack laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "I did mention it was a bit stringent," Shawn remarked with resignation. "When I saw you without your wand earlier, I did not realize you were performing wandless magic. Today, you have truly opened my eyes," Zack acknowledged. He had previously witnessed Shawn casting spells with one hand while wielding his wand with the other, which had earned him the reputation of Hogwarts' secret weapon. He had thought that was Shawn's limit, but he now understood that the gap between himself and true genius could not be measured by his own perceptions. After they ascended, it wasn't long before they stumbled upon a trophy, resting upon a rather ordinary rock. The surrounding environment was unremarkable, save for fallen leaves and withered branches. "It seems we cannot enter. There appears to be an invisible wall," Zack said, pushing against the unseen barrier before them, the trophy merely 5 meters away. "It must be a magical barrier. How fortunate I have the ring with me," Shawn noted, glancing at the silver ring on his right hand's index finger. He then raised his hand toward the barrier, ready to proceed. Shawn entered with an air of nonchalance, while Zack attempted to follow but found himself halted by an invisible barrier. "What a pity it isn't our trophy," Shawn lamented. Even before crossing the barrier, the two had recognized the trophy's shape as that of Ifamoni. Though not belonging to their team, possessing it would provide an additional bargaining chip. After 6 hours, Castrobosch's team finally located 4 trophies, and before them lay the first, a trophy from Wagadu. Matthew emerged from the barrier, trophy in hand. "Surely you can share the locations of the remaining 3 trophies with me?" Claven inquired. Claven, dispatched by Ifamoni to accompany Castrobosch, had tracked them down in less than 20 minutes after they set off, following their markers. When Claven found them, Matthew and his companions were taken aback, pondering how he had managed it. From this location, one trophy is 3 kilometers to the northwest, another 3 kilometers to the northeast, and the last should be 6 kilometers to the north, Matthew articulated. The Forest God spell had a range of 5 kilometers, but due to the limited magical capacity of Matthew's group, they could not sustain it for long. They would cast the spell once to sense the 5-kilometer radius, then walk that distance for over an hour, recasting the spell again. Upon their 3rd casting, they finally detected a powerful magical response at the edge of their range, confirming the presence of a protective barrier around the trophy. After spending over an hour locating this trophy, they discovered it belonged to Wagadu. After resting briefly, they activated the Forest God spell once more, eliciting delightful news within their minds. They exchanged glances, realizing that 2 of the remaining 3 trophies were within their sensing range. Analyzing the positions, they deduced that the 4 trophies formed a square, predicting the last one to be 6 kilometers due north. "Are you trying to deceive me?" Claven queried. "How could we? We agreed to share information, and our unbreakable oath forbids us from deception," Matthew replied earnestly. "Is that so? Then thank you," Claven said politely, turning to leave. However, Matthew's voice rang out again. "As per our agreement, we've shared the information. The pact did not prohibit us from attacking you." With that proclamation, Jerry, Anduin, and Goliath swiftly encircled Claven. It was 1 against 6. Even as a daywalker, he would likely face elimination. Claven's crimson eyes gleamed with a sinister light as he bared his fangs and grinned wickedly. Not necessarily. In an instant, he transformed into a human-sized bat and soared into the air. This was the final form of a daywalker. Chapter 96. A strategic retreat. Claven had managed to catch up with Castrobosh within 20 minutes thanks to his ultimate form as a natural animagus. It is noteworthy that animagus is a complex form of transfiguration. Only 7 individuals have been legally registered as animagi with the British Ministry of Magic this century. While some practice illegal animagus transformation, this underscores the difficulty in mastering such magic. Unlike Shawn's flying spell, which consumed magical energy with every passing second, Claven's bat form required no magic expenditure. He merely needed to flap his wings. However, transforming into and out of animagus form consumed half of Claven's magical energy. After transforming upon entering the forest and subsequently reverting after locating Matthew and his companions, he had depleted much of his energy. To regain optimal condition, Claven promptly consumed a potion for magical recovery. Dean had crafted 7 potions, 4 of which were entrusted to Claven, highlighting Ifamoni's significant investment in him. "Damn it. Ifamoni has played us," Matthew fumed, initially intending to outsmart Ifamoni, but ended up revealing the crucial trophy locations to Claven. "Jerry, come with me to pursue that daywalker." He headed towards the northeast trophy. "Goliath, take the others to find the trophy in the northwest." Though they couldn't hope to catch up with the flying Claven, they could not allow him to escape unchallenged. Matthew divided the group into 2, pursuing Claven while the other 4 searched in the opposite direction. However, when they arrived at the northeastern trophy's location, it had already been taken. "Cursed daywalker," Matthew muttered darkly. A massive bat claw was clutching a trophy as it flew northward. This trophy belonged to Castrobosh. Had it not been taken by Claven, Castrobosh might have claimed victory in this competition. Meanwhile, Goliath's group effortlessly located the trophy in the northwest, which belonged to Hogwarts. On their return with the trophy, they encountered Wagadoo's team. The situation was dire. Fearing a confrontation with Claven, Matthew had entrusted Wagadoo's trophy to Goliath's group during their separation. Had Goliath not been carrying Wagadoo's trophy, the opposing team might have considered conserving their strength to avoid conflict, passing each other without incident. Yet now, fate had conspired against them as Wagadoo's 6 members drew their wands, intent on reclaiming the trophy to secure victory. "Goliath, what should we do?" Anduin asked, apprehensively eyeing Wagadoo's 6. Goliath glanced at the trophy in her hands, realizing she could not allow it to fall into Wagadoo's possession, for that would effectively hand them the championship. "You take the 2 trophies and flee. Regardless of which team you encounter, give them the trophy. It must not fall into Wagadoo's hands," Goliath instructed. Even if it meant relinquishing the trophies to another team, they could not afford to hand the championship to Wagadoo. Anduin nodded, accepting the Wagadoo trophy from Goliath, even as 12 pairs of eyes from Wagadoo fixed upon him with fervor. "Damn those opportunists," Claven muttered under his breath. Upon arriving at the northern trophy's location, he found the stone entirely devoid of any trophies. This was the very spot where Shawn and Zach had discovered the trophy just an hour prior, and it belonged to Ifamoni. Shawn sneezed as he and Zach made their way towards the rendezvous point previously agreed upon with Charlie, a location seemingly not far from where Gully and the others were situated. Uncertain whether the other teams had secured their trophies, they had encountered no other competitors along the way, resulting in a complete absence of the fierce competitive atmosphere. It felt merely like a leisurely stroll. Zach remarked. Shawn chose to disregard him. The man was a quintessential chatterbox, and the more one engaged with him, the more animated his discourse became. A few minutes later, Shawn and Zach slowed their pace, and Shawn cast a glance in his direction, remarking, "The intense atmosphere you desired has arrived." Emerging from the thicket to their diagonal front were 5 individuals, and by unfortunate coincidence, they belonged to the team of Ifamoni. "There lies our trophy," Joanna discerned immediately. Despite the distance of over 30 meters, in the hands of Shawn Greer, alongside him was a 5th grader. "Yet, with just the 2 of them, we shall triumph," Agelbert asserted. Shawn watched as the members of Ilvermorny approached and inquired, Do we have confidence in a 2 against 5? Don't joke. I have no confidence. It depends on you, Zach replied with a grimace. I lack confidence as well, Shawn said with a smile. Indeed. He was not so presumptuous as to believe he could take on 4 alone, even with Zach alleviating one of them. We should run, Zach remarked. Eyeing the approaching Ilvermorny quintet. Place your hand on my shoulder, Shawn instructed. Zach nodded and immediately complied. Having recently experienced the flying spell, he tightly grasped Shawn's shoulder. With the Ilvermorny trophy tucked under his arm, put down the trophy. You may leave. You know how crucial numbers are in this match. If you 2 are eliminated here and we cannot muster 2 at the end, it would be a shame, Gilbert shouted. But we did not plan to be eliminated. Shawn said, his palms facing each other as the magical framework of the flying spell intricately formed between them. Steady now, he urged, and with that, Shawn sprang into the air. How was that possible? How did he do it? The Ilvermorny members gasped as they witnessed Shawn soaring upwards. We need to summon Claven back immediately, Gilbert exclaimed, raising his wand to launch a blue signal into the sky. Seeing the signal, a large bat in flight promptly headed in that direction. Matthew and Jerry also caught sight of the blue fireworks. They were uncertain which team had sent the signal, but it was likely that a team had located a trophy. They intended to stealthily follow the blue signal to see if it was their team's trophy. But just as they were about to act, another yellow firework shot into the sky. This signal was close to where Giraira and her group had gone, prompting Matthew and Jerry to worry. They quickly changed their course towards the yellow signal. Meanwhile, Shawn and Zach, soaring in the air, also clearly saw the yellow signal and felt a greater urgency than Matthew. This was the signal from the Hogwarts team, previously used when they first gathered in the Vale of Shadows. As they were the first to enter the forest, they had surmised that firing a signal would not attract enemy teams. However, once the signal was used, it would draw other teams like moths to a flame, just as Matthew and Jerry had intended to approach upon seeing Ilvermorny's blue signal. When the 6 from Hogwarts split up, Charlie had instructed them not to use signals unless in dire circumstances, to quietly rendezvous at the agreed location instead. Who sent the signal? Have they found our trophy? Zach inquired behind Shawn. If they found the trophy, they should be more discreet, unless it has been taken by someone else, Shawn speculated. In truth, Shawn's conjecture was nearing the reality of the situation. Chapter 97. The chaos begins 10 minutes earlier. Anduin, carrying the trophies from both Wagadu and Hogwarts, fled under the cover of his teammates. Wagadu's captain, Vanessa, and a 4th-year teammate, Ravi, pursued him, while the remaining 4 clashed with Giraira and her group. However, with Omar present, Giraira's trio had already prepared for elimination. Anduin had barely run a few hundred meters when Vanessa caught up to him. The brothers were fierce and direct, launching a coordinated attack. Armor protection, Anduin shouted, clutching Wagadu's trophy under his arm while wielding his wand defensively with his right hand. The duo from Wagadu advanced relentlessly. Their wands never idle. Victory was within reach, and anyone in their position would feel the same urgency. As Anduin ran and defended against their assaults, he realized that facing a 4th year and a 7th year simultaneously was beyond his capabilities, and within minutes, he was struck down, losing consciousness. We have the trophy. What do we do with Hogwarts? Ravi asked. You take it far away while we return with the trophy, Vanessa instructed. She understood the risks of carrying another team's trophy. Encountering its rightful owners would spell trouble, so it was better to discard it far away. Even if the opponents had tracking spells, they would have to venture far to reclaim the trophy. Ravi nodded, preparing to leave with Hogwarts trophy when 2 figures appeared nearby, their eyes lighting up at the sight of the trophy in Ravi's hands. We found it, our trophy, Theo whispered excitedly. This is not good. The trophy in Vanessa's hands belongs to Wagadu, right? Percy remarked. That distinctive trophy shape, whose else could it be? Theo replied. With Anduin unconscious, it was now 2 against 2. If they could defeat them, victory in this match would belong to Hogwarts. Percy felt the thrill of battle rising within him. Well, Theo replied, pulling out his wand. Vanessa's magical prowess exceeds mine. I need you to defeat her partner swiftly and then come to my aid. Vanessa's skill had been impressively demonstrated during the 2nd solo duel before Christmas, dazzling all with her intricate spell work against Matthew. If Charlie and Shawn can triumph, so can we, Percy declared. Charlie and Shawn were the perfect collaboration between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Likewise, Theo and Percy represented a union of 2 houses, swiftly advancing like the wind towards Vanessa. The battle among the 4 was evenly matched. Though Theo struggled, he persevered, allowing Percy to defeat Ravi as quickly as possible so they could confront Vanessa together. Disarm your weapon. Feint, Percy seized the opportunity and finally knocked Ravi out, prompting a sigh of relief from Theo. Percy, unable to retrieve the Hogwarts trophy from Ravi's grasp, rushed to assist Theo. However, Giraira's trio had not detained Wagadoo's team for long. All three had collapsed, while Wagadoo's four hastened in pursuit of Vanessa. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, Percy realized their chances of winning were slim and reluctantly fired a yellow signal, hoping for a swift response from teammates or even other teams. A large bet circled above the Ilvermorny members, and Gilbert shouted, "Our trophy is in Shawn's possession at Hogwarts. He knows a flying spell and is heading towards the yellow signal. You must chase after him while we follow." Claven cursed under his breath. Destiny was cruel. Having lost the duel to them, he was determined not to be outdone in flight. He quickened his wing-eats, soaring towards the location of the yellow signal with utmost speed. Before Shawn, Charlie, and Penelope arrived first, heading towards their rendezvous point just 2 kilometers away when they noticed their team's urgent signal ahead. Upon their arrival, Percy and Theo had already been defeated, and Vanessa was reciting a counter-curse over the unconscious Ravi. Although Ravi regained consciousness, he was still a bit disoriented, significantly diminishing his combat effectiveness. They have our trophy, and their own as well. What do we do? If we don't stop Wagadoo, they will claim the championship, Penelope fretted. The previous signal was seen by more than just us. Don't panic. Let us follow Wagadoo from a distance. Charlie was acutely aware that even with 2 of them, reclaiming the trophy was an unlikely endeavor. With Vagad approaching a return, the trek to the entrance would require at least 5 hours, leaving ample time to await reinforcements. However, the arrival of others was swifter than he had anticipated. Mid-air, Shawn appeared, bearing Zack in his arms, gradually descending as his magical energy waned. The fact that Shawn could wield such flight magic, a skill reserved for ancient sorcerers, was astonishing. Vanessa's expression darkened, and their vigilance heightened at Shawn's unexpected appearance. "Charlie, did you know Shawn could fly?" Penelope, hidden behind a tree, gazed in awe at Shawn's descent. "I had no idea. This lad is full of surprises," Charlie remarked with a sense of wonder. Shawn retrieved the soul potion of magical restoration and downed it in a single gulp. Shawn, Zack, Charlie, and Penelope rushed over from a distance. "Charlie, Penelope, are you all right?" Zack inquired urgently. "We're fine, but by the time we arrived, Theo and Percy had already been vanquished," Charlie replied, his gaze fixed on the trophy nestled under Zack's arm. "That's the trophy of Ifenmoni. We just encountered their team. They will be pursuing us." After a brief pause, Shawn continued, "I will launch aerial attacks while you coordinate to reclaim the trophy swiftly. If we delay, we may have to contend with 2 teams when Ifenmoni arrives." Shawn's flight spell possesses a distinct advantage over Claven's, as it allows him to soar through the skies while simultaneously wielding his hands for spellcasting attacks, a feat that Claven cannot achieve in his animagus form. The members of Wagadoo, having witnessed Shawn's remarkable flight spell, became increasingly convinced that the trophy from Hogwarts would remain beyond their reach. Should Shawn succeed in flying back to the entrance with the trophy and his teammates, they would be unable to catch up, leading the 6 Wagadoo members. Omar took the initiative to approach Shawn and his companions, signaling the imminent onset of battle. At that moment, a large bat descended gracefully onto a nearby branch, and Claven reverted from his animagus form back to human. He retrieved a potion for magical recovery, consuming it while suggesting, "Wagadoo, why don't we join forces to eliminate Hogwarts?" Chapter 98. The resurgence of the basilisk. While Claven's transformation into a large bat astonished the crowd, after all, animagi are a rarity, Shawn's flight magic captured even greater attention. This spell, barely mentioned in the annals of magical history, was unexpectedly wielded by a second-year student. The flight magic referenced in history had never been witnessed, but one could surmise that it differed significantly from the spell conceived by Voldemort. Claven's proposal seemed utterly ludicrous to Wagadoo. The 3 factions were in competition, and any conflict between Wagadoo and Hogwarts would ultimately benefit Ilvermorny, a scenario that Vanessa would never allow. "If you desire the trophy, seize it yourself. Do not presume to use us as pawns," Vanessa retorted, her gaze fixed on Claven perched on the branch. "You possess Hogwarts trophy, and they will undoubtedly attempt to reclaim it. The outcome of your conflict hinges upon Hogwarts. How can you claim we, Ilvermorny, are using you?" Claven countered with a smile. "Is that so? Then allow me to offer you this trophy," Vanessa replied, glancing at the Hogwarts trophy in her hand. Claven, naturally, had no desire for such a hot potato. Despite Hogwarts having lost 2 members, Shawn's flight magic rendered Claven uneasy, leaving him to ponder just how many cards Shawn had up his sleeve. "Damn Wagadoo." A sudden curse echoed from afar, filled with fury. The group turned to see Matthew and Jerry, who had failed to pursue Claven. Upon seeing the yellow signal, they rushed over, and Matthew's eyes widened upon spotting the trophy in Wagadoo's possession. This signified the defeat of the 4 members of Goliath, and not far away. The unconscious Anduin lay sprawled, leaving only the 2 brothers of Castarobash. "Oh, it's you. We thank your teammates for delivering the trophy to us," Vanessa said mockingly. Observing Matthew's approach, Matthew's face turned a shade of green with rage. After painstakingly hiding his trump card in the Valley of Shadows and locating the positions of 4 trophies, he had ended up with none, instead providing others with their gains. He glared at Claven and the trophy he held, then shifted his gaze to Shawn and his companions, spotting Zack clutching the Ilvermorny trophy. In that instant, Matthew grasped the current predicament. "Hogwarts, let us join forces and help you reclaim your trophy," Matthew called out to Shawn and his group. Unbeknownst to him, Shawn's flight magic would have influenced his conditions for alliance, ensuring Shawn aided them in retrieving their trophy from Claven. For now, however, his objective was simple. He wished to thwart Wagadoo's triumph. Having eliminated the 4 members of Castarobash while they retained possession of trophies rightfully belonging to others, with Hogwarts having suffered losses of 2 members, Matthew and Jerry's assistance would significantly enhance their chances of reclaiming the trophy, as their abilities surpassed those of Theo and Percy. "I believe we can collaborate with them," Shawn proposed. Indeed, reclaiming the trophy is of utmost importance. Charlie concurred with Shawn's sentiment. With Matthew's involvement, Shawn estimated that even if Claven aided Wagadoo, Hogwarts would stand a better chance of recovering the trophy. Previously, when battling Claven, the disparity in their speeds had rendered the odds precarious. Now, equipped with the flight spell, he believed the probabilities would shift in their favor. Yet, amidst the chaos of battle, circumstances often veer from expectations, frequently leading to unforeseen complications at critical moments. The 5 members of Ilvermorny finally arrived at the scene of the ensuing melee. Claven nodded at his teammates before addressing Vanessa. "Do you not think it is time for us to cooperate?" Without Ilvermorny's assistance, Wagadoo understood that retaining their trophy would be impossible. However, allying with the cunning Ilvermorny posed its own risks. If Claven were to seize the Ilvermorny trophy from Hogwarts during the fray, he could return with both teammates and trophy in tow, thanks to his bat form. Vanessa leaned close to Omar, whispering a few words. Although their team was the only one to have secured their school's trophy, the current situation made a safe return seem implausible. "So, you intend to use that?" Omar inquired in his deep, resonant voice. Professor Coates had once remarked that employing necessary means for victory was sometimes unavoidable, and this was such a moment. Vanessa's gaze fell upon the Wagadoo trophy in Omar's hands. Placing the trophy on the ground, Vanessa drew puzzled looks from the others. She raised her wand and, invoking a spell in Swahili, declared, "Unshackle the chains." Shawn, filled with apprehension about unforeseen complications, immediately activated his magical eye to observe Vanessa intently. Although he could not comprehend the incantations she uttered, the intricate framework of her spell-casting suggested it was a sophisticated enchantment. The trophy, resembling an oversized cauldron, was clasped by the claws of 4 creatures, leading everyone to believe it was merely a decorative feature, with the claws and lid seemingly fused together. However, in the next moment, the 4 claws simultaneously unfurled, and with a resounding bang, the lid was forcefully ejected. Was this permissible within the rules? Shawn, bewildered, turned to Charlie for clarification. Charlie, in a state of alarm, shook his head affirmatively, indicating that it was not. From within the trophy, a 3-meter-long basilisk emerged, the very creature that had performed for the students in the Great Hall. The 2 heads of the serpent swayed ominously before devouring both the trophy of Wagadoo and that of Hogwarts. "This is blatant cheating," Zack exclaimed vehemently. "The rules do not permit contestants to carry any items aside from wands and magical recovery potions." "We have adhered to them," Vanessa retorted. "The trophy was placed here by the judges, so it cannot be considered as something we brought in, thus it is not a violation." Based on Shawn's understanding of Bartemius Crouch, he surmised that Crouch would not assist Wagadoo in cheating. Perhaps even Crouch had been oblivious to the trophy being enchanted with a non-detection expansion charm. Not only Crouch, but everyone, Dumbledore included, had underestimated the possibility of Wagadoo tampering with the trophy, which had also been subjected to a spell akin to an invisibility or confinement charm. Vanessa's recent incantation was aimed at unraveling this enchantment. "This basilisk is beyond our capacity to confront," Shawn lamented. "What shall we do? It intends to abscond with our trophy." Penelope's expression was one of deep concern. Shawn pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "If Amoni, your team is still at full capacity, Let one of your members launch a red signal to summon the professor. This is beyond our capabilities. Gilbert scoffed. Why should we sacrifice this spot? Your trophy has been consumed. Shouldn't you find a way to resolve this yourselves? According to the competition rules, the member who launched the red signal would be deemed eliminated, and the professor would arrive on a broom to escort them away. Naturally, Ifamoni would not allow their team to be diminished. I knew you would respond that way. Shawn seized the Ifamoni trophy from Zack and then executed an unexpected maneuver. He hurled the trophy toward the basilisk, which lunged forward, its massive head emerging to devour the trophy in one swift motion. Chapter 99. Two grim maws. The members of Ifamoni glared with gritted teeth at the basilisk, roaring in protest. What are you doing? Shawn waved his hand helplessly and remarked that there was no choice. The trophy was in their possession, and they would undoubtedly be ambushed. It would be wiser to let Hogwarts safeguard it instead. Consequently, Ifamoni had no option but to ally with Hogwarts against Vagadu. With the addition of Matthew and Jerry, it transformed into a coalition of 3 teams against 1. The serpentine creature slithered ominously towards the entrance, trailed by the 6 members of Vagadu like guards. You merely wish for our assistance, don't you? As you desire. What are we waiting for? They are making their move, Gilbert shouted. Split into 2 groups. One to confront the serpent, and the other to engage with the Vagadu team, Shawn instructed. Ifamoni was at full capacity, Hogwarts had 4 members, and Castro Bosch contributed 2. Ultimately, it was decided that Matthew, Charlie, and Gilbert would lead 7 against the 6 members of Vagadu. Shawn and Claven would hold off the serpent until the Vagadu team was dealt with, at which point they would receive support. Don't get eaten by the snake. I won't come to your rescue, Claven said casually as he passed by Shawn. Likewise, Shawn replied. Matthew and his companions had already begun to confront the Vagadu members, with Matthew facing Vanessa, while Omar was engaged by Charlie and Gilbert. The serpent showed no inclination to assist Vanessa's team, continuing to undulate forward. Dispersed, Claven declared without hesitation, targeting the middle head of the serpent for an attack. Shawn activated the magical eye and witnessed Claven's attack striking the serpent's head with undeniable force. However, the serpent remained utterly unmoved, akin to Shawn's futile attempt to draw blood from Roy with a needle, as the skin remained intact. The 7 magical framework spells, upon colliding with its form, were inexplicably rendered entirely ineffective. Shawn found himself at a loss, uncertain of any conventional means to halt this formidable creature resembling a Niven snake. As Shawn sprinted, he raised his wand towards the body of the anaconda, invoking the spell Heart of Flames. This was a technique he had surreptitiously learned from Omar during the second solo match, a 10-frame spell that had once caused considerable distress to the jungle giant. The red and yellow flames struck the serpent's torso, but merely singed a portion of it. The fire blazed upon the serpent's scales, only to extinguish moments later as if doused with cold water. Such formidable magical resistance. No wonder dark wizards favor it as a pet. This creature's magical resilience is exceedingly high. Conventional spells are utterly ineffective. I may have to bend the rules now, so I hope you can keep your lips sealed. Claven accelerated, surpassing the position of the anaconda. He faced the 3 serpent heads and intoned the spell, Bloodthirsty Bat. Through the eye of magic, Shawn observed clearly. This was a 12-frame spell. Although the eye could not distinguish between typical dark magic and ordinary spells, Claven's words hinted at the use of an illicit dark enchantment. A dozen bats erupted from the tip of Claven's wand, launching themselves at the anaconda. Upon colliding with the serpent's scales, the bats disintegrated into swirling clouds of black mist. Did it take effect? Shawn noticed blood oozing from the scales struck by the bats. The anaconda, sensing the pain, writhed its 3 heads, emitting piercing hisses. The middle and right heads flicked their crimson tongues, their enchanting eyes fixated on Claven, while the left head turned to glare at Shawn. Claven, undeterred, bared his fangs. His crimson eyes locked onto the anaconda. Spit out the trophy, or I shall be forced to eviscerate you. The anaconda roared in response, seemingly comprehending Claven's threat. As all 3 massive heads lunged toward him, simultaneously unleashing streams of dark green liquid. Watch out. It's poison, Shawn shouted urgently. Claven cursed under his breath and swiftly dodged the 3 jets of venom. Fortunately, he was already in a semi-transformed state, which greatly enhanced his agility. He witnessed the tree trunks struck by the venom rapidly corroding, the potency equivalent to that of an intermediate dark spell. A cold sweat trickled down Shawn's brow. Are you merely spectating? Do something to assist, Claven urged as he evaded the anaconda's poisonous assault. The speed of the venom was daunting, lacking Claven's nimbleness. It appeared that only a flight spell would suffice. Seizing the opportunity while the basilisk was distracted by Claven, Shawn cast a flight spell. Now hovering in midair with his wand aimed at one of the serpent's heads, Avada Kedavra, he uttered, his voice resonating through the tension. Truth be told, Shawn was reluctant to invoke the killing curse in front of others, and since he had yet to master the art of silent incantation, he spoke the words aloud. I hope your lips are sealed, he remarked towards Claven. With a disdainful glance, Claven scoffed in response. The serpent head that was struck thrashed violently for a moment. Convulsing as if jolted by electricity, blood beginning to seep from beneath its scales, though the wound was minuscule and merely a superficial injury for the creature. A wave of exhilaration surged through Shawn. It is worth noting that the killing curse was among the most formidable spells he had mastered, second only to the unforgivable curses. If even the killing curse proved ineffective, he would truly have to contemplate resorting to the unforgivable curse in Claven's presence. Despite the injury inflicted upon the basilisk being slight, the killing curse, as a dark magic, possessed an incurable nature, absent a specific counter-curse. That small wound would continue to bleed. If I give you a few more wounds, you won't be able to endure, will you? Shawn soared through the air, skillfully evading the venomous spray that erupted from below. However, the substantial magical energy consumption of the 12 magical frameworks required for the killing curse constrained Shawn's ability to cast spells freely, compounded by the need to sustain the flight enchantment. For was his limit, any further casting would surely send him plummeting from the sky. After casting the 4 Shadowless Blade spell, Shawn felt utterly drained, his remaining magical energy insufficient to sustain the framework of the flight enchantment. Consequently, he soared to a distance, creating space between himself and the Niven serpent. Claven, hold on for a moment. I need to recharge, he called out. Claven, watching Shawn flee, couldn't help but curse. You fool, you've completely provoked it, and now you're just running away. We both incited its wrath, Shawn reassured him. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Just give me 5 minutes, and I shall return. Shawn retrieved the magical restoration potion that Zack had given him. It would take approximately 5 minutes for the potion to restore his magical energy to its optimal state. At that moment, a red firework soared into the sky, signaling that someone had chosen to forfeit and withdraw from the competition. In Chapter 100, the inception of a conspiracy, Theo, Percy, and others, who had been struck by the slumber curse, remained in place to recuperate after being awakened by Charlie's counter-curse. Given their current condition, they could offer little assistance and might even become a liability in the fray. However, upon regaining consciousness, Theo closely followed the pursuing coalition team, oblivious to the events that transpired during his unconsciousness. When he caught sight of the Naga, he realized that matters were gravitating towards a perilous climax. It was imperative to inform the professors. Theo raised his wand and shot forth a red signal, indicating a forfeit. All team members witnessed Theo's signal, understanding that the professors were en route. Yet, no one ceased their actions. As long as the organizers had not formally suspended the competition, it meant that the contest must continue. It is a signal from the competitors, Professor Morisai remarked, gazing upwards at the sky above the Valley of Shadows. The rescue professors for this competition were organized by the hosts, comprising the 4 deans along with Professor Morisai from the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Morisai seized his broom and departed from the makeshift respite garden that had been erected for the professors. With a swift motion, Professor Morisai soared into the air, leaving what appeared to be an empty seat among the professors. After regaining his magical powers, Shawn once again charged towards the basilisk. While Claven found himself struggling against 3 serpent heads, the need to evade the venomous attacks consumed most of his focus, leaving him with scant opportunities to cast spells. Switch! Claven shouted, his strength and magic waning from continuous running and spell casting. It was time for Shawn to take over. Shadow Strike. Shawn cast a spell aimed at the eye of the central head of the basilisk. A mournful cry erupted from the creature as Shawn's magic struck one of its eyes, causing the serpent's eye to explode and spill forth crimson blood, enhancing the already fearsome visage of the beast. Damn, with 3 heads and 6 eyes. Even with a guaranteed hit, I can only blind 4 of them, Shawn thought. The only spell capable of penetrating the basilisk's magical resistance was the Shadow Strike. But with his current reserves, he could only use it 4 times. Meanwhile, the battle on the other front reached its climax, with 10 against 6. The Allied team still had 3 7th-year captains. Although Omar was single-handedly holding off captains Charlie and Gilbert, he was ultimately just a half-giant, and under the combined assault, he began to falter. After defeating Omar, Vagadu was swiftly overwhelmed, but the Allied team temporarily lost 2 members in the process, Penelope from Hogwarts and Joanna from Ifamoni. Is it nearing its end? Zack pondered, gazing at the basilisk, which was riddled with wounds and bleeding profusely. Stay back. Its venom is perilous, and its magical resistance is formidable, nearly immune to spells below the 12th framework. Shawn cautioned from midair. You all should refrain from approaching, Charlie advised the younger students. Are you all fit to continue? He directed his question at Matthew and Gilbert. Here, take this. Zach handed a potion of magical recovery to Charlie, which had been given to him after Theo's awakening. Although Zach longed to assist, the most powerful spell he currently mastered, Shatter, was only at the 11th framework. His place was to remain in the rear tending to his injured teammates. Spread out. Clavin, are you ready? Shawn called out. With Charlie, Matthew, Jerry, and Gilbert joining, Shawn created distractions from the air while Clavin faced the creature head-on, and the other four flanked it. What spell is that? Jerry exclaimed, astonished by Shawn's flight magic. Focus. Matthew urged sharply. Explosive barrage. Matthew and Jerry combined their magic from the left side, launching a composite spell towards the left head of the basilisk. Impressive. Shawn, hovering in the air, took the opportunity to learn from their spell casting. The explosive barrage resembled a series of air cannons, and two blasts detonated against the left head of the basilisk, surprisingly breaching its protective scales. Despite the group's spell successfully hitting the creature, it showed no sign of faltering. While Shawn prepared to return to the ground, having exhausted his magical energy once more. Is this truly the caliber of a XXXX level magical beast? Shawn mused, unable to fathom the sheer strength of a creature classified as XXXXX by the Ministry of Magic. In the Ministry's classification, 4th level XXXX magical creatures are considered dangerous, requiring specialized knowledge or skilled adult wizards to confront. In contrast, 5th level XXXXX signifies magical beasts capable of effortlessly killing wizards, and which cannot be tamed. Having witnessed the battle with the XXXX level basilisk firsthand, Shawn was convinced that Harry's ability to defeat the monster must be attributed to a protagonist's extraordinary luck. Shawn felt an increasing admiration for a renowned wizard, the expert in magical creatures, Newt Scamander. Just as Shawn was about to withdraw to the ground, a voice echoed from behind him. To have harmed my precious one in such a manner, you truly live up to your reputation as elites. Shawn abruptly turned around to behold Professor Conrad Courts of Hogwarts, mounted upon a broom. A red signal had been previously issued. Yet it was expected that the rescuers would be professors from Hogwarts. Coupled with the fact that this serpent originated from Hogwarts, an ominous premonition washed over Shawn. Summoning the last vestiges of his magical strength, he attempted to flee from Courts. With a smile gracing his lips, Courts raised his wand towards Shawn, and a beam of white light swiftly struck Shawn's back. It was merely a simple, silent petrification spell. Yet the swiftness and precision with which it was cast surpassed that of any contender present. Shawn's body suddenly stiffened, and he fell from the air. Had he landed on the ground, he would have likely become the first wizard to perish from a fall. What on earth is happening? The professor is attacking the competitors. Clavin, quick-witted and swift, cast a levitation charm to catch Shawn, bringing him back to the ground before promptly lifting the petrification spell from him. A moment later, Morrisai, with a look of astonishment, turned to Coates and asked, Professor Coates, what are you doing here? And what about that Naga? This competition is far too easy. Let my creature increase the challenge, Coates grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. You must be insane. Can students handle this? Morrisai retorted, utterly enraged. Everyone, get away from there. But Professor Morrisai, that serpent has swallowed 3 trophies. Charlie shouted. Morrisai's anger intensified. How could Hogwarts resort to such underhanded tactics to win? The competition is suspended. I will explain everything to Dumbledore. Everyone out. That won't do. They are crucial pieces in my game. If I let them escape, it would spell trouble for me. Coates replied. What are you planning to do? Morrisai charged at Coates on his broom, his wand emitting a beam of light. Coates deflected Morrisai's attack with a silent shield charm and then dove toward the Naga below. Chapter 101. The Mask of Torment. Upon seeing its master, the Naga calmed down. Coates caressed its scales and surreptitiously dropped a vial of red potion into its mouth. After swallowing the potion, the creature trembled, its black scales shimmering with a dark crimson glow, and the injuries inflicted by Matthew and Charlie began to heal. The 3 serpent heads dripped venom and howled to the heavens as if driven mad. What potion is this? Shawn pondered. If Snape were present, he would recognize it as a frenzy potion, capable of amplifying strength but with evident side effects. The user would lose their sanity. Leave quickly, it's dangerous. Morrisai shouted as he rushed downward. Just you alone may not suffice. Allow me to summon some reinforcements, Coates declared, firing 5 red signals into the sky. Are you not calling for help? Without other professors, we may not withstand it. Coates grinned at the surrounding competitors. Though unaware of Coates' true intentions, Professor Morrisai realized he might truly be unable to handle the rampaging Naga. With numerous injured individuals, if they were to be attacked, it would spell disaster. Request assistance. Charlie raised his wand and launched a red firework symbolizing surrender. Zack nodded and followed suit, as did the remaining dozen competitors. No one cared about the competition anymore. The current situation had surpassed their capabilities. Captain, take the team away. I will handle this. Morisai positioned himself directly in front of the Naga. You won't escape, Coates sneered. Morisai merely needed to stall for a moment. As the competitors fled in all directions, the Naga would be unable to pursue them all. Moreover, Coates had already prepared to use them all as pawns. He produced a dark green mask from a satchel at his waist and donned it upon his face. At that moment, a piercing, shrill cry emanated from the mask. Shawn activated the Eye of Magic, and in an instant, a blinding white light emanated from Coates. The moment Coates donned the mask, his magical power surged immensely. It was reminiscent of Shawn's initial absorption of the wizard's heart, where his entire magical capacity escalated. However, Coates' transformation was even more dramatic, as his magical energy nearly doubled in the blink of an eye. Shawn was certain that the mask was a sophisticated alchemical artifact, a type of enchanted object that amplifies magical power, which is exceedingly rare in the realm of wizards. Thus far, he had encountered only one such item, Dumbledore's Elder Wand. In the confines of the birdcage, Coates raised his wand, conjuring an intricate spell above his head, the magical framework reaching an impressive 30 constructs. The tip of Coates' wand erupted in a brilliant beam of white light, capturing the attention of all present, even drawing the gaze of professors and students outside towards the forest. The white light dispersed into a luminous veil, cascading downwards. The semicircular barrier encompassed an area of nearly a kilometer, ensnaring all those who attempted to flee in every direction within its radiant grasp. What is this? Our path is blocked, Matthew exclaimed in a panic, gesturing at the shimmering veil before him. What does he intend to do? Trap us here as mere pawns? Shawn pondered, fixated on Coates. Charlie attempted to launch another signal. Yet the red firework was thwarted by the barrier. The members of Ifamoni, frustrated, unleashed several offensive spells against the veil, but to no avail. Coates, what do you truly seek to achieve? They are just children. Morisei shouted furiously at Coates while grappling with the frenzied Niven serpent. Coates, obscured by the mask, merely moved his thick lips and stated calmly, for the sake of the great master, their sacrifices hold value. What master? Who sent you? Morisei yearned to seize Coates and exact retribution to unveil the truth, yet he was compelled to engage the Niven serpent to divert its attention and protect the students. Shawn gazed at Coates in astonishment, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. Had Voldemort infiltrated Hogwarts even before Harry's enrollment? Yet, such a plot point had never been mentioned. Was it my intervention that altered the course of events? Indeed, Shawn's presence had significantly impacted the narrative, such as the premature retrieval of Tom Riddle's diary by Lucius, who had handed it to Shawn. It is time to depart. Let my dear accompany you in your pursuits. Coates remarked. Conrad Coates, are you truly neglecting your own students? Professor Morisei exclaimed.